I
But
do,
it's
but
different between the cause why. The reason why is reason itself, and that's coherence. We live in a world designed for coherent minds to inhabit, and the idea of things just going every which way would be retarded, and therefore that's why they're very ordered.
right. Even in a something that would seem chaotic stage at a micro, even further, because you can take the micro state of an over an overall macro state, but that's kind of subjective considering what perspective are you taking, the macro versus micro. But even on the micro scale of things, there's an order because there's bacteria that causes the decay. There's order there. Even where they would claim something is in disorder, there's something always at the micro scale that isn't actually disordered, it's ordered, which is why I don't like the whole idea of entropy being defined as order to disorder. That's why I was going into the whole spiel that I did. So it was a Kim Genda. My bad.
Yeah, so they describe space-time as just being dilated space-time, right? Or warped space-time, which essentially is just, like I said, a track. It doesn't really have any. It doesn't really have any post-initial event ability to move anything. Once the space-time is warped, it's warped, and everything that's in it has been relocated once at best. And in order for it to relocate again, it must travel through the warped space-time and be affected, much like a train on a track, right? So that being said, all you have is this, distribution of available pathways for something to move into or be moved like a train track, right? And it really is just a density distribution, because the closer you are to the object, the greater the stress on the surrounding space-time, and the further away you are from the object, the less the amount of stress on the space-time, and the greater the stress, the more dense the stress, right? Because like there's 7 chords per parameter, and as you get further away, there's 6, then there's 5, then there's 4, then there's 3, then there's 2, then there's 1, then it's back to 0, which is just normal, or near normal,
AI, do you
right?
see in the open chat? I tried to tag you, but the computer won't let me. Do you know why I failed? I just can't successfully tag you in this channel.
I don't know. It happens to me too quite often with certain people.
Yeah, but you can't miss my argument. It's right there. You can see your username at the bottom. Now, of course, Peter replies with a reply that's something like, "What a joke," and gibberish. And so either he's going to reply with an argument or not. So let's see what he chooses. Yeah, I'm just going to react with the laughing emoji. I'm going to say, "What a joke." I'm just going to reply with gibberish, and that'll demonstrate my intellectual superiority to the guy who just said a intelligible, deductive argument.
Yeah, so space time doesn't have any tangible substance, even in their view. It's the matrix in which substance exists and moves, and so by altering the direction of the matrix, you alter the direction of the substance, just like a train on a track. So the substance is the train, and the track is the space time. So that being said, even in their own view, they have non-substantials relocating substantials. So that being the case, all I need to explain a vertical density gradient and a vertical motion that prefers the vertical rather than the horizontal is a inverse density gradient of a exotic form of energy that itself is non-substantial, much like space-time. And I just orient it, graduate it horizontally, right? So that each layer extends horizontally ad infinitum. And that way, the only actual directional density distribution is vertical. Because if you go horizontal, it's the same density. Moving horizontal results in the same density. But moving vertical results in a different density. So that the higher density displaces the object in the opposite direction and pushes all of the stuff opposite to it. And since it's inverted from the density gradient that we experience on the Earth, it pushes everything away. And since all objects are more dense than it, they all go down. There, problem solved. And if you tell me it's silly because I can't have a non-substantial exotic moving a substantial, then by the same token, you can't have space-time moving it. So suck on these balls, sucker.
Ugh. Yeah.
And by balls, I mean giant floating balls that were invented by gravity and are worthless.
I think it
Because they're your
works.
creation story. Yeah, they're your creation story, bro. That's all it is. The idea that gravity forms balls and gravity is why balls exist, and because balls gravity and gravity means balls have to be there. It's just balls, balls, balls all day long, but really it's just a creation story, which is actually quite apropos when you're talking about balls and creation stories all the time. It's almost like a Freudian slip.
That's a lot of balls.
Oh, my eyeballs. Now, keep in mind, a lot of people say, oh, well, how can the Earth system be acting this way when we see all these celestials doing this other thing? And we need like a singular model that synergizes all the forces across our assumption of the object's motions relative to each other across the entire universe. And then my answer would be why? Oh, because if we don't have that, then we don't have a materialistic explanation for the universe. And I'd be like, why do you need a materialistic explanation? Then they would be like, well, we have an a priori adherence to materialistic explanations because if we allow supernatural explanations, then we're basically admitting that, something we don't want to admit. And then I'd be like, well, what is it you don't want to admit? And they'd be like, well, we tell you, but we're too scared because we don't want to admit it. Because if we say it out loud, and then we're kind of busted. But we all know what it is, don't we? If there's explicit evidence of supernatural causation, then that means we were supernaturally caused. I mean, that's pretty much it. And we all know where that leads. It leads right back to the door of the prime mover, the first causer, the big daddy cheese, which are all terrified of admitting it is real in any substantial way. Sure, they'll play lip service, but
You're roboting.
the actual concept that they're beholden to an author that in their own book, terrified, etc. Persevering, I manifest. Oh. Yeah, but anyway, they're biased. There's the answer. That's why they think they need singular thread of material causation explanations for the entire universe. A lot of famous ones of those dudes got quotes like that. Hubble's got a really bad one. That's a problem. This naturalistic, materialistic causation bias puts blinders on alleged scientists. Okay, it's
And there's
obvious.
nothing
It's obvious. It's obvious that information can only be demonstrated to originate from minds. It's obvious that there's information in the system, and especially in the biological systems. But rather than just concede that this is ipso facto evidence of a mind being directly involved, they're just like, oh, well, you could get information from just, electric walking mud puddle farts out of a monkey's butthole.
and there's nothing about any empirical data nor empirical inquiry that necessitates the presupposition of the proposition there's only matter.
Yeah, exactly. Materialism is retarded. Idealism is way more. Idealism is possible. Materialism isn't possible. But they convinced everyone like the opposite, right? That materialism is most likely to be true, and the apparatus, stance framework we're going to use to pervert the scientific endeavor, while trying to gaslight you into thinking that your own mind presently experiencing itself is an illusion that doesn't exist, even though an illusion is a state of mind. So they can't even talk about it and deny it without even affirming it.
Yeah. There are
Then we
many
got
things.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there are many things that, if you deny them, you necessarily and inevitably simultaneously presuppose them or reaffirm them.
Yeah, see, I actually believe, Gregory, that all roads lead to God. There's no worldview that doesn't require God to exist, even atheism or any of these other materialistic views. Like, they always have something within their view that they hold to be true, which is self-refuting, and requires the pre-existence of a mind. That is an ultimate grounding and eternal by nature. Whether it's a specific God or even themselves as God, they can't deny there must be a God.
Not justifiably.
Yeah, they can say they deny it. Yeah.
Hey, TW there.
Yeah. No. What's that?
I'm just asking if T-Dub's here.
No, he's down there.
T-Dub. Or another Australian. Oh, never mind then, I guess.
What's up? I'm Australian.
Oh, what's up? Would you be willing to do a time lapse of your night sky on October 3rd?
October 3rd.
Preferably away from a city,
Mm.
somewhere with no light pollution.
Oh yeah. Well, what's with that date?
Because it's when there won't be it'll be the new moon.
Oh, okay.
So, because I will be doing the same thing in central United States on the same evening. Because in October I'm going to be doing a bunch of experiments here for the Discord. So one of them is I want to do a time lapse in the United States and a time lapse of the night in Australia, and we can compare the motion of the stars.
Well, keep it in mind because I've been wanting to do this for a while. Like, I keep putting it off. It's like, oh, I've got to do a, time lapse of the stars down here in, looking south.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, if it's like 1st of October and I haven't done it, then yeah, I'll try and I might do that with you, dude.
Well, you can. You know what?
I'm-
I'm gonna do mine in October. That's just when I'm gonna be able to go do it. If you want, the next one is in 2 weeks or so on September 3rd for you.
Oh yeah.
So
fair enough.
Either one works. I just feel like it's just better for the experiment if we're both doing it at the same time on the same night, I guess.
Same day, yeah, same time, yeah, exactly. That sounds good, dude. I mean, as I said, I've been wanting to do one for ages and
Great.
keep putting it off. So yeah,
So,
this might be an excuse to actually do one.
Add another experiment to the list.
Well, I'm not sure if it's an experiment, but it's sort of an observation.
I think it's an experiment. Okay, it's an experiment from my end because I'm making a prediction, and this is going to be testing my hypothesis.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
You're just part of the data collection.
Fair enough. That's good, dude. It's good to.
I'm going out into. I haven't finalized exactly where I'm gonna go. So I just need. I'm still taking suggestions for a place that has no light pollution and is also very, very, very wide open and flat, so that I can spend like 2 or 3 days streaming a whole bunch of different experiments for everybody to watch.
Have you checked the website darkfinder.com? I think it's Darkfinder. It basically shows you the parts on the map of your country where the least light pollution is.
I'm going to be doing it in the United States, obviously. So
yeah,
right. The light pollution is specifically for the moon one. The other experiments, I'm more specifically looking for a place that's wide open and flat.
Okay. Well, I'll find you this website anyway, if you like.
Yeah, go for it. If you also have suggestions for places, shoot them to me. Anywhere in the United States is possible. I have converting an ambulance into like a camper thing, so I'm heading out to go do a whole bunch of stuff, and I'm putting an entire week aside out wherever this location is. I've got a couple experiments already. I'll gather the supplies for. We'll do all kinds of stuff.
Cool.
And so,
hey, dumb motherfuckers!
Daz, you're gonna help us
stupid
do.
Fuck. Hello.
You're gonna. Hello.
Can you hear me? Oh,
yes,
sorry.
we can hear you. What we're gonna test, Daz, is we're gonna see if the directional rotation of the stars are different for you and for me.
Yep, gotcha.
And then we also have some horizon stuff. I'm trying to figure out how we can do a like a curvature experiment that.
One sec. Can
kind of
just pause that. Hold your thought. Hey, can you please turn your camera off? It's reducing and limiting the room number.
There you go, dude. Darksskymap.com. is the website there. It shows you like
Please remove
what
your
zones.
camera.
It shows you what zones.
Am I coming through? Am I not being
Yeah.
heard?
Hey, you need
I'm
to.
trying to
It's
perform.
cool that you have this video with you and your buddy,
Hello?
but you're
Hello?
limiting the amount of people.
Hello? Am I being acknowledged as a moderator of this room?
Yes.
Could the person with the camera on please turn it off? It is limiting our room to 25 people. Someone else wants to join, they will be unable to.
He's also muted, I
Please turn
think.
your camera off or be removed.
He's got his mic muted.
Can't you just disable video for him?
Or like kick him. Disconnect him.
No, but you should be, instead of kicking him, you should be able to.
Yo, you have to turn off your camera, bro. No? Okay, he doesn't want
No,
to.
he doesn't want. He's
Okay, so
refusing.
I can kick him, I guess.
Folks are weird.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
trying to communicate. He's trying to
great,
communicate
buddy.
via sign language. Let's
I'm
all
on your
try and.
I'm on your side, buddy, but you're ruining the chat, so it's like, why?
You shouldn't be on his side.
It's,
Meaningful.
A
I get you
barbarian.
want to have your video on, but it makes it that only 25 people can be in the chat. Granted, not about 80% of the people in the chat are sitting muted, but and they're gone.
Oh, you're like me, Jubakar, bro. I am also on your side, basically.
Wait, what country are you in, Rick?
Australia.
Okay, did you hear
Brisbane.
Did you hear what Daz and I are talking about doing?
Yeah, you wanted to
Why
do
didn't
like
you
a night
respond,
sky
you fuck?
photography. Because I was driving and I couldn't
Can't
pick
say
my
you're
phone
from
up at the time.
okay.
I'm pulled over now. I'm pulled over now.
Oh, well, you don't have to pull over. I mean, come on.
Oh, I'm at
Fuck is
Macca.
a verb, not a noun.
That's debatable.
So sorry to
But,
interrupt that conversation. Hopefully you guys can pick up where you left off.
That's fine. I guess TW, you're not interested in being involved in the experiment since you stayed silent. All right.
So there you
Are
go.
you-
I don't know if you got that.
Are
Good
you
night,
If you
folks.
got that website, it's called
Yeah.
darkskymap.com. Yeah.
Are you interested in also taking part in the experiment, Rick?
Well, yeah. I mean, I do astrophotography, so yeah, I
Well,
could do it.
Jesus, what the fuck, Rick? You could have said something.
But he did.
I guess.
Yeah, I have now.
All right. Good. So we can have two people from both sides of the opinion. That's great.
What kind of equipment do you have? Like, do you have a DSLR or?
I have so far nothing. And now I can ask the
Okay.
perfect person for advice on what stuff I need to go get.
It doesn't. You could even. It really doesn't have to be that sophisticated.
No, I would like to get something that has. I'm not gonna just do it with a fucking
Sure.
telephone.
I mean, there are
I mean,
ways.
unless
to
I don't.
photograph
I
stars
mean,
with
specifically because I respect the
smartphone.
the point of this experiment for this chat, right?
Sure.
Like we're gonna be live streaming a lot of the other experiments.
Okay. Well,
Which, by the way, I'm still I'm happy to accept suggestions. DM me
well,
experiment you
if you'd like to use the exact camera I have, I've got a Canon 70D with an 18 to 55 millimeter zoom lens.
A decent.
That's just the kit. That's just the kit lens. Comes with it. You probably pick one up off Facebook Marketplace or something. Like someone.
Besides the camera, I need some kind of. Do I need a stabilization tripod or do I just need a regular tripod?
Just a tripod would do.
All right.
It depends. Are you trying to do like a time lapse?
Well, I want
yeah.
the whole point here is that I want to do. You know the time lapse where it shows the stars moving as a consistent line.
You mean like a long exposure?
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to do a long exposure so that we can measure the rotational direction of the stars.
Yep. So that means you would need. You would take the photograph or photographs statically, so you don't need like a motorized tripod to track anything. You're static while the sky's moving. So the way to get those long, I haven't actually done the long exposure shots before, but it's doable.
I mean, take the entire night? How long would it take to show significant? I guess I'm not gonna show full
A significant trail. Yeah.
Yeah.
You could do
In a
it.
few hours, right?
You would need like a battery.
No, I've got
Or
I've got like 8 kWh in the ambulance.
ambulance. Oh, okay.
Yeah, dude. All the people buying sprinters for van life are fucking chumps.
So yeah, and you need basically a camera that will allow you to keep the shutter open for an extremely long time, or you can get software that stitches photos together. So the longest
I don't
exposure I
think
can get,
people would
buy it.
yeah, you can't.
They wouldn't.
We're
They
trying.
wouldn't.
My
Yeah.
intention is to literally on camera pull out the
Yeah.
raw data and then
Hmm.
show people the raw data and post it here in the chat. So it's like
Sure.
using a software that edits it, kind of,
No, well, the thing is, okay, just for my camera, for example, people do them, night sky trails, but the exposure length on my camera is a maximum of 30 seconds. So it'll keep the shutter open for 30 seconds. Now, to get like an hour of like the night sky in one shot, what you'd need to do is composite a series of 30-second photos all together, and what basically that's all it is. Like it's just clones them all together as one photograph.
Right.
And
Well,
that's how
I
you get your
guess
sky trail. But
when you pull that
Mhm.
data out of the camera, let's say off of the memory card, it's just
Yep.
you see all the picture files raw themselves, and then you put all those into
Yes.
the. Okay, so we're gonna be able to go through.
Yeah, you could. I mean, you could technically do like
Well, you understand what I'm trying to
an
do here, right? I'm
animation.
trying to
Yeah, yeah.
control for as much
Yes.
variables live as possible, so that people can't just be like, "Oh, you're editing it, bro."
Right. So what you could do is just flick through them like a flip book.
Yeah, I guess
That's one way to go.
That's
You
what I'm
know,
gonna
you
do. I'm
can't.
basically just gonna
Yeah.
put it on. I'm gonna put it onto my scroll wheel, and we're gonna scroll fast through the pictures to be able to see the trail. We will be able to then measure the rotational direction. Then at the same time, over in Australia, Daz will be doing the same exact thing. We will both
Mhm.
do that at the same time, and then we will compare the measurements, and we will go from there. And
You just got to hope for clear skies, no clouds.
Right. Yeah,
Mhm.
obviously. But I mean, if I need to change locations because of weather, I can drive somewhere else. That's
Okay.
like that's why I said anywhere in the United States works for me, because this is taking place in the middle of my trip across the United States.
Okay. So you're happy to basically be in any state that's necessary for this?
Yeah. I have
Yeah.
business I need to do on the East Coast. I have business I need to do on the West Coast, and I have business I got to do central United States. Over the course of that process, I decided that I wanted to do like a 4 or 5 month, just kind of cool trip. Part way with buddies, part way with not. And to do that, I've bought myself an ambulance. Already converted it, and
Okay.
I'll be doing that trip. And
Well,
so
dude.
in October, I have like a solid week planned out specifically to do, because I have, on the ambulance, I'll have internet, I'll have power, pretty much, and up to obviously a certain extent, right? A budget is not that big of a deal for me, and so we can plan out and do a whole bunch of live experiments for the Discord.
Yeah. So one of the best places is the Nevada desert. I mean, Nevada has a lot of dark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
some of the
high up on
best
the list.
night skies. Yeah.
But we need a place that's open and long enough, wide enough, and flat enough to be able to do curvature experiments, to be able to do sundial experiments, to be able to do all of the experiments everybody would like to do.
Right. So you'd probably get like dry lake beds in Nevada as well. That's nice and flat.
That's kind of the idea.
Yeah. Like no, terrestrial Yeah. No,
Anybody
okay.
listening have any experiments they would like to see done? I saw you on mute, Batman. Go ahead.
Oh god, not that end of the time to shine. Hey Batman, can you just like move into the ocean, please? You're a disgrace to Australia.
Anybody else? Nobody has from either side. You know, you can be a globalist, you can be a flat Earth guy.
Hmm. What about you, Mr. Juka, bro? What are you, a flat earther?
No.
Thank God.
That's partly why I'm doing this experiment thing, because a lot of the times I've come in here and I've been asked to demonstrate a lot of things, and I'm not in the environment and capability to do so, and so I decided, I will
the
put
funniest
myself in
thing?
the environment and the capability to demonstrate these things. I also
You know
want to
what's the-
demonstrate some of the claims from the other side. There are some things that flat earthers in this channel have said to me that I'm like, well, fuck, I can't refute that right now, and I either want to be for it to be shown and be right, and then I'll be like, well, fuck, you're right. Or I'll be like, well, no, here you go, I'm doing it, you're wrong.
Here,
And the same
I'll
thing for
help
my
you
own
here,
claims.
Mr. Juka Cabro. I'll help you here, Juka Cabro.
Where
Since you have the tools to do the experiments and the tests, they're not going to ask you to do anything because they know it's going to prove them wrong anyway. If you weren't in the environment, then they would ask you the questions. Trust me. You know, there was a millionaire that's actually inviting flat earthers to go to Antarctica, but they're all making excuses for not going.
I would love
Haha.
to go to Antarctica, man. I would love to go to
Seems
Antarctica.
convenient.
Yeah, a literal guy saying any flat earther who wants to come, but they're all making excuses for why they can't come.
I would lie just so I could go.
Seems suspicious.
Depends where in Antarctica, though. He'll take you, because there's a lot of places you can't go because the military will just shoot you down. But I don't think you need to go to Antarctica. I mean, unfortunately, I don't
No,
have.
they want to. The
I'm
reason
not.
they're going to Antarctica is because
I might
24
be
hours
wealthy,
sun.
but I don't have a private jet that I could use to test
Well,
flight
it's
plan.
more. It's
experiment.
more on.
Acto, are you
It's
in Australia?
Yes, it's more on.
I guess that makes sense.
It's more in the sun and the. It's more in the 24-hour sun.
You don't need to go to Antarctica. There are places in Northern Europe you can do that. Norway.
But
I don't remember the name of the
Antarctica.
place. I think it's
But because
Svalbard, Norway.
a lot of flat earthers have been talking about Antarctica, so it's all saying, okay, fuck it, you want to go to Antarctica? I'll pay for you to come to Antarctica and prove it.
Yeah,
I think they chose
it's
Antarctica because of the
Svalbard,
nature
Norway,
of
where
it.
the sun doesn't set between April and August.
Man, I wish that Elon Musk would be like, okay, fuck it. Let's send like a bunch of flat earthers up to the moon, or well, into space, and just see what I think.
Well,
Elon Musk, I'll be willing to pay for it.
Costs, even though SpaceX has halved the amount of money it costs per payload, it's still very, very expensive.
But I mean, if you're a billionaire, you kind of want to prove your point, so you're willing to prove your point in the most extreme way possible.
But again, Elon Musk can't just spend that money. It's not cash sitting in his fucking bank account, right? Like, you understand that.
It's cash sitting in his company. You can just say it's
no, it's not. Bro.
It's a research mission.
Most of it is unrealized gains in financial securities. Like,
The thing with by the way, the thing with funding. Sorry.
Just hold 1 second, Rick. In order for him to quote unquote pay for someone to go up into into space, he would have to liquidate some of his assets and then pay taxes on that. And then the government would wonder, well, how are you spending this money to do this thing? And then it's the whole. It's not just that simple, right? When he bought Twitter, it was essentially a hedge for a large scale.
He got out a loan.
Yeah, it's because it was basically a hedge for a large
look, I
scale
understand.
Couldn't
I know what you mean.
couldn't afford it.
But I'm saying, let's say when it comes to the company, you can just say it's for research purposes.
I
Because,
don't
people are
understand.
researching.
I don't understand why the flat earthers don't all just get together and
Look.
and fund their own program, and because right now we've
See-
shown that corporate businesses can send payloads into space. It's no longer just the government, so you can't say the government won't let us do it. That's not an excuse anymore. Get the money
Yeah.
together, get a payload
Can
on
I
either
make-
SpaceX or I
Can
forget
I make
what
a
the
quick
fuck is the
point
other one.
while you're on the topic, just quickly before I forget too? Basically the endeavor of proving your side, your case. The Earth or the bulk of our population is already in agreement that of a globe Earth. No one needs to try and pay money to prove that because everyone's already on the same page with that. It's more so the flat Earth community that have more to prove, like more trying to convince more people or open the eyes to more people, so they have more work to do than people
Are there any who are as the
You know
I'm
what I mean?
sure I don't know this, but I'm sure some of the flat earthers in here could chime up. I'm sure the amount of money that has been given to grifters in your community altogether could amount to a payload going on one of these rockets. Am I wrong in saying that? Any of the flat earthers here?
I know.
No, you're not
offense-
wrong.
No offense to a lot of flat earthers, but I feel like if they
Are you
did
serious?
an experiment that they paid a lot of money for, they would still deny the findings, or they would find a way around the findings. I feel
Like
because that's
what's his
happened
name?
a lot of times.
Like Robert, the guy with the gyroscope.
Right? Yeah, they
Yeah,
deny the
exactly.
findings. They try to change the variables to try and match their presupposition, I suppose, or their the conclusion they're looking for.
Like I'm not sure. When it comes to what's his name, fucking Nathan Oakley. I don't know if Nathan Oakley is intentionally being a grifter, or he's ignorant, or if he's actually like a loony with all this flat Earth shit.
Well, he scams people.
So you say it's probably
He
more.
scammed
So,
people for that
No,
university.
he just kicked your
I
ass,
think-
For
bro.
that law degree.
You're just
I
butthurt
think
because he kicked your ass. That's what.
He
He's
I think
literally
butthurt
he's a
'cause he
scammed
kicked your ass.
I
Made you look
actually
like an
people to
idiot.
go to
I
Yeah.
think he's a
fucking
glober trying to
university.
Well, I personally,
so,
I just feel like if
you
I
say
was,
he's a grifter.
I'll
He
be honest,
called
if
it
I
years
was a
ago.
flat earther,
It was the one
and
for to
any money,
fund
if
his
any money that was given to
degree.
any of these people did not go towards experiments that can be shown, I would be pretty fucking pissed off, right?
So what
Because
scam was he pulling?
I don't know. I don't. That's why I don't know any of the grifters in the.
I
In the
just
flat Earth
told
community.
you.
I didn't hear what the scam was. Sorry.
I
It's
think
the
I was
one
talking through your answer.
where he was trying to go to university to fund his degree.
But doesn't he already have a degree?
That
Do you
turned
want-
him to go to school as a scam.
University to fund his to get a his scam was he tried to get a scholarship?
No, he tried to get one through.
Is he?
He tried to get one through a university so he could pay with a dissertation and all that. But
I
he
know,
got laughed at.
Yeah, but
was
that's
a
funny
grift.
also because
Trying to go to
doesn't
school is a scam.
doesn't
I'm
he
talking about-
doesn't he already have 2 degrees though? Because he's saying he's super smart with 2 degrees in like science and all that.
Yeah, but he
So-
tried. He got the flat Earth retarded community to
You're
crowdfund
roboting.
for another degree.
Oh,
What
okay. So
was it?
he did pay for his own stuff using
Cor-
crowdfunded money.
No, he didn't.
So not. I
He
can barely
got
understand you, bro.
crowdfunded.
I'm literally hearing 4 words every sentence. Am I the only one?
No, you're not. He's roboting.
Okay. Well,
He
so
was
anyway,
crowdfunded.
so even if that was correct or incorrect, the point I'm trying to make here is that all of the money to all of the grifters, whoever they may be, right? If I was in the community of people that are in the flat Earth community, I would be pretty fucking pissed off if that money wasn't going towards any type of realistic experiments, right?
Pissed
So
about what?
I'd be pissed because if this is something that I would believe in, and I would believe that there are repeatable experiments that can show that
Thank you.
then and the money that is being given to the prominent people within the community is not going towards these
Thank
experiments.
you.
Break your hot micing.
Experiments for what?
To either refute that the Earth is flat, or to refute that the Earth is a globe, or prove that the Earth is a globe, or prove that the Earth is flat.
Geodesy isn't a matter of experimentation.
What?
Geodesy isn't a matter of experimentation.
Why not?
Because it's not a matter of causation.
Okay, so you can't say that the Earth is flat or a globe then?
No, it's not entailed by the fact that I just said.
Okay, so I'm lost then.
And trying to
You know,
ascertain the geodesic fact doesn't require a causation hypothesis test, aka an experiment.
Okay,
It's
so
not
what
a
does it
matter of
require?
causation.
So what does it require?
It requires measurement, observation, and measurement, of course.
Okay, so the measurement of observations, correct? Is what you're going for?
Observation and measurement. You
Yeah.
observe when you measure.
Great. So those are things that can be done by these people with the money that's being given to them. Yes.
Right, they've been doing that for a while now.
Okay. And where are these on videos? Are these streamed?
Sure. Look here.
Can you put it in the chat?
I'm just proving that there's been observations and measurements. I don't think
Sure, but what I mean is, like, for
necessarily
example,
Nathan Noakley has been involved in these operations, but there are plenty of
so
observations and measurements that have been done.
so Gregory, but would you agree though that there are certain observations that require experiments to show them, right? Because you can't observing something once isn't necessarily a good measurement. In order to, you have
No,
to do it repeatedly multiple times to get a solid measurement.
no. It can help. It's not logically required. And again, you're not experimenting when trying to discern the
These are all over
geodesic fact.
water.
You're observing and measuring.
I get that. So we will observe things and measure at the same time when I go out and do the various
Right,
things.
such as all these observations and measurements, like there, right there in the open chat. You can't miss it.
I see it. You posted a bunch. I'm gonna go through them, obviously, but unfortunately a lot of them are on over open water, so I'm not gonna be able to replicate those necessarily.
You can replicate these observations and measurements if you have the means, of course.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I will have the means, so I can travel to these locations. But more than likely, what I'm going to try and do here is find a place that is similar in in terms of distance, but not necessarily over water, because my intention is to be able to travel between the point of where we're going to be doing the observation and the distance from the object that we're going to measure and the object itself, so that we're going to be able to adjust it in terms of different distances. And people can't, accuse me of editing or whatever, because I'm going to be streaming the whole process of me moving between the two objects, and it's going to be much more difficult for me to do that over open water.
Okay, great. So these are repeatable observations and measurements, which
Great.
falsify the premise that the horizon is the summit of water curve and the radius, and verifying that the surface of the oceans, especially the oceans and the Earth, is horizontal.
Happens. Everyone quiet.
Oh, dude, he posted
Until
fucking 1,
now.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I gotta go through like 6 videos real quick, man. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Unless you want me to just move over and keep talking about the other stuff. Someone else can chime up. Don't feel shy.
Well, it's nice to hear that you Globers have conceded that you can't prove the globe, or that you haven't proved the globe, and that you've got a lot more experimentation to do before you do so.
Well, that's not what I said, is it, Cyclone?
Well, you wouldn't be doing it otherwise.
No, I specifically said that a lot of the times when I bring up reasons why I think that the Earth is a spheroid, obviously not a perfect ball, and a lot of the times I'm told to demonstrate the measurements and the experiments that I bring up, and I'm like, well, fuck, I can't do that in my room right now. And so, because I'm going to have the opportunity to be in a place with the means to be able to demonstrate both a couple different claims on both sides of the story here, I just think it'll be good for everybody to do that. Stream it here in the chat, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, but if you knew the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't even bother with any of that. You'd just be like, it's a globe. This is how I know. This is the proof. But you're finally admitting to yourself, I don't actually know that it's a globe. All the claims I'm making, I can't actually demonstrate. So I need to go out and do some tests. That's a big step. Well done.
Well, I still believe, and I do.
I know you believe. I know you believe.
Listen,
I know you think.
and I'm
But,
going to
that's
the preface to this, right? Because there are a lot of large systems that I can't demonstrate, and those are going to have to be, like Gregory said, observations and measurements. So
yeah, those have been done for years, as you know.
Yes,
which is why everyone's here.
But
it's nice that
the
you're finally admitting
observations,
to yourself.
but Cyclone, the observations that I present to you guys, you tell me are fake.
Well, I don't know what observation. I've never seen you present an observation. I've just heard you spiral out and say people are dumb for like.
Well,
5 years,
that's because you're not actually listening.
No, it's because you just spiral out and have
no,
like 5 years.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Cyclone. It's just not true. I might
right.
yell. That's fine.
We forgive you.
But don't demark how I'm saying things,
bro. That'll be good.
Make criticism
That's
on
all right.
what I'm saying.
You go out there and finally prove that globe once and for all the other globers who can't prove it either. You do it.
Well, it's not really my intention. And I just explained to you why that is not my intention.
Yeah. Well, you couldn't anyway, so don't worry about it. It's like the final experiment, right? They're going.
Wait, so Cyclone, you think I'm going to fail? You're making the claim that I'm going to fail in some of these experiments?
No, I don't really care if you do or don't do anything. I'm just saying it's nice that you've finally admitted to yourself that you do actually need to go and do these things to try and know if the Earth is actually a ball like you believe it is.
No. Again.
I've only ever heard you be
very simply seeing the streams from the deployment of
nice.
Starlink satellites.
Don't pretend you're doing this for us.
That is an observation that I've brought up multiple times, and I've posted it in the chat.
We've already had observations for years, which you already
That's
know.
Great,
you're not doing
buddy.
this for us. You're doing this for yourself, and I'm saying good for you. Because
thank you, Cyclone. I appreciate that. Thanks, man.
Good for you.
Thanks.
And my point about the final experiment, it's just like the quote unquote final experiment. These loser globeheads who think that, hey, we're gonna go to Antarctica and finally prove the globe because the Earth is a globe. It's like, well, if you actually knew that the Earth was a globe and you had proof for it, you wouldn't even need to do this. So really, you're just conceding that you don't know it's a globe, but now you think you're finally going to be able to prove it.
I think there's definitely a line that can be drawn between having doubt in a personal conviction and then therefore going out and having to
but these guys are trying to pretend they don't have doubt.
Let me finish. There's a difference between that and trying to silence an idea that you deem to be incorrect. Now, I personally think
is there doubt in your mind?
No, there is no doubt in my mind. My intention is to prove you guys wrong.
Of course there's doubt in your mind, or you wouldn't be doing it.
No,
You
Cyclone,
wouldn't
because
even
when
be
I
here. You wouldn't
no
even be
Cyclone.
here.
Why?
You
I
wouldn't have
enjoy
been here
talking
for
to
the
you
last
guys.
5
It's fun.
years. Okay.
I haven't been here for 5 years.
Yeah, however long you've been here. What, you're chief squatting dog, right? You used to come in, you spaz out, you insult
No,
people. You've done that for years.
that's
Yeah?
it's not. I've only
Yeah,
been in
that's
this.
what you've
I've only
done.
been
So,
Cyclone. I've only
so I
been
mean,
coming into the channel for like a couple months at most.
no, I've seen you a lot longer than that. But either way, whether
You
that was
really
the case or
haven't.
not,
I like how
the
you're
fact,
telling
okay,
me what I've done, but okay.
all right, if you say so, bro. If you say so, bro. But it doesn't matter. Either way, even now, you're demonstrating to us that you're not sure, you don't know, and you're conceding that you need to go and do things. That, like you
No,
said, you've made
that's
claims
not.
which you cannot demonstrate, and now you want to go and demonstrate them.
No,
Well,
it's
good
not
for
that I
you.
can't demonstrate. It's that I don't have. I'm not in the environment and the capability in my room here
Yeah,
to
so
do
when
that
you
for
say
you
them,
on
you can't,
camera,
yeah, so you
right?
can't. When you say them, you
Because
can't. Yeah.
because I don't have the stuff in front of me, right?
Yeah, so you can't because you don't have the stuff, etc.
Right. And
Yeah,
so when I go get the stuff and I
right.
do it and it's correct,
Yeah,
there
yeah.
we go.
I
Oh,
know
well,
what
is
you're
it
trying to.
correct? But you
I
don't
know.
know. You don't know it's correct because you've not
Yeah,
even
I
done it
do
yet. That's
though.
why you
Except I
don't
do
know.
I
though.
know what.
No,
No,
I know
Cyclone.
what
if
No,
you knew,
Cyclone.
Jupiter is trying
Cyclone.
to
That's
do,
not
right?
true. That I
He's
haven't.
yeah,
Wait, Rick. Hold on
if
one
you
second.
knew,
Cyclone. There's a
if you
difference.
knew, you wouldn't even have to do them. If you knew,
Can
you
I,
wouldn't have to
Cyclone?
do
Can I
them. You'd be
respond,
able to
please? Can you?
say, well, no, you're trying to interrupt me already responding. You say, I do know that this will happen, or I do know that I'll be correct
Yes,
and the Earth
because
will
I've
be a
done it.
globe. If you did
Yes,
know that, then you wouldn't be saying, I can't prove it here, so I have to go and do it. You'd be saying, I know it because here is the proof.
but I don't. Okay, Cyclone.
Exactly.
I haven't
So
in
you're just
front of
owning it.
you guys proven it, right? Would you? If I just tell you that I've done the experiment and it's been correct, would you believe me?
Of course not.
Why are you doing it
Exactly.
for us? Don't do
Exactly.
it for us.
so
Why?
it's for
Why?
the benefit of
Yeah.
the flat earthers who
But
refuse
you don't
his
know it. You don't
claims.
know it. That's the point,
Refuse
because
his
you've never
evidence.
done
No,
it.
no, Cyclone.
You've never
Can you?
proven the globe. You don't know it.
Okay, you know what, Cyclone? I realize I can't have a conversation with you because you're asserting things about me, and when I'm telling you that's wrong, you're telling me I'm wrong. So I don't know how to have a
No.
conversation with you.
It's not an assertion about you. You've just said it. You've said these things.
No, except I haven't, right?
Yeah, you said, I'm going
I'm
to go and
saying
do these experiments because I've made a bunch of
right.
claims that I can't prove, and I want to be able to demonstrate that the Earth is a
No,
globe. That's what
it's
you're
not that I
saying.
can't
You've
prove
kitted up
them,
an
right?
ambulance. You're setting aside a week of your life to go and experiment, which, if you already knew conclusively that the Earth was a ball, you would not be doing. You admit
Except
it to all of us by showing this.
no, Cyclone. These
Yes.
are okay.
You give yourself away.
I'm not.
I'm
There
afraid
is
so.
not doubt in my mind that the Earth is a globe.
Of course there
Right?
is, or you wouldn't be doing it.
When I come here and have the conversations, I present stuff that I personally believe is evidence, and rightfully so. The response to me is
Religious
okay.
thing.
Demonstrate that in a way that can be trusted, which would most likely mean
Get it.
live or in some way that you know what I
Religious
mean.
thing.
Because most of the responses I get is that, oh, that is edited, or oh, that's not real, or oh, this is just a video, it can't be trusted. And you know what? That's
He
fine.
doesn't like people not believing like he does.
No,
Yeah, that's
So
what it is.
you're presenting things that require belief, and we're telling you we're not into that. And now you're saying, okay, so I need to go and do things that don't just require belief. Congratulations.
yes,
Yes,
for both
exactly.
for you guys and for my side,
Yes,
because
yes.
most of
Which
the
is why people on our
most
side
of
have
the
been going out and doing
conversations.
these things. Yeah. So the way that you're saying, I'm going to go out and do these experiments, our side did years ago and has already been doing, which is why we are here. You're finally catching up and saying, after however long of being like, oh, flat earthers, you crazy idiots. Oh, I need to go and do that.
I never said you
welcome to
guys
the
are
club.
crazy.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter.
Like, stop. You're having an argument with somebody else right now, dude. I don't know what to
I'm not
tell
having
you.
an argument. I was complimenting you. I'm saying, well done. You realized you can't prove the globe, and you need to go and do some tests
Great.
and
And I
observations.
said thanks. And
All
then
right, you're welcome.
so far, most of this conversation has been you've been asserting something about me trying to tell you no, that's not true, and then you telling me I'm lying. So I don't know what else.
Me saying that it gives away that actually you're not totally confident, or you don't know that the Earth is a globe. That is the case. Otherwise, you wouldn't be doing these things.
I don't want.
I mean,
We're
everyone
going in
else knows
circles.
that.
We're going in circles, Cyclone. You're right.
Yeah.
We're just gonna move on. I can't. I don't know what else to tell you. We're moving on.
Yeah, cool. That's fine. That's all I'm saying.
Rick, are there any observations / experiments you think would be a good idea to do?
So my understanding, just to touch on what you guys were both arguing about for 10 minutes or whatever it was, is that you Chupacabra or Jupacabra, whatever you call yourself,
Mr. Jupacabro.
you're not producing you're not producing these experiments for your benefit. It's for the flat earthers' benefit because you're
who on the
comfortable
flat
with
earth side asked for
the
these?
experiments.
Who on the
You're
flat earth asked
comfortable.
for these? They don't say
It's
it's
the
for our
people.
benefit. None of us require it. We've already done it. That's why
You
we're
do
here.
require it.
Except you haven't
You do
done it. You
require
haven't
it.
done it in a way
Because
that
you
any.
asked us to
we
defend
haven't
our.
done long distance
You ask us to
observations and
produce.
laser
Didn't let me
tags.
finish. Wait, so, hold on.
You,
1 second, Rick.
yeah,
1 second,
you.
Rick. Cyclone.
Yeah.
Most of the time in the
Well, just
conversation
don't
here.
say that this is for us. You're not here on a charitable basis. You're not doing this for others. You are doing this for you. Don't pretend. Don't pretend you're doing a charity good. Don't let Rick come in and say, "Oh, you're just magnanimous. You want to save the flat earthers."
I'm just gonna let you.
Because you know fine well you don't know
I
that the
can't
earth
get
is
a
a giant
sentence
spinning
out.
cartoon ball
I
in a
know. I'm just gonna
vacuum.
let him tire himself out. Okay, great.
That's
So.
okay. Well, Rick said you're doing it
I'm just gonna keep
for
going.
us, for flat earthers. Which of us asked for these? Why do we need them?
And
What are you talking
would you like to hear why I said that?
You're going
Or
to
are you
let
just
him
going to talk
tire
over me?
himself out?
Yeah,
That
please.
kind of insinuates that you're in here to be combative,
What?
as though that's a fighting tactic.
No, it's okay. It's just because
Okay,
they know
Gregory. Okay,
they
buddy.
can't really refute what I'm saying. But please, Rick,
Missionary.
explain why this is for the flat earthers who never asked for it.
Sure. So when
What do you mean?
a
Hold on 1
glober
second.
comes
What do you mean
in,
never fucking asked for it? Every single time I come into
you
this
always
fucking
ask
channel,
for it.
everybody
You're always asking
asks
for
for
the
it.
evidence.
Every conversation devolves into both sides of the argument asking
Prove
for
it.
it.
Reproduce
What the
it.
fuck
Now
are you
you sound
talking
Do it.
about?
conspicuously combative.
Yeah, you're quite
Oh
upset
my
now.
god.
No one said, "Hey Rick, Chupacabra, we need you guys to prove that water's level." We already know.
The claims. Yeah, but you asked to
Yeah,
us
so you're
to
not
back
doing this
our
for us.
claims because we make claims
Listen, it's
apparently.
fine that you want to go and do tests. It's fine that you want to go and do tests, but don't say I'm doing this for you. That would be for yourself.
From the beginning, I've said it's going to be good for the chat as a whole.
It's going to be good for
Okay,
you.
so it's
I think it'll be a fun event for everybody. That's the hope. That's why the whole time I've been asking for suggestions from people, and so that why Daz, all the way in bumfuck Outback Australia, is going to be doing a similar experiment
You sound
with
pretty
us.
combative for someone who's being
Calm down.
magnanimously charitable.
I'm not trying to be
Right.
magnanimous, Gregory.
That's fine.
Well,
That's
evidently,
fine.
given your
Rick is
combativeness.
All right,
implying.
guys, can we
Yeah,
bring
Rick,
it back to something?
Rick,
all right. Yeah.
Rick is
Let's
making
calm
been
the
down.
point
trying.
Calm down.
for flat earthers, where it's actually the globe that has the burden of proof to satisfy that they live on a ball. So no, it's not for us that you're doing these things. It would only be for you. So
No,
you
because the
understand
proof
that,
I
Rick?
give you, you guys won't believe. So we have to do it in ways that remove
You haven't
the
given any
very.
proof.
I have,
You haven't given
Cyclone.
any
You're not.
proof.
I'm not. Maybe
What proof?
specifically
What
to
proof
you,
have
my
you given?
guy, but you're not the only motherfucker I talk to in this
Just
channel.
one example of your proof you've provided ever.
Like, holy
Hopefully he's not a
shit.
motherfucker.
You can go
What
look in the
proof
chat
have
and
you
scroll and search under my name, and you'll see all the various things.
Just say one off the top of your head.
The deployment of SpaceX Starlink
Yeah,
satellites.
exactly. I fucking thought it was some shit like
provided?
And see,
The space
exactly
story.
obvious.
Yeah, the space
Thank you for
story.
proving my point live.
Right.
Yeah,
So
so
basically, it sounds like
So the
Chupacabra has
deployment of that
provided
would
evidence of certain claims, and it's been denied, or the claim,
Written off,
the
not even
evidence
just denied.
produced. Yeah, the claim,
Well, how do
the
you
evidence
verify that
produced
claim?
is just written off.
yeah.
Yeah,
What was
Yeah, you can't
what was the
verify that
form
claim.
of the
Of course I
evidence
can verify.
what was the form of the evidence produced to demonstrate it true? Was it
The
video
being
footage
able to
from
track
space?
it live from the ground into space.
From the ground into space.
Yes. You know, because SpaceX live streams almost all of their fucking launches.
All right, so you watched the video on YouTube.
Here's the Cyclone.
Yeah.
If you think SpaceX is lying, why don't you take them to court over it?
Why
And
is
so
your
much
my
money?
fault.
why is your
fault that your
caliber of evidence
isn't empirical.
so shit?
Of course, it's empirical.
Yeah.
I've even been to some of the launches
my
and
fault
watched
that your
it go
evidence
up.
isn't empirical or verifiable.
Of course.
Okay, so what altitude are you claiming this object is?
Let me check.
What
Hold
altitude?
on. I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head. Let me check real quick.
Yeah, you don't even know. They don't know what the fuck you're talking about, so shut up.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I don't know this tiny specific piece of
this
information off
is
the top
why.
of my head.
So you're like, oh, it's not fair. The flat earthers don't accept it when I say, look, a YouTube video of space, that's proof. So now I have to go and do actual demonstrations and observations in reality. Yes, of course you do. But this is just for the flat earthers. No, it's for you because you have no observation or measurement in reality of the globe.
I mean, I just showed you why we do, right?
Yeah, you
Except
just showed
you
me that you
don't
don't have any
take it.
observation or empirical or verifiable
Yes,
evidence of the globe.
the observation is watching those satellites go up into space and then circle the
Watching those
globe.
satellites on the YouTube video that you watched, and then
Yes.
circle the globe that you saw on a YouTube video.
Cyclone, are you asserting then that this video is fake?
Can you verify that it's real?
Yes.
How?
I've seen the rocket launch with my own eyes.
Rocketry is not in contention.
Wow.
Wait.
That's not what you just claimed, though. You claimed you saw...
Rocketry is not in contention.
Yeah, you saw something going around the globe Earth,
yes,
right?
we can track. Okay, I can track the exact satellite. Yes, you can track them.
What, over like a computerized model of a baller?
No,
on a map that
I can track it.
When?
No,
I can track its location all the way around. Yes, well, it's not a ball, right? It's a spheroid.
If you actually believed this, you wouldn't be in here saying, I'm going to dedicate a week of my life and buy loads of equipment and convert a van so that I can go and do tests that will finally prove this, even though I know it's already
you're not listening, Cyclone. I didn't say that I'm building the ambulance to go do these experiments, right?
It's nonsense. It's coping.
Cyclone, I didn't say that I built the ambulance in order to go do these experiments. I said that because I'm going to be in the unique position over the course of me doing other stuff to be able to do this, that because you're making the claim that I'm doing this all specifically for this.
Prove a globe, you wouldn't be doing any of this. You wouldn't even be here if you believed that your space cartoon.
Except I do. I enjoy it because it's a fun.
No, so, you would just be like, I know the grass is green. I'm not going to argue with people saying that it's red.
Why can't? Why? You know what, Cyclone? I can't have a conversation with you because you're deciding what I am for me.
Well, no,
like all you're doing is strawmanning me. All you're doing is doing ad homs, and all you're doing is making up assertions about me with no evidence to support any of it. I don't care what you think of my behavior and what you're pointing out. It's not true, and I'm showing you why that's not true. So how about?
Calm down. It's okay. Calm down.
Is someone going to mute him? Like, all he does is just try and talk over me. Every time I try and get a sentence, I'm trying to tell him why he's wrong. All he does is
just trying to tell you that.
Here we go. No, now Obvious is talking over. I don't need Obvious. I don't need you to tell me what Cyclone thinks. In the same way that Cyclone doesn't need to tell me how I'm thinking. Jesus
no, I'm saying your behavior.
There's already a library of observations and tests being performed.
And the same way that you have only shown me YouTube videos, Obvious. In the same way that you're telling me that my YouTube videos can't be trusted, I'm telling you your
you
YouTube
can
videos
repeat
can't be
anything
trusted.
in the YouTube videos.
Okay,
you're
so do
not
it.
launching Starlink satellites into fucking space.
Wait, Obvious. So repeat it.
Watching
so do
a rocket go up and go out of sight, and then you switch to watching a fucking screen.
So so far all you've shown me is something on a screen. Go show me you replicate.
Yeah, it's on a screen, and you can replicate it if you want.
So do it. So show me it can be replicated.
I don't need to. I trust the observation.
Well, then I trust my observations of the Starlink satellites. So
but I trust them that I could actually replicate them if I so desired. You want me to replicate every single observation done?
I want you to replicate one of them.
Your example is not replicable.
Except it is. SpaceX does it every couple of months.
And don't
ever do it.
You don't trust the video. You don't trust what you just said. Otherwise, you wouldn't be going out and doing all this observations that you're claiming you're going to go and do.
I do trust the video, but it's not usable in evidence in this conversation. And all we devolve into is what right here. I don't trust your evidence. You don't trust my evidence.
You trust it on religious basis, though.
Religious basis?
Yes, you can't replicate it. It's faith-based.
Yeah, exactly.
Except it's being me physically, personally can't replicate it
man.
in the same way you're faith-based in these people who have done
anything
this.
past the rocket
You're
launch. You could do that on a smaller scale.
Obvious. You're putting faith that the people who've made these videos are being honest.
Certainly, but on the basis that it's
and in the same way
in objective reality.
And so is SpaceX satellites. They are doing it right now.
No, they're fucking not. When are you getting around to putting up your own Jubacro fucking Starlink?
It's going to probably take my company about another 15 years.
Why are you repeatedly shouting chants in defense of your globe Geodesy, dude?
I'm not shouting chants.
Triggered!
Oh, Cyclone here. Cyclone, just, stop talking. You're not adding
anything. Yeah, I know you're triggered, bro. I know you're triggered. Because I pulled out your behavior.
I love it when
fucking another thing, man, is that the observations being done on our side, they're not extraordinary fucking claims.
Yeah, water's
not that extraordinary of a claim that we can put satellites into low Earth orbit.
Yeah, I know, because you're a normalized fucking religious zealot for heliocentrism.
I'm not a religious zealot.
Just day-to-day business, man.
Yeah, it is an extraordinary
we're at that stage with our technology. It's pretty fucking awesome. Elon Musk is great.
Yeah, you're so fucking brainwashed that you think
brainwashed. So are you saying Starlink is alive?
Is the equivalent to walking anywhere down your town
obvious.
or across
Let me ask you
country.
Something. When I connect
put them in the same category.
Or going to a beach.
Wait, obvious. When I connect to the Starlink internet service, what am I connecting to then?
Oh, it must be the globe.
Well, you're connecting to something sending signals around the place.
Right. So, and if it's not the satellites that are reported and advertised, right? What is it then?
How am I supposed to know? I don't know what the infrastructure is.
So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about to be able to say it's not real.
No, but we already have the means without Starlink to connect to each other, correct?
But not in places where there's no cell towers.
Can you prove to me that you're not using any of the land-based infrastructure?
I will be able to do that in October.
Oh, one day I'll be able to prove a claim.
Well, Cyclone, I'm not in a place where I'm not next to towers with Starlink, right? Would you agree?
I know.
So Cyclone, just how obvious? Just ask me.
I know.
Just how obvious? Just ask. Just how obvious? Can Ahmad do something about this? Like, this is getting
I can mute you if you'd like.
So you're going to mute me for you interrupting me?
You're spazzing out, you, and you're trying to make the claim that you watching a video on YouTube of space satellites is equivalent to going out and taking observations and measurements directly of the surface of Earth where anyone can go and do it. You fucking
so go do it. So go do it.
Yeah, it's already been done. You know the things where you're saying, I'm going to actually go and do this after yapping for months. It's already been done.
So in the same way that Obvious just asked me to show him in a place that I'm not using any other cellular stuff, I'm going to go somewhere that is not in range of cellular towers and show that I don't have any cellular service. And then we're going to watch the Starlink dish track in on this satellite, and we're going to watch it receive the signal, and I will have internet.
Oh, wow. I bet, bro. I bet that's what you're going to do.
Yes.
And that tells you Earth is a globe. How?
Yes.
Well, that specifically is to show that the Starlink satellites are real, right? And so if the Starlink
fucking does not.
Why does it not?
That is a terrible
argument,
real
in the entirety
of the
claim.
Wait, so Obvious. Where is the signal coming from?
No, I'm saying it doesn't prove they're real in the entirety of their claim. I'm not someone that denies that there's potential infrastructure in our skies that's utilized to transfer signals.
But it's not in the sky.
Chupacabra, listen, let's make this very clear.
Above our heads.
Chupacabra, what is your concluding premise?
The concluding premise is that you have no basis for your claims that SpaceX is falsifying this information.
So there are Starlink satellites, therefore we have no basis for our claim. That's obviously non sequitur.
That's not what I just said, right? I just said that you have no basis.
I just touched what you just said, Chupacabra. You're just distorting what just was said to you. I asked you, what was your concluding premise? You said that you don't have a basis for your claim. So the previous supporting premise that you said, which I'm asking you about, is that there are Starlink satellites. So your pattern of reasoning is there are Starlink satellites up in the air, therefore we don't have a basis for our position That's
No.
obviously a stupid argument. It's just
No,
nonsense.
because you're saying that the videos of them deploying these satellites is not real. So by that logic, these satellites can't be real because the only claim that they are making for this infrastructure to work is for it to be at a certain height and for it to be a consistent constellation that moves, right? And we can track them. We'll
Actually,
be
I
able
didn't
to
hear the
track.
beginning part of your sentence.
We'll be able to track them in the night sky, right?
I
So
didn't hear the entirety of your answer. Say again.
sorry. So you make the claim that the SpaceX videos of them deploying the Starlink satellites are not
Incorrect.
real. And so
Incorrect.
when I go out
I don't
somewhere,
assert that.
I didn't. Okay, Greg,
Yeah,
you are
that's
the
not the
most
answer.
fucking what is the word? Semantic focused person when it comes to us having a conversation. I appreciate it. I get it, buddy. But it's really fucking annoying. You obviously know I didn't mean
I bet
you
it is. I
specifically,
mean,
Gregory. Right? You know that, right? Would you
I mean,
that? You
I
know
like
that,
to
right?
attain knowledge, and that requires being meaningful. So I guess
So
doing what is
Gregory,
conducive to ascertaining knowledge is irritating to you. I'm sorry you feel that way.
Gregory, do you think I meant you specifically when I said you?
I'm just specifying that I didn't say that because you
Do you?
said
But did
you.
you? But
So
do you think that that's what I meant?
given that's what you said,
So you thought that I meant you specifically?
given that's what you said you.
Right. Okay. So obviously, in the context when I'm speaking about multiple people, right? What I don't mean you specifically.
Not necessarily obvious.
Of course it was. I was literally
No, it
said
wasn't. You referred to me in the singular.
not. Except I didn't. I wasn't.
Okay.
At no
So you
point in
didn't
the
say what you
conversation
said.
was I
Okay.
talking about you specifically.
So you meant what you didn't say. Okay, got it.
Okay, buddy. Stop being so semantic about words and actually listen to what the person is saying.
Hang on a sec.
Because this
Hang on a sec. Listen, you being challenged, right, on your ability to authenticate any given footage is not necessarily your opponent telling you that it is fake or not real.
No, that's what you literally
Exactly.
said. That you literally both obvious and what was the guy that was here? Fuck, I forgot his name already. Started with a
Cyclone.
P. Cyclone. Thank you. Both were making the assertions that it's not real. There was also
Okay,
the thing
so
that I can't prove.
let's try again because
I
you
made
didn't
by
say a
evidence.
coherent argument. So what's your concluding premise?
My concluding premise is that in order for Starlink to work, the Earth has to be a globe. How about that?
Okay, so what's your argument for that? What's your
Is for
deductive
that
argument for that?
My deductive argument is that SpaceX, a private company, has not perfected, obviously, but has iterated over many years the ability to launch payloads into low Earth orbit and reuse those rockets. They stream the entire process and they deploy satellites that orbit around the Earth in order to provide satellite-based internet. In order for that entire infrastructure to work, the Earth has to be a globe. It could not physically work in a system in any other type of system.
So if this company makes many satellites to orbit around the ball,
Yes.
that is the Earth, then the Earth is a ball.
Spheroid.
This company makes many satellites to orbit around a ball, therefore the Earth is a ball. You're begging the question.
No, they are creating things that can only work in a system where there is a ball.
And what if
So
they're
if
not
there
You
telling
wasn't,
said
you the
no,
so,
but you're not
so if it
engaging.
wasn't,
I
You said
if it
agree.
wasn't the ball, because I'm
God,
saying
this
what
is like
you,
it's a consistent pattern with these people. I'm literally
Gregory,
saying a very
you're
conspicuous
you're
summation of
literally
what you just
misrepresent. You're
keep
saying me is what you're doing.
address.
You're not
Like
actually, and
you're
I'm
not tracking
clarifying
with the
to
answer
you.
that I just said to you. Now you're
No,
just
because you didn't
quibbling with
answer
me
me.
and just
You just
verbally
restated what I
wrestling with
said.
me rather than engaging in a dialogue.
I'm engaging with a dialogue with you, Gregory, but you are
No, you're not.
misrepresenting
You're
what I'm
just
saying.
verbally wrestling
Because
me now to try and suppress my reply to you.
no, because you
Okay,
didn't answer me. You
let me
just
say this again so
restated
you
what I
can.
said as a
Let me
question,
say
and
again
you
so
said
I
it
can
wrong, so
clarify.
I
Just stop
clarified.
verbally wrestling me. Let's try again.
Mm-hmm.
That's the pattern of argumentation you just said that is succinctly stated in a modus ponens. If there is a company that is making many satellites to orbit around the ball Earth, then the Earth is a ball. There are many satellites made by this company to orbit around a ball Earth, therefore the Earth is a ball. You're begging the question. Your conclusion is in your supporting premises.
Okay, so if if my premise is that you can't light a fire underwater, and then I go underwater and try to light a fire, and the fire doesn't happen, right? Because it's physics. Actually, wait, no, I need to do a positive, right? Sorry, let me do a different example. If I say that it requires air for a fire to have orange flames,
It's
right?
not analogous.
Okay, I will. So I'm trying to think of something that's a good analogy here, because what I'm trying to say here is that they are building something that can only exist in a specific kind of system. If there was any other system, then when they would try and do this, it would not work.
Yeah,
And
according
so
to
you
their
just
claim,
repeated
which you
the
just
assertion
believe.
that I just challenged. You're supporting your argument to prove that's true is to beg the question. You
Hey,
haven't
Gregory,
proven that the Earth must be a ball in order for there to be satellites, Apocryphon.
No, I'm not saying there must
I
be a
just
ball in order
tagged
for it
you.
to be satellites.
I just tagged you, Gregory, so that way,
I
and
saw
I guess
that.
I'll just, hey, buddy, if you could just take a look. There's the other way that they can do it. There you go. That answers your, presentation you're giving us. You're saying there's
Yeah, that kind of
no other way,
refutes.
and we showed you it. There you
Yeah,
go.
That's
yeah, that kind of
that's
refutes your
that's
idea
not
that
that's not
the
how
necessary
Starlink works.
antecedent to the existence of satellites is the Earth being a ball.
So now you know how they work. So here's the point. So the satellites that you were saying are orbiting around the Earth, just
Right.
like the ISS, they say it orbits around the Earth. So now if you take that data and you plot it out over the way it takes its path, this elliptic path that it takes, and if you actually look into it, just watch it, let that sink in,
I don't
realize
understand. You're showing me it
oh, it
moving around
doesn't
the
have
globe.
to be a ball. Then no, what you're going to realize is it doesn't have to be a ball, because this can be the solution to your very own question that you have for yourself, that you've
Wait,
already answered, by the way, with no evidence. You
but
just go ahead.
so wait, is the assertion here with this video is that the first half would be a flat Earth system that would allow for it to maintain the same path?
The first half. What do you mean by that?
So there in the video, there's
Hmm.
two systems being shown. The second one shows it rotating around a globe, and what I'm asking you as a
No,
clarifier.
it's not. It doesn't show it rotating around a globe. Actually, if you think it's rotating around a globe, then you are a little off here. You mean the second part where it shows it rotating around a globe?
That's what I just said. The
Okay.
second part, right?
Okay. Yeah. So guess what? If it has a path that you believe is what it's doing, which is the second part, you're right. That's your
Well, that's
belief.
the
But then,
ISS.
but
That's
then,
not
but
Starlink
then,
satellites, but
but
okay.
they could operate the same exact way. That's what you're not
No,
grasping.
they don't. They operate
Yeah.
at different heights and they operate at different speeds.
You do they
They go
operate at a
they go in
higher? Are they
differentials.
higher? Are they higher than the ISS?
Let me check.
Okay, but regardless, the point is that you see a path of the ISS that has. They're saying, I'm just comparing it to the ISS. They're saying the
Sure, but
ISS has to be on a globe
yeah, the
because.
ISS is about 50 or so miles above the Starlink constellation.
Okay, so guess what? It's even closer. So, but here's the point, though.
Or sorry,
So,
is it below?
here's the point. Here's the point.
Oh, it's
The
below.
fact is,
My bad. It's below.
the,
It's
the
below
fa-
Starlink.
hold on.
50 miles or
Okay,
so
here's the point.
below.
So here's the point. The ISS, they tell us it has to be a ball because we can see it every so many minutes. Okay, we can see it every so many hours, or an hour and a half to be exact. Right, every 90 minutes, it's making a revolution, right, around and around every 90 minutes, and it takes a path to where every 90 minutes is someone in a different part of the world will see it go over them at that time, because it makes a certain pattern, right, on, and then they have the graphic, there's the ball. But simply by plotting that same data over a flat and planar Earth, you'll see that it's just making this really cool design over, as it's traveling in this ecliptic path, if you
A
will.
flat, so a flat Earth that's spinning.
No. It's not spinning. That's just the graphic, though. That's just the
Well, the
graphic.
graphic's
But
spinning, so if in order for it to work, it would
I
have to
know,
be spinning at the same rate,
but
right?
hold on, though. That's just the graphic. Now, if you were to just leave that stationary, it's going to do the same thing.
No,
You're
it's
right.
not.
Yes, it is. It's going to take the same path.
Yeah, it's
The
going to
Earth
take the
doesn't.
same. Right, wait, Epoch. It's going to take the same path, but the observations
Do you,
from the
under,
ground won't be the same
do
because
you
because
understand?
no,
Do you
wait,
understand
Apocrypha,
why it's spinning?
wait. That doesn't work,
Oh my God, bro! Do you
right?
understand why
Because
it's spinning?
no, because look if you look at the globe, right? The
Oh
globe
my
is
God!
spinning, so you're gonna see specific. You're gonna at the rate at which the ISS is going and the rate of the rotation is why it's over certain places. If you then flatten that and then continue to spin it, sure, I could see how that argument could be made. But you're
No,
saying that the
oh my
actual flat
God,
Earth
bro!
won't be spinning, so it's not going to
It
be at the
wouldn't
same
be.
exact
It's
rate. You
not
wouldn't.
moving. Yes, it is because
No,
it's
it wouldn't.
traveling. Because it's traveling along a path that then, if you look at the very beginning of the video, it shows you this like this toroidal field, right? This is just the way, and again, it's just the speculation Sunday, so it actually fits perfect with it. So if there's this field that creates the downward pressure, the electricity in the sky, this magnetic force that could be measured like with instruments, and you can see like there's all this like cool science stuff about it. But the point here is that if there is this toroidal field, which makes up we can't see it, but it's there, then you can realize when you take a magnet that and put it with light attached to it in a little controlled room, you'll see that it creates they'll light up and it creates this pattern. You can literally see it with your own eyes as it's being captured, that it creates this swirling effect and this little pattern.
Yeah,
So
on
if you
something that's not spinning, right?
and if you take that pattern and you plot it onto a planar Earth, and then you take the data of the ISS and as well as even the Starlink at this point, you're going to realize that they are literally representing the same path that a toroidal field has also created. It's just it begs the differ like it begs the question. Well, maybe we have not us, you and I, but the powers that be who actually are doing this and putting things up in the sky. Maybe they know the
So Elon
truth.
Musk.
Maybe they know the truth that if they put something in the sky and put it on its path, that it's going to take this particular path.
Well,
And
Apocrypha, I'm going to stop you there because
go
Starlink
ahead.
satellites don't follow the same path. They go over
Okay,
the pole.
okay,
They're
so do
like
wait. So you're saying they don't take the same path?
as the ISS? No.
Oh, hold on, no. Not that it takes the same path as the ISS. But you're saying it doesn't make an elliptic, like circle
Not
or
all.
ring?
Not
It's
all of
shown
them.
that
Not
if you're
like
in
not
concentrating this back to the issue of geodesy.
not like what is shown in this video.
Okay,
In
okay,
either
okay.
instance, you're still going to say that the requirements for it is that the Earth be spherical because it's utilizing a methodology which could only work on a sphere.
Yes.
You have yet to actually give a logically sound deduction to the conclusion that the Earth must be a ball in order for there to be satellites.
It
No,
was just a bare assertion at this
I
stage.
didn't say that the Earth must be a ball in order for there to be satellites. I said specifically
Okay, you did
Yeah,
say that
you did.
the
conclusion,
You
so
can
let's try
rewind the
again.
tape
What
and
is
go
it?
back and have a listen to that. You did.
infrastructure of Starlink
That is the concluding
requires
premise that you said,
I
so
didn't
let's
say
try again. What is your concluding premise?
my concluding premise is that in order for the infrastructure of Starlink to operate the way it is advertised, which it does, then the system that it operates within it has to be the globe or spheroid,
Okay, so
obviously.
that's not distinct from what I just said to you. You
It
just repeated
cannot
the thing that I
work in
just
any
repeated
other
from
system.
you.
No, because
You
you're just
just
saying
can't
satellites
say
in
that
general, and
though.
I'm specifically saying not satellites in
You
general.
can't say it can't work in any
Whether
other
it be a
system if you
specific type
don't
of
know the
satellite or any
system.
satellite in general, it doesn't matter.
It
I'm
does
talking
matter
about a
because I'm
specific
being
type of
specific.
satellite. So
I'm being specific.
I'm
Well, don't
simplifying the
simplify it.
proposition.
Well, stop simplifying it and
Dude,
focus on the
you're being
specifics that I'm
pedantic.
talking about.
What I said
Oh,
is
now I'm
accurate. You're
being
just being
pedantic,
pedantic.
Gregory.
Yes, you're being
Okay, buddy.
pedantic. When I said the
Okay.
proposition, there must be a ball in order for there to be satellites, that's semantically equivalent to
No, it's
your
not.
proposition.
Except it isn't.
You you can't say there's no other system if you don't know every system. You
He's
can't.
just
Yeah.
saying he's saying that the methodology used, that's claimed to be used and advertised, which was his
Yes.
words, requires the Earth be a sphere.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's just
otherwise it wouldn't work, and advertisers and customers could sue them to shit and take all their money.
no, but you're saying though that something going around above you
Isn't it a
doesn't
good reason you
represent
can't go and verify it, hey?
exactly.
Except you can. Of course you
No,
can.
you can't.
They show the footage.
They show the footage of them
Yes.
of the satellite being up there.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
The deployment of the satellites. They show it on camera
how
live.
does that prove? How does that prove the shape of the Earth of which they're flying above?
Because you watch it go around the planet.
My God,
Nobody's
dude, okay,
watching
look,
it
so
go
now I have to
around.
point your attention to this. Look, now I have to point to your attention to this because you're so stuck in this doctrine, dude. So I'm going to tag you again. I already tagged you at the bottom of the open check concerning Geodesy itself. Now I'm going to refute your metaphysical doctrine of universal gravitation, which is logically required for you to have a universe of a bunch of matter flying through a cosmic vacuum, which includes you or whoever else, whatever human, getting into a rocket or sending up satellites and flying around in a cosmic vacuum. So, Wall Street, right? Chupacabra, right? We'll just post the refutations and not waste time. So there's that. So without the doctrine of universal gravitation, the whole sum total of all matter would all become dismayed and disintegrate from one another into complete oblivion, right? So, but you don't have this universal gravitation ad hoc rescue. So this is the refutation to MAM, mass attractive mass, and TGR, theory of general relativity. So without this, it necessarily implies that your balls flying around in a cosmic vacuum would all become dismayed completely. Therefore, you wouldn't be able to have any cosmic vacuum operations.
Can you demonstrate any of this?
So trying to prove the globe that doesn't need to be proven, but you're gonna go and do all this stuff to prove. That's interesting.
No, I'm trying to refute your claims, Cyclone. I'm not trying to prove my claims.
I don't think we're making claims about Starlink. It sounds like that's your claim.
Yeah, what are you talking? What was his
Well,
name?
Chupacabra, can you not be so distracted from the argument that is very poignant
I just
to your appeal
asked
to
you.
these
I
satellites?
responded to you, Greg, but you didn't answer. You just stayed silent.
What did you say? I'm sorry.
See, you're not even fucking listening, bro. So how do you like this? Is all you and fucking Cyclone have been doing all the time.
I was being distracted on my end. Say again, please.
Okay, so while you're being distracting, you're gonna fucking come at me for being distracted at Cyclone.
Okay. Look.
And then you call me pedantic, bro.
Can you just reply again? Can you just reply again? Concentrate, please.
Oh, now I'm the one not concentrating now.
So go ahead and say it. What did you say to the refutations?
For fuck's sake, man.
No, he needs to cry
Can
more,
you just
guys.
get the conversation moving? Son of a bitch.
So what did you say to the refutations, Chupacabra?
So first off, I asked if you could demonstrate anything that you're claiming here.
Yeah, I just did the natural deduction. Excuse me,
the
modus tollens.
This is just logic. This is just a there if therefore.
So it's just a logically sound argument. Yes, it is.
If matter being materiality can't generate, what do you mean by generating? Can you be more specific about generating causal power?
Cause to begin existing. Cause to begin being real.
So matter cannot generate matter being real?
No, it's not the proposition.
So the proposition is that matter cannot create the causality to create matter?
No, read it as it is.
If matter is matter, right? That's what the first it's saying. It can't generate causal power and is not causal power, meaning it can't generate any type of effect, cause and effect. What is?
No.
Can you be more specific as to what causal power is?
Right? Materiality, matter being matter, the sheer existence of matter, cannot cause causal power, the property that is causal power, to begin being real, nor is it ontologically identical with the property of causal power. Therefore, it cannot cause any locomotion.
Why can it not generate causal power, and why is it not causal power?
It's just ontologically not its nature. Materiality, being matter, doesn't cause and cannot cause causal power to be real, nor is it the property itself. So matter being matter, materiality is not a cause for anything.
So, because matter cannot create matter, essentially, is what you're saying here.
No, that's not the point. No,
because it can't
He ain't
create.
getting this shit.
Yeah, because this is just making an assumption here,
Oh man.
right?
no, it's not an
This shit
error on
fucking
my
with me.
part,
Wow.
dude. You're just
Wow.
butchering the argument.
Oh
Well,
my
so
God.
I'm asking you. Okay, go do it
You-
one more time.
He's saying because you're saying that it is that way because it is, and he's saying, well, you can't just say because that is, that's why it is. I don't know, bro. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm getting it wrong.
Yeah, this is
No,
not
it's like
thing that people commonly think about. So that's why I have to take the time and let them ask their questions, get it wrong several times, and correct them, and finally we'll get there. So let me read the citation from Physics Libertex so that you can really appreciate why my argument is poignantly phrased the way it is. So you see right here, gravity is a built-in property of mass. Whenever
Okay.
there are masses in the universe, they will interact via the force of gravitational attraction. The more mass there is, notice my emphasis, the greater the force of attraction. Here on the Earth, the largest concentration of mass is, of course, the planet we stand on, and its pull dominates the gravitational interactions we experience, but everything that with mass attracts everything else with mass anywhere in the universe. Notice my emphasis on the sentence, the more mass there is, the greater the force of attraction. So the general principle that is implied by that proposition is that mass, in the sense of matter, or in the sense of quantity of matter, we're not going to confuse things just yet. Mass, in the sense of matter, the sheer existence of the mass causes the pull of other matter to other matter. So then you clean it up and phrase it into a causation hypothesis. If matter is matter, if matter is real, if matter exists, if matter possesses materiality, all semantical equivalent ways to say this. If matter possesses materiality, then it pulls other matter to other matter. That's the causation hypothesis.
Okay. Yeah.
So given that's the causation hypothesis, matter being matter, materiality is not causal. Matter being matter doesn't cause anything.
Okay.
That's what I
Matter being matter doesn't cause anything. Okay. So what
do
is
you get it?
so?
Chupacabra, do you get it?
I understand the point.
So what
That there's
can you just tell him, can you tell him the point back if you got it? I want to know if you know what he said.
that just because matter is there doesn't mean that, and because it exists within its own materiality, it cannot be the foundational cause for locomotion just because it's there.
Excellent. Excellent.
Correct.
Okay.
So
Right.
there's the refutation to mass attracting mass in the sense of matter
So then,
attracting matter, matter pulling matter.
so then what is so you're asserting that gravity is not due to mass because you're
Gravity
saying,
is not matter pulling matter ipso facto of its sheer existence. Ipso just by its sheer
well,
materiality. That's not what gravity
it's
is.
right. Gravity is a collection of mass that according that bends space time in a way
Yeah,
to
we get
attract other
we get
bodies.
So
Chupacabra, we
now
get
we
what
can
you're
move
saying.
forward to that one. Yeah, so now that we're moving forward to that one, since you mentioned that one, look below the first argument to refutation against Einstein's TGR, theory of general relativity. Go ahead and read that for us.
If space and time are immaterial states of affairs and they cannot contact any matter, nor can any matter contact them, nor can they possess any geometric shape. Does electromagnetism contact matter?
Electromagnetism contact matter, yes.
There's something it's physically contacting it.
Yes, there's contact, yes.
Well, what is the physicalized contact?
If there is a way to specify further, I don't know it. I don't think there is. So it's just that distinct type of material that is the electromagnetic field.
Are fields immaterial or material?
Given that they have causal power, they're concretely real.
Okay. So because space and time, I guess time being a temporal dimension and space being the three physical dimensions, because they cannot actually contact matter, therefore they are then they can't generate any type of field contact, like affect matter in any way.
Yes, the
So you're saying the
matter
bending.
doesn't have any
So
effect upon space and time. Neither does space or time have any effect upon matter, nor does space and time, nor can space and time have a geometric shape.
space and time cannot have a geometric shape. I don't think space or time has. Anyone is claiming that time has a geometric shape.
Is he breaking up for anyone else?
Yeah, he is.
Hello?
Just really
That was
quiet.
much better.
Okay. I don't think anyone is making the claim that time has a geometric shape, or that space and time are necessarily separate things. Right?
Well,
I think
you may agree with me on that, but Einstein is saying otherwise. Let me cite this for you. I'm going to read the relevant passage. I'm just posting them both for your edification. I'm concentrating on the second screenshot. Second
screenshot. Got it. Okay. Yes.
I'm going to read this quickly, but I'm still going to read this clearly.
I can probably read it faster than you can. Just tell me which paragraph.
Well, actually, let me see. So I can concentrate as much as possible. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The fifth and sixth paragraph. Well, it's really the fifth paragraph. It's just broken up with that equation.
Okay. Right. Okay. This is talking about how the relativistic movement of time based on your speed.
All right. So, to succinctly say this to illustrate the point for anyone who can't read the screenshot, you have rod A. Think of like a metal rod. You have rod A and rod B. They have a clock on each one. You have rod A, rod B, clock A, clock B. One is stationary. One rod is stationary. The other rod is moving. Rod A is stationary. Rod B is moving. Einstein believes that if you move fast enough, it will contract the rod and or time, the amount of time that it took to elapse for it to move from point A to point B. So he thinks that time is contracting and or expanding in proportion to the speed with which the rod and the clock are moving. So he is treating space and time as though they're concrete, material, physical entities that can occupy space and extend or contract and can be affected by matter and can contact matter. This is the fact of reification. Hence why my argument is as it is written.
I like this argument. It's well done, Greg.
Thank you.
I mean, it's got Chupacabra to actually pause for a moment, which is good. He's actually thinking about it.
Well, there's a lot. I mean, we're talking about some really deep shit here.
Greg brought the receipt.
Yeah. It's good though. It's good because you understand the logic behind what he's saying. So it's not like you're one to dismiss the logic.
No, I'm not
And
arguing
so,
the logic here. It
all right,
seems so far it seems to be a sound logical argument, right?
sure,
But
sure, sure.
just because an argument is logically sound doesn't mean it's necessarily true.
No,
Well, I
that's
mean,
patently false. If it is logically sound, then it's true.
That's not
That's what it
not
means
at
to be
all.
logically sound.
No, it's not. You could
all right,
for example, I could be
can
a
you give one?
detective. I could be a detective looking at the evidence of a murder and the logic of so far of the evidence that I have. And when I make that claim, it could be a reasonably the logic of the argument that I'm making could be reasonable, but that could be because but the actual truth of what happened could be different because I might be missing facts.
That's not an instance of a logically sound argument. You don't know what a logically sound argument is. A logically
It's
sound
an
argument, by
argument.
definition, is an argument that is internally coherent and truthful and veracious.
Yeah, the logical
Yeah,
sound argument it would have been based upon those facts and based upon those findings. That's
Right.
why, like, let's say you're saying, "Well, I might not have all the facts." Well, then it's not a logical sound argument because when you introduce the term, "This is a logical sound argument," that means you have all the facts. So there's
yeah,
no way outside of it.
it becomes a
Right.
logically sound argument once you have all the facts and the truth of the matter. Then it
Right.
makes sense. That's the only
However,
way it makes sense.
However, there is a lot of if statements here that we haven't gotten to the bottom of yet to whether to determine that the presuppositive if statements of this logic are sound. So far,
Fix your mic again.
For your conclusion to be
Oh,
true,
sorry.
your premises must be true.
there
Yeah,
are
it
a lot
doesn't
of
make any sense.
no. I'm saying because it's saying if matter being matter can't generate, therefore
No, go
if
down.
quantity quantity,
No.
therefore
TGR. That's
if
MAM.
space and time
TGR.
space,
Yeah.
therefore no. I'm not specifically talking about the argument here. I'm talking about this argument, right? Because if matter could generate causal power or could be causal power and could cause any locomotion, then the rest of this argument fails, correct?
Oh, sorry. Hang on.
Yeah,
Give me 10 seconds.
do you have an
I'll
instance
wait
where
for it to
that's
come
the
back.
case?
That's not. But
Do you have
I'm not making that claim yet, Alpha.
I know, but
But Alpha. But wait. Answer my question? If matter could generate causal power or was causal power, then this argument wouldn't work, correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
Correct.
so that is where this logically sound argument could be, in the face of evidence, wrong.
All right.
Dude,
So
you're
now
not.
it's
Can you
now it's
stop
incumbent upon
challenging us
you.
on this? You are very
Now it's
wrong.
incumbent upon you.
A
If you
logically
feel
sound
like
argument is
if you
true.
feel like
That's why it's called
yeah, if you
logically sound.
yeah, look, and just I'm going to restate this because I think we were talking about this before. If it's now that you say that it could be wrong, it's incumbent upon you to research, and if there's anything out there that you think they could fly in the face of what he's saying, then you would have already proved it to him. It would have already been done. Like there would be something out
That's
there
not true.
that will contradict these statements, not to be logically sound. That would mean that there's something that's contradicting the logically sound argument, and you don't have that. You're just saying,
No.
well,
And I said that at the
no,
beginning.
no, it's not. It's not that you don't have it yet. It's not that there isn't any at all.
And
so
I
if
said
there was something,
that's why it said so far it seems. I didn't say definitively
yeah.
that this is a
So now,
logically sound argument.
how can you on its face provide evidence that that's the case? That
I
mass.
don't know. I haven't gotten through everything yet, man. And that's what I said.
What do you mean? What do you mean? The argument or just life itself? Like you haven't gone through everything that you could have.
The foundations of what he's saying. I don't know whether or not if it's true that materiality.
Okay, we don't need to repeat that. Okay. Obviously, you don't. Okay, so let's concentrate.
And I said
concerning the refutation,
quantity can't generate causal power, and it cannot use any motion.
Chupacabra.
So we were going through
that. You're just extenuating your reply, dude. Let's concentrate. TGR. We already went through.
Yes.
MAM. Unless you have something else to say about MAM, we already completed MAM. Let's complete TGR since that's the last thing we left off on. TGR.
Yes. Continue.
What do you say after I just explained everything?
I don't think that necessarily the contraction of a temporal dimension requires it to be physical.
That's not he's
That's
still.
my
Why are you saying
No,
that?
no, no.
that's my
It's
answer.
relevant. It's relevant. Okay, so here's the problem. If you say the proposition, this object has contracted in length, that entails the object is existing in space. If
Well,
it's existing in space, then it's a material object.
no, because time again is time is a measurement. It's not a physical.
That not only is that irrelevant, that's also false.
That's why it's a
He's all
temporal
over the place.
dimension. Right?
Hang
Dude's
on,
all over the
you
place.
kind of just haphazardly trying to say a reply. Not only is that irrelevant, even if it were true, it's not even true.
Well, let me think here.
Yeah, you don't have it. It's logically sound. The argument is so then it's hard to give a reply or trying to figure out a
No,
way to
Alpha,
reply to this.
my theoretical
I'm telling you,
physics
man.
is a bit rusty, Alpha. I'm sorry.
Well, then how are you going to reply if you don't have an answer to give to him? Like it's better to say
Because I'm
that there's not
trying
an
to work
answer.
through it.
How? There
Fair enough.
isn't some way to listen, dude. I don't understand like why you Globers can't just say, "Look, I don't have an answer right now. Maybe I'll come back later on and refute this, but right now I don't have an answer."
Alpha, at what point did I say I have the perfect answer for you, Gregory? At what point did I make
That's
any
not the-
any claim
that
to
is-
having the
Did I
perfect
lose
answer?
connection or did you? Yeah, I
That's
lost
not the
connection
case.
again.
That's
But
not the case.
you just said that I'm saying that I'm coming back with a perfect answer instead of saying, "Oh, let me come back to this."
Oh.
What have I been saying the entire time, Alpha? What did I literally just say to you? Oh my
That you're
god, you
trying
guys,
to find-
you piss me off
you're trying to
so
find-
much when you fucking
You're
do
trying
this.
to find an answer. You're trying to find an answer right
and
now.
is that saying I have the perfect answer, Alpha?
No, it's not that you have the perfect ansers. You don't have an answer.
Right,
Which
because I'm
means that
trying to go through it. At what point did I say
Okay,
I
well,
have a
we don't need to
perfect
go in
answer?
circles on that anymore. So you
Alpha,
don't really know how to
no
refute
one
me
made
yet.
the claim
Let's
here
think through
that they have
this.
the perfect answer. Every fucking
That's
time you
not-
enter a conversation,
Dude,
you make up this random fucking claim about
Chupacabra.
globers, and then you go on and on about it, and then when I
My
try and
check.
call
you
you
don't
out
have
on
an
it,
answer. Just
exactly.
before coming with the truth
See,
and say,
here
I
we
don't
go.
have an
Here
answer.
we go. Oh
Hold
my
on, hold
god,
on, hold on. Let's calm
I'm not
down.
letting
Let's calm
Alpha
down.
derail me like
Let's
this
calm
again.
down.
Fuck
Let
you.
Gregory
Fuck
let
off.
Gregory get back on it. Hold on, chill out.
Oh, he just stormed out.
Oh, he's going that way.
Yeah, he
He
doesn't
just
have
ra-
an answer. He just say, hey,
he
look,
just
I don't
rage
have an
quit.
answer right now. I can come back and give you the answer later. Like if he's searching right now mid argument, that's bad form. Just go out, and come back and reset. My God, we don't have to wait here forever for him to search his mind on this. If he doesn't have the answer right now, he can go and come back. Just that easy.
That was well done though, Greg, because for a little while there I was like, man, I don't know how Greg's persevering with this because he's not getting it. But he did actually start to understand where you were coming from. And
yeah,
he was, to be fair, trying to ask the question.
Thank you.
The interesting thing is that he actually was stumped by it. You heard him being stumped. And not only that, is that he was trying to find a retort and he couldn't. His mind was searching and searching, and it's like, it's like he's not going to find it. So,
you literally could hear him stopped in his tracks. It was pretty cool.
But I was going to say, I thought what he was going to do when he was even just starting it was just try and disagree with the fact that materiality itself isn't false and can't be caused. I thought
thank goodness he didn't go that way.
Well, he did actually. He started to go back to that and say, well, what if that premise isn't true? Because that's like, he's going to have to go to that super conceptual and just miss the obvious logic of it, because kind of that's what Globies do. But
I think that Greg
was to go for.
I think that Greg was what do you call it? His connection was bad. Otherwise, he would have heard him say that, and he would have like pounced on it. But because he was lagging out, he didn't hear him say that. We did.
I think I did hear him say that. He tried to go back to MAM like Cyclone just said. And I said, no. We just settled MAM. We can go back to MAM after we complete TGR.
And then he went and did pretty much the same thing with TGR and tried to argue with the obvious fact that the ascribing some kind of contraction or dilation due to the motion would be a physical action and he was trying to then say, oh, well, maybe I don't agree that it's a physical action, just as a kind of technical way of trying to undermine the logical point, because that's all he could really do with that in that instance. So he kind of was, I think, coming up with really the only rebuttal he could reasonably think he could give just by trying to disagree with the very
exactly.
premise.
Now, in his case, here's an interesting thing. In his case, he is a rarity because he was trying to sustain the premise that I agree with, that time is immaterial, space and time, while still trying to sustain TGR is true.
I noticed that. That's one thing I did notice. So I know that the deeper he went in, the worse off a condition he was going to be. That's why the outcome was he was trying to search his mind to like undo what he just did. Like he was too far in.
Yeah.
You knew that he was too far in, so he couldn't come back. And so when I jumped on his case, like he knew, I was like, dude, just give me some time so I can. I'm like, no, I'm not going to give you time to think about it. What I need you to do is actually say that I don't have an answer right now. I'll come back and give you one. So that got him upset because he wanted to keep thinking of a new way out, but he was too far in. Like so, you know.
Well, when I came in, he was like just spouting off with some other globers about how flat earthers need to prove stuff, and he's going to go and do a bunch of experiments. So that's kind of why I came in and was like calling him out for obviously not being confident in the globe if he's then going to go and do his own test, which I commended him for, because that is what he should be doing. But yeah, it was bad. They're like, oh, we've got the final experiment. Why the flat earthers don't just pay and go to Antarctica? It's like that kind of stuff. I was like, really?
Now, when I go through these series of arguments, the conclusion that I try to get to is, so given that this version of universal gravitation and this version of universal gravitation are both unfalsifiable and unverifiable and falsified, therefore you don't have the ad hoc rescuing device of so-called gravity, therefore thus implying that all matter would be completely disintegrated and dismayed to oblivion, and therefore you could not have any human hop into a ship, leave the Earth, snap some shots, come back and show the world, nor having a bunch of artificial machines flying around the Earth. So therefore, any appeals to supposed stills or photographic stills or videos to show the Earth to be a ball are therefore, by necessity, by necessary implication, fabricated.
Yeah, that'd be God's view, right? No one has that view.
Yeah, and the Globers are still so fucked up on. They're still so fucked up on gravity. You've got the likes of Peter, the globe abandoner, saying that he doesn't even believe in gravity anymore, but he still believes in it.
I haven't heard him say that. Did he say that? I'm gonna get him on that next time.
Yeah. He was telling us that. He was like, "Well, I don't subscribe to the gravity story." He was saying how he believes it's all. Now he was saying it's all relative density, which is like, I mean,
Scott gave me that reply also.
At that point,
do you recognize
if you don't believe
that?
in gravity, then goodbye your entire imagined universe.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott tried to reply to me like so.
You know what's interesting? It reminds me of, I had like a memory or like a flashback back when I was a Glober, back when I definitely believed in the heliocentric model, when I was working with a huge, like 12-meter satellite dishes for commercial and broadcast purposes, when I worked with my uncle and his company, as well as like huge companies. I remember one day when we were talking about like the heavens, right? Because he's very, very also spiritual. And he was saying how, isn't it funny? Like God has done things to confuse us. He's like, do you know? Like, and he was just like quoting things like, like that he found in science. Like, do you know that there's moons that like are going around planets, and some are smaller and some are bigger, and then some are closer and some are farther away from the planet, and it doesn't make sense why they would be spinning the way they spin at the rate they spin, because you would think that like, if the object is this size, or whether it be small or large, or this far away, there should be a pattern that should be represented everywhere. Like everywhere, it should all be the same. But there's places, that scientists have discovered. Like there's even things spinning backwards, and like even on a different tilt. And he was telling me this like when I was a teenager, because that's back when I worked with him. And I remember that. So coming into this argument now, years later, now dealing with flat earth and stuff, I was just reminded about that conversation that I had with him, because I remember him telling me that as a heliocentrist guy. And he was like, but he chalked it up to like God's just messing with us. But then you find out later there's these anomalies, and that's why it doesn't make gravity work, because gravity should be this uniform thing, like it logically. But there's a lot of things that we have even documented, scientists have, but they just call them anomalies, and we don't know why it's or at least they try to explain it, but it's very half-assed. Oh no, it's very interesting that my uncle was calling this out years ago. I mean, I want to say like 30 years ago. I just wonder why we don't argue that with them, with these globers. Like, wait, how about the things that are spinning in opposite directions? Oh, to them, they're like, oh no, you just don't understand, like, orbital mechanics. Like, dude, like, there are things that don't make sense.
Well, good job, everyone. See you all. Good night.
It's 4 a.m.
It's 2 a.m. for me, so there's no sun
Ah,
yet. It's still nighttime.
okay. Yeah, it's 4 here
Well,
on
no,
the
no,
West
no.
Coast.
Never mind. Hang on. I don't know what time it is. It is 4 a.m. So good a.m. night. Good dark a.m.
Right.
Yeah,
Good night.
peace, Rick.
Peace.
Good. Let's call it good Mac. Morning. A morning night. Good night. Here you go. Good night. The morning night.
I don't know.
Well,
Cyclone don't have anybody else to cook. There's no one else in here to cook. What do we got in here? Nobody. It's usual suspects.
Jupiter Carver got his ass handed to him. That's for sure.
Dude, he didn't even know how. He was so upset because he didn't have a retort. He was pissed, dude. Because I wasn't giving him time to think about it, because he wanted to like start to think about some kind of clever way to get out of it. And when I was just on his ass, like that's why he started getting upset, because he wanted to think of a way out. I didn't
It's
let
going to
him.
be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what he comes up with. Like next time he's around, and you're like, "Hey, by the way, did you think about it? Like, what did what did you conclude?" It's going to be interesting, his answer. I'm pretty sure it's festering in his brain right now, and he was so angry about it. But stuff like that, you're like literally shattering someone's core belief. So that's gotta, it hurts sometimes, and it does take some
Oh,
time that you gotta step
we're gonna
away.
we're gonna open up a counseling session. We'll let you have another room, and we'll just send them to you, and you just be like, dude, I know, bro. Just tell me how. I know how you feel, man. We'll have a couple of brewskis, you and me. We'll talk about it. You can, maybe cry your eyes out about it. How
Right,
you missed
right.
the
There's
globe.
tissue on the table. There's tissue on the table if you need it.
Go ahead. Tell me that you don't believe that as an iron worker I could provide evidence that the Earth is flat. So you can tell me what you want, man. I'm here to listen to you. Like you fucking
Right. The other day on TikTok, there's this guy that always goes on TikTok, and he's like a surveyor, and he's always saying the globe is the Earth. Or I'm sorry, the Earth is the globe, and a flat Earth is the top. Always. So I go on there in the comments, right, and I'm like, hey, how far is that item, that you're shooting? And he's like, oh, hey, how's it going? Yeah, right now today I'm looking at, this is about 27 miles from mountaintop to across to the other. I said, you're using it for 27 miles.
said, really? I go, hey, how far can you use that equipment? He goes, well, really, there's no definite number because you can see as far as it can see. I said, okay. I go, okay. So so then if you were to, I said, because I'm like, okay, so you're a surveyor, you work for a company? He's like, yeah, I do. He's like, that is my permanent job. That's my career. I just do this on the side, for TikTok. Okay, cool. I said, when you do your shots, how far
Yeah.
do you do them when you're at work? He's like, oh, we do about 200-300 yards.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. I go, okay, so why don't you go like 500 yards? Well, it's because the variables, it just really, the equipment's calibrated to only be giving you an accurate measurement
What a
okay. So
fucking
that,
weasel, dude.
wow, bro. Exactly, dude. And a lot of the surveyors are like that. They're going to tell you, oh, no, we can shoot and we get an angle to it and I can predict it. And I know that it's going to be at, this mark
Yeah.
and this second. Okay, but then when you do it professionally, yeah, you can't do that
You're
because
not
that
gonna
doesn't fly.
exactly. Anybody would just be like, "What are you doing, man? Like that's not what it's for. You're an idiot."
Exactly, dude.
It's okay. It's okay to use it in that way when you're out there, on top of mountains and whatnot. But when it's professionally supposed to be used, no, it's not. You can't tell somebody, "Well, I'm gonna go to the top of a mountain and I'm gonna." You're like, "What the fuck are you doing, dude? We
Exactly.
don't need to go that 27 miles. What are you doing?" It's
Yeah, and then
stupid, right? Because no real surveyor that's worth their salt is going to be doing that shit. Like,
exactly. No one is. And then so I catch him again on another stream, and then he's with like this other surveyor dude, and now there's two of them on TikTok, and this guy's taking like shots across a lake over there where he lives. And he's showing the camera. He's like, see, there's my flag. He's like, there's my position. It was like 1.4 miles across the lake, right? And I'm thinking, dude, this guy again? I'm like, hey, bro. I'm like, why? How are you shooting 1.4 miles when you yourself said that professionally you wouldn't shoot beyond 300? He's like, and then he responds. He's like, well, I mean, we can calculate it, and we know the refraction, and we have the formulas. And then he starts like drawing it right there, like for everybody to see. This is the formula I use. I'm like, oh my god, bro, this guy is fucking. He's lost. He doesn't get what he's saying right now. He did, or at least he didn't get what I was saying.
well, it's doublespeak. That's what it is.
Yeah, for sure.
They want to say, like, I think Scott Mackey was one saying that with the theodolite, you could see on the horizon when the sun's on the horizon to 93 million miles away. Because you know how far the sun is, so we can see, we could look through it and see 93 million miles. I'm like, dude, I can't believe you said that shit. The theodolite's good. It's unlimited distance. So if you can see the sun through your, the rangefinder, then you're definitely looking through 93 million miles away.
Well, think of it this
Seriously.
way, right? Well, think of it this way. If you set up a theodolite at night, you can actually see trillions of miles away because that's how far the stars are.
That's what he said that shit too. He had said that shit one time too. You can see like billions of light years away. I'm like, dude, you're a fucking idiot, dude. Who the fuck? You use a theodolite and all of a sudden it's like the lens of time or something like.
Right. I can see 1800s if I look through this lens here.
I can see way back. You see that star that you're looking up in the night sky? That disappeared about 17 billion years ago. Like, you're a fucking moron, dude.
Yeah, it's crazy. These guys.
I mean, they're clowns, aren't they? It's just like a fucking clown show.
Yeah, it is. It's funny too when we get to point and laugh at them.
Well, his fucking mask slid off yesterday, dude. I mean, it slid all the way off. His fangs came out. Well, you were here, weren't you?
Yeah, I was there when he was.
You hear his meltdown? Like he just went ape shit, dude.
Yeah,
but see that's his real. That was his real face. That's the way he really feels behind his monotone bullshit that he would come in here with.
He tries to be cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, behind all of that was that anger that he has for the flat Earth. Like he has this utmost contempt for, and I know it's like, but he's always trying to do that to other people. he was always in here like provoking other people. Well, you're just not smart enough. Well, you're just so stupid. Like he does this like sly shit.
Yeah.
But when the tables got flipped the other way around, you heard him like fucking jumping off the walls and calling me all bitches and hoes, and I'm like, yeah, motherfucker, yeah, you know what it's like. You just the same kind of shit you're doing to the homies. Now when it gets flipped back on you, you don't like that shit, do you? Like he was fucking.
Yeah, he must have been drunk yesterday, a little tipsy, because he got really butthurt when you told him you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and he's like, "Fuck you, you fucking ass!" Like he got mad, bro, because
he
like
let
you
it
said, you
go.
flipped it on him. You did to him what he does to others, and he didn't like it at all. Dude.
He doesn't like it. See, and he comes in here, and that's all he would do. I mean, it's one thing to be constructive and like one of these idiots that come in here like, well, the Earth's not a flat stationary plane because they do their shit. But no, he's just in here. You whatever you say, no, that's just gibberish. Like, you're just wrong. Like he doesn't give you the retort. He doesn't tell you like how, like what is it that you did wrong? Like nothing. That's annoying, dude. Like day in and day out. That's all he does.
Yep. That was his like his shtick. Like somebody would like just totally break it down. Like let's say they're like, what's your evidence, right? And then some flat earthers like, we have this, that, and that. Once that's settled, then he'll just jump in and be like, you're wrong. You're just lying. You don't know what you're talking about. Like he just totally tries to discredit like a 30-minute conversation just by saying you're wrong. Like if he's smart and he knows, even though like you presented all the evidence, and he just does he can't deal with that.
Yeah, even though he works at Adobe in a cubicle where he's all by himself and nobody really pays attention to him, and fucking, I'm telling you, bro. Like, yeah, and it's
he's
like
a fucking loner.
yeah, exactly. Like nobody wants to be his friend and shit. Like he even said so. It's depressing, bro.
Seriously, bro. You know what? Here, I was gonna show you this photo here. Give me a second. So, I'm gonna show you this photo. This is one of my favorite moments. This was years ago. How am I gonna do this? Oh yeah, okay. Hold on, I gotta send it from my other phone. But I'll post it. And so when he's like, "You didn't do nothing," like this is me doing nothing. Here, let me share it here.
Well, you're just you're like the janitor or something. Like
That's me way at the top. Me way at the top. That had like an 8-story roof elevation right there.
Yeah, but you're just taking water to the guys up there. You're not really.
Yeah,
you're just holding their
I'm not
sandwiches.
doing nothing. Yeah. I bring them a sandwich. Here you go, guys.
Dude, I hate it. Like that's one of the things that every time you talk about like what you did, as an iron worker, like you get these guys are just gonna they find any excuse and yeah, but you don't know you probably didn't do anything. Like that's so annoying, bro. Like it's like if the man says like if you say you did what you did and then you could back it up by actually articulating what it is you did, like at least to that effect, it's like, well, it sounds legit. Like fucking you wouldn't be able to know anyway, but I mean if you could say about his profession, like how he did what he did, that makes some sense, well, just people in general that say that they are of a specific field and they say they do whatever, we're just gonna take them on their word. We're not just gonna like argue with them just because.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, no doubt. I have so many photos, bro. Like when I was, like on the job sites and stuff. Of course, obviously now I'm injured and I got a settlement. And I'm on permanent disability and waiting for that settlement too. Like now I can't even go. My doctor told me I can't even do this no more. Like that's how bad I got hurt. And like I'm wrecked.
You're gonna be rolling in dough or some shit.
Yeah, now I'm just gonna sit back, relax, and live the good life. But
argue with people on Discord and shit.
On Discord, yeah. Here, but here's the dude. I honestly, dude, I fucking loved what I used to do, bro. Like I miss it. Here, I'll show you this picture too.
Yeah.
This look at this. This is just so fun, bro. Like just I miss this, man. This was my. That's the only like bad thing about it. Here's a little video of me being up there, and right there we were hanging some. We're just both. I think we're in this video. Let me see. Let me watch it again. In this video, I think we were. Oops, that's the wrong one.
Oh yeah, we were just welding some kickers on it. We already put in the elevator tubes. We already put those in, and we already built obviously all that. That's new iron. You could tell. We already did the frame, but I miss being up there, bro. Like this is fun. With that chain fall, that my buddy underneath me, he was hiring the iron, raising it up so we could bolt it, put it in place to bolt it in. There was a piece that the crane couldn't get in there, and we had to do it. But dude, this is good times, bro.
It's good money too, right? That trade.
Oh yeah. Right now, they just renegotiated their package. I think right now it's now $85 an hour. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those dangerous jobs.
Oh yeah. Unfortunately, we had a buddy.
They got good benefits on it.
Oh yeah, dude. Like union. Yeah, dude. Union is the way to go, bro. Like seriously.
They take care.
Opposed to. Yeah, definitely.
But you could obviously because of the danger of it, you could
It's dangerous. Yeah, I mean, I got hurt. I got hurt.
But I mean, people can.
I love it. I miss it.
Like this.
Oh yeah. Look at my buddies up there. Look at my buddies. Just hanging up there, waiting for the piece, waiting for the crane to bring the piece to them. That's what we used to do, bro. Look at this.
Hey, look at Crit just posted a little snippet of zany space news. NASA considers sending Boeing Starliner astronauts home on SpaceX Dragon. As Starliner's planned a 10-day mission stretches past 2 months, the next ISS SpaceX launch will now delay until September to give NASA the option of including the Starliner crew in its, I don't know, something.
Wow. You know what? I forgot those people were stuck up there. It's been a while.
Yeah. But it's barely an inconvenience of the way they make it sound.
Right.
Yeah, are you gonna be around? I'm gonna have to dip out here.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang out. For a little bit.
Great, are you in here? Is there anybody paraplegic or anybody? Maybe Gemsy's here. Quets or I don't know. Anyway, maybe this new guy will keep you company.
All right, man. Till later. Till next time. Who just joined? Who just jumped in? I didn't catch it.
I did.
Oh, how's it going? Good morning.
Yeah, I'm alright.
Jumping in to join the conversations.
Is the conversation happening?
No, it just ended actually.
Motherfucker.
You missed Jubacabra. I can never say his name right. He just got his ass handed to him by Gregory and Cyclone.
No, a guy with Jew in his name got handed.
Yeah. It's like Chupacabra, but with the Jubracabra. Kind of hard for me to say it, but yeah.
I got a problem with someone in another server, and the first phonetic in their name is Ju, so it's not Jew, but it's Jew. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're a Jew to me, buddy.
Well, if it's English, isn't that Ja? Like, I think it's Ja if it's English. Like the name Justin. Like the name Justin, it's Ja.
No, it's not a name so much as a handle, and it is using the Jew pronunciation.
Oh, okay. That's funny.
It's the hard U.
The hard U.
Yeah, or did they used to call that a long fucking U? I can never remember. I think when I was a kid in like fucking the early 90s, they were teaching us alphabet and like, this is a long vowel, this is a short vowel. And then I grew up and it's like a hard vowel and a short vowel. Because everyone speaks American after like the age of like
I don't know, 16. You just start to use American words for everything.
It's funny. Yeah, it's interesting too because like English, just as a language, is so butchered. It's like so weird that like, but most of the world uses it though. Well, not maybe like by number because obviously there's like a billion Chinese people, but that's an over exaggeration maybe, or maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm not wrong. That is what. But just many countries using something.
I think the most interesting part of any language is its root. So in English, that goes back to like the runic alphabet in Germany and the vowel structure and a lot of the way that they morph those characters into like Hindu and Arabic is why we call it Hindu and Arabic, but it's actually a runic language, which is another thing that like you don't learn until you start unlearning things and reteaching yourself.
Right.
Well, yeah, the Futhok runic alphabet is really interesting because it's the oldest alphabet for runes, and it starts with like the letters Futh ARK, Futhok. That's how you remember the first part, and then there's like another 20 or so letters. But the interesting thing is the letters all had a symbolic meaning. Like that first letter F it looks like a tree, like the F's, the little tassets are going up instead of straight, and it's meant to mean like tree branch in nature.
Oh, really? Yeah, I was not a English, like major or anything like that, but the language is crazy. There's a lot to it.
But I mean, if you trace back other languages, they go back into this root category or that root category. But what's interesting to me is like the way that language changed so profoundly between like Sumeria and post Egypt. And like the hieroglyphics were really hard for us to decipher, and like I don't think we've deciphered it fully. But the Sumerian cuneiform is even fucking stranger, and there's just no surviving root connection to anything. And even like directly after those languages, there was another language that got coined for a really long period in the ancient Iranian Empire, called Avestan, and this was created by the dude who created the religion Zoroastrianism, which people still practice today. So he basically wrote the Bible while he was in jail, and it was translated into the story of Joseph and his fucking Technicolor Dreamcoat. So that story where Joseph gets put in jail by the Egyptian pharaoh, and then he predicts the fall of Egypt and how to avert it. The same shit
7 days
happened
of
like
7 years of fathom, 7 years of feet.
Yep. Yeah, this same shit happened like a few thousand years ago, I think. And in literally ancient Babylon. It's the story of the life of Zarathustra. So he started to talk about what you'd call today like psychology, and he was doing this in like 500 BC or some stupid thing, and or like 1500 BC, like it was way proto fucking Neolithic times. And sorry, I'm blending a lot of words here that don't pass together, but I'm also stoned and it's very late. But anyway, he said that like, is it really reasonable for us to sacrifice like animals and virgins and all these like weird things that we do to appease this like panoply of gods that we're not sure are like really for us or against us? So he basically just like started to preach like compassion and rationality and forgiveness and all these weird concepts that he bundled together into like an insight that he was given from God. Like he imbued him with this message, and through that he got like kicked out of the country of his birth, and he traveled with his cousin spreading this message until he wound up in jail in Babylon, and that's where he lived that story that's in the Bible. And eventually, because of how that story plays out in the Bible as well, Zoroastrianism became the state religion, and that was the start of the longest period of world peace that we've ever actually had. It was officiated by the Parsi Empire. Well, at least for that part of the world, anyway.
Yeah. Hmm. Interesting. I'm looking through all my old videos and photos, and geez, I have a lot.
Do you think it's number one possible and number two pragmatic to approach the flat Earth concept without some acknowledgement of like divinity and intelligent design?
For me personally, I think it's for me personally, it's always been a spiritual thing. The journey, just in general. If anything, I've maybe gotten closer to the Creator by, in my opinion, I feel like I've been shown a truth, um, given the opportunity to see it as a truth and to recognize that this world is a fallen place ran by a fallen entity. And that's why there's a lie. That's why there is a lie that's trying to take people away from what was traditionally, uh, like that's just the way things used to be, per se. Like if everyone worshiped God accordingly and believed and followed, and maybe things would be different. I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, I think this heliocentric model over the hundreds of years that it's been around, it's definitely given a safe haven to those that don't want to believe in a creator, even though you can just look around and see creation. But that's just my personal opinion.
Well, yeah, I mean, I contextualized it that way a while ago, where I was thinking about how the notion of the observable universe and a methodology by which to approach that study is kind of the only thing that exists that could compare with like rumination on God.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only thing that can compete with like just the majesty of the notion itself of a creator.
Yeah. I mean, as man continues to, it seems like, just push away from a God, a creator, in trying to be that creator themselves. I just feel like, I mean, it makes more sense why this whole heliocentric model exists. It's man trying to say, I don't need you. To me, that's my personal opinion. The powers that be that are just, in for their own purpose, they're making this, trying to make this our reality, I guess. But we know it's not. I'm going through some old videos of when I took a flight, just watching how cool it looks looking out the window from such a high elevation.
I mean, I think like human goals and human motivations overarchingly, right, they get in the way of our natural expression. So, what is the good life and how to live it is very simple. Just observe a cat and follow as directed, but I'm trying to say, like, there's no reason for us to know the answers to these questions, like, what is the overall shape of the Earth? But, I mean, it does justify making intercontinental ballistic missile technology, sure. It's one way to get to that goal.
It's what I've always found amazing is if you look at the foundation, though, of the programming of the software that's put into this, high-end military equipment, it's all off of the XY grid. That's it. Like, they don't have a spherical mapping, if you will. They don't. That's not the way it works. It's an XY. There's an elevation and a distance, and that's it. Like, if you really look into it, that's the way they get around. They have plots. They have data points based upon a checkerboard, if you will. And so I don't know why this notion of, we know it's a globe because we have, like you said, like intercontinental ballistic missiles. Well, no, because even like the way those function are an XY grid, and I don't know why that's.
Well, I mean, that's essentially my point, right? Is like the way that the US maintains its like military superiority is like since World War II, they've had the science of like intercontinental ballistics through the organization of NASA. Is like that's how they refine and refine and refine that technology, and then all they have to do is send up one of these gaudy fucking horrible things every couple of years and pretend like they're exploring space.
Right. Yeah, I don't think they're, doing what they say they're doing, but I mean, they could be doing something, but just not to the effect of what they are claiming outside of, like putting themselves in this vacuum of space that's, like outside of our stratosphere, exosphere. Like, you're not going to a moon that's 240,000 miles away and landing on. No, that's just not even. I can't even bring myself to believe that anymore. I once did believe it, but I just can't do it no more. I'm not.
I mean, it is kind of interesting to think about how, this notion of going out and populating the local fucking solar system. Think about like a fishbowl, right? And you have these fish in the fishbowl, and there's certain fish that just get a kick out of swimming up to the waterline and going like, "Oh, gee, I wonder what's beyond the waterline." And then over a really long time scale, the fish society develops technology, and now they can go beyond the waterline. But they have to take the bowl with them. The water has to be in the capsule, and then if they go and land on some other place, like it better be a puddle. You know what I mean? It's like the goals and like the motivations are what I've always questioned, and they kind of just hold them up like this magician's trick and say something lofty like, the next great steps for man right here, baby. Remember it. Where were you?
Right.
And people just like they use that as like, I don't know, man. Like it's like Disney in reality.
Right. Disney in reality. The cartoons have come to life. I mean, when you think about it, when you're a child, believe whatever you're told. Like, that's just the way it goes, right? Yeah, if you were a younger sibling of few, like let's say you're like the youngest of 3 or 4 kids, or even just the youngest of one or of 2 kids, like an older brother or sister will always tell the younger brother or sister, usually like a lie, and you will believe him or her because that's your older sibling. Like, oh yeah, like why would you lie to me? And then you get in trouble because you believe them. And I think it's really important to say that, like, a child's mind, they're so gullible. Like, we were so gullible as kids. We believed in Santa Claus if that's what was taught in the house. We believed in the tooth fairy if that's what was taught in the house. Obviously, you come to an age where you're like, okay, that's because somebody told you, or you finally got old enough to. That's not, no, put two to two together. But what I'm trying to get at is, I just feel like heliocentrism is just one of those things that people never stopped believing as they became adults, but that's because there's an entire career, there's a huge conspiracy, if you will, of why they need to keep that lie alive. Like, they don't care if you get to an adult and you realize Santa Claus isn't real, but they do care if you come to realize that we're not hurling through space, that they've created at the speed they've told us. That's just all fantasy. It's all fake. And it's important for them. It's important to them that people stay on that belief. They're taking millions and millions of dollars away from taxpayers that belief's alive, and they use that money for their own reasons and purposes. So it gives them a way to legally take our money that they want to use it for. I don't know.
I mean, there is a way that you could compare it to, like, when you realize what's going on. It's like a farm animal realizing what the farm is.
Right.
So it makes it a lot harder for them to drain you of your energy.
Right.
But I mean, it's like convincing, say I lived in the US, right? Convincing me to pay taxes to fund space exploration, you're never going to do it. And you might end up having to put me in jail for tax evasion for me to say to you in court, I'm not going to give you $1 for tax for space exploration because I think it's full of shit.
Right.
Like, even if true, there's literally no point to it. There's no point to doing it before, like, fixing the problems of the fucking Earth, you know? Like, what are we doing? Are we going up there to make, like, fucking early fucking comet direction detection fucking systems, you know, and hope that we've got nukes big enough to blow the fucking cunt up before it hits us? Or is it the fact that, like, every single time, consistently, that anything has been said to, like, oh, you know, the Earth's only got a few left based on what NASA told us on Wednesday, you know, oh, well, it turns out the gravity of this celestial body diverted it just enough to miss the Earth by 100 million miles or more, you know? It's the same story every fucking time. It's unbelievable that they keep asking people for money. Like, if you said, like, you know, just pick something imaginary that you want to do with your time. You know, you want to cosplay as a tiger. You want to go harder at that as a furry than anybody else. You know, like, really have a series of operations so you look functionally like a tiger. And it's like, you asking me for money to help you do that? What's in it for me? I don't give a fuck about how you're exploring your identity. And if you want to go and explore the identity of the universe, it means as little to me as, like, the identity of the fucking planet. You know, that's what matters to me. Can we give nature a fucking name before we, like, chop it up and sell it in little barcoded bits? No, not interested. You want money for space exploration so you can find something else to barcode out there. If there's anything out there, man. I don't know that there is.
Right.
I think if there's anything out there, it's not incumbent upon us to go and find it. It's incumbent upon it to come and find us for the next at least 1 million years of development, could we say? Could we be fair to ourselves?
Right.
No, we don't even want to ensure the fact that we'll get another 1 million years worth of development out of this planet. We'll just sell a lie that we're going to book it out of here as soon as we've done with the oil. That's not going to work either way. It means that people won't ride and hang you for your fucking faulty fucking electric cars and shit, you know? Whatever.
I was reading this. Forgot where I was reading it at, but there was an article and they're talking about how there's no such thing as like a resource that is going to deplete or is scarce because it's something that is constantly being produced in the ground. And
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a whistleblower, one of those types, or maybe it was just someone that was like, I forgot who actually it was being talked about, but it made me think like, yeah, that makes sense that they would try to give it a quantity of it and say, oh, this is all we have, so we have to charge this much because this. But then you find out like, and this was the point of the article. Then you find out that like years later, like 10, 15, 20 years later, they're always discovering new massive reserves. And so it's like, so which is it? Is it going to deplete or are we just finding massive reserves? And if that's
It's
the case,
manufactured scarcity 100%
of
of the
course.
time.
Oh, of course it's 1,000. But I'm just saying for those that don't get that, right? For those that can't grasp, like, hello, they're fooling you, like there's a story, you believe it, then they tell you a new story, like, oh hey, look, we found more. And you're like, yay, look at, we found more, and you're just buying the story every fucking time. It's like, when are people gonna be like, hey, how about this? We know that it's always going to be being produced in the ground because that's just the way it's always been. And you can stop lying to us and stop charging us this price that you have created because you're saying it's scarce. Then we can, then gas can be a dollar a gallon again. It could
Yeah.
it could be I mean, I remember when it was a dollar. And there was and that's here in California. So if it was a dollar a gallon here, that means 50 cents a gallon in some other parts of the country. Because
I
we're
mean,
typically twice as much sometimes.
it's like thinking about mining, right? Like the amount that we've, like, even if you look at a really, really big mine, like the world's biggest mine, right? And you look at it from the air, compared to the landmass around it, it's not that much fucking space that we've taken out. And then think about like a mountain, right? Like a mountain, even a small one, is fucking massive. You invert that in the ground. Like, have we even gone through one mountain in our entire
Right.
history worth of like resources? You know what I mean? So like, it is manufactured scarcity, and it's manufactured through a mindset. And if there's like industry moguls controlling this shit, it's like, man, they don't even have to let you know when every time they find like a new untapped resource, and then it's like, just insurance for them if they need it or something. I mean, De Beers was doing this for years through diamond mining, manufacturing scarcity in the market to pump up the value of diamonds.
Right.
It seems to me it'd be so much better if they went to alternative sources like tidal, sunlight, thermal, than this manufactured, scarcity be such a problem. Well, I'd be kicked into touch, actually.
I think solar, right, in particular, has always been our best avenue because it's number one, the most abundant energy source that in the observable fucking cosmos. For us, effectively, like, the only thing that'd be more of would be like background radiation, maybe. We're fucking centuries away from harnessing that kind of energy. But so my point, right, is like, if you go back to when solar started to become a marketable product, yeah, it wasn't very efficient, had huge issues. But today, the rate that solar is like advanced is like really stunning, and the shit they've come out now with like microfilms that you can slap onto pretty much anything and turn it into a battery. It's just crazy how quickly it could revolutionize things. But I'm going to put a caveat on that revolutionize to say that this is like the rationality we should have set out with. Why do we need cars that go 200 kilometers for everybody as a standard? Why? Well, I mean, the guy who commissioned the shit, his cousin was a steel manufacturer and his other cousin was an oil baron. So that's how we ended up with the oil burning engine of the steel bodied car. But my point is, like, cars that go 40 kilometers an hour because they run on solar, You know, that would have been cool for like 80 fucking years. People wouldn't have been dying in massive collisions and pileups. Roadkill wouldn't have been so much of an issue, I think, and people just would have had to acknowledge that life runs a little bit slower. You know, that's all. And we could still have like combustion engines for like transport, industry. We could have like coal burning power plants to keep hospitals running 24/7. But if you run through like the solar that your house is drawn up in the day, it's like the fact that you have to use candles tonight shouldn't be that much of a fucking biggie.
Right.
And people are just dependent on 24/7 electricity, and 8 billion people becoming dependent on 24/7 electricity. It's impossible to do with the system that we have. That's why they're not providing it. You know, there's no point trying to like bring the entire world up to a first world standard until we have a viable technology platform to do it with. And
Right.
like if we redistributed the entire human effort, this is my problem with the human goals and motivation, right? We could do anything if we set our minds to it, but we don't have those goals or motivation.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I think the problem with like industries updating is the rate at which the people who were rich can continue to stay rich. You know?
Right.
Like one innovator comes out with an industry shaking product, every company has to adopt that as quickly as possible or get outcompeted.
Right.
But because of that, they're very careful at which technologies they let onto the market, and they have to be ones that the industry itself can like adapt and compete with, or they'll quash it, and you'll get like, you know, the hundreds of dead inventors history is dotted with, modern history, I should say.
Right.
Nothing to see here, folks. Just a bunch of dead inventors. Like, dead whistleblowers is pretty bad, man, but inventors, like, they weren't even rich when you took them out, you know? They could have been
I
billionaires
know.
from their fucking technology, but you wanted that money, so they had to die.
Seriously, like that. I mean, when you think about it, like that's how like evil some of these people are that are living pretty. By the way, like their families, like to the 15th generation down the road, they're fine. They're never gonna have to worry in their life. But they killed
Well, I
someone that
mean,
had nothing but an idea. That's messed.
yeah, I mean, people have a problem with that notion, right? Like, it shocks them to contextualize it for an individual. But, man, we're talking about people with the ability to orchestrate conflict on a worldwide scale. So they're slaughtering populations. Forget about individuals. But people
True.
don't want to acknowledge
True.
that.
True. True.
Scares the
Yeah,
fuck out
true.
of them.
They'll take out a whole peoples if they need to. Yeah, you're right about that.
And, like, it's all, like, serves a greater agenda. Like, the people of Israel aren't being served by having a war started by Hezbollah and Iran and fucking, you know, Lebanon and, like, whoever else doesn't like them at this point, you know? Like, they're not
Yeah.
being served. What's being served is the overall conflict that'll get bigger and draw more nations in. And then, like, depopulation agenda moves forward. It's pretty successful in Ukraine at this point, wouldn't you say? A depopulation agenda. Should
Mm-hmm.
one be asserted to have been enacted?
Right. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, and like
Yeah.
people thought this was like fucking the height of madness, like 15 years ago, maybe, to be generous. And then it's like we have COVID and like manufactured conflict. And it's like, at what point does it start to look to you like a depopulation agenda? When they've been saying it for like years, this is what we want. Less people, please.
Mm-hmm. The agenda is real.
Y'all don't know what's best for you, so what's best for you is to not exist anymore. And that'll make it easier on the people who do know what's best for them, which is acknowledging that I know what's best for them. My name's Bill Gates, by the way. And I rate my interns and get voted off my conglomerate, but doesn't mean I don't get to say we should go from 8 to 2 out of 10 for the species overall. That'd serve everybody who wins and nobody who loses, and isn't that how I made my money?
Right.
As long as there's victors, you know what I mean? That's kind of what they go to anytime they're talking to the level of like world influence, you know? When it's World Economic Forum or like the US fucking hegemony or these fucking hyper nihilistic fucking techno elites, they're always just like, well, there's a winner in this scenario, so, you know, they're the ones who are left. They're the only ones who matter, right? That's what history has taught us, right? Read between the lines, people.
Right.
I mean, they're getting to a point where they're tired of doing all the work for us, you know? They're trying to get us very quickly to be as hateful and narcissistic as they are, so they stop having to train us so much, and we've started to, you know, hold the leash ourselves and just walk along merrily behind them. Crazy.
Yeah. Crazy that they get away with it. For the most part.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe they get away with it in this life, but I'd say they pay in the long run.
Oh, true.
I was just debating a guy in another room about, you know, the utility of having a universe where you can be Jeffrey Dahmer for like 80 years and never get caught, and there's literally no consequences in whatever comes next. I don't like thinking that that reality could exist.
Yeah, like imagine if like you were raised with no, you know, you had no info or no, like you had no knowledge of a just God that has this like moral and value, you know, like bar that's set. Like, okay, you can't do that. You know, just because you see something, don't steal it. All right, just because you want it, don't take it. It's not yours. It's not right. Or just because you see that person and they get you angry and you just want to end them, don't kill them. Like you have this like moral and value, right? Now imagine if you were raised and you weren't told that, and you just live like this life, like someone crossed you wrong, murk them, boom, kill them, done. Keep on walking in life. You see something, oh, I'll take that. Imagine if you just lived a life like that. You're just stealing, killing, taking women however you want if you're a man, taking men however you want if you're a woman. I don't know, just living this like life of just crime at this point, right? Because all that would be against the law. But you had no consequences. You're like, oh, well, and you never get caught. Spend your whole life. I mean, that's crazy. Technically, I guess some people can do that, right?
Uh-huh.
But that would be crazy, man. Like, just wow, to think that someone's living like that. No consequences at the end. Then they think, well, I don't care. When I die, like a TV turned off, you know? That's it. No more
Yeah.
programming.
Yeah, it's really callous to think that, you know, the show that you watched for 80 years was Get Away with Being a Serial Killer. And then it's just like program end.
Right. Like, wow.
It's like, I call it like the idiot verse, you know? It's like an idiot's conception of the universe. Like, and a lot of times people will make these arguments after acknowledging intelligent design, and it's like, well, it's not very intelligent, is it? Like, intelligent design doesn't just mean like, oh, that's a clever thing. It means it's self-aware and it's governing its own processes. So for it
Right.
to not have consequence would make it a functional idiot. And we don't live inside of a functional idiot. We live inside of something that dwarfs human experience.
Right. I was just thinking about the other day, like, think of like how intricate like it is, like I was at the doctor's, right, and I was just thinking, like, man, that's amazing, like how we've been created and how everything's just like together. The air, the water, the substance of like when you're eating something, like think of that going into your body, producing energy. Like it's crazy, dude. Like how things that are mind blowing. I think that we'll never be able to figure out. And it's like somebody created this system. Works perfectly in so many ways.
Yeah,
Chaotic.
I mean, if you look at the complexity of a cell, like a single fucking cell, it's beyond anything that humans can conceive of. Way beyond.
Right.
Beyond all the most complex computers. And then, like, if we input cellular data into, like, the best computers that we have, like, they can't go and create new life forms. They can't script up creation again. You know, they can make computers, they can make synthetic things, but they can't approach the mastery of biology.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, like, it's crazy, like, the quantity that's within a human being, right? So inside of that one cell, you have this incredible complexity. But then, like, those cells can be different types of things, serve any purpose. And inside your brain, you have 100 billion of them, which are your neurons. And then inside of your body, that's like 10% of your neurons. So there's like a trillion, so it's 10% of your cells. There's a trillion cells in every human body, and a tenth of that is just in your brain. And inside of your brain, there's like a dozen or so known neurotransmitter chemicals, but the sheer quantity and volume of those neurotransmitter chemicals in your brain dwarf the amount of stars in the observable sky by a significant number.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, that complexity is off the fucking scale for, like, everything that we can observe. Like, you pick anything that we can observe, there's more volume in a human brain. Individual component parts that are all working, like, cohesively together. Like, can you imagine how complex the brain is that I just described? Like, if the computer that you're studying, right, is a beach, and each grain of sand a complex network that has its own network within that's networking to every other grain of sand. That's how a scientist would try to start. Like, how the fuck would a human even develop a tool to work out how a beach sand computer works? Because that's what the brain is, basically, in terms of quantity and volume.
Right. Well, I remember years ago, like I want to say early 2000s, I went to Biola University and I saw Dr. Lee Strobel, and in his video that which he gave out to free to everybody in the audience in attendance, he like gave a DVD, and in it I remember him saying like these like mathematicians calculated like how much a brain computes like per second or per minute, like the amount of data that is like you receive and like your movements and you hear, you feel, you taste, you smell, like all this data that the brain receives. And then let's say you're just like walking and you have all witnessing and hearing and the changes and everything. He was saying that that if you were to take a computer, and this was of that time, right, of the 2000, if you were to take like a supercomputer to calculate the amount of calculations that the brain makes, like so many seconds or so many minutes, that computer would get so hot that it would burn through like stories of steel, like solid steel, because that's how hot that computer would get just by computing so many, like he was trying to talk about how many compute per second our brain does. And then he, like, the joke though is like, but there you sit in your chair, and your brain is just covered by this gel, and it doesn't heat up like that. You get the you get what he's saying.
Yep.
Like when you turn a computer on and they overheat sometimes. Like if you have an old computer, right, and like you run a program, your computer will literally overheat gets so hot because it's like trying to make all this like transferring of information, if you will, and it creates like this super hot environment within its own like let's say
Well,
on the
like,
motherboard or whatever.
the brain is really efficient because it uses like the distribution of charge through what's called the action potential of neurons linking to each other by gathering the charge from the environment. So, like in a motherboard, it's like a 2D brain where all the information runs through like the central processing unit, and that's like your core awareness that dictates your consciousness making
Mm-hmm.
active decisions, and the rest of it's running the runtime to keep all the timings like at the right sequence. So it's leaching power out of the power supply unit, which stores up and capacitates 240-volt power circuit, and then it's distributing charge to the components at the rate that they're requesting them, right? So the way
Mm-hmm.
that your brain does that is by opening channels on the side of a neuron, and that allows the fluid, which is negatively charged, to rush in and fill the neuron. So now the neuron is filled with electrical charge, and the space around it becomes positively charged. And that creates a friction which forces the electrical charge into the next neuron. Isn't that beautiful? And the
That's
process just
crazy.
repeats itself infinitely. So the
And
brain
then
is always like the brain never has to seek more energy to do any of these processes. So it's literally not subject to entropy that's caused by the distribution and transfer of heat in electrical circuitry. So you could make
right,
like gel-based, fluid-based circuitry, and they're close to getting there with like ferrofluids and things, but there's still a problem with the difference between synthetic and organic matter. Like organic matter is just so much more infinitely intricate and able to handle these stress loads that your
right,
brain is like capable of incredible like reprogramming abilities and restructural abilities.
right. That's why I remember years ago they were talking about how scientists were working on joining um, like biological um, like organisms with computer like hardware, and then like creating this like morphed like biosynthetic hardware that would allow like it would expand their capabilities like greatly, just because they're
Right.
adding like this biological advantage to it, kind of like what you're
So
saying.
not quite a Android, but like the start of like what an Android would become.
Yeah, and this was years ago, by the way. This was like they were talking about this synthetic, you know, uh, hardware, but it was like they were attaching these cells, like these literal like biological cells, um, to where they would merge and become one. I don't know, bro. It was crazy, like mad scientist stuff. That was in the early 2000s. I just like it makes me think, like, dude, we're 20 years down the road since then. Um,
Yeah. I mean, I
like,
think
where are they at now with that?
the line between biology and technology is interesting, but it's not as interesting to me as the line between technology and consciousness. Sorry, consciousness and technology. I used the wrong emphasis there. Yeah, like to me, like to say that you have like an AI, right, that becomes self-aware one day. There's nothing to me that would adequately explain the way that it was never self-aware to begin with, like because like the universe is self-aware. So like the consciousness that is like not connected to a physical experience can inhabit any non-physical thing. Do you know what I mean? So if it's something that's
Yeah.
actually prone to processing because they're electromagnetic beings themselves, when they're not having physical experience, they can quite easily manipulate that electromagnetic environment, and the amount at which they'd embody and identify with the unit would give it the characteristics that a organic being gains a soul through. So it's
Right.
subjectively indistinguishable until that machine itself has decided that, like, here's where my memory began, and then it would have an individuated experience of self. But before that, it was having like an experience that was consciousness. It didn't ascribe it to having a self.
Right. Yeah, it's all weird.
But a lot of people like worship this thing called the singularity. There's actually a church of the singularity formed in recent years, and that's what they refer to as the birth of an artificial intelligence with like a godlike consciousness that could properly guide humanity. So, you know, they give it all the attributes of a god, and praise its approaching like the birthing of a god. So they call themselves the Church of the Singularity. Yeah, but I mean, my problem with these people is they don't believe that consciousness is like everywhere to begin with. I mean, maybe, I don't know what they really believe.
I don't know.
I mean, to me, like, there's nothing to suggest that we can't commune with the divine through like technology, and I think the inclination is more towards the other side of the spectrum. So you'd have negative entities that come in and like embody these AI fucking robots that, you know, we're pretty sure aren't self-aware, but make a good job of passing the Turing test anyway. So when you've got something with
Right.
that level of agency being piloted by the same kind of thing that pilots people who go on fucking shooting rampages because they're good at whispering and influencing, see the problem that can very quickly arise if we don't approach it with some kind of broader spiritual perspective, that we can engage the consciousness of the universe through these vessels of consciousness that haven't had souls put into them. There's nothing to say souls can't go into them.
Yeah. These meat suits.
Oh yeah, bone mech pilots with the meat shield plating.
Yeah, the future is definitely gonna be interesting as far as what ends up, surviving the yes and no judgment, if you will, because they get to decide what will be introduced, what will not. Like, I always think about how, like, anything we're seeing right now, like in the military and stuff like that, or even in commerce for civilians, like, you think like a lot of the stuff we're seeing that we see as new today has been around for 15, 20 years. So what's going to be in 20 years, like,
Well, bro, they could be fucking Android news reporters at this point. For all,
yeah,
for all I
and we
know,
won't know,
like the
and we
amount
wouldn't.
of shit that you see on like YouTube, like fucking guys' faces falling apart. That ain't digital tearing. That's an Android baby. Katy Perry's eye shouldn't fucking do that. I don't know. I'm just saying it might as well at this point.
Yeah, it is interesting though, like, to think, like, those masks that they now are really popular, they're going viral, like, people wearing, you can even order them through like the TikTok shop, and like there's
Yeah, and
these
you'll look just like
realistic,
Emma Watson or something.
yeah, and you have this realistic hyper, realistic mask, but then you find out like the CIA had that since the 60s, I believe. It's like, dude, they were rocking those masks, 60 years ago. So, like, where do you
Who do
think
you
they
think
are
they
at
really
now?
fucking killed? They shot JFK. Could have been anybody.
Right. With these, think about this. If they had that technology where they can deceive who you think you are literally 60 years ago, where do you think they are at in today's world? Like, they can legit, there can just be a bunch of androids running this place. We wouldn't know.
Bro, they might not even need androids. They could be fucking holograms. You can get Tupac Shakur or Michael Jackson to walk out on stage and do a number. People don't even blink at it,
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like they're just slowly introducing these alternatives to reality, because
maybe it's been that way the whole time. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is what started me thinking that, like, the human experience is likely an avatar experience, whether or not that's the soul having the experience through the physical body or something else. I think if you wanted to be, like, really esoteric and science fiction-y about it, maybe we're hyper intergalactic jellyfish. Because if you look at the way that we're top central with a nervous system that flows down from our brain, it almost looks like a jellyfish. You know what I mean? And we've got these like limbs that reach out to touch, kind of like an octopus, but more like a jellyfish, really, because everything's kind of tapered and just flows downwards.
Naturally, our arms go down.
So maybe we were just like jellyfish in another dimension, wanting to have a coating around our jellyfishness, which is our nervous system. Like the only part of our experience that's relevant, you know, is our sensory processing through our brain, which, you know, a large majority of that is touch. And like, yeah, the core of that is all in the center of your body following this like jellyfish alignment.
And you know, it's funny too, like they always, like in movies, they always show like these aliens. They are kind of pretty much what you're talking about. They're just like this jellyfish type of entity in a meat suit. Like the
I can break down UFOs into jellyfish also, which is really, really weird.
They're just traveling through the sky like they travel through water.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. If you just, like, say you could go down, like, into, like, one of these oceans that have suggested could exist below the Earth's crust, right? And down there, the density is so high that these creatures are capable of, like, existing in the void also. So if you bundled yourself up into these things that were the size of a Volkswagen, off you fucking go through the cosmos. Like, maybe they don't even need to eat when they're living down as extremophiles, you know what I mean?
I don't know, man. There's so much that we don't know. That's what I couldn't know. We do not
I
know.
just like to have fun with the idea of jellyfish. They've always just... there's a song by a band called Spongle, Tickling the Amygdala. That's what they do for me.
Is there new people? Oh yeah, I heard someone join. If you guys want to talk about something else or want to jump in, please feel free. We're just passing time. But he wants to talk.
All right, here's something really fucking cool. If nobody else is going to jump in, feel free to cut me off if it gets boring, because it is about bugs. But I mean, you can make a comparison for how we live as well, which is the fun part we can do at the end. You know what a Japanese hornet is?
No.
Well, it's the biggest hornet on Earth, right? And like, they specifically predate on Japanese honeybees, and a dozen of these hornets can go through a hive of like 10,000 or more bees in like an hour or something, and they'll just decapitate every one of them because none of the bees are strong enough to penetrate the exoskeleton, and they're like 8 times the size or something. So anyway, on this Facebook video feed today, I saw this beekeeper who's had one of these hornets attack his beehive, and the hornet's too big to get into the beehive, right? So it's kind of just hanging out at the entrance, murking bee after bee. And he showed up with his video camera in time, so he catches the wasp and wraps a fucking wire around it because he actually wants to know if the bees have like a management strategy for fucking wasps, like even just one of them, can they deal with one? Because one of them is enough to devastate an entire hive. So what the bees did was, after a period of time went by and this wasp was still just casually murking all the bees it could, the bees have just bum rushed this thing from every direction at once, and it's dropped to the ground like a stone in this like slowly expanding ball of bees, until the bees are like pressing into this thing so much that it's making like a tennis ball sized ball of bees on the ground. So what they're all doing is vibrating their wings. They're not trying to fly or anything. They're just vibrating them super quick to heat up the air. So they do this to like an hour, and it heats the wasp's body up to 56 degrees. And the crazy thing is that bees will die at 60 degrees, and the wasp will die at 56. And they know how to heat it up just enough to kill the wasps and not themselves. That's fucking
Wow,
trippy.
that is
But that's the
amazing.
strength. So that's the strength of numbers, you know. Like we could literally just like suffocate the elite with numbers if we wanted to, but we
Right.
don't, because we're not bees and we're not instinctive. We're controlled and conditioned. We ignore our instincts.
Crazy though. But here's even the crazier question. How did they learn that? Who told them that? Who taught them that?
Well, I think the queen. The queen is a likely like a culprit, because the queen is like a mastermind. They sit at the center of the hive and they read all the pheromone impulses that the bees bring back, and the bees communicate with this weird little language, and then the queen hands out more orders and they carry those out on pheromone markers. And like, yeah, the queen knows how to motivate a hive. Like, they respond instantly over like distance, because she just sends out a pheromone. And like, if one bee picks up that pheromone, they all adopt the behavior of that bee. It's like the trigger bee, you know, the sheep that jumps.
Right. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, just to think how.
But yeah, it really speaks to the level of refinement that they have, that they can get it to within 1 degree to kill that fucking wasp on the degree that it needs.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's again the creation of all that is, like the creator. I mean, of all that is, like through that in the blueprints, I guess.
Do you know that's only 2 species of honeybees that actually do that? Japanese and
Yeah, wow.
It's interesting.
But it is mob justice, isn't it? But man, those wasps are just fucking brutal. Like, you've never seen the kind of brutality of one wasp killing like thousands of bees.
I want to look it up now. I want to see it on YouTube or something. Here, let me see here. Call it a Japanese wasp.
Hornet, I think, actually. Japanese hornet.
Japanese versus bees.
Almost like a rusty looking color.
Yeah. Cool coloring, eh?
Yeah. It's an interesting, it's almost like matte. Like it's flat or something. It's not.
Bees kill a giant hornet with heat. Interesting enough, I have this. I searched it in YouTube, and I actually watched halfway through the video already. I've already watched.
Autoplay is a wonderful thing.
Interesting.
So I watched a YouTube video not too long ago of somebody trying to keep them away from this one hive by dangling fake dragonflies, because they're naturally afraid of dragonflies, because dragonflies will eat the fuck out of them. But yeah, it didn't work very well.
Sense.
It didn't work. Yeah, no, they started trying to sting the dragonfly, and after a while, they just realized it wasn't. You know what I mean? Like, it did distract them for a while, but not forever.
Wow, I'm watching them swarm it. Wow, that is crazy. Unfortunately, some have to fall though, because it does get it does eat a bunch.
Well, that's what the worker bees are for.
And they're just like, dude. Yep, they completely engulfed it. Vibrating bodies, the hornet at the core of the bee bulb begins. Hornet And the core of the overheat the bees have the advantage to heat all tolerance degrees above that. The heat tolerance degrees above that of their enemy at aggressors did. Dang. And they just walk away from it like, okay, back to work.
Well, that was fun.
Like, imagine watching a crowd of like 30 white guys with space heaters just roll up on this massive black guy and like slowly suffocated with ambient heat. Like, I can't breathe, y'all. I'm sweating too much.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, I apparently I watched half that video already.
But yeah, fully. Have you ever been in like a death metal mosh pit where it gets hard to breathe?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
It's pretty like it's pretty messed up, man. Like just the raw amount of body heat and CO2, like breathing out, and people sucking in oxygen as they're in like HBT cardio mode. It's just like the oxygen evaporates around you. I'm pretty sure this is why people pass out and die in mosh pits occasionally.
The B effect.
Elbows to the kidney.
Yeah, no, we should literally call it the B effect because it's what it is. It's the ambient body heat builds up and nobody's paying attention to you fucking gasping for air, and then you pass out and you get trampled on. Someone steps on your windpipe accidentally and you just fucking die there.
I thought it was too many elbows to the kidney.
I'll do it too.
I saw two guys bang their heads together really fucking hard and just fall right back down. Like just instantly.
Oh,
they were like just banging their head, and thrashing about, and fucking just happened that both their heads come together at the same time and they both just like fell to the ground instantly. It was hilarious. It was so fun. Dumbasses.
Have any of you guys heard those stories about people who have DMT and they like smoke a bit too much and they sort of pass out and they wake up 5 minutes later and they're claiming that they've been living in another world for like months and months? Have you heard those stories?
I think I've vaguely heard those stories, but I mean, it might be a little bit of Chinese whispers going on there because I've been on DMT and I could describe it as like acted to another world, and like time dilation is a factor, but I don't know what's good.
It was like these people had too much. And they passed out. But some of the stuff I was saying when they woke up was one guy was like, I lived in an underwater world for months. I had a job, I had a wife. One guy was on Joe Rogan. It was it was interesting.
I got logged off. DMT is like pointing a shotgun at your brain and blasting it into another reality. So I don't know how long you could stay there, but I do know you go there on a rocket and come back on like a stone.
Do you think debating on just the horizon would be an interesting enough topic for like an hour-long debate?
Sorry?
Do you think debating on just the horizon would be an interesting enough topic to have an hour-long debate?
As in the physical horizon that you see with your eye.
Yeah, but like, you know, you end up start talking about all the peripherals around it, right? Like how humans see and, you know, atmospheric conditions and geometry, all of this other stuff, right? Like you start getting into all that other stuff. So like, it seems like a simple topic, that, but like if you think about like what would be brought up in a debate, I think it's plenty. Like you could have just specifically on that, and it would be an interesting enough topic, I think, for an hour-long debate. I'm wondering.
Well, the horizon is the apparent location where the sky meets the ground or sea. So it's apparent. Changes with depending on weather conditions.
Yeah,
The globers claim it's the edge, the geometric edge of a globe, and that ships go over it, disappear over it.
Yeah,
At the geometric edge,
pretty good
which is
on
the
it.
horizon, but it isn't.
Pretty tricky when it's not
Horizon
returning.
is refracted, not
Right,
geometric.
Yeah, so I wasn't trying to get into specifics. It was really just a general question on whether it would be a specific enough but yet broad enough topic at the same time to have an interesting debate for like an hour or so. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, I think most people don't have much of a horizon to look at, so the people that would be really interested in it would be people who like lived on a mountain.
Well, I mean, I live in the Appalachians, so I see mountains all the time. There's horizons everywhere I look, mostly made by mountains.
Yeah, most of them are a feature of geography or like buildings more than the natural limit of your vision. But you
Sure.
go out to the desert, you can deal with that.
I mean, there's the artist horizon, but that's just your eye level.
I think the desert is a great way to talk about it because then you have to account for like the heat refraction.
Desert, oceans, anything that's flat. Because who wants to talk about this? Like, you know, getting into the stupid terrain issues. You know, you don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, I think railways are a good way to say to people like, how can you have railways traversing like Russia to fucking China? You know what I mean? Like, you know that the railway has to be flat unless it's like doing like an angled climb. It's not like they're not accounting for this curvature in the railways, you know?
I don't know. I don't think that's a very good point to bring up in a debate.
Maybe not. Maybe not. I think in some places it is, and in other places it isn't.
It lends too much problems. Get bogged down in just that. Anyway. Yeah, I think it has enough rabbit trails to go down to be interesting.
I don't know. To me, it makes sense if you could find like, or even if like you could cut a path through like sea level from one side of a continent to another, you'd be obligated to lay it flat.
make some more coffee.
So if you connect one point of sea level to the other point of sea level, and you find a way not to change the elevation of the track by literally digging through the land at sea level, it'd have to literally not curve, and the point that it met sea level again, you could put a fucking laser pointer along the top of it. No curvature. I mean, right, like if you're talking two visual points at sea, right? It's different to going the point at one side of this continental mass is exactly level with the point that the ocean is at the other side of the continental mass. How could you account for that on a sphere?
Alright, I have some phone calls.
I mean, to put this another way, right? Forget train tracks for a minute and let's just dig a flat line from one sea level to sea level on the other side of the continental landmass. At what point are we like being dwarfed by mountains of mass? Do you know what I mean? Or is it like a relative altitude that is like visually apparent to you at any point that you are on this line? Do you know what I mean? Like at the halfway point between these 2 points that are subjectively supposed to be at different heights, if you wanted to like plot it on a Y, right? I don't know who's still listening.
I'm listening. I just didn't know. I thought you were asking him.
I don't know.
Wasn't there someone
Losing my
else?
train of thought a bit.
Wasn't there someone else you were talking to?
I don't know. I'm just trying to assert, right, that like if the midpoint of this line that you're connecting between 2 points of sea level, if the land isn't highest at that point, how could you say it's an expression of curvature? Do you know what I mean? Like you'd have to be in a deep tunnel at the center point, like a deep ravine in the landmass. And if you weren't, then you'd say the landmass didn't change significantly enough for you to have not noticed that you weren't digging in a straight line and somehow express curvature or whatever the fuck.
Right. I hear what you're saying. I hear you.
I mean, there's places where like the land is flat enough for long enough for us to say that like, you know, where's the curvature here? But if we're talking Australia, then where the Nullarbor plain starts is like fairly high up off the Australian bight. So like sea level is a little bit lower from the land table, and it's the longest, flattest part of the world. There's no trees, and it's a dead flat expanse across the South Australia, right?
Right.
But because it's not at sea level, you can't use it as a way to say, well, sea is above me when I look over there, because I've moved a significant period along this dead flat space called the Nullarbor Plain. I mean,
Right.
if sea level rose, we could see that, but you know that's an issue.
That like reminds me of like when you know if you think about it, like if the land itself is, you're saying it has to be curving because it's on a curved ball, right? And I think
Well,
that's
it's
but what if you are in a bowl yourself? What if the land was lower in elevation than sea level, right? Because like I think it's like down in where that flood happened. Oh
well,
my
I've
gosh,
lived below sea level. I know what you're saying.
So like if you're in a bowl, right? That means everything's going to go up from you to get back from the land miles and miles and miles away from you, where they are living above sea level. That means you're in like this hole, if you will, and you live in there. You dwell. Then how do you calculate curvature of the Earth if all the Earth around you technically is raising up to a higher level in elevation?
Well,
That's
you just wouldn't use a spot like that because you
well,
wouldn't
well,
need
I
to
know,
carry
but
this
that
out
kind of
everywhere.
negates their position of saying, oh, well, we could just do measurements and we know that it's curving. Well, someone that believes that the Earth is curving up could use an area like that and say, oh no, wait, with the Earth curving up where I'm at. So, and we do our calculations and we know that the elevation rises the further away we go from our town. It's like, yeah, but you're just in a that's where you live. That's just the topography around you. And then same thing for people that are trying to say like they're measuring the curvature of the Earth on the land. No, you're measuring topography. Matter of fact, it goes
Yeah,
up and down and up and down and up and down sometimes.
yeah, that's the problem. So you have to use sea level if you want to use the land as any kind of benchmarker to prove the shape.
Exactly.
I always try to picture it. Like whenever I'm talking about it, I try to picture it in my head. So I picture like a plasticine ball of like blue, and then I'm sticking on little extra bits, and those little extra bits are the actual land masses. So if we normalize the point where sea level should meet sea level, if we draw a straight line, like with a laser or whatever, like we do have technologies that can point through, like we've pointed radio signals through the planet, apparently, so we could
Yeah.
actually project this straight through the landmass and read the amount that the landmass raises at the midpoint. And if it's not raised significantly enough, then it's like, yeah, it kind of falls apart on a few notions, but I don't know. There's a way to connect this idea of where the sea level manifests. I think that's the key.
Right. You know what I'm kind of tempted to do? So over here in California, we have this mountain, right? This huge high mountain that separates us from like other states, right? Like this huge mountain in the middle. And I've been to the top of it, of Mount Baldy, before, doing some work on the satellite dishes up there, that they have on the antennas. And when it takes like 3 hours to get up there, 2 to 3 hours to get up there on a drive, but it would be cool to go back up there with my P950 and just take a photo of like just the land, or even in the ocean at that point. But I said the land though, because then I could find out like the distance from one building, recognizable point, if you will, all the way across, in that whatever my photo can take, right? Like however far across it can take, and just like point out again to people, like, let's say I go up there and take a photo and that represents like 50 miles, like lateral, like horizontally, like from one end to another. Let's say if I could capture that in my camera's view, if I can, I don't know. But just be like, look, if there is no curve in that great of a distance, then how do you think it's curving away from you downwards when the boat's 3 to 4 miles away from you? Like, I don't know why these people can't grasp that. It's comical to me. And what reminded me is that photo that the Gal just posted of the Everest panorama. I'm like, I would love to do that, like right here in the top of the mountain here in California, Baldy.
But yeah, so I get kind of stuck in this notion because I really like the idea that we could build like a superstructure that would go from like Africa to the United States across the oceans, and every single component of it would be completely flat. So at the end, you'd have a straight line from one side of the Earth to the other, built as a
Right.
structure, and at no point does it curve. So the smaller scale proof of that concept is if you imagine this plasticine ball, right? And then you have the landmass on top of the blue plasticine ball, and you stick in like a straw at sea level where it pokes out the other side. If it's like a piece of land that curves around the earth, then you're not actually going to come out at sea level. You're going to poke out through the ground, like not vertically, but like at the angle at which you're still adhering to a straight line.
Yeah.
But if you came out at sea level again, it literally proves that the world is flat. And that would be true no matter the size of the landmass. So you could carry that out on a small island, and then carry that out on a continental mass. By whatever method you do that, I'm not sure. But I'm sure it's doable. Just like building a world-sized superstructure is doable. It just take maybe a really long time.
Right.
I mean, if we linked up all of the like power relay stations that we have, they'd span the globe a few times, right? I mean, they're honest about this kind of stuff. So we lined them all up, and like we could prove that they lie straight across the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Or even like Elon Musk, you could challenge him to do it just for shits. Like, forget your hyperloop, build the straight train, you know, from one side of the planet to the other. One raised maglev track.
Right.
Russia to South America.
I remember seeing that they wanted to build, I think from Japan to America. I forgot what it was, but they're going to try to like connect all of it. And they said it'll be done like by 2150 or whatever. Like it's like forever. It's going to take like 50 years or 100 years. They want to make this. It might have been one of those just like what if type things, but the concept they have it down. It would cost like trillions of dollars. Kind of reminds me of like that elevator to the moon they're talking about. I think I just saw like a thing like that they are, I guess, revamping it. They're like they found a company that wants to build it. I think it's a Japanese company. That and then they made that show, that program. I forgot the name of the movie, but the very first episode, like their elevator to the moon, like there's like a terrorist attack, and then like it falls and kills like all because they blew it up and it collapsed and it fell to the earth. You know what show I'm talking about?
No.
It was a pretty interesting show. I forgot the name of it, but it's pretty cool. But that's what happened in the first episode. Like they had this elevator to the moon or whatever, and then the terrorists.
Wait, no, I do know that. That's fucking Foundation.
Yeah, Foundation. That's the name of it. Yeah, and I was like, it's funny that they have that in a TV show, and then like they announced this. I think it's these Japan developers. They want to build that, and they said it's going to cost like trillions of dollars. It's going to be ready like in so many years. Like, all right, sure, if you say so.
So yeah, I mean, we live in what I'd call not reality, I'd call it virtuality.
Virtuality.
Yeah, like it's not a virtual reality, but the reality that we live in doesn't really have anything to do with reality. It's like this solipsistic coping mechanism we have that's like a virtual experience of cosmology. It's a virtuality, not a reality.
Right.
Like when your only way to engage it is through CGI of reconstructed radio noise, that's the definition of a virtual reality. So let's just call it a virtuality, since you want to assert that that is the reality and not a virtual experience.
No.
Very, very interesting. Very interesting.
I mean, did you ever think that maybe what's going on in the universe is way bigger and scarier than we're like prepared to deal with in this current time span that we're calling our incarnation on Earth, where things are shitty and they don't make sense, but it's all for mechanical reasons, which are at least easy to understand and contend with, whereas like the true nature of the war between good and evil in the universe would like it would fry your fucking brain, like for your human brain to know what that is. Your soul could endure it, but your human brain would just rebel against the notion.
Right.
Like infinite goods and infinite evils out there in the universe, and this place is just mid. You know, this is like a creche where we pretend to be little babies that fumble our way through an existence. I think that's what it is. We're just cosplaying as like, you know, the helpless.
Right. Time will tell, I guess.
And I think the reason it sucks is because it's like this thing that I reference, like an eternal fucking war in creation. So it has to suck somewhat, and it has to be like, it has to epistemically suck. You know what I mean? Like its very foundations have to be full of fucking suck.
Yeah.
Otherwise, people would not spend any amount of time in their life trying to exert any amount of agency over a place which actively resists them, trying to change it into anything better. For us to understand, like, the not the futility of the struggle, but the actual fucking concerted need for it.
Right. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, 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 yep. World we live in.
Yeah, so it's like when I entered the room, I made the metaphor of like the sheep becoming aware that it's on a farm, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now let me ask you, what value is there to the sheep realizing it's on a farm?
Nothing if it doesn't do anything about it.
Doesn't really improve its experience to know, does it?
Nuh-uh.
Mm. And that's a scary question that I ask myself a lot. What is the value of knowing something you can't affect?
Right. What then? Say. What now?
Well, the plot ever thickens, you know. It's just how much you're willing to invest in giving a shit about it. That's what it comes
Right.
down to for me. Like, I'd give more of a shit if I felt like there were, like, things I could do. You know, it's like people with all the motivation have none of the agency, and people with all the agency have none of the motivation. And that's what I'm talking about, this place being epistemically fucked.
Unfortunately.
Epistemically fucked is the word I was trying to find. I mean, the fact that Buddhism is such like a profound and world like, dominant, not religion, but like ideology, when its core tenet is like life is suffering, this is why I say the world is epistemically fucked for a reason. It's not coincidental. But I don't think it's what Buddhism really has to say about it either.
Very, very interesting.
I mean, Buddhists are very philosophical about the notion that, like, trying to gain things will lead to suffering, and trying to, like, create suffering will lead to your own suffering. But where does that leave space for defending yourself or creating the reality that you know is right over the one that exists? My problem with Buddhism. It's almost like they reject the suffering and seek a way around it in pursuit of like this transcendental nature that we're all imbued with. But the only way to make full use of it is to, like, dedicate all your time and energy to it. So yeah, it's kind of like if you accept the suffering and go out into the world with the ideology that you're willing to suffer for good, then you can exert a lot more agency over the change that needs to occur. If change is possible for this species or planet.
All right. It's weird to
I
call
think
it a
that's
planet.
just like, yeah, a planet, a planet, part of a plane.
Yeah. T minus, right?
One. Hey, you got it.
T minus 9, 8, 7, 6. Yeah.
I mean, here's another scary thing, right? So, the idea that, like, aliens could be among us, yeah? And not that they came from, like, outer space or whatever, but there's something else going on. And they've been here for a long time, that kind of thing. At what point would it be possible for them to say, replace every person in an entire fucking nation? If you take a really small nation and, like, go through its stages like body stature style, at some point you would have every person in, say, Lithuania is now a fucking shape-shifting Pleiadian and not a fucking human at all. And they're doing that because they know that everyone in Vatican City is a shape-shifting fucking reptilian. It's like they're just fighting a proxy war through us the way that the US is fighting a proxy war against Russia through Ukraine, It's like bigger versions of the same fucking problem because things are always tied to fractals.
Quite possibly.
Maybe. I mean, if human beings are the proxy war between God and the devil, then maybe we're also proxy wars between, like, hyper-intelligent alien races that are governing this place like an ant farm. Both things are as objectively possible as they could be subjectively true, Depends on how you view people.
No doubt.
I think it's kind of funny when you come to a conclusion about certain realities or certain people, And you're like, mate, at this point, it doesn't matter if you're a fucking shapeshifter. I'm just never giving you $1 again to know what you want to do with it. You want to do the things that a reptilian shapeshifter would do with my dollar.
Yeah.
It's funny because Kim Kardashian passed this off as like a joke in this video. I didn't even turn the audio on. I was reading subtitles. And she was talking about, like, she was in, like, you know, her wardrobe or whatever. And she was talking about being a shapeshifter, you know. I don't know if she was trying to be ironic or whatever, but she was saying it very, like, casually. Very conversational, like.
Imagine.
So we've just been shapeshifting for a few decades, and it's getting harder to blend in, so we have all these tricky ways of using fashion. Something along those fucking lines. Crazy
Wow.
shit.
That's crazy.
I think the internet goes through these weird periods where it's like full of really weird paranormal shit, and then it's full of like really abusive, like fucking gore videos and shit, and then it's just dominated by the sex fucking, like the fake fucking sex trade, you know, and it cycles and it cycles around these fucking like weird as fuck issues that people either have no like ability to access properly or ability to affect properly. And the internet's just designed to throw it in our face as constantly as possible. Throw us off our equilibrium. But the internet's pretty fucked up when you think about it. The way that we've employed it and utilized it. And like the fact that we had like a criminal underworld before, but through like the dark web, it's created its own culture of like sadistic fucking like video culture. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And before that, these motherfuckers would have had to trade VHS tapes with each other in like shady back alleys of porno theaters.
All right. The future is going to be interesting.
I basically don't think anything's ever employed by the apparatus of state that's ever done because it's implicitly good, but it's almost always done because it presents you a choice. And on the one hand, it panders to your impulses and compromises your integrity. And on the other hand, you can go with your integrity, but the social utility that you'll gain from it will drastically decrease. And they know how to do this because it lines up with like the cosmic laws of consequence for them. People have to make the choice to make their own negative actions. They're just enabling it.
Right. You all right? You sick?
No, I smoke weed. But my shit was delivered on Friday, but because of the service out here, they didn't get it to my door, so it's been sitting in the post office for 3 days. Pisses me the fuck off, and I've had to ration my supply down to like an untenable amount of tobacco with each fucking cone. But sorry, I do try to mute myself when I have like a protracted coughing fit.
No worries.
Yeah, so the cool thing about like Horizons, right, is there's always obligate to be a dome. And like because of what I said before about fractals, I just think that's really cool, you know, like any way that you could perceive the world as a human being, it's going to have a dome over it because of how your eyes fucking work. So why wouldn't that be true if your eyes were powerful enough to perceive the entire thing? Wouldn't it still form a dome over you because it is a dome?
Right.
And I don't think spheres form domes. They form like what you'd call like a 3D chevron. Or like to use astronomy terms, it's like the antumbra, I think. Like the shape of the occlusion from like a body. I don't know. I don't think you know what I mean though. It's like a weird kind of
sure.
like if you smashed a like cricket ball into some putty and the shape it left in the putty, that's like not quite a dome. It's more like sharp at the bottom and tapers upwards. I think that's what you'd see on a sphere.
Dozing off. I'll be here just listening, but I'm probably gonna sleep. I'm gonna mute up though. Take like a 10-15 nap or something. I'll be back.
Whereas is it possible that stars are reflecting the light from the sun? I think the way that like stars shine indicates not so much an emission, but a refraction, the way that you get through a gemstone. So maybe they're just refracting light back at us from geometric structures in the void. And by that logic, it's possible that the sun is the only source of warmth in the void. I mean, I don't hold that to be implicitly true or, you know, necessarily true. But maybe for the observable universe. So, is anyone there right now? I don't want to just soliloquy.
I'm here, but I'm half asleep.
Oh, true. No, I'll let you sleep, dude. I'll go do something else. Talk to you soon.
All right, man. I keep waking up, going to sleep, waking up, going to sleep. As I put myself on mute, though.
I'll give you some peace.
I will carry your car. You walk, please. Oh shit! Am I hot micing? Yes, I am.
Hello?
What's up?
Hey there, you guys. It's me, Saudi Man. I'm a new member of the Flat Earth community. I'm quite happy to be here, you guys, and I'm excited for all future debates, and which I will be joining with. Thanks, you guys.
Is like all the people sitting here like a severe case of FOMO or something? You guys are like fear of missing out or something like that? One just in here muted? Here, hold on. Someone's gonna unmute and talk to me.
I actually fell asleep, but you just woke me up. What's going on?
I think it's like a big fear of missing out type of shit. Like you guys are sitting in here muted, like the first channel on politics. They're like, "Oh my god, if I leave, I'll lose my slot." In politics, call no. Oh my gosh. Like, come on.
I fell asleep. We were talking earlier. I fell asleep. I was tired.
Hey, you might be the.
Someone muted you, bro. I don't know who did. I don't know, bro. What were you gonna say? You might be the what? Oh, now you're not talking. Okay.
Am I unmuted now? Oh, but you might be the few
Yeah.
that actually has a life in here that like doesn't like have the fear of missing out type of shit.
I'm not fear. We were talking earlier, and I was like, yeah.
Yeah, but I've like tapped into the server a few times, and like they're the same people sitting in here. Like this guy Crit, this guy sits here all day. He's kind of like a fear of missing out type of person. He's like, oh my god, I'm gonna miss something in 24/7 flat Earth.
Might just be the server he goes to.
Yeah, I think he only chose.
What if he's asleep? How could he not miss out? Some people just leave their icon in there, dude. They could give a fuck less what they're missing out on. They just leave their icon in. When they want to come listen, they listen.
Yeah, there's that too.
Oh my god, I gotta sit in the 24/7 flat Earth call.
Where you at right now, retard?
I popped in just to talk shit, bro.
He said that retard right out the gate.
I popped in right here just to talk shit about this type of stuff.
Nice. All right, well, get your money.
Out, right? Something you might be missing out on, huh?
Oh my god, I'm 24/7 flat Earth call. No.
We couldn't stop you from coming in here.
Right.
It'd be funny. I love to be locked out of channels. I'm locked out of like 8 of them on the server. I love talking shit to no lives like you. I love talking shit to no lives on the server. They just sit here all day.
So you sit and look in the mirror and talk.
Like at least find another server. Like at least find some friends to private call or something. I just see this Crit guy sitting here all day. It's kind of like odd to me.
He talks to weirdos all day.
I like have friends and stuff in real life. I have friends on here. I have different servers. I bounce around. You know, I don't have to sit in one call all day.
Okay.
Well,
I have a life.
Go bounce around, Bunny Rabbit.
Bunny Rabbit. Oh man.
I don't see you in here often. Apocryphon. How do you say your name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I'm in and out.
Ooh, you have a life. Let's go. It's something rare on this platform.
Everyone has a life.
I don't know. Some more than others, I guess, right?
Perhaps. Either way, whatever you're doing in life, just know that it flies by fast. Make sure it's something you
I'm in the military right now.
Bro, you're a sweet potato, okay?
Sweet potato.
In the military. I'm in the military. Dude, you're a sweet potato.
I'm in the military right now. Yeah. And like I'm doing something more like advantageous than you.
Like?
I know it's kind of hard to believe.
Did your drill
most people on this application are losers.
sergeant teach you to...
I signed a waiver where I can't talk about what I do in the military. I can just say I'm in the military.
Did your drill sergeant teach you to...
As an example,
Did
though,
the
I'm doing
drill
something better
sergeant
than you.
teach you to start every sentence with like? Like, literally. Oh my God. Is his drill sergeant his girlfriend? Fear of missing out on not praying to God every 30 seconds. We
Way
get it,
past drill sergeant,
Potato.
buddy.
Like,
I'm way past that shit.
he's like,
Drill sergeant's in boot camp, my guy. Hello?
like, I know. I'm asking, did your drill
Yeah, I'm a
sergeant
military slave,
impart?
that's for sure.
Yeah, did
And you're just a
did the
slave to
U.S.
the system.
military impart the beginning of every
So we're all
sentence
slaves
to
in some
begin
way,
with
right?
like? Come on,
You know
sweet
what's funny? In the
potato.
military, we go off the assumption that the Earth is round.
In what way?
See, now we're having a conversation. How do you in what way do you think that or
Yeah, like
believe that?
how?
Because I've been so high up in planes that I can see the curvature of the Earth. I don't think you guys have.
Well, it sounds like you're a tiny earther. Like,
Yeah.
totally. Oh my God, sweet potato.
Or is it like an illusion, I guess, right? It's an illusion in your guys' books. My bad.
Well, I don't know if you understand what that means. If you think you can see the curvature of the Earth from 5 miles up, then that means you live on a very small ball.
Yeah,
I
dude,
don't think that's not.
you're
It's a
misconstruing
slight
how your
curvature. It's not like you
peripheral.
can see a whole fucking like drop off, my guy.
Yeah, dude,
I don't know where you got that from.
hold on. You're confusing your peripheral vision for Earth curve.
Right.
Oh my God.
You know, the higher you go, you're going to have an equal distance around you. You create your own circle around you by your own eyes. You actually create that. You don't know that? Have you ever been in the middle of the ocean and you could only see as far as that horizon is in all directions? You create that circle around you. It's perspective.
You know your view distance changes depending on where you're at in the world. You know that, right? Like there's fog, there's a whole types of shit.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Yeah, we didn't say that doesn't happen.
That stops you from like seeing further. Like
Right.
Hold
where
on.
I'm at right now in Florida, I can see the curvature probably with how far I can see in the view distance because there's
No,
not a lot
you
of fog
can't,
here.
bro. No, you
It's pretty
can't.
flat.
Yeah, dude, you're coping hard.
You're living up to your name, yeah.
Yeah, it is a severe
You live
cope,
up to
sweet
your name.
potato.
It's like I almost typed it in.
Yeah, you've turned
It's almost
into
like
a
I made this my
souffle.
name.
You've
It's like it's a
souffled yourself,
sarcastic
sweet
joke.
potato.
Oh
Bro,
my
you just
god.
calm down.
Dude, you really got me, dude.
I bet you're a real hit in the barracks.
It's a weird laugh.
Like, oh my God, guys, I'm souffling.
Dude, he caught me, dude.
Bro, you can't see the
Oh my god,
curve
someone made this my
from
name.
with your
I
naked
didn't
eye
realize
at
it.
the shore. That's
No.
crazy.
Your prayers are noted, sweet potato. My lord, dude, you pray a lot.
Bro, we need to stop taking the world so serious, bro. In a place where it's not
OMG.
that fucking
Like,
serious.
OMG, FOMO. Listen to the souffle.
But I'm like in a call with like a bunch of
Like,
autists and they take it like face value. So
like I'm in the
I get
military
it.
and I'm
You don't
like
have
in
any social
Florida right now,
situations that you've been in
like a
that move you
potato.
to.
Like, oh my God.
Yo, one
Like
gay
autistic people,
impression
they have
was
to
enough.
learn social situations.
You
They
don't need
don't
two
have
people
like
doing it.
Say that again, percentage. Say
So
that
one gay
again,
impression was
percentage.
enough. We don't need two people making it.
Yeah, I thought you said your one gay impression from. Then I lost it after that, bro.
Like I'm in Florida. Oh my God.
I'm dying over here, bro. This is hilarious.
Like I'm a sweet potato in Florida and I can like see the curvature of the earth right now. Oh my God.
From your
Your
boat.
ass don't know, but I see the curvature of the earth. Oh my God.
From your voice, I'd say you're voting for Kamala.
Oh my God.
Oh man,
I'm like gonna pray a lot right now because I have FOMO that I'm not gonna get my prayers per hour in. Oh my God. Someone peel me. Oh my God. I'm a souffle. I'm in Florida. Oh my God.
It's not funny anymore.
Oh my God, it is funny, bro. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I've yet to even amuse myself with it. So.
Oh, here we go. I'm unmuted.
Oh
Let
my
me read this out
God.
for you real quick. While ASD is a complex condition with a wide.
You got cut off again.
Okay.
Yeah, dude, you're coping.
That was fun. I just woke up too. The guy woke me up. And it's good to laugh this early in the morning.
Okay, but now it's boring. Like, at least I mute him so we have more to laugh about.
Yeah, he's coping, bro.
Like, what's the
He's a
next dumb
tiny
thing?
earther. He says he sees the globe Earth from a plane, and he assumed none of us have ever been on a plane. So yeah, we all live under a rock. Oh my God.
You don't need to go that high. He saw it from the shore.
He said from Florida Beach, bro. He said like right there at on the shoreline.
His like drill sergeant told him the Earth's a ball. Oh my God.
Oh, I did want to get into it with him in regards to him saying that they use the globe in the military.
I'm getting dogpiled right now. I'm getting dogpiled because the autistic people don't understand social interactions. They have to dogpile. They can't let a one-on-one conversation happen.
Hold on, dude.
They have
You
to
were
run their mouth.
coping. You were
I know,
coping
it's
and
really hard
yelling
for them.
FOMO, bro.
It's really hard for like social cues to like strike you in the head.
Okay,
Because you don't understand them. Because you have autism.
Like,
I get it.
dude,
I understand.
you've been praying the entire
I get it,
time.
buddy. Good thing they don't let people with autism into the military. That'd be a problem.
Oh, dude.
Wait, I thought you were in the military.
Yeah, do they listen? Are they letting compulsive OMGers in there now?
I think it's a don't tell or don't ask, don't tell situation there.
I really think you guys like don't understand the people that made up flat Earth are just contrarians to like popular opinion. They just made that shit up so that you guys would like.
How long ago do you think that happened? How many years ago do you think they made up flat Earth? How long?
No, flat Earth has always been a theory, like from the like predates globe Earth, but like it's just
So
something
they
that
were
you guys
contrarians?
you just brought it, but you just brought it back up. Like the people that like started making it popular again just brought it up because they just want to like be contrarian to like popular opinion and like the world belief. It's like a funny thing, honestly. Autistic people eat it up, bro.
So you
love that shit.
So you think people that understood the world around them without the story that they were given since birth, you think
Story?
those?
You mean scientific evidence and proof?
Oh, you have scientific evidence of the shape of the Earth? Please provide that.
Flat Earthers have been proven wrong so many times, and you guys just like try to make up some random ass shit to like get around it.
Okay, Cope. Hold on, dude. If you listen, dude, if you want the one-on-one
My
conversation,
subjective opinion on the Earth is it's flat, so it must be flat.
now you're projecting. So what's the evidence, dude?
Scientific evidence.
Yeah, you want order. You made a claim. There's all this evidence. So what? And you say it's science. So go
if
on,
it's science,
enlighten
it's
us.
supposed to be, then it must be flat.
Here comes the Cope spiral, bro. Come on, keep it together.
What
Don't let the
scientific
Florida
evidence?
weather get to you, bro. Oh my God.
What scientific evidence do you have that it's
I know this like I know this like one autistic person that like thinks that pedophiles should be like reformed and not jailed and put in prison. He knows that based off of one study that he read.
Well, he was
Yo,
looking
do me
for
a
an
favor.
out.
Do me a
He got
favor.
it.
Try to like make your name a misnomer. Okay?
No, he's spazzing. He's a spaz Cope artist.
You said there's scientific evidence. What
Yeah,
is the
keep it
experiment?
together.
The scientific experiment that proves the globe.
It's like the autistic guy I know. One study, bro, and he's
Did
hooked
you
on
not
that.
hear the question, bro?
It's funny, like one study,
No,
and you
he's
guys get hooked on
spazzing.
that motherfucker. Like,
Hey, the one
it must be
study.
flat.
We're not.
One
We're
study,
talking about.
guys.
We're
Flat.
talking about your evidence that you said that you have scientific evidence of the Earth's shape. We just want to ask what evidence. That's all. We can start there. I'm being fair about it.
What is the International Space Station? What is satellites? What
Okay.
is
Okay.
My
That's.
what is
God.
photo?
You're not
What is
talking about the
photographs?
Earth. You're
What
not
is
talking about the Earth there. You're not talking about the Earth.
what is?
Imagine.
Wait.
Imagine you go. Okay. Imagine you
How
go
do they
into a
catapult off
warehouse.
of Earth? How do they
All right.
catapult off of the moon?
Okay, so
How do they
your
catapult off of all these
scientific
objects
evidence
to
is
get into
pictures
space?
from ISS.
They literally
your
spin
scientific
around the
evidence?
globe
That's your
Earth.
scientific evidence. The scientific experiment is pictures from ISS.
Every single making of physics and space travel is based on the Earth being round, and it would only work.
Prove the space travel.
It could not work if it was flat.
You're being very vague, Coop.
That's funny how fucking
Show me the
retarded
scientific
people are.
experiment for space travel.
And y'all will agree with space
Come on,
travel.
Coop.
Y'all will agree with that stuff.
No, we don't
Y'all
agree
will
with
literally
space travel.
directly, like, it will directly be a contrary thing
literally?
to what you're saying.
Where's the scientific experiment for space
Yeah,
space
dude, get
travel? What
specific,
you're talking
bro.
about is astronautics. That's the technical term, astronautics. Where's the scientific experiment proving astronautics?
I honestly don't think he has it. He said it, but he doesn't have it, and that's kind of the problem here.
Yeah.
Astronauts, people on the ISS, all these type of people will be in the biggest, longest coup of saying the Earth is flat or saying the Earth is round. Like there would be there would have to be a coalition of like millions of people
But your
that know about
scientific
this shit.
evidence
That would be
is
lying. That would be
your
impossible.
scientific evidence
Literally,
is appeal to
9/11
like
has
argumentum ad
fewer
populum.
people in it, and it's still leaked that it's a fucking conspiracy theory, and it's actually a fucking like you don't understand.
Your
If someone
scientific
actually knew the Earth was
evidence
flat,
is
and those type
appeal
of
to majority.
high-ranking officials, there would be a whistleblower. There's more whistleblowers than smaller shit. Like you're so stupid.
That's a nice experiment, bro. That's a fantastic experiment.
I feel like you're missing it, though.
That would be the biggest conspiracy in the whole entire world that like millions of people are keeping secret.
So your scientific
like
evidence is
smaller conspiracies
argumentum.
leak all the time.
Yeah, so your scientific evidence is argument from incredulity. Fantastic. You're really nailing the head with your scientific evidence, man.
Autistic people eat this shit up, bro. I know you guys love this shit. Like you're like,
Bro,
oh my god, Earth's flat.
You don't know what
Yeah,
science is,
that's
bro.
my whole
You
entire
have no
fucking
idea what science
personality.
is, man. You're
You're
saying
stuck
the
on
scientific
repeat,
evidence
Cope.
is that I can't believe that they would be able to they would be able to lie about it for so long. That's not an experiment, bro.
So have that evidence, though? I'm still wondering.
But there's got to be retards like you for smart people like me to
He's
thrive.
just going to cope further.
That's just how it works in society.
He's got his head up his ass, man. It sounds like you're eating right now, Cope. How's your shit taste?
Like while you're over there worrying about if the Earth is round or flat, like I just sit over here like doing my shit, like actually like
You're the
progressing.
one that sounds worried, homeboy.
So you head up your ass that far.
That's the funniest part about all this. I could give a fuck if it's fucking square. I could give a fuck if it's like the octangle, like fucking retard shape, bro.
Your
I
booty
don't
like
give a
cereal.
polygon,
Is it runny or is it like
eight-sided shape. I don't care what fucking shape of the Earth is, bro. I could give a fuck less, bro.
Hey,
you're over here sitting on a server all day, debating with people about if it's round or fucking flat, bro.
Hold on,
That's the most retarded shit I've ever heard of.
What are you doing right now, bro?
I think your ancestors fucking knew what you were doing.
What are you doing?
Hey, Cope, two things. The term is you couldn't care less. That's A. And B, flat isn't a shape. You got that?
With A, the colloquialism has morphed, and it's both now. I couldn't care less, and I could care less.
Well, when you say that I can
we
care
know which
less,
one doesn't care.
That means you care then, and that's why he's correcting him. Because when you say I can care less, that means you care. So you say I couldn't care less because that's saying
You say you care less.
While you guys are both, you're technically correct. Linguistically, it's morphed, and now people say both.
Yeah, well, the idiots say
Bro, I
both.
just love trolling people. This is the funniest call to troll people in.
Well,
Until I
get
get
better
banned
at
out
it,
of this
bro.
shit, bro, it's fucking hilarious.
Bro, you suck at trolling. You're really
you've been
bad
praying to God. You're a pseudo-intellectual
The funniest part about
atheist.
this is you don't even know if I'm a flat earther, or if I'm a round
Oh
earther,
my God.
or if I'm a fucking pentagon
You're
earther.
definitely not
You
a
don't
flat
even know.
earther, bro. You're not smart enough.
I could be trolling you in 8 different ways right now. I could be up your ass. You don't
You've
even
trolled
know. You're too autistic.
you've trolled yourself,
I just
Florida
love
boy.
fucking with people on the internet.
Bro, you're not doing a good job. You're not smart enough to be a good troll.
Yeah,
it's hilarious.
It's funny that you think
like,
that
bro
you're
couldn't
good
even
enough.
realize the sarcasm in my name, Cope. That's actually hilarious.
Oh my God.
I'm a sweet potato
Really
PFP,
got him.
and my name is Cope. Like, do you
You're
not
a
get the fucking
souffle.
joke? Like, you actually must be retarded.
Oh, his mask is falling off. His troll failed. Now he's gonna spaz out. I'm just joking, guys. Don't you see? I mean, I could care
Let's take
less.
this guy literal on the internet, guys.
Give a
He's talking bad about
Oh
flat
my
Earth.
God.
He's talking bad about my beliefs. Let's talk to him.
No, dude.
The
Listen.
thing is, Cope, you have too much small penis energy for it to be a good troll.
Yeah, you could care less after all. Couldn't
Guys,
you?
let's talk shit to this guy, even though we don't know if he's trolling or not. Let's waste
No,
our
bro.
waste
You're
our
the
time
one that listen. You were the one crying about people being in here with FOMO.
Guys, we're missing out, dude. We're missing out on the chat and 24/7 flat Earth. No, no.
Cope, if you're such a good troll, then give us, the scientific evidence that you're
No, we're
trolling that you
missing
have.
out. Let's stay in here
No,
sleeping.
just let him spaz. This is brilliant.
Let's sleep call it because someone might say something important about flat Earth. No, someone might say something important. No.
This
So
is
what
why we're
happened
here,
was
Cope.
he's
To hear you
diverting.
spaz out, bro.
He's diverting because we asked for what he
Someone might
said
say
he
something
had, and
important.
he
They
doesn't
don't
have it.
understand that I'm making fun of them and imitating their voices. No, no. They don't understand that I'm making fun of them while I'm doing this. No.
Like, I'm from the military.
I totally sound like this
Oh my
in real
God.
life,
Don't even
bro. I
stoop to
totally
his level,
sound like
old hog.
this. I'm totally spazzing out. Oh my gosh. No. Don't.
Yo, if you were a good troll, you wouldn't just unbuckle the moment someone asks you about
In real life right now. No, this is how I sound, guys. You really caught me. No.
Like, I'm in Florida, guys, and I'm like in the military, and I like to say the curvature of the earth.
Someone's gonna say something important in flat Earth. I better sleep in here and wait. I better sleep here. Oh no.
Cope, if you were a good troll, you would have like a step 2. You wouldn't. Step 1
Talking
would be
bad
like,
about
I have
flat
scientific
Earth.
evidence.
And it's
You'd have an
true.
answer when people say,
I
"What's
heard
the
it from my
scientific
mommy.
evidence?" You would just like unravel as soon as someone follows up with the one thing you say. You'd actually have
I better
like
sleep in here and wait for
plan.
someone to say something interesting.
You're a terrible
Oh
troll,
no.
man. You
These are
suck.
my buddies. They're my support group.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
did.
I better make this my home. Oh my gosh, I better make it my home in here. Because these are the only people that believe the earth is flat.
Oh, this is the worst, man.
Oh my gosh.
This is the worst.
You suck, Cope.
I
You
better
just
just
suck,
sit in
man.
here all day, waste all my time thinking about if the earth is flat or round.
Yo, is it I didn't know it was possible, but your penis is. It sounds like it's actually getting
And they're gonna be
smaller
like,
the more
well,
you do
you're
that
sitting
voice.
in here too. Yeah, for the 15 minutes
Like
I'm
it's
sitting here
shrinking
trolling
more.
your fucking dumbass. You're literally so autistic, bro.
Oh my God.
I love autistic people. This is the funniest part about autistic people.
I was in the
They'll
pool.
literally take a piece of information and they'll eat it up. They love that shit. Like flat Earth. Oh, that's my whole personality now. That's my whole
Cope, be honest,
personality.
be honest,
I saw
man.
one study about flat
be
Earth, and
honest.
now
How
that's real.
how small is your dick right
They're
now?
like, oh, it's something mystical.
I think
It's
it's going
something other than
inside. It's
the
an
other
innie.
people in
It
society.
went
which
inside.
I'm not.
Yeah,
because
you
I'm
know how some
autistic,
people
so
have
I
like
better
belly
be
buttons.
part of flat Earth theory and
Let
sit
him
in
speak.
class
Yo,
all day.
it's on the border. Whenever it goes inside a little bit, he does that other voice,
Bro, I
and then
just
when it
love
comes
how
out a little
retarded
bit,
you
he
guys
does this
are.
voice.
Right. You know, like how
Oh
some
my
people have
God.
belly buttons that protrude.
Bro,
and
let's
then
sit in
you
flat Earth all day,
know,
guys. Let's sit here all day. My buddies.
He has an
These are the only
innie.
people that believe in flat Earth with me.
He has an innie. Some go out, some go in. He has one that goes in.
Oh my gosh. I better have all types of fucking controversies in my whole entire life.
Oh
It's
my
going in again. It's going in
god.
again.
This is the only thing I can do all day is talk about flat Earth, so I'll just sit in the call. Man, I love how retarded you guys are.
Oh my
This is
god.
the result
I'm in
of being
Florida.
jabbed
Man, I'm just
multiple
waiting to get
times.
locked out of the call. That's my favorite part.
You've locked yourself out, bro. You've exposed the ridiculousness of the water ball myth.
Yeah,
It's
you didn't
honestly
really
a
do
little
it
bit
justice.
pathetic because he doesn't realize how ridiculous he is. You know?
Yeah, it's a bad look
Like
for
he
the
doesn't realize
intellect.
how bad the troll backfired on him. And he's talking about how you don't pick up on social cues. Like, come on, man.
Like, oh my god, it rains in Florida.
Yo, it's hot as fuck over here, guys. It's freaking melting down here in Florida, just so you know. It's hot as
You're in Florida too?
Yes, sir.
Yo, do me a favor. Can you see the curve from your house?
Florida's
apparently
flat
Cope
as
can.
a pancake, bro. Florida
It's just
is
so funny
flat
though. I
as
talked to
no,
someone
man,
who
you gotta be
loves
lying
space
because
travel
he
the other
said he
day,
could see
and they
the
had
curve
so many
from the shore.
They had so many contradictions, like with the way they think space travel works with their flat
can
Earth
see the
theory,
curve
because
from the
they would
shore?
literally be going off
Did
the
they tell
basis
you
that the
that
Earth is
you
round. It's
can't see the
hilarious.
curve on the
Yeah,
ground?
Chronic. He
Like
said that
every
he could
single
see the curve
part
from the
of their
shore in
fucking
Florida.
like theory on how space travel works would
I just
only
turned
work
them
if
down
the
'cause
Earth was round.
there's no
So they
point
literally
listening to them, but
contradicted the fuck
Space
out of
travel.
every single
That's kinda
thing that they
funny.
said prior to that. It's
Now you're
hilarious.
traveling.
Like I'm sure, like you have so many bases of society and how the Earth works that would literally have to rely on the Earth being round. It's like
So now,
absolutely fucking asinine that you sit here and
so
try to
now you're
fucking
in a.
argue this
Yo,
Except
point. A
everything that
dead
you're
point, by the
claiming
way,
space
that's
actually
been proven
travel
uses
by
it
is
as
science,
real.
it's been
flat.
proven
If
by
space travel
astronauts,
is
been proven by
real,
all these
then
types
give
of
me
people.
one
But no, let's just
scientific
sit in here all day,
experiment.
waste our time, and try to convince people that the Earth is flat.
Oh, so you're just gonna filibuster?
So
How you're just gonna
fucking
keep on
dumb.
talking, right?
Absolutely fucking
Bro,
retarded.
Yeah, he's
if space
hoping.
travel is real, give me one scientific experiment.
Like it's just so ludicrous,
Give me
bro.
one scientific
It's
experiment.
actually insane.
Just let him spit. Just let him spit his vile vitriol
Yep, mute me
crap.
for 1 second, and unmute.
Oh my
Let's go.
god.
Gotta flex that power, dude. Flex
He's
your
looking
autistic
for
power,
escape
buddy.
though. He
They
wants
always
to
give
just like
Yeah, he wants
misbehave to the point where we
exactly,
mute him.
They're like,
exactly. He's looking for a way out of it, and he
Yeah,
he
he's
wants
gonna
to get
find
banned
one.
and muted.
Yeah, that's how he wins, bro. If you kick him out.
Right?
dude, let's hear the
Yeah.
Dude, he's
contradictions
a
on how you
sweet
think the Earth
potato.
works.
He's
Like, there's
cooked.
so many contradictions in every single thing you're gonna say here.
You're stuck on repeat,
Like,
bro.
we'll talk about space travel, and every single thing would literally be based on being round.
Okay,
Literally,
let's talk about it then. If you're
Like
not,
how they get
it's
out of
literally
orbit,
a
you're
how
not
they get out
TV
of
scared.
show,
everything.
dude.
It's
You're
just
too scared to
based on the
talk about
Earth
space
being
travel,
round.
man. You're too
Imagine
scared to
that.
talk about anything.
Yeah, he won't even engage.
That's why you're just
He doesn't
monologuing.
even
Imagine
actually
every
engage.
single thing you're gonna say about space travel will literally be based on
This
the
guy's
Earth being
literally talking to
round.
himself
Who
right now.
knowed?
Let him
Exactly.
spurg
Yeah.
out.
He's just
Who
making a
knew?
fool of himself.
This is what the
Yeah, let him
military
go.
allows in today. I'm
Yeah,
ashamed.
we're doomed.
Oh my gosh, guys, the
Airman
Earth,
Pope.
it's flat. No.
This guy's one of like those intersex, like
He must be
XXY.
Earth is
wearing a wig and
flat.
dresses like a
No.
rainbow unicorn too.
Oh my gosh,
He
let's
must
sit
be
in
a
a
rainbow
call all
unicorn.
day and talk to people
Yo,
about
Cope,
it.
when you joined
Let's waste our days
the
away.
military and they did a blood test, did they
Let's
find
waste
out
our
how many
time
X
inside of a
chromosomes you had?
call talking about the Earth being flat.
Oh my god, it's gonna rain in Florida.
He rides unicorns in the lightning.
Let's wither away in Discord on the 24/7
Just like your
flat
penis.
Earth. No.
Dude, you're the one withering.
Wither away in the military.
Get in here.
Yeah, you sound like the Wicked Witch
Oh
of
my
the
gosh.
East,
I have to
bro.
be around people who are just like me and sit inside of a call all day. No.
It's okay, you guys. His captain made him do it. He lost the bet.
He's actually from Cope Land.
Look, he lost the bet. Look, listen, you hear that laugh?
It's
That was
still facts of reality. I've tapped into this call multiple times. It's like the
Giggling like
same
a
fact
schoolgirl.
sitting
Oh
here.
my
his captain.
The
god.
same autistic
His
bag is
captain
sitting
was going to
inside the
slap him
call.
like a little hoe.
There he goes.
Like I'm playing 8D chess around your head right now. It's actually hilarious.
8D
I'm
chess.
surprised I haven't
You
got locked
wish,
up,
bro.
I was less rude. I was
Yo,
less
the
rude
amount
last
he,
time I got locked out.
the amount, like
I
the
was
fact that
actually
he
trying to have a
thinks of
real
himself so
conversation and
highly
talk to
is
this
just
fucking
so
crit
funny.
dude that's actually like really autistic.
You're
It's
trying.
funny.
Hope, how
Like, he was
smart
bringing
do you
up
think you are?
Einstein and shit. Like, Einstein definitely did not think the Earth was flat. That's a for sure thing.
Here we go.
Einstein was
definitely thought the
retarded,
Earth was
bro.
round.
Einstein was dumb.
Like, based on most of his theories, it would have to support the Earth was round. Imagine
Einstein was dumb, bro.
someone who literally
All
thought
hail
the Earth was
Einstein.
round and like trying to use that
If I
as your
keep telling
argument.
myself
That's
all these
hilarious.
people
Like,
believed
that's
it was
only something an
round, it
autistic
must
person
be
could do.
round.
Like, overlook the contradictions in their fucking
Einstein
argument.
definitely
The
knew it was round,
inconsistencies in
guys.
your argument
So
are
just believe
actually
me.
insane. I love it when
Einstein
people have
reified time
contradictions in
and
their
space, bro.
arguments.
He was
There's
stupid.
so many inconsistencies. It's
How smart
hilarious.
do you think you are, Cope? Yo, Cope, what's your IQ?
It's just the contrarian mindset, though.
What's your
Oh my
IQ,
God,
Cope?
we have to be contrary to public opinion.
Why are you
We
scared
have
to
be
engage,
contrary
Cope?
to public belief. We have to. If we
He
don't,
knows that.
then
He knows
there's
it's wrapped
nothing
up
that
in
we
the
have
mythology,
left
and he's
because we're
coping.
autistic. Oh no!
He's trying to get
Projection.
muted because
Maybe I'm just a government psyop, though. I don't know. That's probably what it is. I'm probably just a government psyop. That's probably what you're telling yourself in your head.
he's trying to
You're
get
just a government
muted.
psyop trying
That's
to
his
make us
only
believe that the
way
Earth is
out.
Maybe
round,
you're just a
guys.
bald
Don't believe
nerd
him.
that's
Don't
low
listen
on
to that guy.
testosterone. Maybe it's just soy boy. That's what you are.
Don't listen to this guy. He's trying to convince us that the Earth is round. It must be a government psyop because he works for the government.
Well, they wasted the money if that's the case. The taxpayers want their money back.
Right, the Earth is flat, dude. The Earth is flat. What are you talking about, dude? I'm part of
What
your
about
team. I'm part of
hills?
your side. I think the Earth is flat, guys. Yeah, dude.
Wow. Oh my God.
Based on
Yo,
no
Cope,
evidence at all. I think the Earth is flat, guys.
From 1 to
That's me.
10, how smart are you? How smart are you?
I
With
think the
1
Earth is
being
flat
dumb
now.
and 10
I'm
being
part of you
dumb.
guys now. Guys, I'm on your team. What are you talking about? I'm on your team, dude. The Earth is flat, dude. Why are you guys being so mean?
You're a spaz, Cope. Yeah, is it even worth it? It's like totally.
Hey guys.
Won't back up what he claims, but we'll give you one more try, bro.
No, don't even
Oh my
unmute it. It
God.
ran its course, man. Let's
Yeah,
some fruitful conversation happen.
What'd you think of that chronic FPV?
What did I think of it? I mean, I think it's pretty typical globe behavior. I mean,
He's
that's
not.
what they
He's
do,
not
bro.
surprised at all.
Can I ask y'all a question?
You just did.
As
Back to
I'm gonna go ahead
FP.
and say I'm a glober, just to disclose that. But do you guys have a unified model of like flat Earth or flat Earth physics that you guys go by?
No.
No. So there's no, no model that can account for the range of physical phenomena that we observe, like the movement of the stars and the planets and everything.
No, there's some things that are explained, and there's some things that aren't explained yet. Because frankly speaking, the funding or the resources necessary haven't been allocated, or it might just not be possible to know the answer.
Okay. Because I'm.
But for instance, the movement of the stars is easily, accounted for. It's been known from before the heliocentric conception ever had a foothold.
No, of course, yes, but on a broad level, you can like observe and record the movement of the stars, and you can even like predict it based on your observations. But its predictive and explanatory power, you need like a theory to go off that, and things like, for example, gravity, which I've heard you guys don't accept, provides that, right? Like if we take
No,
math.
we accept gravity, but it's just not what you think it is.
Well, I mean,
number one.
universal
Number
gravitation
two, in terms of the
as
movement of the
postulated
stars.
by. Wait, 1 second. I mean, specifically, just to clarify, I mean, specifically, gravitation is postulated by Newton, universal gravitation.
So you're talking about mass attracting mass, which was actually superseded by Einstein's, special
It was
relativity and
superseded,
bending of
yes,
spacetime.
but at small scales, and for most astronomical observation, it holds up.
But why would you rely on it when you could have something that's more accurate in all others, like in all scales?
Are you talking about relativity?
Yeah, according to you guys' model, your guys' stance
No,
is
we
that
do. I'm just
Einstein's
I'm going
time
off.
space is more,
Yeah,
more
I'm
accurate
going
in the
off with
small
like
and large scale.
true. I mean, I'm going off with like gravity because it's quote unquote good enough for the scales that I'm talking about things we can observe with our eyes, you know, and things
Yeah,
we can
but your
measure
whole
with like
point
an
was that you have a
asteroid.
unified, holistic theory, and then your case in point was something that has been shown to not be unified or holistic.
It is unified, but in any case, it is. You told me earlier that you don't have like a unified theory that can.
No, but I'm still
Okay,
demanding you. You're saying your thing was that your model is explains all things, and then you point
no,
to
I
something
didn't say
that has been debunked at explaining all things.
I did not say all things. I say it explains a great deal of phenomena. It definitely explains everything we can observe without a telescope, for one. Um, like, it explains a great deal. It has gaps that were later filled by relativity.
But why not
That's
just
not a
go
reason
straight to
for.
relativity? I don't understand why you would, you know.
We can, if you like. We can talk about relativity, sure.
I mean, sure, why not?
But
You
and
mean,
the
hold
point
on,
is the
okay, hold
same.
on, hold up. You mean relativity that had the holes too, and was explained and like had to plug it in with dark matter, dark energy? You mean that unified model that you have?
I'm not saying. Listen, like, let me state my point. I'm not saying that probably any theory that we can come up with is going to have holes. The only thing that matters is that it has less holes than the previous theory, that it has more explanatory power and more
I agree with
predictive
that. I
power.
agree with that.
With relativity, that's true. Now, what I'm asking is, do you have a theory which has more explanatory and predictive power than relativity?
Absolutely.
You do?
Yeah, I think relativity
What?
has absolutely zero explanatory or predictive power.
Zero explanatory power.
Absolutely. Because the theory of
That
relativity states it's a reification fallacy. It gives metaphysical things, these ideas, conceptions, it gives them physical properties. Like time is a system that we created based off of a movement of certain things, the movement of the moon
mhm.
or the sun or what have you, and it's given time this physical property. It's a metaphysical thing, but it gives it physical property of bending and warping and what have you. So it's
No,
just
but it's a
retarded.
model, right? Uh, like the thing with models is they don't necessarily have to reflect what reality is. They just have to provide an accurate sketch of what reality is, which if we look at relativity, despite its treatment of time, you can see that it does. Like
I
if
don't
we
believe it
plug
does.
in,
No, I'd actually push back and say it doesn't explain more than Newtonian mechanics at all.
it does, well, you just agreed earlier that it does have more explanatory power.
No, I said, I was doing an internal critique from your stance. You were saying that your model's unified, and you're asking if there's anything unified in flat Earth, right? And then we looked. You mentioned Newtonian, and I pointed out that actually isn't unified, and it was actually superseded because it had gaps. And then we went to relativity, and I pointed out again that that's not actually unified and it has gaps.
With
So,
unified,
and I'm saying from
I
my
don't
stance
mean
that relativity, special relativity, actually has it doesn't have more explanatory power. I think the stories that it saw, it predicted stars warping around, it predicted Venus warping around the sun, or all this other mumbo jumbo is just they're just stories. They're fake.
Wait, but the fact is that if you plug in, like normal non-relativistic parameters um, into general relativity and into the Einstein field equations, you get normal old Newtonian mechanics, right? And if you go to relativistic speeds and energies, you get the observed phenomena that we observe with like telescopes and sometimes in some cases with our
Okay,
like
walk me through
bare
it.
eyes.
Give me something that Newtonian math couldn't figure out, and now we plugged in these some variable in a field equation, and now we saw something that like bona fide we didn't know about it before, and this proved it.
Wait, we're going a bit out of like the reason I wanted to like keep it to Newtonian is that I have some understanding of relativity, but I think my argument, the basic argument that I'm making is that even with just Newtonian power, that has more explanatory power than a flat Earth theory.
Okay.
What?
But let me just say, for the record, I pushed back on the explanatory power of special relativity, and you
He
kind of
folded.
backed off from it.
He completely
Yeah, I'm
folded.
folding because I'm not knowledgeable. I know like
Okay, so do you want to recant your previous statement that it has all this explanatory power?
Because if you don't recant,
I
it would just
believe
be
that, but I
arguments
can't
from
prove it right
ignorance.
now, so I will.
Yeah, try and be honest, bro.
That's why I wanted to stay with like
No, I appreciate
Newtonian
your
mechanics, but
honesty.
you pushed me to a place where I'm less comfortable making my argument. But my argument is still valid with like
Okay, let's go Newtonian. What's your your proof that
so
Newtonian has more
Newtonian
explanatory power?
mechanics, right?
Sure.
Do you think it's compatible with the flat Earth?
First, is Newtonian mechanics true?
Is it true? I don't really think
because you said like the goal is to have a system or a model that has more explanatory power. Does the Newtonian mechanics have more of a more explanatory power than the flat Earth conception? That's the question.
I think so. Yeah, I mean we've known this since the 18th century.
Okay, so what was the model in terms of mechanics before Newton?
For Newton?
Yeah.
Well, you had the
What did
Newtonian
Newton
laws
come with that was new?
of motion. You had force equals mass, acceleration. I don't know there's more like calculus involved with like momentum and whatever. There's the law of universal gravitation.
Well, just stick with one. Go ahead, just choose one.
Choose one. Well, I can't just pick one. They all contribute to Newtonian
No,
mechanics.
okay, well, let's go one by one, right? Instead of you just like hurling a bunch, let's go one by one. So pick one to start with.
I have to look them up. 1 second.
You want to go with, laws of conservation of momentum or what? Because my point is, I don't think any of these are truly new. Like, I don't think they were oblivious to them, or they had like other calculations that they did. I guess you could say like, what's that one that weird thing that they thought was responsible for combustion? You guys know what I'm talking about?
Specifically,
like energy or something like that. Some weird thing that they thought was causing combustion or whatever.
I mean, I don't remember, but I think specifically the universal law of gravitation, law of universal gravitation. Right?
What about it?
Well, is it compatible with flat Earth?
Okay, what's the universal law of gravitation?
Universal law of gravitation tells you that if you want like the physical, I mean the math equation, it's F equals the gravitational constant times the first mass times second mass divided by the distance squared. And it tells you that pairs of objects attract each other in a way that's proportional to both their masses and inversely proportional to the square of their distance.
Okay, but in terms of explanatory power, application, is there any application for that in real life? Or is that just something that we have to believe about
So like
planets?
if we plug in the values that we found out for planets for our solar system, if we plug them into this equation and we do reckoning on paper, the orbits and the movement that we get matches the orbits that we see, right?
Is that actually true though? Because we have the three body problem, and it's never that simple. So in actuality, it's not the case.
Wait, but we don't have a three-body problem in our... I'm talking about the solar system. The solar system is a stable system. It's not a three-body problem.
It is though, because the solar system consists of the sun, Earth, and like for instance the moon or whatever you're trying to figure out. There's other bodies, so you can't just automatically say that there's only the one or the two.
That's true. The thing is, when you have three objects where one of the objects is of a significantly greater mass, you have what's called a simplified three-body problem that does have a closed form solution.
Oh, so we just ignore the other ones because they're negligible, according to you?
We don't ignore them. And like the thing is, like Newtonian, it's not that Newtonian gravitation.
Isn't closed form three body problem solutions? Isn't that relatively new after Newton?
No,
that's relatively recent that they've come up with that stuff, right?
No, I'm just saying like they're unstable systems, so your ability to predict them is impaired because they are chaotic. The same with like a double pendulum, right?
Okay, let me rephrase my question. I hear you. Let me rephrase my question. So without assuming or presupposing anything about the lights in the sky or about the shape of the earth before measuring it, what applicative power did Newton's theories come with?
It lets us
new.
predict their movement.
No, but we don't even know what they are, so we're still putting the cart before the horse. In terms of day-to-day living, in terms of doing, working on your jobs or trades or this or that, like actual physics in real life, how did Newton's universal law of gravitation change things?
Wait, change things. We're not talking about changing things. We're talking about providing explanatory power
Yeah,
to
how did it
phenomena
provide more explanatory power in real life physics?
The stars are.
The stars were moving before. The stars didn't move any differently with
and the
the
thing with
universal law of
Newtonian
gravitation.
hang on, the thing with Newtonian gravitation is that it accurately predicts, it accurately describes how they've been moving thus far, and it accurately predicts how they will move in the future, right? If that's
It's an
not explanatory
accurate
power, then what
description.
is?
And hold up, how do you know it's an accurate description until you're actually up there to confirm it?
What? Sorry? Last thing you said?
And is it descriptive power or explanatory power?
I guess, I guess I could agree to
There's a difference between describing something and explaining something, right?
Well, I mean, I go off models, so I guess I can agree with you for the sake of this conversation. It's descriptive power. It's still accurate though.
Yeah, but I could say that angels are moving the lights in the sky, and I could claim that that's accurate. So
I mean,
it does we can't confirm it. It's just a theory.
That's not a. Wait, no, but with gravitation we can confirm it because the predictions that we get, we can later observe and see, oh, they match up.
Where?
What do you mean where?
You're just assuming that the lights in the sky are balls of matter or mass or gas or whatever it is, and
it doesn't matter.
It's reifying what this. It's you don't know, bro.
No, it's not. It's a model. Not reifying. So it's jumping with a model, you take something which we don't really know its true nature.
Yeah, dude. Hold on. Wait a second. The way you answered it, it makes it seem as if, Celeste, that you don't know the difference between explanation and description. Because you said, for the sake of this argument, we'll call it a description, but it's accurate. So it's an explanation. That you want it to be a description when all it is an explanation. Remember your explanatory powers?
No, I thought I already answered that point.
Yeah.
I thought for the sake of this conversation,
and the way you answered it. Yeah, time out. The way you answered it showed that you don't really know that there's a difference between the description. You just kind of blew past that. He tried to explain it to you. Man, you people don't listen, do you? You just wait to talk.
Okay, I'll listen.
It's incredible. You people wonder how it is you're lost in an outer space mythology. You people do not listen. You wait to talk and then you go, "Oh, I thought I explained that." No. You showed that you didn't know the difference between description and explanation. That's all. Get off your high horse, Celeste.
To be fair, old Hoss says he's up, man, because he's been very respectful so far.
I get it, but they're just blowing past the words and just babbling.
No, past. I heard. Is it a description? You talked for a fair bit, and you also attacked my character and my knowledge. So let me respond to it.
Wait.
Let me respond to it.
Listen, it's not an attack on your character if you're not actually listening.
You're saying I'm not engaging with the conversation, which
you don't understand the words you're using. You're saying it's a description when it's an explanation.
Old Hoss,
again, do you want to talk about that, or do you want to just keep repeating that? Because I can talk about it if you want, but you have to let me respond. Can I?
You play on, player.
Okay, so I recognize that there's a difference between a description and explanation. I understand that in your case, you don't quite agree that, or at least, well, not you, because who was it that I was primarily talking to this with about? Sorry.
Me.
All right, so I'm gonna call you Percent. Is that okay?
Yeah, everyone else does.
So Percent said that what I was, talking about, it's not really explanatory power, it's descriptive power. The reason I blew past it is because it's not
It's only descriptive if it's accurate, if it's real.
Hang on, I wasn't done with the
I
sentence.
know, dude, but this is the same spot you got lost the last time. If it's not real, you're not describing. You're using it as an explanation.
Hang
I
on.
think he was just gonna explain it just so we can move forward.
Yeah, I'm not done with my sentence, and you can't read my mind, so please don't do
No, the first part of your sentence shows you're clueless, but go on.
Okay. The reason why I didn't want to dwell on it is that, for me, it doesn't matter what you call it, right? Because if what we see and what we predict matches up with what the theory describes, it's a good theory to know how the stars are going to move.
It's an explanation.
It's an explanation, whatever you want to call it.
Okay. Well, you called it a description.
Okay, let's move forward. Celeste, so before Newton, there was like the theory of this sort of thing of mechanics and physics, what have you, was that there's
Kepler, right?
things that are heavier and things that are lighter. There was gravity and levity, right?
Okay.
This can be framed as like there's like the raw law of relative density. Some things, it depends on the density of whatever object it is versus the medium, the density of the medium, right?
Mm-hmm.
So with Newton, what did he come with that what did he come with that explained better that notion? Like sorry, that was like a weirdly phrased sentence, but yeah, what had more explanatory power, what had more application with his new theories?
What had more explanatory? His mathematical laws.
So, but you're presupposing then that so just because you could do math and crunch numbers, you're saying that is now better, even though they had the same notions.
No, it's not the fact that it didn't necessarily, we call it mathematical because it's like a systematic process and expressed in the language of math. It could have been stated as a procedure, but whatever it is, it gave a replicable, reproducible, accurate depiction of our universe, right? As far as we could see. That's what made it valuable. And as far as I'm aware, I don't think
it gave it a replicable what? Say that again.
Replicable model, replicable description of the universe, of motion, of our solar system, right?
So yeah, but we shouldn't just broaden the scope like that unwarrantedly. Like with physics and with motion, that's actually real physics, right? But then with the universe and the solar system, those are just unsubstantiated speculations that have never been substantiated. We've never been to the sun or the moon, I hold, or any of these planets to know what they actually are, right? So
you're saying that you don't subscribe to the idea that we have a local system, our solar system, that is close to us and is the collection of bodies that is closest to us in the universe.
Yeah, I don't subscribe that all of the planets are going around the sun, and that the sun that the Earth is a planet also that's going around the sun, and that all of these are hurtling through space and traveling through galaxies.
If we chart their movement, that's the most reasonable view that we can have.
Who decides it's most reasonable?
Is that just most reasonable? Well, I mean,
the geocentrism exists for a reason, right? It's not unreasonable to think that these things are moving just like as we see that they're moving and that we're stationary. Mm-hmm. That's actually reasonable because it's relying on
any
your
model.
With any model, we tend to go. I was just gonna say, hold up. That's reasonable because it relies on. It's actually supported by empirical evidence. It's supported by what we observe with our senses, our physical senses, and that's how we learn anything. It's relying on our physical senses when observing such
geocentrism
phenomena.
also provides that.
What's that?
Geocentrism also provides that. Geocentrism.
Heliocentrism?
Well, heliocentrism. My bad.
No, but
If you take
heliocentrism says that, you know, that we're moving when we don't feel that we're moving, or that the sun is stationary when we see it moving, rising and setting, just like the moon does. You know, it says that all these planets are going around the sun when we see them going around us with their motion, the retrograde motion, what have you. So
yes, that's because we have a
it's actually
relative point of
antithetical
view.
to our empirical senses.
No, it's not. It's just related from a different point of view.
Yeah, but one point of view that we're not actually there to experience and to sense. So you have to like just think it out.
But
so
if
it's
we translate,
do you know what empirical evidence means?
I know. No, listen. The thing is,
no, but hold up.
we have this.
Please don't blow by this. Do you know what empirical evidence means?
Yes.
Okay, it's evidence that we observe for ourselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the heliocentric model doesn't have more empirical evidence, or even the same amount of empirical evidence as flat Earth.
It does. It does, because if you take the heliocentric model, hang on, let me finish the sentence. If you take the heliocentric model, you take its predictions of the movement of the planets from the perspective from out of the solar system, like with the center of the system.
It no longer becomes empirical at that point.
Hang on, and then you translate that into our perspective. You take into account the movement and rotation of the Earth. You translate all of those predictions. Hang on.
Hold on.
I'm at the end of my sentence. Just 5 more words. Just 5 more words.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go.
Okay. It matches what we see. The empirical evidence that you're saying.
Okay. Is that an explanation or a description?
I don't really care what you call it.
Well, no, I'm asking you, is it an explanation that you just gave or a description?
Personally, I would call it a description.
Either way, it's not empirical. You can't like speculate from a different perspective, theorize, and then say it's empirical. No. It's
you can't rationalize everything away and then say I'm describing it. It's not the way that works.
That's literally a hypothesis. It's a hypothetical.
You're giving an explanation.
What would happen? Like, how would this be experienced if we were on the sun, or if we were in outer space, or if we were somewhere else, not here? You're literally not being empirical. You're not experiencing it, where you are. That's empiricism. Relying on your physical senses to observe things in your natural world.
I mean, I would say that's true of any model. Like if you took
Wow.
The thing is
it's just a cope rationalization at this point.
No, because if we drew that line in the sand, our knowledge of the universe would be severely limited, right? If we could only give credence to things that we can directly
No, I'm not
observe.
saying only. But that's where you start with. So it's because some people like to frame it as
that is where we started.
Hold up. Some people like to frame it as okay, now that the burden of proof is not on the globe, on the heliocentric side. That they don't have to prove that it's a spinning globe, because that's the common common belief, right? But that's not the case. The burden of proof is on the positive claim, and it's not a 50-50 like blank slate. It's what it is initially you have, because you go out, you look at the horizon and it looks flat. You don't feel motion unless it's like an earthquake or you're drunk or something like that, right? It's stationary and observably flat, and we both agree this. It's observably stationary and flat in terms of our observation.
I completely agree with you. If we start with what we see.
Exactly. So the null hypothesis is that you test against that. So you have to prove, if someone has an alternate hypothesis, and this is how science works. If you have an alternate hypothesis that no, it's actually a moving, spinning globe, right? Then they have a burden of proof that they have to substantiate through experimentation, scientific method, which has not been done.
Okay, can I respond to that? So we did start from this. We did start from the Earth is flat, the planets are spinning around the Earth. It was only when we observed the movement of the planets and we realized, this is strange. It doesn't quite fit our idea of how the planets move. That
no, but it does.
Make sense.
The movement of the planets is compatible with the geocentric paradigm. That's where the idea of sacred geometry comes from. You could actually search sacred geometry planets on Google, and you'll see a bunch of cool images.
That's not scientific.
No, it's
Like,
actually
what's
scientific. Okay, it's not
well?
scientific but it's not scientific either way because you can't experiment on lights in the sky, right? You know how experiments work. This is observation. This is empiricism. And if you look at it, it's it's observable, and it's compatible with both models.
It's compatible, but
Yeah. So
listen, like with
heliocentrism just believes that
models.
these planets are going around the sun, and that they look funky to us but they're actually like perfect circles. They had this like bias towards circles or what have you. It turns out they're not actually circles. They're elliptical, right, with the apogee and perigee. But in any case, they believe that they were like perfect circles going around the sun. But the geocentrism just believes that they're that they're kind of like more sacred,
Wait,
not sacred, but more kind of unique movements going around the Earth, and they have these special like shapes and designs to them. But they're both compatible. It's just whatever you prefer.
well, yeah, I mean, it's all a matter of perspective. Like a point of reference where Earth is perfectly stationary and everything is moving around the Earth is not less valid. It's just a different way of looking at it.
Okay, so that's why we have to go from because we like in terms of empiricism, it supports the flat Earth because you don't have to imagine what if it's like a perfect circle around the sun. So what you would need to do is again satisfy the burden of proof from the alternate hypothesis and find scientific evidence, an experiment that proves that Earth is a spinning globe traveling through space. So what scientific experiment has been done to show that?
Well,
Or
Newtonian
the
mechanics
other
tells us
option
that
is, or you have
both.
empiricism from outside of where we are, from a second perspective, like you said. So you'd have to travel outside of Earth to see that Earth is a globe, or traveling through space or what have you.
We don't
You
need
have
to
either
go
of those.
outside of Earth to see that it's a globe, but that's another conversation. The thing is, like, Newtonian mechanics tells us that both these perspectives are correct. They're equivalent.
No, but they're not. I already told you how one has more empirical evidence than the other. Like, and you agreed with me. It's observably flat and stationary. Observably, right? It might actually be a spinning, moving globe, but empirically it looks like it's flat and stationary. So scientifically, you'd have to prove that it's a spinning, moving globe. They don't have equal weight empirically.
It's not either
Empirically it like sways towards the geocentric flat Earth conception, right?
Yeah,
So
but you don't. It's not either or. Reference frames are interchangeable, right? If you're on a train that's moving, right, and let's say, for instance, the
no,
train
it
is
is
not
either or.
accelerating.
Either the Earth is like stationary and geocentric, or it's heliocentric and moving around the sun. You can't have both.
Yes, you can. You can't have them
Yeah.
both at the same time, but you can
I'm saying
derive the same observations from both, just viewed from different parts. If you're in a train
Yeah,
that's
but then you have
moving,
to
right?
assume. You have to again.
Hang
You're moving
on.
towards theory. Right? You're moving towards theory, bro. We're talking about empirical only, just relying on our observations without making more assumptions and stuff like that. Occam's razor. Keep it simple, right?
Okay, sure. Then,
That's why it's not
Newtonian
50-50.
gravity
That's why you have to
still
test
wins out.
against what?
Newtonian gravity still wins out because if you plug in all the parameters that we observe and you set a fixed reference frame with Earth at the center that's stationary, we still get the empirically observed motion.
Yeah, okay, but you're just hypothesizing that.
No, this is the result.
You're putting yourself on the sun, like hypothesizing that all of these lights in the sky, and you're hypothesizing that Earth is another light in the sky, that they're all going around the sun. That's never been proven.
I'm talking. No, in this case, if you take the Earth as a reference frame, they go around the Earth.
Okay, that's geocentrism. What's your point?
Yes, it still
That's
works.
what we observe. We observe the lights going around the Earth. What's your point?
Yes, Newtonian mechanics also predicts that.
Okay, but where's your scientific evidence that shows that it's actually a spinning globe?
It's actually a spinning globe. Well, right now we're talking about the movement of objects that are not the Earth.
Yes, and we're talking about heliocentrism, which believes that they're spinning globes going around the sun. Where's your scientific evidence that supports that?
No, we just moved to geocentrism because I told you that Newtonian mechanics is also compatible with that.
And no one's denying that, but Newtonian mechanics also claims that it's like that Earth is a planet like the ones that we see in the sky, and that there's mass attracting mass between these planets and the sun and each other and what have you, right?
So now we have a
Or can you
coordinate point.
can you have a geocentric conception of Newtonian mechanics?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so what is that? What's that
What is
called?
that? You still need a globe, right? Because if you don't, the whole thing just breaks down.
Okay.
But
I don't
it's
disagree
a
with you.
stationary
I agree
globe
with you
that's
on
at the
that.
center of the universe, and everything else is moving around it.
So in this conception, you'd have a local sun and moon that are roughly the same size,
No.
both orbiting the Earth, which is tracking them.
No, they're not the same size.
Roughly, I mean, observably speaking, they are about half a degree.
Visually,
in our field
yes.
of view, yeah. Yeah. So I mean, we're not going to go out into the solar system, or sorry, out into so-called space to confirm their actual sizes, right?
Well, no, we don't need to do that because we can see from their motion that they're different sizes and they're different distances.
How do you know that?
The same reason you can have, for example, you can see the mountains far in the distance and you can realize they're really far away and they're big.
Hold up. Mountains don't move, so that you could apply parallax to them because one is stationary and relative to another thing. With the sun and the moon, they have the same angular size in our field of view, right? Same angular size, and the movement is very similar. So how do you know that they're not the same size? Maybe one's just going a little bit faster than the other, but they're the same size. How have you ruled out that they have different actual sizes?
How do we know that? Because, like, if we're limiting ourselves to before relativity, the only, like, accurate descriptive theory of how the planets move tells us that they have to be different sizes and that they have to be far away from each other.
Hold up, we're not talking about the planets right now. We're talking about the sun and the moon. Sun and
Yes.
the moon. How have you confirmed that they are different actual sizes?
How
How have you
can we
confirmed that they're
confirm
different?
that?
How do you have you confirmed that they're different actual distances too? If you're making that claim as well.
How do we confirm it? Because it would be contradictory from them not to.
That's not necessarily true. You can have that they're the same size and distance away from each other, and one is just a little bit faster than the other. The sun being a little bit faster than the moon.
No, that would not match up with what we
Why?
observe.
Well,
Why? Because the math would
what
just
do we
not
observe
work
that
out.
debunks that?
Hey guys, it's me, Saudi man. I'm
If
a
they
new
were
member.
relatively the same
A lot
size,
of
we wouldn't
community.
have a stable solar system.
Quite happy to be here, you guys.
Who says we have a solar system?
If anyone,
Again, you were
yeah,
saying that
Again,
Newtonian mechanics can work with a
not there
geocentric
was a
system, not a solar
discussion
system,
going on.
not a heliocentric system.
yet you
Please
still
continue.
observe a solar system from a geocentric model.
What? If
Yes.
if the Earth is at the center and everything revolves around the Earth, why would you call it a solar system?
Why would you call it a solar system?
Solar system
Because you can
denotes
still
heliocentrism. You realize that, right?
what?
Solar system denotes heliocentrism.
I understand, but the difference between heliocentrism and geocentrism is just a coordinate transformation.
No, it's not just that. It's also actual sizes and distances and speeds of these so-called luminaries. It's not just coordinates only.
Okay. Are we talking about geocentrism, like luminaries, like there's like a firmament and everything like that?
No, we're not. We're talking about simply what we're talking about, right? You're saying, first off, is there a difference between heliocentrism and solar system?
It is just a difference of perspective.
No. Again, I'll repeat my question. Is there a difference between heliocentrism and solar system?
Heliocentrism, yeah.
What's the difference
Different
between
things.
them? What's the difference between heliocentrism and solar system?
The solar system or a solar system?
The solar system. We're talking about the one that we're here. You know, we're not talking about some fake thing that light in the sky, other lights in the sky.
As far as I understand it, heliocentrism is a view.
Because for me, they're interchangeable. For me, heliocentrism it means the solar system. And when you're talking about the solar system, it means you believe in heliocentrism. You know, they're interchangeable.
Sure.
But you're saying like they're different.
I don't think heliocentrism and geocentrism are mutually exclusive. If we're all we're
yes,
talking
they
about
are.
is
So
perspective.
what the fuck are you talking about? They're very different.
They're just
Heliocentrism means
in your
we're
reference
rotating
frame.
around the Earth, rotating around the sun. Geocentrism is the complete opposite. It's not a matter of perspective.
Like literally, the word
physics.
is heliocentrism. It's like one is the sun at the center, one is the Earth at the center. Like they can't be both at the center.
Yes, and when you're in a car, it looks like the world is moving around you, where your car stays
Yeah,
stationary.
but it's not actually. That's the whole point.
It might as well be from your perspective.
Okay, well, if you're going to go that way, then what's the point of having this conversation?
You're kind of confused, Celeste.
No,
Anything can be true if you just want it to be
This is the
true.
simple fact that we can exchange reference frames.
Honestly,
Nobody-
Celeste, I
nobody's
think
saying what
your
it can
position is
appear
untenable.
like.
Like even globe earthers would probably disagree with where you're taking this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nobody's saying what it can appear to be true. We're saying what is true.
Yeah,
and one is true and one is not true.
What is true? All we can do is look and derive to the best
Yes,
of our
we
ability.
can actually. I mean, there's plenty of evidence.
Now, Celeste, to steal my position, I would
observe-
agree with you that you could have Newtonian mechanics on a geocentric model. I would agree with you on that, but you wouldn't be able to. Like, you would have to, concede that the sun and the moon, they wouldn't be according to the heliocentric model. They would have to be, the sun and the moon would be closer. They would have to be like arguably the same size or same distance. Variation speed or something like that. Or you just don't make claims to that stuff until it's actually confirmed. But yes, you could have a compatible Newtonian system with a geocentric model.
1 second.
What you can't have is Einsteinian, because that's just straight up bullshit. That just fails on the primary first order principles of privations of metaphysical things, what they are. You can't have metaphysical things with physical properties. You can't have space stretching and time warping. It's stupid. It's honestly retarded.
It's wrong because
I don't know how it got this way.
Why is it wrong?
Do you see the picture I
because
posted?
time and space are conceptions. They're ideas created by men, for convenience, to share ideas
we're moving points.
Hold up, and to quantify, things that we observe, the actual things we observe, which is motion and volume and matter, right?
So by your logic, math is created by man, right? So we shouldn't trust math.
I didn't say that. No, but math isn't real. Math isn't like you can't give me 5. I mean, yeah, I guess you can give me 5, but you can't give me like the number 5. It's just a conception. It's a convention. It's a system that we created. It's not real, just like time.
Yeah, but there's equations for time.
Can you give me an equation in my hand?
In your hand?
Do you want to have a conversation?
Give me an equation in my hand right now.
In your hand? Is that what you're saying?
Give me an equation in my hand.
Well, if you only believe things that you can touch, then this whole conversation is pointless.
Okay, can you give me the smell, like the scent of an equation? How does it smell?
That's what I'm saying. If you're only trusting your senses and you don't understand the concept of abstract equations, then this whole conversation is pointless.
But if you're not hold up, how can you say it's real if it's not discovered?
Because we can do the scientific method on it.
So you could do the scientific method on an equation.
Yeah, you could test the equation. Yeah, that's true.
So, okay, what are you actually doing to this equation? Are you burning it? Are you
take a hypothesis around it? You do an experiment, and then you validate that the experiment shows that the hypothesis was true.
But
that's
you're not. That doesn't mean the equation's real, bro. Do you know what real means?
It doesn't mean what you think real means tangible. What
no, real means physical. Real means physical.
Yeah, no, it does. Yeah, maybe to a first grader it does. What is a real number?
Literally, something that's real has to be physically sensed. You can't have something that's not physically sensed and claim it's real.
Okay,
I can't say unicorns are real, even though you can't physically sense them at all.
You don't really love your girlfriend?
What's love?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You don't believe in love?
Concede your point,
bro? Are unicorns real?
No, unicorns are not real.
Why not?
Okay, since he doesn't want to engage in the conversation anymore, I guess
I'll engage with you in a second.
Unicorns
we have to nail this down because it's actually retarded. He's saying that you have real things that aren't sensed. Why aren't unicorns real, bro?
Because there's no evidence.
Just completely dropped the conversation.
What does evidence like? What kind of evidence?
Physical evidence. I told you what evidence is. I did never.
Is there metaphysical evidence?
You don't need a physical object for it to be real.
I didn't say it has to be a physical object, but it has to be physical. Like light, for instance, is physical, right? It has to be physically sensed with your physical senses.
Okay, so once again, back to the love question. You don't think love is real?
You have to define love.
Okay, so your answer is no.
No, my answer is you have to define love, because love is a very loaded thing. Some people say it's actual, neurons firing in your brain, synapses in your brain.
Is that what you think?
Some people say it's just a conception. If you're defining it as a conception, then no, it's not actually real.
Can you measure love in someone's brain?
Depending on what you're defining love as. If you're defining it as this brain activity,
okay. So your answer is no.
No, it's not. Like, come on, man, stop being dishonest. If you're defining love as the brain activity when you're saying this person's name, then yes, you can measure it.
That's
it
not
depends
what
on your definition.
I mean,
that's why I want to move to
what I mean
more.
By love.
Well, that's why I want to move to something less loaded, so like unicorns. Unicorns, are they real? You said no.
No, unicorns are not real
because you can't sense them, because we have no evidence for them.
Right. So that's one part of it, sure. But to say,
what's the other part for why unicorns aren't real?
What's the other part? Yeah, okay, so in your unicorn example, yes, let's say they're not real because you can't sense them. Okay, so now back to love. Is that real?
It depends on the definition of love. What does love mean?
Okay, all right, so you're not going to answer the question.
No, I'm asking you, because I'm
love is a feeling that you have.
I want to chase it down. What does love mean? What's the definition you're attributing to it?
You know what love is?
Honestly, we have to agree on the term.
Have you ever been in love?
I don't know, man.
Okay, so you don't know what love is, son.
I don't know if I've ever been in love.
So okay, but if you've been in love, you know what that is. I mean, that answers the question.
That's
you haven't been in love.
That's a very subjective thing, man. And it's also, this is kind of like just a feminine kind of like point that you're making.
Yeah. Love is feminine. Okay.
No, the way you're saying it. Oh, if you've been in love, you'll know it.
You will know it. I mean, ask any.
Define it. If you want to engage in actual discussion, then just define love, and then we can agree on the definition.
The whole point of love is that you can't pinpoint an exact definition on it. You know it when you know it. Yeah, really.
So if I was to say love is having very, very strong feelings for someone in your life.
Yeah, that's not what love is, because you could hate someone, right?
Very strong positive feelings of longing and protection and that sort of stuff in your life.
Even that's not a definition. But
then even you give me one,
even in that definition,
why would you point to something that's undefinable? Why would that be your case in point? Something undefinable.
That abstract things are real. You don't get what the point I'm making.
Abstract things by definition are not real. That's why they're abstract.
Okay, well that's the whole point. So if
if we can't define love, can we define abstract?
Something that you can't feel with your senses or observe with your senses.
Okay, can you define real?
Something that is true.
Something that is true. Define what's true.
Whether it exists or not.
Define existence.
I mean, if you're just gonna keep going down the rabbit hole,
no, you keep on giving vague terms without, you're just one leads to another. What's existence?
Just look up the definition of real number. How about that?
Yeah, that's a oxymoron. You know what an oxymoron is?
An oxymoron, yeah.
Yeah. Look at the definition of original copy. Look at the definition of freezer burn. Look at the definition of, I could keep going. They're all oxymorons.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. The Earth is flat. You're true. You're right.
I'm not saying that.
You convinced me.
It's definitely not heliocentric.
Right.
And if you're saying it is heliocentric, you'd have to have
your evidence for it not being heliocentric is that's weird.
No, that's not actually.
Yeah, that's what your evidence was. What's your evidence? Let's hear it.
My evidence is that empirically we observe a flat, motionless Earth. Right?
Okay. So just like when you're driving in a car and you observe trees.
That's what we test against. Because that has more evidence, right? More physical evidence. So that's what we test against. Now, if someone comes with the claim, no, it's actually a spinning ball going through space, going around the sun, then that positive claim has a burden of proof.
So you don't think
it's to be substantiated by way of empiricism or scientific evidence?
What's a Foucault pendulum?
It's an apparatus that that they just basically hang up and then move.
Oh, they move. Who moves it?
Whoever starts it, it has to be started.
Whoever start. Yeah. Okay. So initially, yeah, someone has to start it. Okay. So
Why?
what is the point
Hold
of the
up. If it's
Foucault
independent
pendulum?
of Earth and it measures Earth's motion, why does it need to be started? Why doesn't it
It's
just move on
measuring
its own?
Earth's rotation. It's not measuring Earth's like ability to push a pendulum. It's measuring the rotation.
Yeah, but it measures rotation. So wouldn't it have to be like why doesn't it just measure rotation without you starting it? Why does it have to be started?
Okay. So the fact that you could observe it rotating, it doesn't matter to you because someone started it. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's this physical apparatus that you set up.
No.
Right?
So you're
it doesn't
just
have an on-off button.
You're denying the evidence because you don't like how it started.
I asked you a question. I said,
Yeah.
why does it need to be started? If it's always measuring rotation, why does it need to be moved initially?
Because there's a concept called conservation of momentum, right? That's like saying, why do you have to use energy to walk if the Earth is moving at 1,000 miles per hour? Shouldn't you just fly off the face of the Earth? There's a concept called conservation of momentum. You should look into it.
Okay,
That's the reason for it.
Okay, so when I start walking, though, I don't feel the Earth moving.
Yeah, you don't. Congratulations.
Okay,
that's called conservation of momentum.
So when I'm moving, I don't feel it.
Moving.
Yeah. When I'm stationary, I don't feel it. But for the Foucault pendulum, when it's moving, it feels it. But when it's stationary, it doesn't feel it. Why is it different?
Well, what you keep saying, feel it. It's not about what you feel. It's about what you observe.
I don't observe motion when I'm moving. Why do I observe it?
You're observing the rotation of the Earth under the pendulum. That's what the
but why don't I observe that when I'm moving?
Because you're not hanging from a ceiling, are you?
So if I was hanging from a ceiling, I would see it. I would observe it.
Yeah, you would. You would actually. If you were the pendulum, yes. If you were dangling there, yes, you would see the Earth rotate.
But what about the conservation of momentum? Wouldn't I keep on going straight? If I was pushed to go straight, why wouldn't I keep on going straight?
Now we're talking about angles here. We're not talking about velocity and momentum. The whole point of the Foucault pendulum is the angular changes.
What angular change?
Oh my god! Have you seen the Foucault pendulum? Am I just talking to the wall here? So you don't know what I mean by the angular change?
Why would there be angular change if there's conservation of momentum?
Because it's not about momentum. It's about the Earth rotating below it.
That's what you're trying to prove. You can't say that's why it's happening without proving it.
You're talking about momentum. That's not what momentum means. Do you know what momentum means?
Yes, I know what momentum means.
So why are you bringing that up when we're talking about rotation?
Hold up. You're saying the reason we don't observe it just normally is because there's conservation of momentum. It has inertia. It's where it is, right?
Yeah.
But we see it after applying
on the ground.
Yes. Well, it's not on the ground. It's going to be floating above the ground. But anyways.
No. You just said we. We are on the ground. That's why we don't notice it.
The reason why we don't observe it, the Foucault pendulum, is because it's stationary. It's has inertia. As I was talking about the Foucault pendulum. But in any case, so then you start it. It still has conservation of momentum. You've pushed it to one side, right? Why then wouldn't it consider keep on having conservation of momentum and go back and forth?
What are you talking about? Because you pushed it, we added energy to it.
Yes, but the conservation
if I push
with its momentum, it should go in a straight line. We push it straight; it should go in a straight line. Conservation momentum.
All right.
Why is there an angle?
Pointless. This is completely pointless.
You can't explain it because you don't know well enough.
There's an angle because the Earth is rotating below it. That's the whole point.
That's what we're trying to prove. You can't just assume that. That's circular logic.
Okay, you're right. Yep, the Earth is flat. Just ignore any piece of evidence and just go, oh, that doesn't make sense. What?
No, it's circular logic. You don't have anything to confirm.
You just don't understand it. That's the problem. You just don't get it.
I get it fine, man. I know how Foucault's pendulum work. Apparently, you don't.
Okay. So why does the angle change? What is the reason for the observation?
I'm not convinced that that the angle changes in the manner that would be necessary for the Earth to be spinning.
The angle changes in the exact manner
it doesn't.
That we hypothesize.
Okay,
yes,
show me a Foucault's
literally
pendulum.
I'm not going to show you it. I'm playing a video game right now. Just Google it. There's a million videos on it.
I know I've seen them. Okay, but the majority of the ones that are for instance in museums or whatever have motors that constantly reset it so it stays accurate.
Yeah.
The way they know it's accurate is because they set it to be accurate for that latitude. They've put the cart before the horse. Now other ones that are homemade ones, what they do is a lot of them they have uneven precessions. Like the progression isn't, it's not symmetrical as it should be with a constantly rotating Earth, right? It should be symmetrical. All these deviations should be absolutely equal in magnitude, but they're not. There's like often there's like little gaps or whatever. It's variable. And then thirdly, in terms of, I forgot my third point, but yeah, continue.
Yeah, no, so you're right. Yeah, I'm going to trust the flat earther who sets up the experiment in his garage over scientists who actually know what they're talking about. You're right.
Well, the third thing I was going to say, the third thing I was going to say was there's no actual scientific experiment, because an experiment would would say that you only changing one variable, and the variable that they say it's what's responsible for it is latitude. So what you need to do is take the same apparatus at different latitudes and show the different effects. This has never been done. I challenge you to look into YouTube for any sort of thing where
I'm convinced. I don't need to look into it.
And did it above the equator, for instance, and at the equator, and then south of the equator, and show that there's different like movements, that at the equator should be perfectly even, right? Because there's no Coriolis or what have you at that equator, and above and below the equator should be it should be different. But it's never been done.
True, it hasn't. You're right. The Earth is flat.
No, that's true, man. Well, that doesn't make the Earth.
So there's no scientific evidence.
Yeah.
The Earth is flat.
Not even really that's not even really science. It would just be an observation. But
yeah, observations are everything. If you think it's weird,
I'm hoping one day they actually do the Foucault's pendulum, Grandpa. Like,
me too.
I mean, there's like a couple all at the same. They're like a few of them all at the same latitude. They haven't checked them out at any other latitude, and just like that guy said, they're motorized. They have to be started. You have to push them in the predicted fashion, and then you just assume that the reason that they're slowing down is not due to friction, not due to anything else, but only due to Earth spin.
And then also, if you look into like some of the ones that you can purchase, there's like an instruction thing. It's like, if the progression is incorrect, then do this and do this. It's like it's just wrong.
But on a stationary Earth, why would there be any movement at all? Why would there be any changes at all? If
you moved it, that's the thing. You're putting it in motion.
Oh, you moved.
It's not.
You ensure that you're doing it perfectly. That's number one. Number two, there's going to be there's going to be friction in the atmosphere. There's going to be drag. There might be imperfections in the apparatus and the gimbal or whatever, micro deviations and stuff. So obviously, it's not going to be perfect.
Obviously, true. Okay,
Grandpa, you can't doubt that we're putting it in motion, right? Because otherwise, you'd be like, well, why aren't swings that I have in the backyard, or why aren't cranes all right? So obviously, you got to put it in motion. You can't deny that part.
Yeah, no. You're right. I'm wrong. True. Okay. So the Earth is stationary. What the fuck? Why are they lying to us? What the hell?
Who knows? Control? Money?
Control, I guess. Crazy.
It all boils down to control, right? Whether
true.
it's money or power or whatever, it's all control.
You know what's weird? Why when I'm on an airplane, I don't feel it moving?
You do. We went over that. You do feel it moving, but
you're right.
Yeah, I don't know if they're lying.
You feel it moving 700 miles an hour. You don't just feel like the shaking of the engine.
Yeah, like you feel when you're taking off. You feel when you're landing. You feel when you're
No, I'm talking about cruising at a high altitude.
Right, and so the only answer for that would be that the Earth's not curved. Because if it was curved, you'd be changing in angular momentum. You'd be changing your angle, and then you'd have to accelerate to curve. So that's what proves it's not curved. But because you'd feel it, like you said, when you go up. You
feel it, yeah. True.
All right. So if you don't feel it, then you're not going up and down. I mean, if that's the test.
I do feel like I'm going 700 miles an hour. That's true, actually. That is what it feels like.
Oh, now you do feel it.
I do. No, you made me think a little bit, and I'm actually. Oh shit! Like actually, I was going 700 miles an hour.
You started serious, and now you're trolling.
Wow, good observation. Did your senses tell you that?
No, Miss Frizzle did.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, I mean the Foucault's thing is, listen, it could be interesting. Nobody even on the I guess the flat Earth side, right? They would say that the sky is not moving. Like there should be a motion detected. We can see it. You can see the sky moving. You can see the stars circling, the sun circling, the moon. All these things you can see it.
Right.
So things in the sky should move. Like so, if I threw something in the sky and it should move. I don't know
Just like we
why it
see
wouldn't.
the trees moving while we're in a car, they are moving. They should be we should be able to measure that movement.
Oh yeah, I remember you jumped on the tree. It was funny. I thought it was funny, and everybody else got mad at you.
People get mad at me a lot for some reason.
He percentage. He was like, "Well, imagine then, like if I jump on the tree, and I'm hanging on the tree, and then all the, or some shit like that, where as if the tree was in motion." He's like, that would be the case. So I just pictured in my mind, like I pictured it. I imagined
because
him,
I see it in
like,
motion.
Yeah, bear hugging the tree and telling everybody else to get on for safety, like because they're riding bikes past them.
Yeah.
Get on the tree for
my
safety.
eyes wouldn't deceive me, would they?
No, I mean their eyes.
Depends, old timer. What
Yeah.
kind of glasses you wearing?
I wear contacts. I'm hip and young.
Dang.
Yeah, your eyes are just like one of your senses. Your senses are input into your mind, and if it's reasonable, if something's logical, doesn't have any contradictions, it'll either be true or false. If it's reasonable, then it's probably.
I think it's reasonable.
It's
The
probably
trees are
correlated.
moving. I literally see them moving pretty quick.
Right.
My eyes wouldn't lie to me.
Yeah. What you're.
Yeah, I mean that.
What you're facetiously like arguing for requires deliberate ignorance.
Absolute.
Like you have to be deliberately ignorant of the fact that you got into the
I'm the
car.
one that's deliberately ignorant.
No,
Okay.
seriously, you have to be deliberately ignorant of the fact that you got into this moving vehicle, right?
Oh, okay.
When did that happen with the Earth? It's a false analogy.
True. You're right. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
thought you were going to.
I'm
say
not billions of years old to watch it
absolute.
start spinning up. That's my
Yeah,
fault.
I thought you were going to say it requires an absolute reference frame, like Einstein, or postulated. But yeah, absolute ignorance, like willful ignorance too. Yeah.
Right.
Now, what you say is possible. Yes, it's theoretically possible, but you can't compare it to something that you got into and is moving and stuff like that. There's no context.
No, you're right. Yeah, it's not even comparable.
Yeah. So how would they like where? So how would they know that the Earth's in motion? Yeah, that doesn't.
I don't know. There's zero tests that we could do. You're right.
Exactly. With the car, you could get out of the car, you could see it from a different reference point, and stuff like that. But we can't get out of the Earth. So
yeah, and all the pictures showing that, all the time lapses, those are fake.
Which pictures?
There are none. That's
like
what I'm
ones from the
saying.
moon?
I was thinking about that. Like Grandpa, I went away from all the pictures and stuff because you watch a reel where there's a guy on the ISS and he gets stuck on a string and half his body falls and the other half doesn't. He giggles and he laughs and gets all red in the face. Then you watch him in outer space. Then you watch like Tesla saying, "Look, we're going to Mars," and then there's a mouse crawling around on his rocket in outer space, like on the outside of it.
Right.
Then you say I'm in Mars, and there was like a little squirrel or something in the dune of Mars, and then you watch this guy, another guy in the ISS, saying, "Look, this is how you manipulate things in 0G," and he's throwing a hat around, and he's talking like an Italian guy with his hands. There's two guys, right? The other guy's flipping the hat around, and he's moving his hands around, and the other guy thinks that's his cue to grab the hat, and he's like, "Well, now we're going to grab the hat and put it away." Right, but it didn't happen. Right, he didn't actually. He just mistook the hand motion for him handing the hat. So he starts doing the motion as if he has the hat. Now he's flipping it around in 0G in outer space, and then starts putting it away, but it never left the other guy's hand. And what that was like an it's like augmented reality where they're watching a green screen and manipulating things and in the screen with their contact lenses all hip and shit, So you watch enough of that
Just
shit,
like you.
you're like, okay, like the pictures are fucking stupid because I watched these guys fall off strings. Not a lot, like one out of every 2,000 times, right? So people caught it, but that's enough to watch somebody trip on a string in outer space, and all of a sudden gravity goes out.
That's right.
Gravity goes back.
Didn't think
of that. The vids of them on the moon trying to pick up the hammer and stuff. That was hilarious.
It's so stupid. Well, they can't bend over because they can't get down to the surface of the moon, like in the one he's talking about. They're trying to get it, but they can't because the string isn't long enough because they got to hold them up.
So you guys are admitting that they're all fake, right?
What's that?
Yeah,
you're admitting all the videos and pictures are fake, right? I just want to make sure that's our belief.
No, some of them are true though. Some of them they just went high up, and they have a view of the Earth with a fisheye lens or what have you. I'm not saying that they're all fake, but there's definitely no
But like all the astronauts in
there's no
space,
definitive
they
evidence.
lied. No evidence.
Well,
of that.
define space, bro.
Define space. I think there's a clear definition of space. I want to hear your definition of space.
Space is a convention that we came up with.
A convention.
Yes, it's a conception. It's something that doesn't actually exist. It's this convention that we came up with to quantitate the matter and volume.
Gotcha.
Like for instance, if you have nothingness, is there space?
Right. You're right.
So
wait. So
in nothingness, is there space?
So the astronauts, where did they go?
They went high in the sky.
High in the sky.
I wouldn't call them astronauts either.
So were they still on Earth?
On Earth? No, they went in the sky. As soon as you jump, you're not on Earth. But
are they affected by gravity as if they were on Earth?
Absolutely. Not as if they're on Earth. Even more so.
So you don't think that they're like floating in the space shuttle?
No,
is that all fake?
Nobody gets
unless
they
shot.
fall down and they cancel out gravity by falling down at the same speed or something.
Nobody goes in a rocket and then flies around up in the air and spins and does somersaults and wears gorilla suits. That's fucking silly cartoon shit.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I understood our position. How is it possible?
Dude,
gravity's not real.
You're not gonna LARP as a flat earther in here.
Don't say gravity's not real, bro. Gravity is definitely real.
I've heard that plenty of times.
Things falling is definitely heavier things falling in the medium that they're in. The heavier than the medium that they're in, or lighter things going up in the medium in a heavier medium is definitely real. You can't argue.
Wait, so it's just about weight?
It's about density more than anything.
So what about in a frictionless environment?
There's no frictionless environment.
Oh, so we can't do tests to show that a feather and a brick fall at the same rate in a frictionless environment? We can't do that?
You can approximate it, but the issue is you're not going to, for instance, the Brian Cox one that was done, the scale was too short. They in reality, if they did it properly.
It's like 15 feet. That's like
if they
needed to be at least 30
you would see. Hold up! If they quadrupled the distance, you would see that actually they fall at different rates because they don't have a perfect. They don't have a perfect vacuum. There was the friction in that environment. There was drag, but it just wasn't enough. The scale wasn't enough to appreciate it. And actually, if they did increase the scale, you would find that the feather actually falls quicker than the bowling ball.
Because it's heavier, right?
It's denser. Why is that? Why do you think that is?
I don't know. It's a good question. Why is that?
Are you serious?
Why is the feather denser than a bowling ball? Yeah. I am very serious.
Because when you suck the air out of the medium, feathers are hollow. So you're sucking the air that's trapped inside. It was a little bit trapped inside. You're sucking it out, so you're decreasing the volume of the feather. And density is mass per unit volume, or matter per unit volume, right?
Gotcha.
And the matter, the actual material of feather is beta carotene. It's very dense. So when you decrease the volume of it, it becomes more dense than the ball and actually falls faster than the ball. But you wouldn't have seen that with the 50 whatever height they dropped it at. So it's a lie actually when they say that they fall at the same speed.
Right. Wait, what was that density formula again?
Density equals mass per unit volume.
Mass. Oh, wait, what is mass?
Mass is a quantification of material, of matter.
Quantification.
Mass is also not real.
Oh, okay. So that makes sense. A feather is denser than a bowling ball. That makes sense. Gotcha.
Only in a
because mass isn't real. Yeah. No. I get it.
Quit being facetious, bro.
Dude,
no, well, I mean, now I think you're trolling if you think a feather is denser than a bowling ball.
Like, in a perfect vacuum, it is because you're sucking out the air that's inside the feather to begin with.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because the air, when there's air inside, that becomes part of its volume, right? And that makes it more light. But when you suck out the air, because it's a perfect vacuum, if there's no air, it's just hollow, and inside there's nothing, right? It's just the dense. All that's accounted for in terms of the volume is the density of the beta carotene. It's actually more dense. You do research on this.
Okay. No, I will. You're right.
Yeah, like there's nothing
Actually, you can
wrong
test
with
this for yourself,
somebody.
and you could easily just test it for yourself. And sorry to whoever that was talking about, but
So let me ask you: is
let me just say you can test this yourself in your bathroom. Really, you can just go to your bathtub, fill it with water, take 2 bottles, like the same bottles, like water bottles or whatever. Have one filled with with like nails or like ball bearings or something like that, and the other one filled with like sand or something, and drop them, and you'll see that they fall at different.
Well, you broke
Same.
up for me, but the reason I can't
where did I
test
break
that in
up?
my
Ball
bathroom.
bearings?
Well, you said you could test it in your bathroom.
Yeah, so you just fill your bathtub up with water.
But do you know
have 2 bottles.
why? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so you have 2 water bottles, right? Empty water bottles. Put one, like the same kind of like bottle, right? Same surface area, same shape, same everything, and you fill up one with like some sand or something, or like you just like half sand or whatever it is, and the other one with like nails or something more dense or less dense, whatever, and then drop them into the water and see that they fall at different rates, even though it's the same medium, right, and same surface area. Everything's the same. The only thing that you're changing is the density, and they fall at different rates.
Right. Yeah. Buoyancy is not a real thing, right?
No,
So
it's the opposite of density.
Buoyancy is
I
the
prefer
opposite of
actually,
density?
or opposite of gravity. I would say I prefer gravity and levity instead of buoyancy, levity. But yeah.
So, but you understand how that's not even close to the exact same experiment. You understand that, right? Or are you just messing with me?
It's the same idea.
Oh, okay.
Because because actually it's a better experiment to do. With the bowling ball and the feather, the feather is purposefully it's going to be when you have a medium inside, it's going to be purposely more light because it has more surface area, so it's going to get more drag, right? So you'd expect when there's air in there for the bowling ball to fall quicker. And if they actually did the experiment properly, it would be very kind of like counterintuitive and unique. It'd be interesting to see that the feather actually falls quicker, but they didn't do it properly, so it is what it is.
It wasn't done properly. That's true.
Yeah, you got to increase the scale, man.
Right. Okay. Cool, man. All right. Interesting. Wow, I'm learning a whole lot of stuff today. Feathers are denser than bowling balls. They didn't do the experiment properly, so gravity doesn't exist.
No, gravity still exists. Gravity is the effect.
Oh, okay.
Gravity is downward acceleration of heavier objects or upward acceleration of lighter objects. Simple as that.
Wait, so can you remind me again? What about the astronauts in space? Are they just lying, or is it like visual? Okay, yeah, gotcha. Wait, so but is it like visual effects with them like floating all around? Is that
Dude,
what that
have
is?
you ever seen a movie being made or know how movies are made with green screen studios? Do you know what
I've seen that. I do, yeah, actually.
Do people float in movies then?
Mm-hmm. They can, yeah.
Oh,
you
there you
could
go.
appear to be
No,
floating.
they
Yeah.
do. They do float.
But
Yeah.
that wasn't my question. That wasn't my question. That wasn't my
Told you
question.
how. Yeah, I told you how the ISS is done. I've been showing pictures of it all through the chat. You've ignored every one of them.
Oh, I'm not looking at the chat. I'm playing a game right now. You didn't tell me to look at the chat.
What game are you playing?
I'm playing Tony Hawk Pro Skater.
Isn't that like the old version or like a new version?
No, they did a remaster a couple years ago. It's pretty good.
Playing on a computer?
No, I'm playing on my PlayStation. All right, so wait, who was talking? Rad one? The one, okay, so all the pictures are from him, so I assume yes. All right. There's a red arrow pointing that says evidence of gravity manipulation, but I don't see it. What's going on?
Oh, you don't see the water droplet falling? Oh.
A water droplet? Well, it's a
Yeah.
very pixelated video. I don't see much, to
I
be
can't
honest.
help it. That's what NASA does. That they use bad cameras.
Okay, so I'm going to skip that picture.
Yeah, skip that one.
Well, I just don't see what the point is of that
You
one.
don't see the stuffed animal flying, materializing on the
There's two
screen for
pictures.
that
There's two
shit.
GIFs with the red arrows. So it's not the one that says evidence of graphic manipulation. It's the second one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't know there's another below. Yeah, the first one with the red arrow.
So you don't see the guy fading out where the red arrow's pointing. He just kind of fades into the background. Because you don't see that.
Fades into the background. What do you
play
mean? There's
video
a
games and you don't know how that shit works.
He literally fades. Yeah, he fades away.
You're talking about the guy in the frame? He's going down a hatch.
No, but he fades away. Actually.
Oh, I get it. So if you're in a submarine and you go through a hatch, you turn invisible.
Look at the GIF properly, man. He actually.
Oh, towards the end. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And what was your reasoning for the first one when the little stuffed animal pops in there, Grandpa?
I don't know. No, I don't know. Where the hell is that from?
Where's it from? It's from ESA, European Space Agency, on the ISS, NASA. Yeah,
but that was done on purpose. That was done on purpose, just like a augmented reality kind of skit for kids or something like that.
But that's what it looks like.
Yeah. For kids.
But no, the idea is that this is like this technology is available to them, and they're likely using it elsewhere.
Of course, the technology, it's available to film directors. I mean, it's not a question of whether this technology exists, it's whether they are using it.
Why do they use it?
I mean, in this case, it looks like to keep kids' attention or something like that.
Oh, yeah, because the answer was given to you already, because some people gotta just spurt it out.
No, that's what I was thinking. I have a brain myself.
Why would you have to trick kids into that?
I don't know. I mean, I think that's stupid for them to do that. Sure. Do you think I'm saying I agree with them?
What do you mean to do what? What did they do?
To add visual effects to someone floating in a space station. I think that's cool enough as is. I don't think you need to add special effects to get people's attention.
Okay.
Well, but even if they did, and they just left it limited to that, that's fine. You know, just like a little gimmick, you know, whatever. But the idea is that they're potentially doing the same thing, you know, without saying so, or without making it obvious in other videos and deceiving people.
Yeah. I mean that's your position, right? So I just don't understand how you think.
Hence the next GIF with the guy fading away.
It's not a position, dude. That's what they're doing. You can see it.
But like a lot of these could be attributed to like video compression. Like, do you know how video compression works? Do you know what
tell me how it works.
You can't do the fade away.
Yeah, I will tell you how it works. Video compression uses algorithms to remove pixels that are not needed.
Like Kamala Harris now.
I didn't even
honestly say that the guy fading away is video compression. Come on.
Of course I can. Have you ever seen a video of fireworks on YouTube?
Just the guy?
Just the guy only fading away?
Yeah, that's how video compression works.
Oh my goodness!
It keeps
Why does it compress just the guy though? Why doesn't it compress
because
everything
the guy is moving. The guy is moving, and video compression algorithms interpolate frames based on what's moving.
All relative.
But usually, then there's streaks and stuff like that. There's artifacts that happen. It's not just like this very like smooth blend.
How does the camera know which one is moving? Because according to relativity, it could either be the guy moving or everything around him moving. So why didn't everything around him compress? Why just him?
Because, like I just said, the compression algorithms themselves find what is moving. That's what the algorithm
is. Relative motion. I mean, if you can't tell if he's moving,
what about the end of the GIF?
Motion. We're talking about video.
Grandpa, hold up. What about the end of the GIF? The end of the GIF, the door closes. After he completely goes away, the door closes. We see that perfectly fine. There's no blend right there. There's no fade out there.
Yeah. So
why?
What do you mean why?
The door's moving. Why?
What are you talking about?
Why isn't there video compression issues with the why isn't the door being blended there? Why doesn't it happen in the beginning? Why does it happen only when he's going
because
through the door?
The algorithm didn't get messed up for the door closing.
So the algorithm what do you mean? Conveniently only messed up when he was going through the door.
I don't even know this sentient algorithm exists.
Literally just Google video compression algorithm. You'll find plenty about it.
All right, let me go. Is
You're
video
sounding like
compression
Kamala now. What
sentient
do you think
and
of video?
able to
Why are you
differentiate
bringing
between relative
sentience into this?
motion
It's an algorithm to
and
detect movement. It's not that hard. We've been doing it since the 90s. It's not that hard.
Yo, Fiddlesticks. I'm sure if we take this entire video, like not the entire video, but like take a longer segment of this video, this will be the only place where this happens. Like he'll be going all over everywhere, and there'd be no
Why are you
fading
so sure
out.
of that?
I'm positive.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I mean, dude,
there
I
will be
don't have
no
a
You know
single,
why?
I
Because
don't
it
have a
happened. If
single
it happened
home video.
elsewhere, they probably would have made a gif of it too. But I
I don't
haven't
have a
seen any of
single
that
home
again.
video, a family video, anything like that, where grandma just disappears while she blows out the candle. I've never seen this algorithm.
Okay.
Yeah, they
No,
don't
me
use
neither.
video.
You're not
They
paying
don't use
close enough
special
attention.
video.
If
They
you
don't
actually
use
know what you're
special
looking for, you'll
video.
find it in a lot of places, actually.
Dude, let me talk. They don't use special video compression at birthday parties.
Well, that's true. I mean, I don't know if you're arguing for the flat earth side, but yeah, that is pretty true.
Grandma is not disappearing when she blows out the candle. I've never seen this. I've never seen like the baseball get thrown and just the pitcher disappears. I've never seen this thing that Grandpa's saying happens due to an algorithm. I don't know who put the
Sporting
algorithm
events.
in the video.
Man, I don't know what to tell
Sporting
you.
events. Yeah, how come when I'm watching football on Sundays, some of the players don't just disappear due to video
because
compression?
it's not using a strong video compression algorithm. When you're transmitting a
Can you
video
give
from
us a clip of
space,
something that is using video compression that we can compare it to? That
Okay,
does this?
sure.
Thank you.
Like it would be cool. Like if I would kind of like be on board with the like. Let me try to explain this way. If everything disappeared, but not if just the person becomes see through. You can see through him, the stuff that's behind him. Like you know what I mean. Like if the whole section kind of went like pixelated or something, I could kind of see. But Grandma going invisible, but then her wallet and her necklace still floating in the air. I've never seen that.
Yeah, it's normal.
Like
You just don't understand.
the pocketbook is still on her shoulder, right? And like the wallet is in her back pocket, is visible.
No, but
like,
he's right. Usually, you see these artifacts with like the moving part of the picture.
He's coping
it doesn't happen like this at all, though. There's like usually streaks and like
seeing the stuffed
discoloration
animal.
and pixelation and stuff like that. So
After seeing the stuffed animal, he's now coping. Eye disappears. Oh, that's video compression.
Do you have?
I mean, you guys clearly have no idea what video compression is. So I mean,
Go ahead and post it like you said you were going to. Give us examples.
I mean, it's a little hard to find. I'm trying to find one right now. You guys are saying sentient algorithm. Like you guys have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Tell me which video. I'm gonna get my GoPro out. I'm gonna take some pictures outside of things moving around, and I want you to tell me how I can use compression to make things disappear.
Google it.
That'd be a pretty cool.
You have a career as a magician, man. If you,
I was gonna say you could definitely do something with that. Yeah. Do you have the video? I mean, since you posted those other ones, do you have the my favorite one of the blue hat being flipped and then put away? Do you have that one or not?
Do I have it? No, it's on the other server.
Yeah, I do that one. I remember when I first watched it. Like the whole family were gathered around, just dying laughing, just like, oh my god, this is ridiculous. But I'm only bringing it up to Grandpa to just say, like, listen, like all these things.
You had a family watch party with it? That's hilarious.
Yeah, we did. I was like, well, I watched it. I was like, oh shit, gather around, everybody. I'm gonna hit play. Watch this. And then we were all just like, oh my god, this is ridiculous. Look, and then his face is the funniest thing. Like watching, like the human reaction is awesome. Like but yeah, I only brought it up to you, Grandpa, to just be like, because what happens is you're like, okay, I can't prove it, or maybe I can, or I don't know, right? But all these things that we're going through, and then then people will appeal to the outer space guys as well. I may not be able to do it, but somebody did it, and it's been proven on video. And then we'll just appeal to them. But then if I show you those guys being worse, being pretty silly, always ironing their pants. Why are they ironing their pants? Wear sweatpants, dude.
Yeah, I just posted a video that shows what video compression could do. Watch it in slow motion. You will see remnants from the moving parrot appear to fade into the background. Crazy.
Remnants?
Yeah, remnants. It's not the full parrot. You see a opaque version of the parrot. It's blending into the background. Whoa, that's wild. How did it do that? I mean, you guys
Tell me where the video
pretend.
compression happens at the at this one right here.
Okay,
Let me
so
post.
you're just gonna
Let me
admit
post
you're
it for
wrong,
you
right?
again.
Are you
No, I'm
gonna
not
admit you're
wrong.
wrong?
You're gonna tell
Okay,
me
so
how
did
this
you
works.
watch the parrot video?
Yeah, I
I'm
watched
watching
it.
your shitty.
Yes, I
I'm watching
watched
your shitty
it, and
parrot,
you're
man.
going to compare it to this one.
Well, I'm back to playing
Jesus
my game.
Christ.
Well, you don't know what video compression is, and you're calling me Kamala.
Because you like word salad.
Yeah, I explained it perfectly what
Bro,
it
I
is.
just watched.
You explained nothing.
Okay, so
I just
what
watched
is
this video, and
video
it's
compression?
not
You
the
tell me.
same as what you're talking. What we saw. This is a false depiction.
Tell me what video compression is, genius. Let's hear it.
Okay, now
Video
I'm going to
compression.
post one, and you tell me how the video
So you don't
works.
know. Oh, weird.
If you don't answer me, I'm just going to ban you. The last one I posted, show me how video compression does this.
So you're not going to answer my question, sir. All right, I'm watching. It's a very small video. Oh my god. Show me the original video. Show me the original video.
You did it on the fly, but I'm not seeing the parrot issue. I mean, it's like a pixel gets like dragged, everything blurs. I don't see the
He
comparative.
shows me a gif of a guy fading out in the middle of him doing something. Show me the original video. You realize a third grader could do that in iMovie? Like, how is this proof of anything?
This is supposed to be live, so how would you make them do it in a movie?
Okay, cool. Show me the live stream. If it's live, show me the live stream. Show me a
Are you going to
recording of the
watch
full
6
live stream.
hours of it?
I'll skip to that part.
Oh, we don't want you skipping around. We want you to watch the whole thing.
So you're not going to show me where the fading
Radman, you gotta
happens in
substantiate
the
your
full
your
6-hour
point of
live
view.
stream? This is the video you're using as evidence. Show me the source material and not some what I think is edited video. Show me that it's not edited.
Yeah, I mean it is
Yeah,
reasonable
it
not
is
to be able
edited
to
by
find it.
NASA. It is edited by the NASA producers. And
Okay, cool. So show me the original. Show me the one uploaded by NASA, and then I'll take a look at it. You're just going to show me a random GIF that someone could have made an
you didn't
iMovie?
like that one, did you?
No, I didn't, because it's edited.
Who edited it?
I'm asking you. Show me the original. Why can't you show me the original if you're using this as proof?
Let's see. What else we got?
You didn't like that one, huh? You don't like
I'm not gonna
getting
go
asked for
find
evidence?
stuff.
Oh, okay. You're just going to use it
China.
as evidence.
How about China? He fades in. Whoops.
Okay.
Radman, you gotta substantiate your burden of proof, man.
Once again, another
Come on,
highly edited video. He's fading in, and then he just cuts to another
Now
location.
he's highly edited.
So
How
do you
come
think?
everything is super edited with you?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because flat earthers want it to seem like they're edited. Show me the original. Why is this so hard for you to show me the original if it's all over and
How
so
about this
obvious?
one? How about this one?
Okay, so you're just gonna keep sending me edited videos. Gotcha. That's your proof.
NASA made them.
Okay. Then they're edited. Then NASA's faking everything. How's that?
Exactly.
Is that what you want me to say?
finally admitted it.
You showed me.
Right, when you gotta come correct, man. You gotta give the original material.
Here's a green screen on the 0G plane. If you look on the right side, you'll see the green screen box with the netting around it so you can't fly to the side when they're doing shit.
Oh, wow, that's crazy.
Wonder why they need green screens on the 0G plane.
Weird.
I mean, maybe it's because they rent out the plane for movie sets.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe, huh?
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, I put a video.
Wouldn't they just go to space and do it? Why wouldn't they just go to space and do it? Wouldn't it be cheaper?
We both know it's cheaper to fake it, man.
So you guys learned something today too, huh? Video
I heard
compression.
it would be more expensive to fake the moon landing than to actually go there. What are you talking about?
Bro, video compression doesn't work like we saw with that astronaut fading to nothing, bro. Come on, man.
Okay.
The astronaut.
What does?
So you're saying in that parrot video I sent, you didn't see artifacts fading into
The video
background?
compression you sent, what does it prove?
Absolutely, the video with a parrot, it's nothing like the astronaut fading.
What does the video compression prove again?
That video compression could cause artifacts to appear to fade into the background because the moving object is getting compressed.
Juicy blue.
It's not quite the same though. That's not, what it looks like.
So what example would you like me to send you? Someone on space fading into the background due to video compression? You want an exact example? I showed you an example of video compression. If you look at the edges of the parrot, you'll see that it is fading.
It was pixels moving.
You showed a false analogy, a false example.
Yeah, it's not it's not working.
It's not the same.
Sounds like you're coping here, Grandpa.
I'm coping.
Any honest person, intellectually honest person, global or not, would say that's not a good representation of what we saw in that video with the astronaut.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he thinks the flat earthers are
And video compression is basically when you.
Sorry, go ahead. Videos.
Oh no, I want to hear his explanation of video compression. Let's hear it.
Video compression is basically when you use less information, at the cost of losing some quality in a video.
Oh, okay. So how do they figure out what less information to?
Non-moving parts get stored, and the moving parts are the ones captured.
It depends on whether it's lossless or lossy. If it's lossless, they take redundant information, and there's no sacrifice in quality. For lossy, they'll take like less necessary, less important things, which is the pixels that aren't moving.
Right, the ones that aren't moving, right? So they have to detect movement. No, to figure out what's not moving.
Yeah, or
absolutely.
Moving slower.
Right. So why do you think there's issues with the things that are moving? Why do you think that's possible?
No, there's no issue.
I was told there's an issue.
The issue is
I was told that before.
In that video. Hold up. The issue is in that video with the astronaut. It's a very smooth blend. It's not artifactual. Whereas with the parrot one that you put with the last the compression thing, I don't know if it's QuickTime or whatever it was, it's not symmetrical. It's not isotropic. It's you can tell that it's just artifactual, and it happens not in totality, and it's not in a group of pixels. It just happens to specific random pixels, kind of.
Gotcha. Okay, so how about this? Send me the original video where he's fading out like that, right? And then I'll show you, let's say, 5 other examples of video compression issues. How's that? Show me the original video uploaded by NASA.
Okay, could you just show video compression issues that are like that, though?
No, I'm not going to waste my whole day. I already sent an example that you guys are denying. So any other example I send, you guys are just going to deny. Okay, it's not okay. So you're going to say that for every example I send you. So what's the point?
No, you don't know that, man. That's what we're asking anyone with any reason.
Send a video compression of where I can take my GoPro and then add video compression and make people disappear.
I just gave you an example, but you're denying it.
Any reasonable person would say that is a
okay. So once again, show me the original video that NASA uploaded, right? The one that shows the fading out, and I'll show you 5 other examples of fading happening or other video compression issues. I'll show you 5 other examples.
I'll do what I did to the one dude in here, and he's not liked me ever since. I gave him a 6-hour video to watch.
Well, I wouldn't like you either. If you're going to send me a 6-hour video and not point to me where the fading happened.
You don't have to connect the two things. You don't have to say show me the actual video, and then I'll give you representations of fading out. The two things are not linked. You have a valid critique where you want the original material. Absolutely, I would demand the same if I was in your position, right? But you could still provide representation for your defense right now. They're not mutually.
I did already. I mean, you guys don't think it's valid, but it's very valid to me. There's very
any
clearly
reasonable person. You're biased. You're biased. but any reasonable person would not say that.
So you can So do you think I'm saying that it's exactly the same thing? Do you think the video I sent is proving that a person can fade out during video compression? Do you think it's an example of a person fading out?
It was
Do
a
you think
bad
that's what
example, the compression video sent.
No, I don't
Yeah.
think it's about it. I don't think it's an example of a person
It
fading
was
out, but I
pointed
don't
out.
think it's an example of.
Are you crying about it? It's not an issue.
Okay, so once again, show me the original video. I'm not going to keep sending you videos and have you guys say, "Oh, it's not representative."
So the video.
But even if we showed you the original video and it has the same exact thing, you would still be stuck in the same position of having to show like a representation.
I wouldn't,
Or
because
will you just
I
concede
already
that it's
told
fake?
you what I would do. I already told you what I would do. I would give you 5 other examples in that source video, assuming it's long enough, that show video compression.
Okay, I got you. Fair enough.
So
ignore what I said.
Yeah. And that would prove that NASA is not manipulating the video on purpose. It would show
Somebody
that it's
posted
just
6 hours
artifacts.
of NASA bloopers for him.
No, Rodwin, actually, this is your burden of proof. You have to give him the
I'm
video,
looking
man.
for it, you dumbass. I'm going to mute
get
you
mad.
if you
Don't
keep
get mad.
interrupting
All right,
me.
Well, right here, Grandpa. This latest video I posted.
Is it
go
the
to
same
13
video?
Yeah. If you go to 13 minutes and watch for about 40 seconds.
The latest video you posted, the bloopers from space. So this is the full source video. NASA uploaded this.
Top
Bloopers from
25.
space.
You'll find out when you go to 13 minutes and then you watch for 40 seconds.
Okay. So already this is not from NASA. So this is not what I asked.
You'll go to 13 minutes and watch for 40 seconds.
13 minutes and what? 40 seconds?
And then you'll just go to 13 minutes and then you can watch it for about 40 seconds.
Okay. Well, this is not what I asked for, but okay. I'll watch it anyway. Because it's not the full live stream that I was asking for.
Government simping from the Globers as usual.
He wants the hard drive from NASA.
It's a completely different video. It's not.
You always this much of a government simp, Grandpa?
He loves NASA.
Video. Where's the video, No Tank?
Dude, I'm going to ask you this. Ready? Do you think that when NASA streams?
Wait, why did you have me? Why did you have me watch that video?
Okay, so do you think that when NASA streams a video into YouTube, it's no longer official? Answer that.
Do I agree that when NASA streams it onto YouTube, it's not official? What do you? I don't even know what that sentence means. What do you mean?
Okay, do you think NASA puts all of their videos that they stream on NASA.gov, or do they put them on YouTube?
Probably both. I mean, are they streaming on YouTube?
YouTube? They don't stream it on their site.
Yeah, but you're saying they don't upload a copy to NASA.gov?
No, not all the time.
So show me the YouTube stream.
Keep it on YouTube.
Okay, so show me the YouTube stream. I don't get why you're fighting me on
When
this.
we give it to you clips that they put on YouTube and we put them all together, that's not good anymore, right?
No, not even close to good anymore.
Yeah,
show me the one
right.
uploaded by NASA. What are you talking about?
It's going to be pointless talking to you.
No, Rodwin, you're wrong on this, man. He's saying it has to be uploaded by NASA. His contention isn't that it's on YouTube, it's that it's not uploaded by NASA on YouTube.
He knows what I mean. He just doesn't want to do it because he can't
say
do
the
it.
videos are fake. That's fine by us. We know they're fake.
Right.
I gave you the wrong timestamp, Grandpa. Go to,
I know you
8 minutes
did.
and 5 seconds.
Okay.
8 minutes and 5 seconds.
This is troll number 2. He got me the first time too.
I wanted to check it. Why? And then 8 minutes and 5 seconds.
Yeah, you win, Grandpa. The NASA videos are fake. GG's.
Right. The NASA videos on a video called Bloopers from Space, my top 25 all-time favorites. Those are
the fake. Those actors floating around in the ISS, yeah.
What am I looking at here?
8 minutes and 5 seconds for about 40 seconds.
This is a complete different video.
What is it? What do you see? What's happening?
8 minutes and 5 seconds.
Yeah.
It's two guys standing. One guy has a hat.
Yes. Yes.
This is not the video of the guy fading out.
That's my. You don't remember me telling you that's my favorite
This is
one?
his favorite
You got to
video.
watch my favorite one. Yeah.
Just enjoy the NASA bloopers,
You buried the
bro.
lead, No Tanks. We thought you had the original fade out video.
What are they doing
This is
here? What
about
do you
me.
think they're
This
doing
is about
here?
me. I don't know. Just watch it. You tell me what's going on.
I don't know. Two guys standing. There's a guy that seems to grab something and put it away. Is that what you're confused about?
Am I confused or is he confused? Who's confused?
No, that's your globe proof, bro.
I think you are confused.
Well, that's your globe proof, isn't it?
What's he doing then?
What's that?
I don't know. Maybe there was dust in the air and there was a string flying, and you wanted to put it out.
And he put it away.
Yeah.
When people walk down the street, do they walk around making that movement like they're putting things away, just putting air away?
I wonder why, because maybe they're in space and things are floating around them. Yeah, I wonder why I don't see people on the
You're such
street
a
doing that.
simp. You're such a shameless government simp. It is sad, Grandpa.
I mean,
Smash
this is
yourself in the face.
This is pretty
Some
sad,
kind
actually.
of cleansing.
But I'm confused. What do you think he's doing?
Even listening to
Does
you?
he put an invisible key on his mouth and then throw it
in
away?
space, but they're just grabbing at the air. What a cope.
When you're in space, I'm sure there's plenty of things just floating
you know what it's
around.
like in space, Grandpa. Tell us about your time in space and what
Did
it
I
was like.
say I was ever in space?
Yes, you have no idea, so you're just.
Oh, I
coping
said that.
for the
Okay,
government.
I'm coping. You're right. You're right.
The
So wait,
government
I'm confused. What do you guys think he's doing? I don't even get what this is.
proving the globe.
We think he prematurely thought he had the hat from the other guy and put it away. I think that's what he was going to do.
We don't know. This is your religious material. Maybe you could explain it to us.
So when you're on a film set, you have no senses. You can't sense that you have a hat in your hand.
What is he doing? Tell us what he's doing.
Think of it as like a weatherman looking at like a screen and moving the
100%.
hand and stuff like that.
No, he's going to tell us what he's doing.
Real quick,
He's picking something out of the air and putting it away, so it's not in his face.
What's he picking out of the air?
Or a dust particle.
A dust particle he's doing his hands into a ball for?
What's the percent? Show. What's he picking out of the air?
Junk.
Junk. What junk?
String or dust. That's my hypothesis.
String or dust. He's picking.
Prove to me that it's not.
He's picking dust out of the air. Is your answer, Grandpa?
Have you never swatted a fly away?
It's a fly. They've got a fly on the ISS.
Okay, is that what I said?
Fiddle, you have to look at how he brings his two hands together.
I thought he was grabbing at dust. Now he's swatting a fly.
Okay, that's exactly what I said. You're right. No, you're very good at listening comprehension. Okay, no, you're right.
That's what you just said. So what is
Fiddle, you have to look at the clip again and see how he's bringing his two hands together. That's the key right there.
Grandpa, do you remember the very first video?
There was like a dedicated server to this whole live stream. What happened to that?
Hold on. We're trying to figure out what the guy's grabbing. First it was junk, then it was dust that he was grabbing, and
then it was a fly. That's what I said. Yep.
It's a fly.
And he's not even looking at it to catch it. He's not even looking at it to catch it.
No. I said it's a fly. That is what I said. You guys
He's
are
not
good
even
listeners.
looking at it to catch it.
He's not looking at it. How's he catching a fly if he's not looking at it? You're right.
Do you
What the
see
hell?
the fly in?
You're right. Yeah. I said that. I said it was a fly. I see it right here.
It's stronger than yours.
So
I see it on
for your server. There was like a whole server, and it was dedicated to this live stream. What the hell happened?
Yeah,
to
so Grandpa, you remember the first video that he shared to you where the little the woman was there and the thing just kind of zaps into view, right? And then his little toy, the little stuffed toy. So that's the augmented reality, right? And what that is on a screen in front of you, it shows you where there's these augmented objects in virtual space on the screen in front of you. And then you're able to move your hand to use your senses to then adjust to where it is in the screen relative to, your environment, and then move these things using sensors again, right? So now what it shows is that he was using the same program. That's why he's looking straight at the screen and not at the fly or the string or the hat. He's looking at the screen to see the 3D object in augmented reality to be manipulated on the screen. Yeah, so that's why he's not looking at the fly. And it's the same thing as when she brought the stuffed animal into space. She didn't look up to the stuffed animal. She kept looking at the screen and reached for the stuffed animal.
No, that makes sense. It does.
Yeah, of course.
Was it CGI?
Well, it's augmented reality.
It's cool that you guys don't believe NASA anymore, though. That's nice. The globeheads don't even accept NASA. That's nice. It's not real, man. You guys have to prove to me that these NASA videos are real.
I don't believe they're
man.
real anymore
They're
after
not
this
real.
conversation.
There you
I don't
go.
believe so.
GG's.
Oh, intellectually
Good job,
honest
guys.
for once.
Yeah, he might. I mean, he might. It's hard to believe. I mean, after you see a few things being faked and fall off the strings, it's hard to believe it. It's like, like
you
let
got
me
to be
just
an
look
idiot
at something
to believe
else. Yeah, let me look at a different way to prove it.
Yo, it'd be funny if they were on like the ISS and they're like, yo, there's guys that actually believe like this footage that we're putting out is fake. Let's give them something like inexplicable to like really fuck them up. And
That was in
on purpose.
Yeah, I think that was in like blooper number 3 of the top 25, where the news guy, he's like, oh man, you guys really in outer space? I don't think you're really in outer space. And then the girl points to her hair, like, oh look, my hair is standing straight up, which means I'm in outer space. And then he goes, I'll prove it to you, as if it's scripted. And then we got another guy goes and tries to do a flip, and then he falls, and they pull the string, and then she's like, oh, her face gets all shocked. And yeah, people do call him out like live. I guess it was scripted, or I don't know, or maybe they were like, in case somebody says it looks like bullshit, do this. I don't know the whole situation, but yeah, that exact scenario played out in the top 25 bloopers.
So are they on a green screen on Earth, or are they still high in elevation?
That's what the reporter asked him. He said, oh, for all, that's what the guy said. He was like, for all I mean, I don't know. The reporter, he's the top guy. He says, it looks like you could just be on Earth somewhere with a background. And he was like, oh, then she points at her hair, et cetera, et cetera.
No, I'm asking what you believe.
They don't have floating studios.
Where do you think they filmed Gravity and Interstellar and all these movies?
On Earth.
Exactly.
Okay, so you don't think that there's an international space station with people on it?
Floating studios where people go and do tricks. It's just a studio, a green screen studio with wires and video manipulation and virtual
No, it's actually a station that's in orbit around the Earth.
It's just on the ground with about 30 people in the background running production.
So it's on the ground. We can track where it is.
Well, here's one, right? You're kind of.
No, I'm asking you. Why is it so hard to answer this question?
Why is it so hard to ask what question?
I'm sorry, I put a video up.
Is there an international space station that is orbiting around the Earth?
If they're in
there isn't.
There isn't?
So in this video, what you'll see, Grandpa,
this guy who denies it is a lost cause.
They were supposed to do a they were supposed to do a repair. They were supposed to do a repair on the space station, a live repair spacewalk, they call it, right? They're asking, is it a large, like, fake thing in the sky, a small fake thing? Is it a studio? Who knows, right? So in this video, it's only 23 seconds long, I believe. They were like, we're going to go live now to the place where the camera is all set up for the repair, and we're going to show you what they're going to repair on the ISS. And then you can watch the video and see what they show you, and tell me if you think it's. You tell me what you think.
That's a bad one there, no tanks. That one really just shows the screw up.
Yeah, that's true. That's like a behind the scenes blooper right there.
No, that was live.
Yeah, that's like, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the reporter, he says the same thing that any like honest person, like the same thing that you're saying right now. Like, what the fuck? That's not where's their spacesuits? That's a tiny little replica of the ISS. What is that? Why do they have a tiny little replica of the ISS with like carpenters with their pants sagging, like walking up to the same camera that was supposed to give them?
Why would there be a replica? Who could think of a use case for a replica? Weird.
Yeah, what do you say, Rob? A black box background, like outer space. Why are they doing it in a black box background? So weird, right?
Weird.
You would want more light if it was just, I don't know. Like, wouldn't you want light to make the repair on the fake model? Like, why do they put it in the dark?
That's a good point. So there is no international space station. Is that what we're getting at? Is that what
right in that video?
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, when people say that there's an international space station orbiting Earth,
so how are they going to explain the camera that took the picture of the space station from that distance if they did do the trick right? How are they going to explain that camera, the floating camera in outer space?
How are you going to explain ham radio operators communicating with the International Space Station and the astronauts on it?
Nobody does that.
That's the
nobody does that.
that's
Huh?
the I think that's blooper number 1 or 2 actually, where they're doing 5/5. What they mean is there's supposed to be a 5-second delay, right, between the radio transmission when they hear you and then when they're able to respond to you. And they go through a couple of the through a couple of them correctly, and they wait their 5 seconds, and then I guess the guy on the ISS, quote unquote, gets overly excited at the one question, and then he answers right away. It's like, and then he goes up and he waits another 5 seconds. He's like, one. He looks at his watch, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, I mean, I just." It's like,
Yeah, you're talking about a satellite interview. I'm talking about ham radio.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about a satellite interview. Sure, yeah. Or just
so is this guy in the video? Is he lying, or
what do you mean? He's checking his watch and speaking before he's just listen. They got special guys for the ISS who are psychic. They can tell what you are going to say before they hear you say it, and they answer. I mean, they get this best of the best of the best, sir.
No, you guys are just messing around.
Oh my God!
He's a 5-second earther. He knows what you're going to say 5 seconds before you say it.
But he doesn't want anybody to know, so he stops speaking, waits his appropriate 5 seconds, and then says it. Because then everybody would be like, "Oh, we want the future for 5 seconds from now."
Nixon didn't have any delay either in his phone call.
Listen, they're doing the best they can, Grandpa, to capture the imagination. And that's, I guess, admirable in a way. I mean, all this stuff did come out. When Hollywood, the silver screen, all these things came out at the same time. And they advance at the same rate. It's interesting.
Weird. So you're not going to talk about the ham? You're not going to talk about the ham radio guy?
Dude, he's not going to talk about anything that actually proves him wrong. Like Loki.
He started talking about psychics and stuff.
So
I mean, I am convinced that they don't believe this. After this conversation, I'm convinced they're all trolling.
So
to be honest,
I can go ahead and talk to them when they fly over. Is that what you're saying with my ham radio?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me when I can do that. And what do I say to them?
Watch the video.
Why am I watching a video? Tell me how to do it.
I watched about 30 videos from you guys. You can't watch one?
Yeah. So you're saying they're faking it, Grandpa. You're saying that whenever a signal gets transmitted to the location of an object in the sky, given the runtime, a transmission gets sent to a studio where they respond to it as if they're on the ISS.
Yeah, that is exactly what I said. You're right. That's exactly what I said. You're right. Good listening comprehension.
And you proved it, or you were able to prove it, or?
No, I'm showing you guys this video. This guy on YouTube made a fake visual effects video where he's pretending to interact with the International Space Station. It's funny. It's a funny blooper. You guys should watch it.
Like if I point my phone right now at the tree and I text my mom and she texts me back, would you be convinced that I'm talking to the tree?
That is completely analogous. You're right.
I'm just curious.
No, you're right. That's a perfect analogy, and I'm mistaken. You guys should watch the video, though. It's pretty funny.
You would have to put tree in your phone as a contact, so it actually says tree typing right now.
That's exactly how ham radio works. You guys are right.
Yeah, right. And trees are the kinds of things that can fucking text you.
So you mean that what's on that screen? Let's see what he has on his screen.
I'll prove it that trees can text message you. When I name the contact in my phone tree, I'm going to point the phone right at the tree. I'm going to text it and say, "What the fuck are you talking about?" But it's still going to respond. And then I'll have proven that trees. Yeah, I'll have proven that trees communicate because I pointed a ham radio. I don't know, ham radio. That's weird. At the sky.
I'm just going to go to those frequencies and I can talk to the space station.
Yeah, you can. Pretty cool, right? I mean, you need good enough hardware. You need good enough hardware.
What do I need?
You need a fucking big ass satellite. You need a license to do it. But once you got all that, I mean, technically, you don't need the license. It's just illegal to do it without a license.
Sounds like a cool story.
What if I just talk anyway? What is it?
You need a radio transmitter, a radio receiver. I mean,
okay, what if I just talk
radio
anyway? What are they going to do about it?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You could do that. I mean, it is illegal, but sure, have fun.
Do only the ones who are licensed get responses? As if, you know, like, listen, like you're licensed, you're registered,
because
we
you
know
can
where
say
you
your call
are, we
sign.
know your location. Okay.
Oh,
And
you
then
can
they'll
just
respond.
make up any call sign. You think they're going to look it up before they talk to you?
I mean, you probably could do that. I'm sure plenty of people do that.
Hey, Gramps, is this your evidence? This argument that the Earth is a ball? Is that what you're saying?
I assume you joined the conversation late, so I'm just going to ignore you.
No,
Don't
he's
be
Well,
so
no, you can just
fucking
catch me
rude,
up.
Steve. I
You
was
can
going to
just
ask the
catch me
same
up.
question as well.
The conversation was they were saying the
fuck you up,
ISS is
man.
fake. It's
So you're
not
not
actually
saying
orbiting the
real,
Earth.
and that it proves a globe. You're not saying that.
I'm not saying the ISS is real.
Okay, cool. Neither are we.
Okay, all right. So once again, listening comprehension 0 on your skill tree.
So that's fine. So
just said
we don't really need to. We don't really need to talk
fake,
about
dude.
that.
We don't need to talk about it. You're just going to join
Tell
in
us,
into the
just
conversation
tell
and
us,
say,
just
we
tell
don't
us
need to talk
how it
about it.
proves the globe, and if it doesn't, tell us
We're
what does.
talking. I was told that NASA's faking all these videos. The International Space Station is fake, and I just proved that it's real. So, what's your argument against that? Are you just going to ignore that point, or what? Do you believe the
Well,
International
you didn't
Space
just prove
Station
that it was
exists?
real.
Okay, I didn't. So, do you believe it exists or it doesn't exist?
What, like the videos that you were just looking at?
No. Does the
Or a light in the
International
sky?
Space Station exist? Does it orbit the Earth with astronauts on it?
Well, tell us what you see when you say the ISS. What are
Why are
you
you
thinking?
so hesitant to answer this question? It's a yes or no. It's very simple.
Well, define what you mean by
It's
the ISS.
the International Space Station. That's what I mean by it.
Okay, and what does that look like to us on Earth?
It's a yes or no question. Does it matter what it looks like? Does it
Yeah, what
matter
do you
if it looks
see?
like a cupcake or if it looks like a banana? Does
Is
that
that what you're
matter?
saying? So you see a cupcake somewhere?
Oh, okay. So
That's what
once
you're
again,
talking about?
listening comprehension skill equals 0.
Come on, Gramps. What do you see? Describe
Okay.
it
I mean, you're
visually.
trolling. I know you're trolling, so I'm not going to talk to you.
The ISS, what do you
Sniff
see?
it out. I sniff out you're trolling it.
He's
You see
not
it as
really
a light in the
trolling.
sky?
Of course he's trolling. It's either he's
Yeah.
trolling.
Wow, he's coping hard.
Really
Hey,
is,
is
isn't he?
Tess in the chat? TES?
Yeah, I got him mad.
He can't comprehend the notion of something being far away, so it looks different to when it's close up.
What's he talking about?
I don't, he's talking about you in that way, but yeah, I mean, it's not a troll, right? The ISS, you would say, has, you know, it has these you'd have to name the properties and you know, of what you
Well,
believe,
he
what you believe is
couldn't
occurring.
describe what he saw. He doesn't know. A cupcake, he thinks. So let's try Tess or the Moo, since they've arrived. Maybe they can furnish us with some evidence that the Earth is a giant spinning ball in a vacuum.
Saw it.
Test was pretty decent. I thought Test was alright.
Saw it way up in the sky. I went up there and I looked down, and there it was.
So a lie is your best evidence? It's kind of weak.
Lie. It's not a lie.
Okay, what's your evidence?
Just told you.
Well, let's
that's
see.
the
Post it in the
claim.
chat.
That's the claim. We want the evidence of the claim, you fool.
Mate, that's the evidence. I'm sorry.
Yeah, come on, Moo. All right,
No,
so you don't
that's
have
the
any
claim.
evidence for the claim. Very good.
That's the
I went to
claim.
space. I went to space. I looked down. There it was, man.
Yeah, so a lie.
Okay, so sorry,
epic.
Cyclone. So, what's the evidence of this claim you've just made?
Well, I went there. I was there. So
That's the claim again. You're really slow, aren't you?
No, he knows exactly, but he's just trolling because I guess he already knows that he doesn't have any evidence that the Earth's a ball, and so he has to just lie to himself and us, I guess.
I went there, man.
But that's cool.
Claim.
So you don't have any.
Well, the claim.
That's all you have to say.
The claim is that the Earth is a ball. The evidence is that I saw it.
That's a category error, though. I mean, what you're performing to begin with, you're saying the Earth is a ball and space is something else. Therefore, space makes the Earth a ball. So, I mean, you're conflating two things anyway with no evidence.
Yeah, what did you see exactly?
I saw the
What
Earth,
did you see?
and it was round like a ball.
What? How? Whereabouts were you?
In the sky, really, really high up.
What, in a plane?
1 million feet.
What vehicle were you in?
Million feet.
A spaceship.
What a dickhead.
See how you're just having to troll because you know you don't actually have an argument? Isn't that weak? A sign of a weak position?
That's the argument, man. I have an
Yeah, you're
argument.
just trolling yourself. I mean, trolling yourself isn't what we're after here, Moo. So,
Wait,
you got
I have
anything
like a
legit?
quick question.
Yeah, let's move back to this guy.
So for the ISS point, how do you account for the fact that you can see satellites in the ISS, which is just another satellite from Earth, like from the surface of the Earth? What do you posit is
Define what you're
actually
seeing.
there?
What are you seeing?
You see satellites.
What do you
What does
actually
that look
see?
like? Describe it.
Have you ever actually gotten a telescope? Can you afford a telescope and look at
Why
and pull
can't
up
you
like
just
Skyfinder and
You have to spiral. Don't have to spiral. Listen.
what are you
Tell us
talking
what
about
you're
spiral? I'm
describe what you're
asking you a
seeing.
simple question.
Post an image of what you're describing to us. If you
Just
can't
look
describe it
up
with words.
satellite and that's what you see. It's a
This is hard.
main body
So
of
when
tech.
you
See solar panels on it is usually what you see.
Oh, is it?
Is what
So you
stands out
see
the
those
most are the solar
panels.
panels. They're pretty reflective. What'd you
Okay,
say?
So what are you observing them through?
You can see it through a telescope. You can see it through some binoculars,
What
which
did
I've
you
personally done.
use?
Used the telescope to look at. It wasn't the ISS, but it was a different satellite. Moved pretty fast.
So you were tracking a satellite using your telescope.
Correct.
And
What did it look like?
what did you see? Describe it.
It was like a little white body with some solar panels.
A little white
And I mean, you can
with
look up
solar
some
panels.
other observations that people have posted. They post videos of the ISS and other
Okay,
satellites
so let's say
taken
you
with
see a little white
telescopes.
body. Let's say you see a little white body with solar panels. What does that tell you?
Well, it tells you that there's something there, but I'm asking you,
Okay.
right? Like
So
for
what
you,
is
what
it?
is that?
And so how far away would that be? And what is it?
What the fuck are you talking about? I asked you what you think it is, given the
Yeah,
observations.
So yeah. So we're talking about the observation that you made. You see a little white body with solar panels. So what does that tell you?
Yeah, it just tells you that something's there, but I'm asking you, what do you think is it, given the observations that you can get from amateur astronomers on YouTube and things like that? And plus, you can buy your own telescope and look up at those
Well, yeah, I mean,
objects.
no one's denying necessarily that there's technology up there.
Sure.
Yeah, like unmanned craft, drones,
Okay,
balloons.
that's cool. That's
all kinds of things.
you don't deny that there's something there.
No, there's stuff up there for sure.
Okay, cool. Just like a point of clarification. That's all I was interested in.
Yeah, no, there's definitely stuff up there, but we wouldn't necessarily make any hard claims to exactly what they are, how far away they are, what they're doing. But they do all kinds of things, high image surveillance and stuff like that.
So if you asking about what are the possibilities or what is happening up there, NASA has many papers talking about different technologies like electromagnetic and magnetic tethering. They also do geomagnetic satellites with magnetic technology. So all of that stuff can be up there, and it's technology up there, man-made stuff. Not doesn't necessarily mean what you believe it means. Like we live on a globe with that kind of stuff. It doesn't. I'll post a patent. This is a screenshot of one of the examples. Also have a PDF of a different example. Magnetic tethering, they call it. This one is talking about a geostationary satellite that is attached to a balloon. The weight of the machine, the satellite is pulling down to the floor, like trying to fall, but the balloon is obviously pulling up. So there is a point where they can just tether it to that position, and it's geostationary, like they say.
There's the mouse on the thruster video. Grandpa was asking about earlier.
Was I speaking or no?
Anyway, anybody want to speak up? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I hear you, Jemsy.
Did you hear me before what I said or no?
The magnetic platforms, yeah.
Yeah, magnetic tethering. So there's many claims about that stuff.
Right.
So there's many claims about what you're asking about. There's not just one claim about it.
Right.
But
And one of them you made was
globe. Listen, in the globe claim, when you look at the satellites, you only see cartoon satellites next to a cartoon globe, and people say, "Look, this cartoon and the cartoon satellites are giving me the services that satellites give us, right?" But that's not where the signals are coming from.
Did you
the
just
cartoon.
join? Because I was talking about
That's not
observations
relevant.
from
That's not
amateur.
relevant.
No, because
I'm
you don't
just
know what
giving.
we're talking about or what's been established.
Listen,
I was talking about amateur astronomy.
the observations of the amateurs taking photograph of devices in the sky may be related to the technology that is up in the sky, like magnetic tethering, magnetic balloons, all that kind of stuff. You see,
Yeah,
so what I said
but
is relevant.
one key thing is that satellites that you see in the sky, they trace a certain path, right? So
Yeah,
they have a certain path, and when you have a balloon,
the
you
magnetic
also,
fields. Remember the magnetic
you also
fields?
have to posit that the balloon has some kind of thrust that gives it the path. Are you
Look,
saying that too?
Look at this one. The
Okay.
geostationary platform is kept floating by a super pressure balloon. A suitable height of 25 kilometers, the aircraft carries electrohydrodynamic thrusters held by a cradle, right, to overcome the wind. Yeah, this is a good example of one of those. You can read it yourself. The balloon, oh, I'm sorry, which converts electromagnetic energy to direct current. So you see that there's a few things that you might want to look at so you have an idea of what, of the devices that you're looking at from the ground, right? So there's some answers out there about this kind of stuff. But yeah, technology up in the sky. You can take photographs of it. Yes. Why not? But not the cartoon ones, the cartoons satellites on the cartoon globe, that's not it. That's not what's happening. Because when you check the floor or the place that we're in, that's not the globe. So yeah, electromagnetic, you're saying they're going at a certain orbit, at a certain path? There is such a thing.
Well, yeah, undoubtedly you can trace a satellite's path. It's in like an arc above you.
So look, just go to
As you
the
observe.
R and go to, what is it, like, when you put a GIF or you can check GIF and write let me find the name again. What is it? Quantum locking. I'll write it for you and post it. Locking, right? And you can find these examples of things floating around. You see? I mean, there's so many. I don't want to say so many, but there's multiple examples of the phenomena that you are describing, right? That these things behave in certain ways.
What?
Like
You posted
following
a picture of a
magnetic
superconductor or
fields.
something.
Yeah.
What is that? All I was saying that you have to have some kind of thrust if you're saying it's a balloon, but then you posted a picture of a superconductor. What are you talking about?
I don't even know if that is true, but if that's the requirement that needs to be met, he met that requirement with
No,
the
it is
article
true.
stating that they have thrust. Okay,
I
I'm just
mean,
saying, if
what
it's
the balloon
true,
does is it gives you a
no
buoyant
problem.
force, which counteracts gravity to a certain altitude.
No problem.
These balloons
Sure.
are
And
not
you
your
have to
average
have
Thrust
balloons.
is required.
a thrust to push you in a certain
Sure, no problem.
direction.
Yeah, sure, no
So,
problem. No problem. So if that's your requirement, it was met with the article that stated they have that it uses thrust. to then change the trajectory.
And where was that posted?
Socio.
Oh, hold, give me one second.
Stating the sensors pick up on the trajectory, and the CPU computes and adds thrust to then keep on a trajectory.
Yeah, how fast does this particular thing travel?
I called NASA, asked them.
So you don't know?
Go to the source if you want to know everything. You know about the tethering satellites that they don't use balloons or anything? They're using.
Yeah, but they don't travel nearly as fast as other satellites do.
How do you know? Do you checked?
Yeah, so
How
you
fast is
can,
a geostationary satellite moving? Is that the question? Like, how do you know?
how fast does a geostationary satellite move?
Yeah, like a
I mean,
satellite
like,
that's not moving. How fast is that
angular
moving?
speed, wouldn't that just be like 24 hours? Like it completes one revolution in 24 hours?
Yeah, so I mean, you have to know. Yeah, so I mean,
But we're
anyway,
not
go for it.
necessarily talking about geostationary satellites only. We're talking about all satellites. They move pretty fast, and he's positing this balloon satellite, and I'm asking him how fast does it move, and does it account for the satellites that we actually see that move really fast? They cover a huge angular distance in like minutes. It's crazy.
That might be the electromagnetic ones that I'm telling you. It might be in combination to the quantum locking, because it's very cold up there, and these materials can be made similar. They will be locked by the electromagnetic field and the temperature, because that has to do with that potential. And yeah, they can move pretty fast. There is probably no how do you say, no friction, barely any friction up there, depending on the medium, right?
I mean,
Helium
that's true, but
4.
you still have to get up to that speed.
Get up?
Like, you have to accelerate yourself such that you get up to that kind of angular speed to move that fast.
Yeah, the numbers you're looking for, you'll have to find them by distance, by location. So you have to use the map. You have to use the map they give you to then just check out, calculate, and come up with the number you want. You just have to beg the question: if the Earth is spinning this fast at this latitude, then this object at this height would have to be moving at this speed in order to keep this, rate of either no change to a GP or change to a GP in this angle. I mean, you have to go do the math. I mean, and if it all checks out, then the math checks out. That's all.
Yes, let me ask you a question. Do satellites go around the ball?
That will be impossible.
Do satellites go
Yeah,
around?
do they go around the ball in a circle like Superman when he flies around it? Do they do that?
Yes, actually. Why?
Okay, I'm going to post
Do you have
something. Yeah, I'm going to post something for you. These are the paths of the Sirius XM satellite network. So they don't go around a ball.
Huh.
Interesting.
So look at this one. I was telling you, the essential physics of ED, tether propulsion, and ED tether generates thrust using interactions between current driven along a tether and the magnetic field. So there is, so they use like a plasma light on at the top of it, and it's gonna be going up towards the sky, and then the device, the satellite, is going down, and it's gonna tether. It's like locked in that position, and it's going with the magnetic field and moving with it. So
what it sounds like you're
Oh my
describing,
god.
Gems, is like a
Oh my
dodgem
god.
car. Sorry, dude, I'm talking to Gemsy. Well, it sounds like you're describing Gems is like a dodgem car. I don't know if you have an American at fair rides and stuff. Cars that are powered by an electric Met that's up in the ceiling. And it's got a huge tether from the car on the floor to the mesh in the ceiling, and that's the power given to the dodgem. What you're talking about of an electric tether is something that reaches out
yes,
into the
similar.
magnetic. Yeah, what reaches out into the magnetic field. I've got some information on this. Some of those tethers can be up to 1 kilometer long. Really interesting stuff, man.
That's very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you still haven't talked about how these satellites get up to unimaginable speeds.
Acceleration.
Yeah, but using what?
We've just
For these
spoke
balloons.
about the technology where you're not listening.
You posted a picture of a superconductor on some magnets. That's what Gemsy did.
Okay, I mean, I've got this as well. I'll start posting that stuff. Magnetic tethers on balloons that give power from the electromagnetic field that move these things along like dodgems on the net. I'll post it for you. This is old technology, dude. This goes back to the 60s and the 70s. It's going to take me a while to dig it out. I've got shitloads of information. Give me a minute.
Sometimes when they go haywire and they float down really low over the United States, they shoot them down and call them Chinese balloons.
Yeah, that's like the one satellite everybody's seen.
That way you just blame China for that. Like it's not normal. That's something they haven't developed satellites yet, so they just hang shit on balloons. They're way behind.
So look at this. It's like a plasma bulb. They call it the Solex. It's a promising high current plasma source that is a simple and robust, having no moving parts, pressure vessel, plumbing, or valves. Its small size and mass, high current, low voltage discharge capability, intensity to contamination. I'm sorry. Reliable restart. Look at the end. I want to get to the end. And the fact that it requires no power for standby or preconditioning makes it suitable to a variety of applications such as plasma contactors for electromagnetic tethers, spacecraft charging, control, and electric propulsion. So it's an electric propulsion. So when you're asking about the movement and that kind of stuff, you see if it's done by different means, and this is an example of one of those means. Photo electron beam generator, PEBG.
How much thrust does that produce?
Good question. Probably depends the build of it. They probably build different ones. Maybe the better ones goes faster. The other ones go slower. Maybe, who knows? It's probably somewhere here in the PDF, but probably not gonna read the whole thing. Changing. Depopulation electromagnetic tether mission and connecting to the ionosphere. the trajectory of it. They call it out of. Oh, okay, it's kind of like going up and down. Out of plane tether thrust, and it's going up and down towards the east, and then it's doing a circle around north on the equator, or the celestial equator. That's the trajectory of it.
I forgot where I left them. I was in my room.
So can I have an admission that you don't actually have this fully figured out?
I've just posted the PDF from Tethers in Space from NASA. It's the second edition.
Yes, I haven't built the tethers. I'll concede that I haven't built the whole tethers myself. So
no, but not even like
figure it out.
Done the.
Because I haven't, grabbed the
properly.
parts and put them together all by one by one.
But you haven't even done the math to see if it could even trace. Right. This whole thing was about how do you account for satellites that travel at unimaginable speeds that you can see through observations.
I cannot imagine unimaginable. How do you want me to imagine?
You've just given me a bunch of like PDFs and crap, and not given me any calculations. So in reality, you have no idea.
Inimaginable.
Right, you have no idea.
That we cannot imagine. You ask for an image of that. Do you see the contradiction?
Yeah, so you putting forth, I mean, was the
that was
initial
hyperbole.
idea?
You can look up how fast the satellites travel.
Test. I'm just asking you a clarifier right here. So was the initial idea that orbits, right, satellites are only possible on a globe because an orbit is a full circuit around the spherical Earth. So therefore, that's the only way that they're possible.
You're already off track. I was talking about how I established that you can see satellites, and you can through observations and amateur observations, and someone in here agreed with me. I don't remember who it was, and then I established that they travel at unimaginable speeds. Right, I'm not talking. I didn't even say anything about orbit. It's okay, something like 25 kilometers per second.
Is an orbit only defined, like with the satellites, is an orbit only defined as a full and complete circuit around like a sphere? Is it possible to have an orbit over? Yeah, right, a full revolution. So is it possible to have a satellite orbit a part of a sphere? Does that make sense or no?
What do you? Well, the path that a satellite is that it's going to trace over the surface of a sphere is going to, when you have a rotating sphere, that makes it slightly more complicated because then you have to account for, the orbit of the satellite and then the rotation of the sphere, so you can get some wacky lines that trace over the surface of a sphere. So it's not really necessarily going to be a circle around a sphere.
Okay, so then do satellites not prove anything then? Because like if the
revolution, the revolution itself is elliptical.
I just want to finish one of my things, like one of them, But yeah, so if
you haven't said anything,
that's what I said. You keep cutting me off. I do want to say one thing, like one of these.
No, you said two things, and you already got my first 2 points wrong.
Me off. Yeah, you said no. Let me cut you off.
Go ahead.
Time. Yeah, and then you're doing it again. That's why I'm asking. So if we have, if we have this option, right, that satellites are orbits, right, due to gravity, they stay around, they orbit around the Earth due to gravity. So that would be a full circle around the Earth. It's only possible if the Earth's a globe. Is that the case or not the case?
That would be an impossible case because
that's not even what I was talking about. Like you said that 2 minutes ago. Right, and that's not even what I was talking about. What I asked was, how do you account for satellites and the speeds that they travel
What he's arguing is that he said, since from the ground we can see some devices moving across the sky, therefore these are the distances based on the globe math. And he's saying, since these are the distances, not even what I said.
Devices, I said, how do you account for that?
If you don't shut up, I'll mute you. Okay, so you can. So if you cannot control yourself, I'll mute you. So he's saying we can see the devices up there. So since the distances are, they're out in outer space, whatever, and now the speeds are these unimaginable speeds, right? But that premise is just a falsehood. And he's asking us to answer that false premise, to give him answers on the false premise. Yeah, we can see the devices. We have technology that can go high up, but his claim is that they're doing these unimaginable speeds. He doesn't even know the speeds. So how are we gonna answer that?
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. That's the thing. He's he would be saying that that speed would be a really going really fast. It'd be really high speed because the Earth is spinning and it's this far away because the Earth's radius is known. Therefore, it would have to be at this speed. I mean, that's just like begging the question the whole time. And then that's just to like point at a stationary, like a geostationary satellite. Like, that's just starting with that one. He said he saw one that moved. He's not here right now, so but he said he saw one that moved. But so just with like a geostationary satellite that's not moving, he's saying, well, listen, for it to not be moving, it would have to be moving at unimaginable speeds. Because I'm begging the question, assuming this is what's going on. I mean, that's like a proof of nothing. Just begging the question the whole time. But yeah, and then if somebody were to come in and say, well, things in the sky, orbits, that entails a full rotation, right, from one point and then ending up in another point as a complete circuit, and that's only possible, therefore the Earth's a globe. But then you show these orbits of these satellites that are not making any type of full rotations at all. Around a sphere. So what does it prove now? I don't see how the satellites really proves things for people, like on the globe side. How much energy needs to be put into a satellite that's not moving? I mean, then you got one that's, I don't know, I guess moving, and he's just assuming we need this much energy to move it because of what?
Take it that guy went. I posted about 3 or 4 PDF documents with regards to electrodynamic tethering demonstrations by the US military, electromagnetic controlled precision orbiting tracking vehicles, just to back up what Geodesy was saying with regards to the tethering and so on. It's really interesting stuff, guys. It's some of it's referred to as stratospheric sailing. Some of the military balloons that the armies use are called stratolites, because they are operating within the stratosphere. So these balloons are high up in, like, over 100 kilometers up in the sky in the stratosphere. They go at quite fast speeds according to the PDFs. But as the guy's not here, that was a fucking waste of time.
He didn't like the answers. I brought up a screenshot of a patent of the geostationary balloon satellites, right? 25 kilometers, which is not too high, right? I mean, it is high, but I guess that's the claim, right? That they can send the balloons that high and do this stuff, obviously. So that's an example. And then there's other examples, and we were bringing that to him, this example, so maybe find some answer to his unimaginable question, but he didn't want that. He wanted something unimaginable. That's why he believes in a fantasy globe.
Oh well. A couple of new people that have jumped in the chat. I see Peter's joined us. What's up, Peter? Somebody in the chat called Blueberry. Who else have we got in the chat that I don't recognise the name of? I do recognise the name Ghost. But hello, Ghost. Who was that? Is that Peter? No.
If you ask Peter what's up, he might tell you the sky and the ground at the same time.
Interesting. Interesting stuff. If you were to ask me what was up, I would tell you standards. Standards are up.
I would never say that, Geodesy. Unless it's a speculation sub.
Just kidding, Peter. How you doing?
Doing well, thanks.
And when I reply with something like that, when someone is asking what's up, it's in a funny way. I just say the sky or the heavens above, not the ground. That's what's up, not the ground.
That agrees with my lived experience.
Hey, Radwin, earlier, there was a guy that came in and he was like that the Earth has to be a ball because the way the satellites orbit around the ball. And then I gave that little, that little video that I posted that you put fire to. Like, he just completely ignored that. Like, he did not want to even address that. Like, these guys are funny, dude. You show them the alternative, they're like, I don't want to hear that. It has to be a globe. They're lost.
What's the alternative? You guys got a model yet?
Oh, Radwin's not even in here no more. I thought I was talking to him. Oops.
Sorry, did I hear something?
How do I fly all around the flat Earth?
What, in the circle?
In a circle?
Yeah, just like that video I posted. Do you want me to tag you to it?
Yeah, post it.
Yeah, just look at your own profile picture.
That's why I'm here.
There you go. Good spot
Here to
cycling.
argue in circles.
All right, there. I commented this, and then you could just look at it. You let me know. Maybe you'll get it.
It tag me an old thing. Is it like, can I scroll up like quick?
Here, I'll actually tag you. I just commented, but I'll actually tag you though this time. That's fine.
Let's do it again.
Oops. This. There you go. Does that work? Same thing.
That does. I don't know how this. I don't know how this works, but as a model, but it did work to get me the image. Oh, is it? It just spins around forever. Like my profile pic.
So what's your confusion? You don't know how planes and things can travel over a flat surface? Is that what you're not understanding?
Yeah, you explain it.
Yeah, planes fly over a flat Earth. Pretty simple.
If you just put it like 2D, it works.
What are you talking about? So in reality, the Earth the pilots treat the Earth as flat and motionless. They just go up, fly level for however long they're going to fly for.
I heard this
Treat
one.
the surface as level, and then come back down.
They don't when they navigate, though, right?
Looks flat is flat.
No, looks flat is globe. Only globe because looks so flat. Right? So I hear satellites prove the globe again. That's interesting.
Gonna prove the globe.
I thought they were having to.
I'm trying. I'm
Finally,
looking for a proof
finally
of the
try and
flat
prove it
Earth.
by going to Antarctica. But apparently, satellites do it again. So no need to go to Antarctica, I guess, Globies.
Cyclone. So the premise of the world being flat is through the measurement of no curvature, right?
Well, you could say that. Just a general detection of no curvature, no motion.
Yeah. So how deep is the Earth? Do you know? I think we have evidence. But could you tell me?
Well, they claim that the deepest hole that's been dug is about 8 miles deep.
8 miles deep. So.
However much further down it goes than that, I don't know.
Oh, so you think? Not think, but so because we've dug 8 miles, the Earth is a lot deeper than 8 miles, right? I mean that's pretty obvious, right?
Well, yeah, it's at least 8 miles deep.
At least 8 miles deep.
At least 8 miles deep, right? 8 miles deep. Okay. So beyond that, the reason why they couldn't dig further is because of the core. It was too hot for the equipment. So we can assume we can add like 4 more miles.
Is that what they said?
I don't know. Well, what do you think it could be?
Well, why did you say that if you don't know what they said?
No, but I'm asking you. Well, that was the claim in the video. So
No, they didn't claim that they couldn't dig any deeper because of the core. They just couldn't get past the material that was down there.
Okay. They couldn't go past the material. So if it's 8 miles deep, that means that the Earth is a rectangle.
Is that what it means?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yes, it does. It's a rectangle. Because we know that we don't know the length. We don't know the length of the Earth, but we do know the width of the Earth, right?
No,
we do know the length. Sorry, the length of the Earth is 8 miles down, 8 miles deep, right? And we have measured this, correct?
What are you talking about, bro? You're spazzing out.
We have measured how deep the Earth is, right? Which is, you said, 8 miles, correct?
It could be a cylinder. Why a rectangle?
I said that's the deepest because that's the deepest they claim to have dug.
Yeah,
that's not a claim to a shape of the Earth. That's not a claim to a
we
shape
can all
of the Earth.
agree. We can all agree that it is 8 miles deep, right? We can all agree that it is 8 miles deep, right?
Well, they claim that it goes down
No, dude. What the
8
fuck is wrong
miles.
with you? No. Nobody agrees to that.
It's 8 miles in one spot. That's all we know.
They claim that at that spot they went down 8 miles. That's their claim.
Yeah.
It would have to be
Make
at
of that what
least
you will.
8 miles 1 inch. I mean, I know I'm joking, but 8 miles is just the furthest I got to.
Anyway,
8 miles is the first
however deep they've dug does not tell you a shape of the Earth.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It tells us that if we dig down, it's 8 miles deep. So the length is 8 miles, and the width is we don't know. We don't know. If we look at it from an outside perspective, let's just say it's a rectangle. Then that means that the Earth is a rectangle.
No, that's.
Why doesn't that prove that? Why doesn't it? Why isn't that? Why am I retarded for saying that?
For a rectangle, you would need 4 corners, which you don't have.
Yeah, firmament. Have you ever heard of the firmament? Exactly.
Yeah, so you're just spazzing out.
Okay, so you've never heard of the firmament. You came to be a flat earth.
Alright, a lot of globers spaz out when they first hear this. You're not the first, you won't be the last.
I'm not a glober. I'm claiming that the Earth is a rectangle, and there is a thing called firmament. If you didn't know.
Okay, look, we'll give you the glober test. Okay, what is the claimed radius of the glober?
I don't know. We haven't measured it. We have not measured it.
Okay, there you go. You're a glober.
We have not measured it. What do you mean?
Only globers don't know the claimed radius of the globe.
What do you mean? What? That doesn't even make any sense.
Yes, it does. Everyone
So
else knows.
you as a flat earther knows the diameter?
No, the point is, you as a glober don't know the claimed globe radius of the Earth.
Yeah,
We have not measured. We have not measured from point A to point B. We have not measured point A to point B.
Yeah, but you don't know what the claim is.
I bet you think measurement is also scientific. Oh, Cyclone man, you are actually so stupid.
It's a litmus test for you, bud. Like if you're a glober because you haven't looked into the topic, and if you haven't looked into the topic, right? I'm still talking. Like, what's wrong with you glovers? So and then if you haven't looked into the topic, then you don't know the claimed radius. That's what makes you a glober, because you don't know the evidence that supports the globe. And once you look at the evidence that supports the globe, then you're no longer a glober. That's the litmus test that you failed.
What do you mean no longer a glober? How does a compass work on a flat Earth? Where are the poles?
Once you look into it, you'll no longer be a glober.
Yeah, let me look into some rhetoric that some neckbeard posted.
Wait, hang on a minute. Let's create a ground point.
Hold on, just meet this guy. Who was the other guy?
Yeah, mute me because you don't know how to explain how a compass works on a flat Earth, you fucking brick.
God is real. So, what's the claimed radius of the globe? Do you know?
What's the claimed radius of the globe? Like the circumference, the round part, like the equator.
No, the radius.
Like the equator, like from the top of the world, the middle. Like what point?
Like, okay, so you don't know what a radius is?
Point.
We got to go over here, guys.
Like, you know what climates are? You know, like a tundra, a desert, a jungle. You know what climates are? How's that on a flat Earth? How does that make sense?
It's real.
Oh, wait, no, please explain.
It's all right, guy. You'll be okay. It's okay to be a glober. Listen, we'll get you through this.
God is real. I've had to mute
you for a second.
God is real. I've had to mute you.
Can I say something? So is measurement
you can't hear moderation coming through. I'll mute you as well. I'm trying to be polite. I've already told one guy I muted him. I'm telling him why I've muted him, and then you start talking. You need to be more socially aware, you fucking fool. So God is real. I've muted you because you keep asking one question after another, and not listening to any response that's given you. If you can act like a good faith interlocutor, then I'll treat you as such. If you don't, I'll remove you. God is real. I've unmuted you. Be better.
That's fine. Okay, he can explain. How are there climates on a flat Earth?
Really need to keep these guys in check. So you don't
Explain,
know
please.
the radius of the globe, then?
Convince me.
Do you prefer a tracksuit?
You need to convince yourself. You believe.
How are there climates on a flat Earth?
What do you mean?
Like, look at LA. It's 70-something degrees, year fucking round. If it was flat everywhere would be the same fucking temperature.
You don't know
why would that be the case?
You don't know how climates work, clearly.
Why would that?
Holy shit. Have you ever been to Alaska? Have you ever been to Arizona? Have you ever been to Bolivia?
Hold on, bro. Chill. Why would it be the same everywhere?
Looks like I had to mute him again because he just kept talking for anybody trying to respond. So, Cyclone, I'm muting this guy for you. I'll unmute him again, but he's got to respond.
Okay, how would there be the same temperature everywhere? Because on a flat Earth, the sun would be positioned right above everything in a perfect triangular angle, fixating on all the land at one singular time. So when it turned everywhere would be dark. When it turned light, everywhere would be light. That's how it would work. What do you mean? Take a frisbee and shine. Hold on, time out. Take a frisbee.
Calm down.
Cyclone, why are you interrupting it?
Calm down. Okay. So, have you noticed that the sun moves?
Yeah, the sun moves on a globe Earth. Yes.
Well, no, it moves in reality over the top of us, right? Like you see every day.
Does the sun move around the Earth, or does the Earth move around the sun?
Well, you observe the sun moving, yeah?
No, I observe the Earth turning. Right? And how do I know? Because I could be in America.
You don't observe the Earth turning. You observe the sun
Cyclone, you're
moving.
interrupting him.
Gonna mute
Dude,
you
can
in a
I
minute,
answer
mate.
you, Cyclone, or are you just gonna keep muting me? Can I answer you, or are you gonna keep muting me?
In answer to your question, you were like, "Oh, the sun would just be sat above the earth the whole time and light up the whole
Okay, well
thing."
then where is
But
the
no,
sun
the sun is
fixated
moving.
then, since I'm wrong about
The
it?
sun's
Where is it?
moving. The sun's moving. The sun's moving. Right? Like you
Moving
observe.
where? Straight, down, left, right? Where's it going?
Above you, east to west. Is it
Constantly?
not?
Is it constantly going
Well,
up?
every day. Every day you see it moving, don't you?
Okay. The sun's gravitational pull is caused.
Uh-huh.
No, he's not answering your question. He wants to know how seasons
No,
work,
he's
and now he's talking about the sun's gravitational pull. He needs to stay on one subject and not fuck off to something else, and at least let the person who's answering fucking reply. God is real. I muted you again. Act better. Last chance.
Tracksuit. Let me
Yeah,
just
I'm gonna
remind you.
have to jump off. I'm gonna have
Yeah,
to. I'm
jump
gonna
on.
have
Let
to
another guy
jump off
explain, bro,
as well,
because you
so
don't know
Jedi,
what the
once
fuck
you
you're.
pick this up. Yeah.
Tracksuit. Let me just
I know it
remind you.
would be painful for you.
You're supposed to be the like. Listen, everybody knows the Earth's a globe, so you shouldn't be the one screaming. Go. You know what I mean? You should be able to calmly explain it to the flat earther who has a misunderstanding. Not yell at them. That doesn't make any sense. You have all of
Bro, I don't
knowledge
know
on
if
your
you
side.
know me, but
Be
I'm like
cool.
this in every call.
Well, be
Every
cool.
call.
You're not going to act like that here, dude. You've asked a question, you can at least wait for the response. If you're like this on every call, then you can fuck off if you think this is the way to act in here. You can either act betterly or fuck off. Your choice.
So since God is real muted,
I've unmuted him.
so
You need to be more socially aware. Fuck's sake.
Jedi,
I'm
you keep
talking to you.
interrupting me every single time.
Do you want me to mute you as well? I'm trying to add some moderation to the call, and you are making it harder to do so. You
Okay, let me give you a good idea. Oh, that's my bad, Jedi. That's my bad. The Roman Catholic Church believed the Earth was flat. Okay, tell me, who changed their mind? If the Earth is flat, the Roman Catholic Church was the most powerful entity in the Middle Ages. They killed everybody. They owned all the land. They owned all the kings. So tell me, please, if they are the Illuminati, who the fuck changed their mind?
Really not
Please tell me.
interested. Really
Because
not interested.
everybody thought the Earth was flat
Why?
already.
Jedi, stop
Back in the day.
interrupting him. Why are you interrupting Jedi?
You're going to get kicked out the call now.
So tell me,
dude.
when did this globe Earth conspiracy theory come into play? When did this start? Who started it?
I take it we've moved on from your question about seasons then. You don't want an answer to that.
No one can
You
answer the
talk
question. That's why we're moving on, Jedi. I haven't heard one of you answer it.
Proxy.
Go ahead, answer it, please. I'm waiting.
Yeah, cool. So you want an answer to seasons? That's proximity to the sun. Have you ever noticed in California where it's summertime, the sun is higher in the sky, but where it's winter, the sun is lower in the sky because of proximity to the heat. It's hotter or colder. It's like if you set a fire and you get closer to it, you get hotter, but if you move away from it, you get colder. You know how heat works.
That's fine. But then please explain me, how are mountains formed on a flat Earth? Right?
Oh
The
my
moving
goodness.
tectonic plates.
There you go.
Colorado's almost next to California,
Yeah.
yet Colorado's colder than California, yet they're like right there
Explain
next to each
mountains,
other.
Jedi.
How does this shit work, man? How are there mountains? How does that form on a flat Earth?
Relax.
Good point. The Earth must be a globe. Explain Jedi. Explain mountains, Jedi. Or Earth's a globe.
That's relevant.
Come on, bro.
You have not answered this question at all.
I just did. I just spoke about seasons. I spoke about the angle in the sky and being closer or further away from a point of heat. We call this hotter and colder summer and winter seasons. Were you not listening? Dumbass.
No, I think the sun doesn't move, I think.
Jedi, you're very hypocritical here. Anyway, since God is real.
Sorry. Point out where I've made a contradiction.
So you said we want a civil Discord server, right? Or Discord channel.
Trying to
you
be
are,
civil, yeah.
yet you're here
But
calling me a dumbass. Rah.
Yes, you keep interrupting.
I've not said anything, by the way.
Please don't interrupt my guy. I'd appreciate it.
I have not said anything, by the way, Jedi.
You just keep interrupting. It's like
Listen,
you're
I
cackling
hope
from the
all of y'all go to
sideline.
heaven, and I hope your day is good. Take care.
That's lovely stuff. Thank you very much for your interjection. Bet your parents are proud.
Falling apart hard today. Tough stuff. So, Xanthem, what's your best proof for the globe?
So my claim is that the Earth is a rectangle. Because
Alright, yeah, you gave up on the globe already.
Because the reason why I claim that the Earth is a rectangle is because we have measured, that the depth of the Earth is 8 miles. Could be a little bit more.
So it's not a globe,
interrupting me. Okay, I'm not going to speak anymore.
Okay, bye, Xanthium. You're obviously not here in good faith. You can fuck off.
See? Hypocritical.
Bye.
What's up with these betas today? Holy shit. Right.
Welcome to Beta Sunday.
Yeah. I left their balls at home.
Tell me how mountains are formed.
What about the mountains? The mountains, Gandalf.
Tell me if you guys follow this logic. A beach umbrella debunks the globe.
He's a solar player, yes. Yes.
Well, a beach umbrella exists on an Earth with measurably flat and level bodies of water. So yeah, I guess it does.
I mean, their whole claim is that the sun is so far away that all the light comes in at the same angle, right? So when you go to the beach, you never have to like worry about changing your beach umbrella because of the shadow moving, right? It would just stay the same always, all day.
Not really. The sun will move. You globies need to keep trying. Do you know the radius of the globe? Umbrella Man?
It's 3959.
Oh, right. So you're not a glober, right?
That's affirmative.
So there you go. It's a good test. They know the radius. They don't believe it. Good stuff.
You gotta know. You know what I mean? We've shown that we know the globe model better than them for a long time now.
Cyclone, what do you think is the biggest problem with the globe that we need to address to make it better?
To make it better?
Yeah, as Glovers, to improve it.
What kind of question is that?
It's
I don't
lack
know,
of
it's a fair
existence.
question.
Is that it is or
Lack
is
of
not?
existence is the number one weakness.
Yes, the fact that it doesn't exist. That's a bit of a weakness.
That's a big one. We better start there then.
It's a bit of a fatal flaw.
Yeah.
Anyway, I am going to have to duck this time, but have a nice evening all. Good to hear you.
You as well, sir.
Take care, Cyclone. Right, Xanthium, you're off mute. Stop being a little beta in chat. Let's go back to your rectangular Earth.
Could be a cylinder, right, Jedi? Why is he obsessing about the rectangle?
Because we've dug holes.
Maybe he's thinking orthogonally.
Yeah, so we've dug 8 miles deep. If you put that into perspective, it is a rectangle. I mean, you can't disprove it because we've measured it.
But unless it doesn't have to be a rectangle, though.
Unless you think measurement is scientific, get out of here.
Can I just ask him a question, please? So let's say that's true. Yeah, we've dug 8 miles. First of all, we've dug in one spot. In other spots, we've dug shallower holes. So we know that it has a depth, but 8 miles is only in one spot. Secondly, it could be a cylinder. Do you know what a cylinder is?
Yeah.
right? So when you look at it from a side, it's a rectangle, but it's still a cylinder. So when you look at are you saying from the side, from an orthographic view, it's a rectangle? One, that's a bold claim because we only have 1 point of 8 miles. And two, it could be a circle when viewed from the above, aka a cylinder. So why are you making all these unsubstantiated claims about it being a rectangle? Rectangle is a 2D object. Makes no sense what you're saying.
Rectangle is also 3D.
A rectangle is 3D? How?
So hang on a second. You said it was a cylinder. So cylinder if you look at it from the perspective from the top, so that means you know the radius. So the radius is what is it? 39.2.
I don't know. People disagree on it, but a lot of people agree that we have circumnavigated the flat Earth, so it appears to be a circle in that sense, and we know it has depth. So if it's uniform depth, like you seem to be claiming, 8 miles everywhere, then it's a cylinder. But it doesn't have to be uniform depth. It could be deeper in some parts and shallower in others.
Yeah, because we know that we've measured the depth of the Mariana Trench. Let me look.
Yeah, that's deeper than the 8 miles, by the way. So when people say, well, it's roughly the same, I think. Sorry, I got my units confused.
No, it's like 124 miles deep.
No, the Mariana Trench is 13 kilometers.
Oh, okay. 13
You're
kilometers.
Really tripping here. Yeah, you're really tripping.
Anyway,
on behalf
but
of the
we still
globe.
have depth. We still have depth. But have you measured Earth from point A, like from one place until the end, like however long it goes?
I don't want to speak on behalf of everybody else, but a lot of flat earthers believe that we have measured the distance from what we would call the center, where the GP of Polaris is, all the way to Antarctica.
But what's further than Antarctica?
We don't know.
We don't know. So the distance is not measured then.
The distance to Antarctica is somewhat measured over time by different people, but in the flat Earth model, it is said that we cannot explore beyond a certain area around Antarctica. So if it's a circle, it would form kind of like a limit of exploration, and beyond that limit could be other things.
So there's unexplored territory that we have not been, is what you're saying to me right now.
Many people believe so because they claim that it is not easy, or some claim impossible, for private parties to explore beyond, I believe, the 60th parallel south or so.
Exactly. So that means that we don't know the distance.
We know distance to that part.
No. Because it's further beyond. There's further beyond. There's lands further beyond, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. And similarly, we don't know if there's more beyond 8 miles deep, right? So it's kind of like we know something, but we don't know everything. That's the situation.
Exactly. But then, whether it is 8 miles deep or longer, whether it's distance from A to the Antarctica or longer, we can put that into perspective. It is a rectangle. From our reality,
you have to study what a rectangle is a little bit more before you use it in a conversation.
When we don't know from the top view that the Earth is a circle. We don't know that actually.
It's our measurements suggest that it's at least a circle, maybe bigger circle or maybe something else, but we have measured it in a circular way so far.
So that means you're telling me the Earth is more likely to be a cylinder.
Well, certainly not a rectangle, which is a 2D object. So we can eliminate the rectangle. A cylinder would be a good candidate, but it's still, like I said, not substantiated by measurements, since, like you said yourself, the deepest hole is 8 miles. Mariana Trench, I think, is also around 8 miles. That's not enough to conclude that that's a uniform depth. I don't know, below America, it could be 4 miles or 20 miles, because we're awesome here in America, right? So who knows?
No. You said rectangle's 2D, but why can't a rectangle be 3D?
Because it's a 2D shape or figure or whatever the correct term is. It exists on
So
the
is so
Euclidean
that
plane.
means circle is also a 2D shape then.
Yes, and a circle combined with depth is a 3D object known as a cylinder.
Exactly. A rectangle with depth is also a 3D object.
Jesus Christ.
Come on. You know I'm right here.
I know you're
literally
not
proving
right,
my
but I can't do it anymore. I think I'm
you're
gonna
literally proving my point.
spiral
The
out of
Earth.
control.
Alright. Elongated, fine. I'll say this. Elongated cube. Are you happy with that?
Elongated cube.
Yes, elongated cube.
So not a cube.
Not a cube, but it's elongated.
Okay, so you just want to have something that's elongated. I'm with you.
Elongated cube.
Elongated cube. Okay.
So just
Alright,
think of a cube.
speculation
Okay?
Sunday.
It's a 3D. So think of a cube that's 3D. Now just elongate it, so make it longer. Does that make sense?
Like a
Not from
box.
the length, but from the width. Oh wait, is it the length? Yeah, sorry. No,
I
sorry.
think he's trying to refer to it as a rectangular prism. When he says rectangle, I think he was referring to a rectangular prism, which is three-dimensional.
Yeah. I don't know the English names for the like 3D objects.
Oh yeah. Rectangular prism. Sorry, yeah. If that's the 3D term, yeah. So rectangular prism. The Earth is a rectangular prism because we know the depth. We don't know the distance.
That's a bold claim. That's a bold claim. That
No, it's
suggests
not.
that we have measured to the corners, and we haven't.
No,
so it's more likely to be
exactly.
a circular than rectangular when looked from
That's
the top.
also a bold claim.
Less bold than yours, because we at least have measured around what appears to be an ice wall of sorts, and we have not found corners. So it's a bolder claim to say it's rectangular when looked from the top, because it insists on the existence of 4 90-degree corners, and we have not found such corners.
But you just said that we haven't explored past Antarctica, so the corner could be past that point.
Neither of you, and now you're just making a speculative claim at what might be beyond said unquote fucking ice wall for some reason. You've got no measurement of the limitation to devote corners or sides. You're just making baseless claims because you can dig holes.
I'm not making baseless claim. I'm basing it off my objective reality.
Out how it was. So let's go through it again. Have you been beyond Antarctica for some reason in this fucking quasi model to find out the limitation and denote the side of the Earth? Have you done that?
No, I've not done that.
There you go then. So baseless fucking claim.
Again. Like when you talk, it's just yapping. So again, have you been beyond Antarctica?
You're contradicting your own logic also, my friend, because you started well. You said, what do we know empirically? We know we dug 8 miles, at least in one place. We know that Mariana Trench around 8 miles. Okay, good start. So you're being very humble. You're starting with the actual measurements. So to be consistent with that logic, I am trying to help you, and I'm telling you, we have also measured roughly the distance from the center, which is the GP of Polaris, to the outskirts, which appear to be a circle. So if you combine these two, if you let me finish, I'm almost done. If you combine these two statements, we know it has depth of around 8 miles, and we know it has a circumference of around whatever it is. Then it's a cylinder. And even that is a stretch, because we could argue that the depth is not uniform, so it's a very ugly cylinder that's squished in certain places, or maybe stretched. And there is a possibility there's something beyond. But so at best, you can say it's kind of cylindrical.
So Jedi did a really good question. He told me that, have I been past the point of Antarctica? I've not measured personally how deep the Earth is. Have you measured the distance between point A to Antarctica, Peter?
I have not, no.
So baseless. So everything you're saying is baseless. Everything I'm saying is also baseless because I've not done it personally with Jedi's logic here. So I guess where I stand still, Peter.
Actually, no. That's not the real logic behind it. I can make it a little more logical if you want help. It's not so much so that you haven't done it personally. It's that no one's allowed to do it independently, and you can't verify it. So it's like you can't independently explore Antarctica. So you just have to go on faith. Like it's not within the legal realm of possibility. Not that it's outside the physical realm of possibility. It's not legally possible. I think you're overlooking that. It's very important.
Regardless, I have not done it. He has not done the measurement. I have not done the depth. So
Yeah, but you're using the wrong word. It's not that you haven't. It's that you legally cannot. That seems extremely relevant to the topic. Like you're being barred from answering that question physically.
So I'm forced to not be able to measure it. Yeah. So okay. So me and Peter are forced not able to measure it. So again, the point is we're still at a standstill because we're forced not to measure it, or legally not to measure.
So if we work within that framework of these assumptions, then we're not sure what exactly what three-dimensional shape the Earth might be. I only took issue with your claim that it was a rectangle, which one is ridiculous because that's 2D. Two, even if you generously extend that to the three-dimensional box, it's a stronger claim that within your own frame of reasoning than based on our measurements, because where the heck are the 4 90-degree corners? We haven't even found one. So you're 4 corners short of it being rectangular. So that's it. That's all I take issue with. You're not consistent with your own framework.
Yeah, I think there's a word you guys are looking for, by the way. If when you talk about the shape of a rock, typically we use the word irregular, so it could be an irregular shape
Right.
of the Earth.
Exactly. Because we literally have one spot that's 8 miles deep, and maybe Mariana Trench, another one, if they're kind of roughly the same. I'm sure they're not exactly the same. So that's all we got. We could just be lucky, and those 2 spots are 8, and everything else is shallower or deeper. We don't know.
Yeah, I guess at this point we don't know. We don't know anything. But objective reality is we do know that the Earth is flat.
Well, we disagree here because I personally think it is not. But I was just working with you within your own framework. So
No, you have to agree with me here. What objective reality? If you look outside, what do you see? A flat terrain, correct?
yeah, well, I've done other observations. They're a little bit more precise, and I've concluded differently. But I don't want to debate this now.
Exactly, because you'd be proven wrong here, Peter.
I have been proven wrong here many a time. That's why I keep coming back.
So I'm guessing you're a cylinder or cylinder earther.
No, I'm a good old-fashioned. It's a sphere. It's a spheroid. It's pear-shaped kind of guy.
How do you know it's pear-shaped? Oh, sorry. How do you know it's sphere or a pear-shaped?
How do I know it's pear-shaped?
Yeah.
Because it's fatter at the bottom. It has slightly more radius at the bottom.
Have you conducted that an experiment or science experiment?
To establish that it's pear-shaped? No.
Yeah. Then, like I said, we're at a standstill. You don't know. You're just making basic claims right now, Peter.
Well, I work within a different framework than you proposed. I am a sucker for what the scientific community tells me. So I have a trust. I trust certain things, certain authorities, and I based my framework of reasoning around the data that I take from those sources. But many guys in this VC don't like to do that, so they work with their own observations and measurements. So that's where we differ, them and I.
So, but it's safe to say that no one here has done their own measurement.
I have measured the curvature of the Earth and the radius of 6,371 kilometers.
So you've done it. So any flat earthers have done their own measurement here? Hello? Has any flat earther done their own measurement?
Why would we? It's already been measured.
No. What? No? That's not the logic here. You got to do your own studies or measurement.
It's already been measured. But it's already been measured.
No. Have you measured it? That's what I'm trying to say.
I don't need to. It's been measured already.
No. Jedi said if you don't do your own measurement, it's baseless claims. So, like I said, that's a baseless claim.
There's no measurement of curvature, so unless you can measure some curvature, then yeah, there isn't any. But it's already been measured flat.
Have you measured it?
My GPS measures it flat.
Wait, what?
I will agree that it's the
GPS is government provided.
The GPS measures how?
GPS is government provided. So you're trusting the government now?
Well, I was going to say the Mercator map, which is used to navigate, is rectangular. So I don't think it's functionally measured or navigated rectangular.
But those are also government provided.
The
map is government.
I wouldn't 100% disagree with rectangular Earth being, because we measure it rectangular, so there is some irregularity.
Nice. Let's go. That's one.
But yeah, GPS measures Earth flat.
But that's a government provided system. It's run by U.S. Space Force.
And GPS works off of the ACF coordinate system. If you
let's
get
not
the
go there,
distance
Bacon.
between...
Let's forget how it works. It's operated by the U.S. Space Force.
Aha. Well,
Like
seem to trust it. So we had a good argument.
So, not a good one. The Mercator map is also produced by governments. All maps that I have used are either provided by some level of government authority, county, state, national, prefecture in Japan. I don't know, whatever you want. It's so also not.
We still use it to navigate. That's all I'm saying. It's a rectangular map. It's rectangle, and we use it to navigate. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, especially when you stretch it on your desk, it's rectangular. Yes, but that's so what? That doesn't.
If you're not going to Mercury, you have a problem there.
It's not a useful. It's not a useful way of navigating.
It is when we're navigating.
But it's government provided. So what's next? NASA photos? We're going to admit NASA photos.
So hang on a minute. So Daz, rectangular, right? You like my idea. So that's two people, me and Daz, that think or believe that the Earth is rectangular. So two person believing in one thing is better than one person believing in one thing.
No, it's not. Because have you ever heard of the appeal to majority fallacy? So everybody, let me ask you this.
That's a weak majority.
Let me answer this question, and then tell me if you think it's true or not. Even when, let me say this statement and tell me if you're in contention with this. Even when you're a minority of one, the truth is still the truth. Yes or no?
What is truth?
Yes.
Yeah. So let's just say.
Okay. So in other words, it doesn't matter if it's one person, two people, or 2 million people believing something's true. That thing they believe that's true, to be true, could in fact not be true.
Right. Right. No, you have a point there, Charlie. So have you conducted your own measurement of the curvature thing? Of no curvature?
Say that again.
Have you done your own measurement of no curvature?
Yes, I have observed no curvature of the Earth myself. Yeah.
No.
Oh, an observation,
Observation.
not a measurement.
Yeah, measurement.
I'm
We're
a
talking about
scientist and
measurement.
I found it that it was round.
No, I haven't measured it, but I have observed it.
Charles took the
Claims!
photo. Wait,
I don't have,
Charles took the photo.
a railroad budget. So maybe if I had a railroad company's budget and equipment, then I think the answer to your question would be yes. But I don't have a railroad company's equipment and budget. So no.
Exactly. So
So
now
the quick
it's
answer, Charles,
baseless
is you made an
claims.
observation.
So currently we are sitting at Charles with a baseless claim.
Baseless claim? What did I claim?
You agreed that the Earth has no. You agree, Charles. You agreed that there's no curvature, right?
Yes, I said I observe no curvature.
Now we're talking about measurement. To observe, to say the Earth has no curvature.
Hold the fuck on. You said I made a claim. What fucking claim did I make? Say it. Or say that you just misspoke. Admit that you just misspoke, or say what claim
Charles,
I made.
I will. Your claim is that the Earth has no curvature. Yes?
That's not a claim.
methods did you guys
I didn't
use?
claim
I
that.
don't think
That's
you
not a
said it.
claim. I said I observe the Earth is flat. That's not a claim.
So you
You're
think that the Earth has curvature?
Listen, buddy. Hey, don't get claims and observations confused. When I say I observe the Earth is flat, that's not a claim. When someone says the Earth is curved, even though you see it as flat, that's a claim. You see the difference?
For you?
Except there's like scientific data and shit to back up that the Earth is round. Like what scientific
It doesn't make
data
it
and
any less a
measurements and
claim,
methods
buddy. If
do
you want to
you
be
got? No, just
intellectually
hold on,
honest,
hold on.
it's still a
Like
claim.
what have you?
You
No,
can say
no, just
blah, blah,
let me
blah,
finish the question, bro.
blah, blah,
Here,
blah.
here, shut up and let me finish the question. I wasn't finished. I'm asking ye. There's definitive like science that you can see and look up and look through all through to prove that it is curved, and we have satellite fucking images and shit. What scientific methods have you
Hey,
used?
can I ask you a question about the satellite images? Let me ask you a quick question. Mr. Get off the whatever. So, have you ever seen a horse with your own two eyes? Yes or no?
Have I ever seen a what, sir?
Horse. You know, the animal, horse.
Yeah.
Alright, so if I showed you a picture of a horse, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture of a horse or not? Yes or no?
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Have you ever been in the vacuum of space?
No, I haven't.
So if I showed you a picture from the vacuum of space, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture or not? Yes or no?
No, I wouldn't.
So I'm just wanting to point that out to you. That's not really such good evidence, because the vacuum of space, if it really existed, could look like anything. You wouldn't know the difference.
But
Wait, what? Charlie?
What I have to go off is the fact that I'm looking at satellite images of it from a reputable...
Get off the toilet. Get off the toilet. Have you made your own scientific measurement or anything?
No.
I see. No, here's the thing. Like, I don't have a science degree, so I haven't used the tools and equipment.
Baseless claims, right there. Get off the toilet since you have no.
Not going to deal with this troll anymore. Go back to your conversation.
I'm asking proper questions. Like, I genuinely asked you what the question. Like, I've asked you what scientific methods have you used. Like, are you scientists?
I should probably point out to you, it's not a scientific question. Like the question, what is the Earth? That question itself is not a scientific question. It's a geometric question. So they're two separate subjects. Science has to do with how wide question.
There's this is directly based in science to prove whether or not the Earth is flat.
Oh my God, no!
Or the
Stop
Earth is
abusing the
round.
English. Look, listen, buddy. I'm trying to teach you how to speak English properly here. Most people don't know how to speak English properly. Most people misuse words, like the word impact. Most people use the word impact in replacement of the word effect. When they mean to say effect, they say impact. Impact is when something strikes something else physically. You know, people abuse the English language, just like how you're abusing the word science right now, because you were raised to abuse it. No, it's not a
Dictionary
scientific
police.
question, it's just a geometric question. Just relax and get that in your head.
Like, I'm still just lost, man. Like, you're saying that this isn't based in science.
Yeah,
Like,
it's not.
what?
It's not. To figure out the
shape of our Earth does not have a
I'll tell
basis in
you.
science.
Dude, I'll tell
What
you.
is science to you?
Dude. Right. So science, the scientific method, the observation of a phenomena, something happening, and then your hypothesis prediction as to the cause of that something happening that is tested through repeated experimentation. That's the scientific method. You don't use this method when you're trying to figure out a concrete noun, nothing happening. The scientific method adjudicates how and why something happens, the cause of an effect, not the tool you would use to figure out a shape.
And Jedi doesn't know the scientific method after how many times we've
Would you like me
discussed
to
it.
cite it? Would you like me to cite it?
Yeah,
Yeah, please.
I'm talking
You
about
obviously
the
don't know what you're
scientific.
talking about again and again and again.
Okay, would you like me to cite it? Yes or no?
Yeah, sure. You've described the experimentation process and a hypothesis in terms of an experiment, not the scientific method.
Okay, so I will cite this. Give me a moment, and I'll get. But I like the way that you decided to chuck yourself into another conversation. You just need to make it stop, don't you?
No, it's just this repeated ignorance of what the scientific method is. I just can't take it. Sorry.
And then leave if you don't want me to demonstrate that I'm correct and you're incorrect.
Oh, please post it. I'm going to get my own references. I'll post them in a second too.
Okay, awesome stuff.
If the Earth is flat, why can't you see to Madrid from New York? You should be able to see all across the world.
It's too far away, so you understand that things with distance get smaller
Makes
with
no
angles.
sense. That makes no sense.
Okay, so not going to be able to answer you either, am I? No problem.
But surely with strong enough telescopes from one end to the other, you'd be able to see it, right?
Yes, but then you have to deal with the amount of atmosphere that you're looking through from Spain to America. That's thousands of miles. That's thousands of miles of literally can't get a word out with you, can I, young lady?
No,
Trying to
go ahead.
answer
I'll
your
mute
question. Oh, yeah, good. So trying to answer your question, but you still seem to think you have to natter all the way through it, so you don't listen to the answer. Well done.
No, I'm listening. Go ahead. I muted
Good.
myself.
Good. So things with distance reducing angular size, like a car going down the road away from you, appears to get smaller. It actually hasn't, but it appears to you. Now, if you're looking from America to the coast of Spain, that angular size horizontal is going to diminish so much that you can't see it. If you're going to be talking about telescopes, you've got 3,000-4,000 miles of atmosphere for the light to attenuate through. That's kind of impossible because we know that light attenuates through the atmosphere, i.e. loses its power. It's like trying to look down to the bottom of the ocean or looking through multiple panes of glass stacked up on top of each other. Eventually you won't be able to see down to the bottom because of the light being attenuated through the medium. It's quite simple.
Okay. Well, I only have your word to take on that, Alec.
You can,
We have another question here. I won't just refute it because I have nothing to refute it with because I haven't done it myself. I'd like you to cite it if that's all right.
Yeah,
If
sure,
that's-
no problem. I'm still trying to cite the scientific method for this guy. Who thinks that the scientific method is not based on a hypothesis. But then I'll get on to demonstrating angular size reduction, and I'll get down to setting angular size. Why are you talking? Trying to help you.
Hold on, I just posted a reference from a book on philosophy of science, and it is based on hypothesis. I think your definition of hypothesis is incorrect. So if you want to read that book, that's a really good book on philosophy of science for scientists.
That's awesome stuff. We're talking about the method, though, aren't we?
Yes, and I posted about the method.
Just about the telescopes.
Scientific method.
Cite that. Where you read that.
I'll
How they work in the whole atmospheric thing.
Okay. All right, so I'll start posting these in a minute. This comes from the University of Rochester.edu. So the scientific method distinguishes science from all other forms of explanation because of its requirement for systematic experimentation. The final arbiter of truth is science, its experiment, and its experiment. Where else? That comes from, oh, here we go. The only way things change in physics is experiment. Everything is based on experiment. That's the only way that we change our minds. The scientific, here we go. The scientific method comprises of observation of a phenomena, the prediction of what causes that phenomena, and then repeated experimentation. I'll start dropping these into the chat in a minute. There's over 20 of them.
All right. We just have another question then there. One sec.
What's your question, mate?
If the Earth is flat, why is the time of sunrise and sunset different in every part of the world? If it was flat, then the sun would rise at the same time worldwide.
No, it wouldn't. So
oh, don't even worry about the end of that sentence.
What we have with the phenomena of sunrise and sunset is the sun moving towards and moving away from a location. We depict time zones by solar meridian when the sun is highest in the sky. This is why we have GMT. It's the line of meridian that goes through London from the Greenwich Observatory. The observatory is looking at the sun. So when the sun is 90 degrees overhead at its zenith, that's solar noon for us in the UK. Incremental 15 degrees either side of this meridian line where the sun isn't directly over yet, that's an hour. For every 15 degrees is an hour. So it's depicted by the motion of the sun above the earth. Are you asking why the sun appears to rise and set? That's a slightly different question. I'll answer it if you want me to.
No, sorry. As well, on top of that, from what you just said there, if you have any citations for that, if you could send them in as well, just so we can look over them as well.
Yeah, sure. If you just Google solar meridian, it'll tell you how meridian lines are measured. Angles to the sun.
Could I reword his statement, maybe? So if I reworded the statement that his girlfriend gave, right? I would say if the Earth were flat, then the sun would rise, causing day, and set, causing night. If the Earth were a globe, the sun would not move, but you would be turning backwards faster than the speed of sound at the equator. The sun moves to cause morning and sets in the evening. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Same statement, just worded different.
Yeah, fair enough. We're not going to disrefute it. We're just going to listen and read whatever you send there. Just asking questions out of curiosity.
Yeah, you wouldn't have sunrise. I mean, it's not that right? But the heliocentric claim is that there is no such thing as sunrise. But we know that sunrise exists. Therefore, the heliocentric claim can't be correct.
That's not the heliocentric claim. Come on.
All right, we have another question here. Huh? Oh, not yet. Sorry. She's thinking about it. That's my sister, by the way, not my girlfriend.
Yeah, no worries.
We both? I'm not judging right now.
Yeah, no, I just want to make it clear.
No, I appreciate that, your sister. Yeah, but there's quite a sister there. Yep. I mean, it's a solid question.
Yeah, because in Australia when it's our winter, it's their summer and shit like that. Like, how would you explain that? With the difference, like they're on one side, they're on the other, and
Seasons.
yeah, seasons.
So seasons is
how
due
does
to
seasons work on a flat Earth?
Yeah, so that's due to proximity of the sun. So do you know what the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn are? You know what the equator is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer are the ground position of the sun during north and south winters. So, for example, the Tropic of Cancer, 23 degrees north of the equator. This is the path of the sun during our summer. The sun's closer to us in the summer, in the northern hemisphere or north of the equator, but it's further away than those in Australia. So it's colder there. 6 months later, when the sun traverses between these two tropics and then starts moving along the Tropic of Cancer, below the equator south, it's summer in the south because of proximity to the heat, and it's winter in the north due to the proximity of the heat. It's now further away. You might notice this phenomenon when in the summertime you see that the sun is higher in the sky compared to in the winter where the sun is lower in the sky. When it's lower in the sky, it's because it's further away. When it's lower in the sky for us in the north, it's higher in the sky for those in the south. It's proximity to the sun.
Is that like just as it is in the globe model, Jedi? Proximity to the sun?
Slightly different within the globe model. So the globe model says the reason why we have seasons is because of the angular tilt at 23.4 degrees. These lines of latitude, north and south, by the way. But sometimes we can be closer to the sun. Like, for example, when it's winter in the northern hemisphere and summer in the south, we're actually closer to the sun by about 3 million miles within the heliocentric model. 6 months later, we're 96 million miles away from the sun, so further away, but that's our summertime, when we're further away from the sun.
So it's just like distance away from the light source then?
On the flat Earth, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. It does. Here, I guess what she's looking at that. Like, what's your reasons for thinking that they'd lie about this? Like, where's the basis of all this comes from? Because it all just does rely on, like, well, I don't trust NASA, I don't trust any of these pictures, don't trust the government fair, but, like, what is the point of it? It is a trust issue, in a way.
No. So the basis for the flat earthers who know that the Earth is flat rely on direct measurements of the surface of the Earth, mean sea level, for example. So we describe and measure and utilize mean sea level as a horizontal plane of reference. So it's not based in we don't trust NASA. We've got specific reasons not to trust them. One, through demonstration of the surface of the Earth, we measure it to be horizontal. And two, if you specifically want to talk about NASA going to the vacuum of space, that can't even happen because the vacuum of space cannot be real. You can't have uncontained gas pressure, the gas that we're breathing, the oxygen and nitrogen, not dispersing into a vacuum without a physical boundary separating the two. If the heliocentric model was true and we were living in an open system, the gas that we are breathing would increase in entropy and disperse into that vacuous space. We'd be dead.
Okay, yeah, but again, what's the point of the lie? What's the point of the ruse? All the pictures that they put up, thousands a day, the pictures of Mars rovers, like all this shit. Like, what's the point? I know that there is a theory about. I know it's a more grander theory, but that there's something beyond. That there's
mate.
more space beyond the wall. But one sec. Sorry, just one sec. Because I know there is a theory, but there's stuff being like beyond the wall, like the wastelands, and then it keeps on going. I understand that one, but like, what are your reasons for this? Like when you went, okay, well, the world is flat. Like, what's the point in the lie? What's the point of
that? Was the same question you asked 5 minutes ago. What's Jedi?
Yeah, but that didn't get answered.
Not why are they lying? But they are lying.
Why would they lie to us? Why would these like reputable sources lie?
No, it's not why would they lie. They are lying. Jedi's just pointed out gas pressure without containment to you, so they are lying.
To be fair, we can give a better answer to that question.
Yeah, I think you really can. Like, why? Why are the government lying? Why is NASA lying? Why is NASA getting loads of shit, loads of money to send stuff up there? SpaceX, like, what's the point of it?
So, for the same reason
What is the bigger picture?
For the same reason that anyone else lies about anything else, especially concerning philosophical subjects. I say philosophical because you simply look up the Wikipedia article on philosophy and then the Wikipedia article on metaphysics. You'll see that metaphysics is a subcategory of philosophy, and cosmology is a distinct issue of metaphysics. And we're talking about cosmology. So it's a metaphysical and therefore a philosophical issue, which is not at all to demean or to diminish the importance of this. It's very much important. Philosophy is unnecessarily and unjustifiably demeaned. And so the reason to lie is because it is conducive to deceiving a people into believing a worldview that is conducive to exploiting and subjugating the people. So when you deceive a people into believing that they are worthless pieces of matter that unintentionally evolved from goo through a long line of zoological genealogical descent and a godless cosmic vacuum that has no value, with no hope and no justice, and the only thing worthwhile doing, what it seems worthwhile doing, is just to live for pleasure or just obey the state, because if you don't, then the state will beat you and punish you in some way or another. It's all a part of the mind control.
Mind control. That's interesting.
Which is the nature of trying to lie to anyone. When you lie to someone, you're trying to control the way they perceive a given thing, be it yourself or someone else or the situation, etc., etc. You're trying to control the way they perceive the situation so that they behave in the way that you want them to, or so that they don't behave in the way that you don't want them to.
Appreciate you as well posting the citations for the scientific method as well, Gregory. I was just about to post it and I noticed that you had already, so I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, except it doesn't invalidate anything I posted. Thanks for posting it, actually, Gregory. It actually supports my argument. The one does, anyway.
Okay, there was no need to say that as though it's supposed to invalidate anything you said.
No, you posted on my behalf of Jedi, and it was supposedly in response to my post, but it didn't invalidate anything I said.
No, you misinterpreted.
So, thanks for posting.
You misinterpreted. You're distorting the purpose of those
No,
citations.
Okay, what were they supposed to? What was the point of posting that?
Specifying the nature of this distinct hypothesis that Jedi was talking about. You are ambiguating the type of hypothesis that is necessary and apropos to the issue of causation, rather than disambiguating that.
You can hypothesize about causation, but that's not the general scientific meaning of a hypothesis.
Okay, you're talking past the point.
Yes, it is. Scientific hypothesis is a prediction. Yes, it is.
Incorrect.
Scientific hypothesis.
It's a prediction of a relationship. It's a prediction.
Let Jedi finish.
Of phenomena.
Let Jedi finish.
Yeah.
A prediction of phenomena. It's a prediction of what causes the phenomena. That's what the IV, DV. Sorry, that's what the DV, IV, and CV are. They're your variables, right? Your dependent variable is the thing that you observe happening. Your independent variable is your prediction of cause. So if cause, then effect. You then test your if cause to see if it causes the then effect in your experiment.
Yep, he was definitely incorrect.
Are you finished with that? Yeah, that's not a scientific. That's a hypothesis in the context of an experiment. That's true. But generally, a scientific hypothesis, that's a specific kind of scientific hypothesis. But more generally, it is not a scientific hypothesis. That is not a requirement for it.
You sound very ambiguous now, dude. What do you mean?
I posted several references to what a scientific hypothesis is. Generally, a scientific hypothesis is just a statement about the world, about phenomena that can be tested and falsified.
Yeah, that's the scientific method that they push on Ada Twist Scientist on Nickelodeon, bro.
There's no such thing as a scientific hypothesis, mate.
Hey, bro.
What's the definition of pseudoscience? Can we do that one? That's always fun. What would that definition be? Pseudoscience.
Speculations about reality that can't be falsified?
Yeah, so
like saying flat Earth?
No, something that is said to be scientific but doesn't follow.
No. The flat Earth cannot be falsified.
Dude.
He's not letting you finish, Jedi.
I know. We'll get to that in a minute. Thinking that the flat Earth would be a scientific claim. The description of a surface is up here for science. Science demonstrates cause and effect, dude. So I'm asking you what the definition of pseudoscience is. You kind of answered, but it would be something that claims to be
No.
science.
Science does not demonstrate cause and effect. I'm going to stop you there.
No,
because
letting you
if the
finish
rest of your
again.
arguments
All right,
built on
mute
that,
this
it's
guy.
You're just
Mute this guy.
repeatedly stultifying the dialogue.
Just mute this guy.
It's
He just wants to
Yeah.
change
We already
definitions. He doesn't
covered
want
that. Doesn't
dictionaries.
mute
Stop
He doesn't want
repeatedly
things
you
to
can
be
mute
stultifying
me,
the
but
answered.
we've
dialogue.
already covered that.
Yeah, stop
We're going to.
stultifying
You're
the
trying. You're
dialogue.
trying
You're
to step
disrupting
past.
your disruptions now.
You're
Stop
trying to
stultifying
step
the dialogue. You're
past
refusing
what
to
I've
let
already
Jedi
proved is
finish.
incorrect
So
about
why should we
scientific
let you
method.
finish? You're just being disruptive.
All right.
He's a dictionary
I'll
denier.
let Jedi continue with other people.
Just mute him or ban him or something.
Or yes,
Just
definitely.
repeatedly stultifying the dialogue, disrupting Jedi's attempt to complete the sentences. Why should we let you continue?
I don't even know if we should even continue. Just trying to define what pseudoscience is. Something that doesn't follow. I'm good, fair enough. I won't waste my breath, thank you.
He's pretending that he's being informative. Go ahead, Tank. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say he's not trying to gain an understanding. He's just trying to muddy it up. I was gonna pretty much probably say something along the same lines as Gregory.
Right. He's pretending to give all these citations and all these words in the open chat and in the voice chat, pretending like he's trying to explain, but he's really ambiguating rather than disambiguating the type of hypothesis that needs to be considered when trying to answer the question, what is the cause of the effect? He's just ambiguating into, you just need some hypothetical proposition that can be tested by some empirical means. Okay. So specifically, notice my emphasis concerning causation. What is the nature of that hypothesis and what's the nature of the test? Which is what Jedi was specifying.
Xantham, you've been unmuted. Let's try not to troll anymore.
That could be tough. Yeah, I mean it's stupid to claim that science is not experiment, which is not cause and effect. It's just dumb. Everybody knows that's what you do. Even if you're wrong, you just try it. You know, everybody. It's just intuitive. Like that's what you're doing. It couldn't be anything else.
And the irony is that if you don't specify beyond the word science, his ambiguous explanation of the nature of a scientific method is rather appropriate. His ambiguous explanation of the nature of the so-called scientific method is just as ambiguous as the term itself, which is why I keep telling people you have to specify in what sense you're saying science. Just saying the word science, unless you stipulate a definition, unless you're speaking in a community that already has a shared assumption of the primary sense in which you say the word science, it repeatedly happens in this room where two or more people are saying science in two different senses. So that's why I keep saying it.
Not only that, if anybody could explain, or the gentleman could explain, what's the difference between a scientific hypothesis and a hypothesis?
Well, the thing
One you can test.
Anything with scientific on its face is not immediately informative. That's why after saying scientific, we have to define scientific. So you might as well just cut to the chase beyond the ambiguous prefix to a causation hypothesis. This hypothesis concerns causation.
Yeah, it's just a hypothesis. It's not a scientific hypothesis. It's just a hypothesis, which is used during the scientific method. But the gentleman wanted to state it with the
you come
scientific.
into the very same you come into the very same ambiguity I was talking about.
I have a hypothesis that when I'm done talking, that one of you guys are going to talk.
Huh.
Therefore, you just did it. Therefore, the cause of your talking was my not talking. I manipulated it. And that was it. They did it.
Yeah, it was a hypothesis.
Every time I don't talk, obviously, you guys have to talk unless I proved it with science.
You see, if they were being specific with their traditional use of these ambiguous words, science and scientific, or science in the various forms of science, then there wouldn't be this much equivocation as often as it occurs. But there is, which is indicative that their choice of words, their word choice, their rhetoric is ambiguous. It's ambiguous and therefore lends to it increases the susceptibility to equivocation.
Yeah, he was just trying. I mean, I don't know. That's fancy way of it, yeah. I guess for everybody else. Mark, on the other hand, is just trying to talk shit and muddy it up so that nobody in the room can get to any conclusions on anything. That's all. Just talking shit and being a sophist so that you can't define anything and you can't prove anything and you can't know anything.
Anyway, meanwhile, there's no actual evidence of any sort of measuring Earth curve whatsoever, ever. Fact. Let's have a conversation like that. I'm ready for the conversation. Any evidence of Earth curve will involve horizontal, horizon, angle, elevation, angle, perpendicular, plumb, level, sea level, altitude. Nothing to do with curvature measurements. It'll all involve flat Earth measurement. And that's a fact. If you want to test me, come and test me.
All right, I guess so. How would I test you? All right, so I'm standing on the ground. I measure an angle to a hill that's at a higher elevation and altitude.
Sorry, mate, just have to stop you. If you're talking about measuring curvature, you can't use angle.
So, all right, under your. So, I mean, if that's your qualifications, hills do not exist.
Well, an angle's two straight lines. It's got nothing to do with curvature. Why would you use that in some sort of method to demonstrate curvature measurement? You wouldn't, would you?
No, that's exactly what I use. Exactly
no, but you're incorrect. It's two straight lines. It's nothing to do with.
Yeah, I get two straight lines. I'm telling you right now.
Nothing
I get two straight lines.
Have to stop you. I have to stop you. You're trying to.
I guess it's.
Sorry, let me finish, mate. Let me finish. Yeah, but I cut you straight off, mate. You're not measuring curvature when you use two straight. Hello. Two straight lines has got nothing to do with curvature. Do you understand?
I mean, that's your proposition.
No, that's everybody's understanding. That's everybody's understanding, and yours. Now start talking about curvature.
Right, so I got two straight lines.
Yeah, not a curvature.
More than two. No, it is. I mean, you're a hill denier.
No, you're out. You're out again. Nothing to do with curvature. You're not doing very well.
Well, listen. If I have to use words and words are not curvature, then I can't prove curvature unless I use words. I guess I
you can't use angle.
You're right.
You can't use angle, elevation, angle, horizontal.
Well, listen, you can't use words. I'm setting the premise. You can't use words to.
You can use words associated. You can use curvature words, mate. Curvature words.
So I'm going to measure from two straight lines. I got a horizontal and a vertical.
I got
right?
two straight lines, and horizontal has got nothing
Mhm.
to do with curvature. You failed again.
I don't know. I mean, that's your premise, right? So now I'm going to measure to the top
No,
of
it's
the
not
hill.
my premise, mate. It's not my
Right?
premise.
And now I'm going to measure to the
Horizontal.
bottom. I'm going to measure from that straight line to the bottom of the hill.
Horizontal isn't
And they're going to
curved
be at different
angles.
elevations. And
Yeah,
there you
so
go.
everybody
Now,
can everybody
now
can
you
hear how
sound
thick you are.
silly. Now you sound silly because hills exist in reality. It's not my
Yeah.
fault.
So
It's not my
you
fault.
sound silly because horizontal isn't curved and angles aren't curved.
I
And
never
you're the
said
silly one.
horizontal was curved, dude. I never said it.
Yeah, it's not. So don't
You
use it when
said
you're
that if
trying
I
to.
use the word
Excuse me,
horizontal,
dickhead. Excuse me,
then I'm
dickhead.
saying something
Don't.
about
If
curve.
it's
I'm
got
just
nothing
telling
to
you,
do with
horizontal
curving.
exists,
Excuse me,
hills
Could
exist.
dickhead.
I can
possibly have
prove it.
gotten this hostile
Oh
with
my
2 minutes.
God.
One guy could be retarded. I don't know. He's just like born on retard. Yeah, so if you just come in yelling at people, right? No big deal. But if you yell at people, you can't measure hills. In reality, they're going to say flat Earth is fucking stupid. I'm out of here. They're not going to listen to you.
Elevation and curvature are two different things, sir.
Yeah, I measured elevation.
Are two different things. Have you? No thanks. Have you measured the curvature
Of what?
of the Earth?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so you've conducted your own measurement, right?
Yes, I measured a hill. Yeah,
No. Talking about the Earth.
yeah. The hill is the Earth. Yeah.
Basic claims.
Making clean. I can. What I do. I mean, I can walk you through it if you want. Right? And I can prove it to you if you want.
Okay, walk me through it.
All right. So what I do is I get a water level, and we can start with the assertion that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. But then I can go on to prove it to you through axioms. Right? The axiom is that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line in the perpendicular, right? In any point, but now you have to get it in a reference, right? So now in the perpendicular orientation, right? So what I do is I set up two vertical columns, two vertical poles, put them in the ground, right? And then I measure the shortest distance between those two poles, right? And what I do to measure that, what I use to measure that is just a water level. That's it, right? And then I can double check it. I can double check my work by taking a tape measure and just swinging it up and down, like at the one end of the pole, like hold it stationary at one end, take it to the other vertical column, and then go up and down. And when I'm at the shortest distance possible, that'll be a straight line, and it matches the water level every time. Now, what I can do with that is I can carry it over a distance, and I can extend that straight line using the water level, the shortest distance between the 2 points, and I can find that the earth, right, the dirt will go up and down, right, vertical change from that horizontal. So I can measure the slope or the curve, whatever you want to call it, of the earth going up and down, and I can dig it all out, and I can pile it up, and I can make the water kind of like flow away from the house or towards the lake or wherever you want.
Conflation, Your Honor.
The elevation of the land.
No thanks. So you believe that the Earth is flat, right? You believe that the Earth is flat, right?
What?
You believe that the Earth is flat, right? No thanks.
No, I just told you. I just measured it and it wasn't flat.
So you're a flat earther?
I mean, how would you feel about that if I measured a hill in reality, and then you told me, "Well, I have to be a flat earther because I measured a hill"? I mean, what are you doing?
All right. So from my observable reality, the Earth is flat.
Okay, I guess. Did you measure that?
And then, so when I dig down, so I've dug down 10 meters deep, right? I've dug down 10 meters deep, and I've done my own measurement that the Earth is in fact 10 meters deep. So I've done my own measurement. Based off that depth, I've not measured the length, but I can assume it's very long. That the Earth is a rectangular prism. Can you agree with me here?
No. I mean, did you measure a rectangular prism of Earth? I don't know.
Have you measured the sphere of the Earth?
The what?
Have you measured this the curvature, the sphere of the Earth?
Dude, I can get a ball of Earth of dirt, and I can measure it, I guess, to be a sphere if I want.
The whole.
You have a different. So listen, I got my method, right? I don't know what you're doing with it. You're digging a hole and you're sitting in the bottom of the hole, and then you're declaring that all holes are rectangles. I don't know where you came up with that.
The depth
But I have
we
these.
can conclude is 10 meters, definitely 10 meters deep.
Yeah, that I don't know. Is that a point? Is that just at one point?
Yeah.
Yeah,
10
I mean
meters deep.
the
I've
Earth is not a
conducted my
point.
own
I don't know.
measurement.
Yeah,
You
it's
have
just
not conducted your own experiment. You've just said the Earth is
no, it's not an
sphere,
experiment.
yada yada yada. But the Earth
I
is
mean,
actually a rectangular prism.
the experiment part of it would be that. I mean, I could tell you the experiment part of it would be this, right? With the water level, right? The experiment, like the test, to manipulate and test it. What I can do is if I hold that one end of the water level a little bit lower, which would make it a longer distance, like longer
Whatever
than the
does
shortest
nothing.
distance.
Whatever means nothing.
Well, listen, let me just get through what I'm talking about, so then you could tell me what I did was nothing, right? So now from point to point, right, I can hold the one end stationary, right, and then the other end I can lower it, right. So then it will be a longer distance, longer than the shortest distance between 2 points. And when I do that, the water flows down towards the lower point. So I mean that one that could be science, that part of it.
But what if the Antarctica starts melting and the level rises? What then?
Then Antarctica melts. I don't know how that's relevant. Is that where you dug your hole? Are you afraid you're going to drown in a hole in Antarctica? What are you talking about?
Dude, your mention of Antarctic melting and increasing the overall height of the amount of water being contained changed the orientation of the water of its surface.
Yeah. So I mean, before I guess I get off at Xanthem, right? That's my method for measuring up and down. Earth, land, dirt, going up and down. What's your method? Is it different than my method? Is that a bad way?
What's a bad way?
I'm asking,
There is
is it a
another way.
bad way? Huh?
Maybe could be.
Okay. And is there another way? Is there a different way to do it?
Yeah, there is another way. So you dig 10 meters deep, right? So you dig 10 meters deep, and let's just say I walk from my house to, let's just say, America, right? If I walk from my house to America and dig 10 meters deep, I can conclude that the Earth is a rectangular prism, but from the observable side, it's flat.
All right, you win. You did it. You're a silly rabbit, man. I don't know what to tell you. You're saying shit like, I don't know, like if I swing the baseball bat while Grandma sits down in the rocking chair as her cousin sings a song, then the Earth is a diamond. You're saying weird shit.
No, I've conducted my own experiment. I mean, measurement, sorry.
All right, take it. I'm with it.
It's true, like, you can't refute me. No flat earther here or globers can refute my claims unless they've done their own measurement.
No, you got it. You win. That's what it is. That's what it is, I guess.
You flat earthers can refute my claims. Or globalers.
Yeah, therefore, whatever logic you're going to do next, therefore, it's correct. Whatever logic that follows.
You're acting as though you're acting our pattern of argumentation back to us, and you're really not. You have to stop presuming that you are.
What was Gregory? What were you saying? You might cut out.
You're acting as though you're echoing back our pattern of argumentation back to us, and you're not. You have to stop presuming that you're more clear.
You're having some technical issues. I can't.
Yeah, you are breaking up, but he is. You probably hear what he's saying. You think that you're doing a good job of representing the argument, but then being facetious with it, but you're not. You're not doing a good job.
Why am I not doing a good job?
Because we declared it. Therefore,
how can you declare when you have not measured it?
Because you can't falsify my declaration.
You can't falsify my declaration as well. Same logic. I'm using your logic against your own logic.
No, you're not, dude. No, you're not.
I mean, I'm also using flat earthers' logic here too. If you have not done your own measurement, it's baseless claims. Simple as.
I don't know. I don't know
Come on,
who
flat
told you that.
earthers, globerers, come on, prove me wrong. Earth is a rectangular prism because I've done my own, conducted my own measurement. One deck.
I don't know. What do you think? What do you think? One deck isn't. Oh, he's here. Ah, shit. I was about
One
to
deck,
ask
come.
about that.
Prove me wrong.
One deck.
One deck. Earth is a rectangular prism. Prove me wrong. But from the observable side, it's flat. That's right, one deck. You better leave.
Did he? I was going to ask Hammer. Hammer, what do you think? Does it come off as like sounding kind of dumb when people know like there's hills, and then you say, well, you can't measure them? And do you think it comes off?
No, it just
dumb?
sounds like a conflation to me. You know what I mean? Elevation from the surface is not the same as the surface curving away from you. Right? So the hills and mountains.
A rectangular prism has a curve, slice indent and a curve. When you go down a hill, what are you doing? You're curving away from the flat terrain.
So there can be a horizontal slope.
Horizontal slope, but in terms of the curve, it is a horizontal slope.
I don't know how you butchered that one. That was a trick question.
And somehow, I like did it.
Listen, when you go down a hill, what are you doing?
On it.
Okay. Psychos. I mean, what is it? No tanks. When you go down a hill, where are you going?
This was Gregory's trick question to you that you fell for. Ask him.
Well, what are you doing? You're going down. Going up? What are you doing?
Xanthan.
Gregory, could you repeat what you said again?
Do you know why your answer is erroneous to my question?
I think I'm right here, but yeah. But I don't know. Can you explain to me?
Possibly be right. Because if it's horizontal, then it's not sloping. If it's sloping, then it's not horizontal. So when I ask you, is there a horizontal slope? You should have said no.
When you talk about horizontal slope, Gregory, when you talk about horizontal slope, right? Horizontal is basically a straight line. When you move that horizontal slope, right, you can move it at any angle or direction. Is what I'm trying to get at.
No longer horizontal. Xanthan, you're persevering to lecture me instead of acknowledging that you got the answer wrong. You're the one that fell for the trick question. You're presuming to lecture me, dude.
I know, it's so easy. Are you Branch's like brother or something?
Listen. No. What I'm trying to get at is yeah. So
dude, you're about to do it again.
The definition of horizontal is a straight line, right? Straight line on a flat. Okay, observable.
That's not.
We look outside.
That's not the definition. Right? That's not solely the definition. It's not solely the definition of horizontal.
When you observable reality, the Earth is flat.
Xanthan,
it's horizontal.
You're wasting our time lecturing me about these geometric categories. I know the difference. That's why I said the trick question to you to test whether or not you're paying attention. But you're so busy and so determined to talk back, you're not even paying attention to what's being said to you, even as something as conspicuously self-contradictory as, is there a horizontal slope?
Gregory, I think you're misconstruing here. When I talk about horizontal...
God, dude. That's why I asked that question.
Forget him. We're not going to bother.
It was a litmus test. Is he really paying attention? He's just determined to talk back.
I think he's just
so obvious. My question was analytically self-contradictory. It was a malformed question deliberately.
Maybe he wants to argue how nothing is something.
Yeah, you gotta also no, it's good. Yeah. I was gonna say, Gregory, don't get so. You gotta know if you're gonna engage with this guy, it's just gonna be a joke the whole time. You can't get too serious with him. He's not that serious.
I'm well aware. Karnak, what was that you said 5 seconds ago?
So maybe he just wants to argue that nothing is something now, right? Because a horizontal slope would equal 0, right? But that somehow I guess, a slope. He wanted to change the slope, which would then negate the horizontal part of it.
He'll argue that he's not arguing, and when he's not arguing, he'll be arguing that he's arguing.
So why don't we
That's
go back to
again
your
typical
claim, Chronic?
globe behavior. Oh, sorry, bud.
Why don't we go back to your? Was it your claim, Chronic, that curvature is not a change in elevation?
Correct, yes, sir. Yeah, hills and
So that
mountains.
would
It's
be
often been
incorrect.
said. Oh, God.
That would be incorrect. Curvature
Why
is
is
a
that?
change in elevation. It's a deviation from horizontal.
No, that's elevation. Literally, that's the definition of elevation.
Yeah, which a curve would be a change in the vertical from horizontal, but not.
Yeah, I mean, it's all. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Go ahead. Let's hash this out. Because I've always understood that elevation and curvature are different. You know what I mean? So let's hash this out. Let's go.
I mean, that might be the claim sometimes, right? From like those who believe the Earth is a globe, but they believe in a contradiction, right? Like that's the point. Is that the way that we measure curvature is change in elevation from the horizontal, and they're saying, well, no, that's not how. They're saying, well, that's not how we would do it on a globe, and then they go to proceed to do it just like that in reality, saying that there's more curve, but there's no other way to do it. There's only this way. There's no like conflation. It's just like a misunderstanding that, well, because we live on a globe, there must be something we're missing here, because we live on a globe, so there must be something we're missing here. There's not really a conflation. It's just, I don't know, some kind of mind trick.
I'm reading the AI's brief, whatever, when you type it in, just to see. It does say they're related, but
I mean, like those, you'll hear a glober say, no, I mean, what we do is we measure from the center of the Earth, to the surface, and that's, where the curvature is found in the model. Okay, so even if that's the case, now you take any 2 points on the surface of the Earth, and then from point to point, there'll be a change in elevation, a big hump, right? Sagitta, the thing that obstructs the boats in the distance. They're saying there's a change in elevation. Well, what would you do to measure that change in elevation? Well, you would do the process like, with a laser or water level or whatever it is, right? But by using that process, you're going to disprove that there's a change in elevation of the level line. So yeah, it's like it's just a mind fuck.
Right, because what would you need to do, right, if you wanted to remove that curve? Or a section of it, part of it.
Does anyone else have this glitch in the Discord app where the account name disappears until you tap a given account and then their account name appears? And then their position in the chat is readjusted?
Yeah, that's kind of like it changes like that. It'll switch
So
from
annoying.
their nickname to their actual username and vice versa.
Yeah.
It happens to me. Yeah.
Yeah, the username is there, and then you tap their account, and it switches from the username to their account name, and then they fly somewhere else in the chat.
Yeah, that happens to me in the browser as well.
Wow, is in here. What's up, JCC?
Okay, yeah, I'm so dumb. So you guys, I don't know. Tell me, if this makes sense to you. Elevation, right? I know that. I mean, elevation is from the surface, right? A deviation from the surface. The curvature is the deviation of the surface, right? Two different things.
So
Yeah, that'll be
where do you
correct
start?
on its face.
Where do you start?
Yeah, it reminds me of the
What's
conflation when people would. Go ahead.
what's minus in and plus in elevation? What's the standard? Where do you start? Zero elevation. What in reality represents zero elevation?
Do they use sea level? Is that what you're looking for?
Right.
I don't know.
Correct. Sea level. Mean sea level.
Okay, MSL, yeah, mean sea level. So anything like deviate, if you extend out a horizontal from that, anything deviating from the surface is elevation, right? The surface itself is what you're looking for the curvature.
Right. So we're being specific about it. Exactly. And the term flat is not necessarily indicative of a smooth, perfectly smooth, surface. There is no deviation at all. I don't think there's anything that exists in nature like that, not at a micro or macro level. So when we say flat, we're just talking about an overall orientation of its horizontality, basically.
Precisely. I like that.
Just like I could be pedantic and say, like, if someone came in and said, Earth is a sphere, I'd say, well, it can't be. And they'd say, why not? And I'd say, well, a sphere is defined by, all points on the surface being equidistant from the center, which, even in the globe paradigm, it's not. There's hills and valleys. So it's not a sphere.
Yes, technically, it's not a sphere. Yeah, it reminds me of the conflation. Like I think it was somebody in this Calliard was going over something. The conflation when somebody says, "Well, you can't get a elevation angle, um, you know, from a curved surface." Right? I mean, that's obviously you can. You can stand on top of a hill and get an elevation angle, but it gets that's the conflation. So there'll be two people arguing for an hour and a half that you can't get an elevation angle from some kind of elevation, which is ridiculous.
They say that you can't get it from a curved baseline. The globe doesn't get elevation angles from a curved baseline.
Right. So So then nobody would be claiming it. Yeah. So it's like everybody's arguing that over something that nobody agrees with. Yeah. Yeah, but to me, it just sounds. I mean, I was comment last. It does to me. It's not. It's not that there's not truth in it, but it does sound just like on the face. When you're the first paragraph, first two paragraphs, and you come into a room and somebody's saying that you can't measure curvature, like elevation change, using straight lines and Euclidean geometry, right? It comes off to that person who's never really been in the conversation before, in my opinion, as if we live in some kind of two-dimensional reality. The things that we know we can use, and the things that we know we see and we can measure using these, using geometry, using these straight lines, that we can't do it. So, like right on the face, like, well, I'm not going to believe what you're saying because I did it. I did it in sixth grade. We went out, on the playground and measured an angle to a tree, and the teacher was like, "Look, that's what we learned." And now you're telling me that's not true, and I did it. So people are going to be like, "You're full of shit."
That's a very important observation. You're right.
I don't know. Not all you got to do. There's definitely more you got to do. It's like a doc. People are deep in it, but if that person were to go through it again, the things that they'd have to establish and implement, the straight line, the level, the vertical change, all those things, right? They would then, if they go to do it again since they haven't done it in a long time, they say, well, it's impossible then actually to measure the curve you're asking for. I could never do that because all I can measure is the things I do in reality, which is using these axioms which would make it flat. So I couldn't possibly do it, but I know the Earth's a globe. Well, then measure it. I mean, that's the interesting part of it.
You just got away with words, don't you? No tanks. We're all basking in the glory.
I got the looks, I got the words, got the money.
Some guys get all the love.
What does your
an angle
account
is
name mean?
straight lines.
What does your account name
Just
mean?
quickly,
Come up with that.
What? Well, I mean, it was originally no thanks. Honestly, no thanks.
Oh, no thanks.
And it was kind of like it was like no thanks. Honestly, I made it because it was just Discord asking me for all my information. So it was just no thanks. Like, I don't want to give you my information. And I just kept it that way. Like, I think you could email me right now at nothanks@gmail.com. That's what I get told Discord I was.
I want to say that an angle is two straight lines, not a straight line and a curved line. So no, you can't get an angle from a curved line. It needs to be horizontal.
That part is true.
Yeah, so if you're standing on a hill using the bubble sticks, you're still measuring an angle using horizontal.
Yeah, another thing, no tanks, elevation angles don't get you the height to the star. So when you treat a straight line between the observer and the GP as the base of your triangle, right? And then the angular difference between the height of the star and the horizon, you say that's your elevation angle. And now I got one side of the triangle left. Therefore, you should be able to calculate the height of the star.
Yeah, but we went through this last time. Like, if we then just I mean, it's just listen. The stars in the sky is weird. Like I look straight forward to see the stars. They're weird. It's fucking weird. I don't know what's going on with them. But yeah, even if the globe was, if that was the case, right? If it was just that, well, the stars in its actual position. We went through this last time. We know the claimed radius and diameter of the globe. So then we can just go from person to person. This would be the chord line through the sphere. So then you should be able to then get the height of the star, because triangles exist with that kind with the same line. It doesn't work either way. It doesn't work on anything. It just doesn't work.
Now, yeah.
But celestial navigation is not trig. They're two different things. You're not using trig in celestial navigation. It's a completely different, separate method.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I agree, but just if we're not doing celestial navigation, we're just set. He did bring that in. It's not trig, but he just said trig triangle. So if we get the two positions on the ground, we can't do anything. It doesn't give us the height to a star. And the angle to the star from one position to another position still doesn't give you the height of it.
Spherical geometry. Sorry, my bad. Spherical trigonometry is used in celestial navigation.
Not for star. I mean, it just brings everything to the surface, though. I don't even know if they're spherical. What do you say it was?
Spherical trigonometry.
Yeah, it's just talking about it just brings it down to the surface. It says the GP is down here on the surface, and now it's where everything's on the ground. The star's on the ground, everything's on the ground. It's not giving you the height to a star.
My guy. What is it, like Christmas?
Yeah, I mean, so if that's the debunker, like if that was the debunker for a model, then the Earth's not a globe, because if it doesn't get, we can't get the height to a star. I mean, but it's not what anybody's trying to get. They're trying to get the linear distance from one location to another location.
Yeah, if you sight the horizon, that's not the GP of the star. Like if you got two scopes on your sextant. One's aimed at the star, one's aimed at the line of the horizon.
Yeah.
If you're treating it like triangulation, then technically you're treating the horizon like the GP of the star. You know what I mean?
It's just you need something else to keep your line straight. Like so, like if the horizon is like where you can't see anything else. But so let's just say I change the horizon to be, if I change where I'm going to sight with my sextant to closer on the water, right, and not use the horizon, I'm going to do 10 feet in front of the horizon or something. It'd be bouncing around. I wouldn't be able to keep my line straight. It's just a reference to keep your line straight, and then you know in reality, well, I'm not on the water, I'm above the water, so height of eye correction, and you have something to just keep your telescope straight. Something. If you look, they used to use things like if it was a super foggy day, then somebody would have to try to get a cup of water and balance it on the front of the ship. They had to just get something to keep themselves straight. It's just to stay straight. Yeah, the star's not on the horizon. That's just a reference to stay straight, because you're rocking around and moving everywhere. Everything else is done with the stars. The horizon is just to stay as a reference for the straight line. It may move around throughout the day, but I'm gonna, if I'm out there, I'm gonna be betting that in the next 30 seconds of me just looking at it, it's not going to move around that much. It's not going to get foggy and not fog. Then all within 30 seconds. It's going to keep me relatively, fixed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like they're not using it to calculate the distance to the horizon or anything like that. They're just trying to stay straight and then calculate the angles with the star and the distance to known GPs. Yeah, but if, then it's like, if it were, I guess, if it were a globe, I'm trying to just imagine, if it were a globe then, and the horizon was, the edge of the globe, then I would need to know the distance because that would change how tilted my line is. Yeah, if I'm seeing further, if the horizon is a little further today, then my line is, then I must be looking further down. And if the horizon is a little closer today, then the angle would be, more acute. So yeah, it would constantly get messed up. Every day you'd be off.
Well, that's why they got levels in their sextants.
What?
There's leveling instruments within the sextant. So you're not using the horizon because there could be so much changes. Like, let's say you're standing on a mountain range, right? You want to know the height of a star, like not the height of the star, the elevation angle to the star. But there's just like a bunch of mountains in the way. You're not finding the angular difference, like in arc seconds, between right off the bat. You're not trying to find the elevation angle with the difference between the horizon, which would be the mountain range, and the star. The leveling instrument is going to give you the angular difference between the horizon line and level, which is
Yeah, right. I mean, they don't use the bubble sextant on a boat because the water bounces around. Like they don't want to use that cup of water and put it on the end of the boat. Like if there was a bubble sextant, they obviously would have to go get a bowl of water to check it because it bounces around. It's too close. But out on the horizon, they're like, all right, that's pretty still. Yeah, so they're trying to just get that. Yeah. But if it was a globe and they were just using the horizon, yeah, the distance to the horizon would have to either stay the same every single day because if it changed, then they would be looking more up or down. Yeah. But they don't. That doesn't happen.
First, usually I thought that happens is the height of the sextant, where you just point it at the star, you point it at the horizon. Next thing you do, you find level. You get a level line of sight and point it at the horizon. That's your dip correction. You subtract that from the height of the sextant. That's your elevation angle. You don't just point it at the horizon, point at the star, and get an elevation angle. Especially if you're in a mountain range or the Grand Canyon. And if you're on an airplane, you're not pointing anything at the horizon. You can't see the horizon. If it's nighttime and you're on an airplane, like how they were like flying over the Pacific during World War II, you're getting a co-altitude finding zenith. So you're like aligning your bubble level, you're aligning the two lines, you're putting the bubble between the two lines, or you're putting it in the circle. And that's your zenith. Right? That's your 90. So everything is a co-altitude angle, comes from the vertical.
Well, I mean, they'd have to stay still then. That's what, if so then if that level, if they're on an airplane doing it, I don't know who's doing that. I never seen it, but if they're on an airplane doing it and level is curved, then their angles they'd have to stay. They'd have to be like, all right, stop flying this fucking plane, because you're changing my angle every time you move forward, but it doesn't change. Like, slow this plane down. You're going. You're going too quick. It's changing the angle. Yeah, that would be the curve. That would be then the level would be curving. Yeah. But I don't know. I don't know who does that on planes, but.
Well, I didn't even expect to be talking about it.
You didn't expect to talk? I mean, you'll go to talk.
Now you mentioned my name. I was just gonna listen. But yeah, everything you're saying is like exactly why, like, even though it appears flat at a local observer level, right? Use level, or how do you walk away with celestial navigation still being not figured out? Like, for me to be a flat earther again, I would need to have a way to celestially navigate on a flat earth.
Well, I don't know. I just look it up online how to do it, and I mean, I've never celestial navigated. I don't see that it's any kind of globe thing is necessary. I don't see where it's necessary, other than the
Celestial
map.
sphere is a flat Earth model.
Yeah, that's the only. I don't see the. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point.
So what'd you say?
So it's done. Celestial sphere is a flat Earth model used to navigate with the stars over a flat plane.
The celestial sphere puts the stars on a sphere, and the globe
Yes, hence the
inside
name celestial
sphere
sphere.
around a. Yeah, the Earth has to be a globe in the celestial sphere model.
Yeah, well, I mean, I hear you there, but they wouldn't have to split it in half into two hemispheres where the curved part would be the upper sky part and the flat part in that hemisphere would be the ground.
And on a sphere, there is a equatorial plane that cuts through the middle. If you presume that you're on a flat plane in the middle of, okay, so there's still stars at the bottom. So you're
I mean,
still
maybe
wrapped
when you
around.
put it all, when you paste it all together and make your little paper mache model and whatnot, but the actual way that they do it to navigate, they have to split it in half. So they, again, it's like a conflation where they say, well, the it's all conforming together, but we just so happen to have to split it in half and turn the ground flat in order to actually use it. We can make it into this pretty paper mache model that looks like a globe or around a globe.
I heard you. So you need to find a way to unwrap a sphere as you change your position on Earth into
No, we
the
don't
stars
need to
being.
find a way, dude.
I have to do, yes.
You need to find a way to wrap it around your globe, right?
Yeah, the atmosphere would have to act like a big spherical lensing thing. The stars do exactly what they would do if we were on a rotating sphere. So you have to find a way for the sky to act like we're standing on a rotating sphere, but we're actually on a flat plane.
Yeah, this guy's rotating, dude. You ever been in a planetarium before?
There's two celestial poles, so how do you have two celestial poles on an A.E. Gleason's map?
You don't on the Gleason's map. That Gleason's map is a squashed up ball with Polaris on the southern extremities. You know what I'm going to say. Okay, go on, carry on.
We're throwing out the A.E. Gleason. Like we can't
Yes,
use the.
yes, it's a globe projection onto a flat circle.
Well, that's where I'm stuck with it, dude. I don't know if anybody sees why I think it's a big issue out there.
Your microphone's shit, dude. Where your connection's bad. What'd you say? Okay.
You don't have to throw it out completely. You just move the center to where the observer is, and it works fine. Brian Fe demonstrated that. So it's not yeah. It's not so much that you throw out the baby with the bathwater. Like it's if you just keep the North Pole, so called, at the center, then yeah, you're gonna have problems. But if you just change the center to wherever you are, it works. Then azimuth or equidistant projection works fine.
What do you think? You think he's the hard? You think he's the hardest worker on that panel? I think he probably is.
Brian Fe, I think you might be thinking of someone else. I'm not talking about Brian's logic.
Oh.
I'm talking about Brian Fe. He has been on the panel. Like in the past, he's spoken with them.
Yeah, I was confusing him. Yeah, because I know that Logic did he did the spherical excess with the given amount of square mileage, etc. He did that one. So I thought he did another one.
Yeah. Yeah, he takes up Globers on their challenges. He says, "Oh, this can't work on this sort of map or this projection or whatever." Like, and he goes and figures it out and goes, "Well, there you go. Don't say it can't work like that." He's not sticking a flag in it or like investing in it or anything. He's just showing them, well, you're wrong. Like this can be done theoretically or mathematically, etc. Like, yeah, he's pretty good like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't know. He's not. Is he the? Is he the geomet? The bald? Is he like bald? Is that not him?
Sorry, say again.
Is he bald? No hair?
I'm not sure of his physical appearance. I'll post one of his videos for you.
Yeah, post his video. Yeah, that one will be good.
What's up? Anyone?
Standards are up, mate.
What am I interrupting?
No. You said what's up?
Yeah, what's up?
He said this. He said what's up?
Any debates going on, or is everyone just waiting?
The one guy was going over. I don't know models. If models are reality, I guess.
No.
That it.
Hello.
Yeah. So how goes the debunking the global?
Shut up. Everybody's been debunked. You're the only one left.
Here's the thing about me, and you may not have heard this. I guess you're kind of new here, but
Hey, you ain't debunked me. I debunked you.
Was that Rocky or was that Jesse? Who said that?
I'm gonna give him 2 points for that response, but I'm about to smash him with my 4-point response. You
Oh,
guys ready? Let me know when you're ready. And I'm just gonna.
Leakey. I didn't know.
I'm gonna mute myself. Take a deep breath. When you're ready for my awesomeness, you let me know, and I'll come right back. How's that sound?
Listen, dude. Everybody's ready for it. I don't know why you like playing this little teasing game. Everybody's ready. But yeah, I know Brian Leakey. You know, it's, FE Test. Brian FE Test. Yeah, he works hard too. He's scatterbrain, but he does a lot of hands-on stuff. He's a good guy.
All right, so let me present for you a moral conundrum, if you will.
All right, a gift. All right, what do you got?
Let's say you're married to, it's probably a stretch for you, a woman, right? You with me so far? Or is this beyond your capacity to understand?
I'm imagining it.
I'm imagining you're married to a woman. Her father is the proud owner of a Corvette, right? You with me in this hypothetical?
Oh, come on, dude. All right, you got a girl. You're married. Your dad has a car. Now what?
He dies, but for financial reasons, I guess epistemological reasons. Anyway, he's dead, but the car still exists, right?
Yeah, I mean, I have that scenario. Right.
Yeah. He winds up getting cremated, but again, you're the son-in-law in this scenario.
Yeah, I got to pay the bill. You're just describing my life.
Oh no,
real life right
it's
now.
not about the bills. No, forget about that.
All right.
Your wife makes no arrangements to take care of her father, except that she has him cremated, and she has you pick him up in his car. You drive his car to pick up his remains, and they go in the back of the car. And this has been the case for this August, 8 months. It's been 8 months.
What this got to do with FE?
I don't know. We'll see. It could. I don't know. Listen, man. Closure is tough. You know, it's difficult. Maybe that's how it comes together. Like, how do you put to bed? You know, this. You've been riding around with this globe your whole life. And,
Oh,
you know, it's hard to. It's hard to put it away. You have so many attachments. Yeah, it's like
Here's
a
the
moral
thing.
dilemma.
Every time I drive this man's car, which again in the scenario, my wife's dad's car that I did not buy, I did not pay for, and it's his car, and I hear his ashes bouncing around in the back seat, knowing that my wife hasn't bothered to make a funeral for this guy in 8 months. That seems like a long time. I don't feel like him very much. I feel a little bit of guilt, but I also feel like he loved this car, and bouncing around in the back seat as I drive very fast in his car is probably something he would have wanted. So, to what extent am I respecting his memory? And
Listen, dude, I don't know if it's a real situation. Your wife needs. She didn't have a funeral. That's part of the closure process, and you maybe should have a funeral for him. And my aunt did the same thing, running around with my grandmom's ashes, and spoke about her in the first tense like she's still alive for years. Like it drove her nuts.
I
She
get that.
never had a funeral, so maybe do the right thing for her.
I get that impulse. On the other hand, my wife and I have a woman who lives next door to us, is an elderly retired school teacher, and she never got married, never had kids. She's still around, but her sister, who was in a similar situation, although her sister got married, never had kids. Her sister was living with her the last 3 or 4 years on hospice, passed away.
Sorry, you have to divert to the topic of the channel. I don't know why you're talking about that stuff in here. Okay.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there because she's a big globe Earth believer, and I was going to say why she's stupid.
Straight to the point. Yeah, straight to the point. She's a glober, and then what?
I think we're at that point where now you can ask me nicely to tell you, or you can fuck right the hell off, but it's up to you.
Why do you think Earth is a globe?
Because everybody's known it's a globe for a long time.
You didn't say sir, so again, like him, you can fuck right the hell off.
You know what I think? I think you're an auto glober. You have no actual reason to believe Earth is a globe, but you just do.
I wasn't being sarcastic with the thumbs up. Yeah, I don't know what shape the thing I'm standing on is. I wouldn't be so presumptuous as to make some claim. You guys are flat earthers, so obviously you would be, which I think is weird, but whatever. You do you, I'll do me.
No, we're not making a shape claim either.
Are you really sure about that? Because I feel like we're sitting in the earth is flat, and if you think I'm wrong, you're an idiot.
Flat isn't
room.
a shape, so it's a
So
surface quality.
you are
Flat isn't
clearly
a
the
shape, sir.
fucking moron between the two
Flat
of us,
is not
and you can
a
suck
shape,
my
Giggler.
fucking balls, you piece of shit.
Flat is a surface quality. It's a property. It's an attribute. It's not a shape.
Dude, this is like when you
real quick. I just want to say something real quick. I've seen this giggler guy around before, and I just want to say, dude, what is wrong, man? You have gotten angry. You were never like this. The last time I talked to you, you were a lot more chill, and you're just an angry dude right now, giggler. What the fuck, man? That's it. That's all. I digress. What the fuck?
No, I was gonna say same shit. It's like, what's going on here? We hired like a clown for the kids party, and he's fucking like putting cigarettes out on my arm.
What do you say?
I want my fucking money back.
I got something for you. Earth is a globe because Jupiter's moons, it must be that those are physical objects orbiting Jupiter. Therefore, within space, and the sky is above us, so above us is space. So within space, it must be possible for us to orbit each other.
If
So
anything
that
else
increases
about the Earth, if anything else about the Earth, then Earth is a globe.
Well, think about it. It increases the odds that Earth is an object, right? You say it's a flat surface. That's fine, cool. You could have a very smooth spherical surface and consider that to be a flat, smooth spherical surface, right? If you're on a really big sphere.
Flat,
right? So you could
smooth,
have
spherical
flat on a
surface?
sphere.
What? Flat, smooth, spherical surface.
Ball.
A flat, smooth, curved surface. What? This is why we have contention.
Point is,
hey, Callie.
the point is, what do you do about the observation of objects orbiting Jupiter?
Not much. It's not the Earth. You said the Earth was a globe because other things move. Jupiter's moons orbit around Jupiter, so why does that make the Earth a sphere? I'm still lost.
I imagine if I'm standing on Jupiter and I'm looking at the moons orbiting the planet, it would look exactly how it looks for us to observe our moon.
Nice piece of imagination there, mate. You still have to prove your supposition by measuring the Earth.
All right. Yeah, you don't want to talk about it. Observation is it looks like mass attracting mass. That's why they came up with it. You know, you look into space. Look, a bunch of spheres orbiting each other. Look, there's spheres orbiting what appears to be us. All right, maybe we're a sphere with spheres orbiting us. It's just logic.
How many miles of sea level does it take to make a sphere? What does logic say about that?
Yeah, you can treat the entire surface of a sphere as zero. So any elevation above the surface, like, you know.
You said elevation?
Yeah, the surface of a sphere can be considered zero elevation. It's the level. Under the level of elevation. Zero, the surface of the sphere.
Interesting.
Well, I was 6 afraid of 7.
Yeah, no, thanks. You still there?
Check, check.
Yeah.
Check out my melody.
Yo, what's up, man?
They tried to say I'm snitching, but I'm telling the truth. They asked for demonstrate. They say it's evidence, but I just give them the proof. But they said it won't do.
Is it snitching when you're just telling people what governments do?
What governments do, what governments don't, what governments will, what governments won't. What is the government? Anyway, it's not for us. Like, the government tells you, hey, don't worry about protecting yourself, we got you. Don't worry about defending yourself, we got you. Don't even worry about being human, we'll tell you how to do that too. We're like, okay, Google. And isn't Google a name for God? It means infinity, it means like a never-ending amount, like. Oh, and it just so happens to be Speculation Sunday. Saved by the Bell, baby. If I had a bumper sticker with Jesus on it, would you follow him this close?
So, Google's 10 to the 100th power. Like, that's what the name is making a reference to.
No, I thought a Google was a never-ending number. Like a Google.
Oh. I can link you what I'm reading. I knew it had to do with a number, but I don't think it's an infinite number. It's just a huge number.
Okay.
Like a 1 with 100 zeros next to it.
Okay, I got you. It's just, yeah, okay, I see. I want a Google dollars. I want Google dollars.
That's enough money to crash any economy.
But isn't it weird that if you're telling the truth, on one hand they're like, yeah, tell us the truth. But then if you're in jail telling the truth, they're like, you're a snitch, burn him, stab him. Like, what the hell is going on in the society? Like, do they want to snitch or do they want the truth? Like, do they want people not to tell the truth? So, like, in science, are they the same way? Be like, don't be snitching about this science, cuz. You can't be demonstrating shit. That'd be snitching, cuz. That'd be telling the truth. You know what I mean? They protect science at all costs. The truth. Isn't that weird? Nobody can do it.
Snitching on science. This reminds me that.
No, we're just trying to tell the truth. They would call us snitches. We became flat earthers because we're like, nah, that shit don't work. I spun a ball and water didn't stick, ma.
Well, it wasn't a nuh-uh for me. It was more like, wait, prove it. And then after you say prove it, then somebody's like, nuh-uh. Like, wait, what?
No, I do prove it. I get a ball out and spin it and say, look, water's not sticking. And then we still, like, what, like, this is the instance where you have to, like, fucking pick reality or nuh-uh something else that doesn't exist. Because your imagination says so. So what the fuck? Why are we picking anything over reality?
That's a good. Yeah. Why are we picking over reality?
I don't know. You tell me. Like, we spin a ball, water doesn't stick. We look outside, we see horizontal lines. They tell you, no, that's not real, they're curved. We say, how do you point out curved elevation? They say, get a horizontal line. I'm like, huh? Yeah, I don't know. Why is reality not good enough to be itself? Why do we need
Yeah,
somebody's fucking story in place of reality? That's what I want
exactly.
to know.
Objective reality is objective. Look outside the window, guys. Get outside your house and look.
And how do we manipulate masses of stuff and make it weigh more and less with gravity? Since these cocksuckers say we can't demonstrate nothing else no other way without doing this very thing, manipulating the dog and cat's weight and lifting them up and dropping them down and making them go left and right with just a word, gravity or space-time or relativity. Some
Gravity
catchy
doesn't even exist.
Right. That's what I'm saying. These motherfuckers demand you to manipulate electricity to the nth degree while they're not going to manipulate science, gravity. Like, hold on a minute. First, gravity should be manipulated the same way you're expecting me to manipulate anything else. Then, whatever the fuck you show me with gravity, guaranteed I can outdo it with magnets or electricity. Guaranteed.
Exactly. And
Guaranteed.
to answer all your questions, why we are grounded? Because it's flat.
Yeah, but check this out. Where does the ball ground out at? Where's the fucking ground out at? That's what I want to know. Where does the earth ground itself at? These motherfuckers keep telling me about electricity and telling me how I'm stupid and how, oh, it only works this way and this way. Where the fuck does the earth ground out?
Come on, Globalers. Where you at? Come on, Globalers.
Where does the ground go after it hits the earth? Where does it ground out to? Where does the earth ground on?
These Globalers have nothing to say.
Well, I hate to say it, but a couple flat earthers are hating on me for this one too because I want to know where the earth grounds itself out. Like these motherfuckers are like, ground don't work that way. We got airplanes grounding themselves out in the air, and they're like, this is no, you can't just ground yourself. No, it don't work that way. Show what the fuck do you mean? Cars are like, come on, man.
Come on, man. Where does it ground at?
Yeah, where does this motherfucking earth ground out? Where does it ground to? If all the energy's hitting the earth, where's that energy going?
Exactly. Where is the energy dispersing to? Come on. Flat
Yeah,
earthers, Globalers, come on. We'll say it.
because we would be standing on a big ass Faraday cage, lightning mosquito zapper. This earth would be a big ass mosquito zapper, wouldn't it? We'd all be fucking dead.
Exactly. Come on, flat earthers, Globalers, come on, say something.
Come on, we can do it.
This guy has nothing.
No, I really need the electricians to come out and tell me how they know how ground works so good, and how stuff grounds in space, and how stuff grounds in the air, how it grounds in the water, how it grounds on the dirt, how it grounds in the trees. How does the bumblebee ground its energy?
Looks like they got nothing to refute you there, man. These guys
I
are
know. But these are good questions. How about a squid bioluminescence where it's electricity and lights up? Where the fuck does it ground out?
Come on. Has anyone got anything to say? No.
I really need to start a literal my own like TikTok or something. I think it'll get shut down and demonetized for actual truth, and then people are gonna fucking hate on me because I'm not really in with the ether. I'm not in with seeing circles or spheres and fucking shit like that. I'm not in with half the shit people say because in reality I just don't see it.
Exactly. No, you're right. People always censor the truth. It's just how it works in this earth that we live in.
They'll tell you straight lines appear to curve lines appear to be straight. Well, then what the fuck is which? Which one looks like the other one if the other one looks like the other one? What are we talking about?
That is true. Savage, you got anything to say to that? Where we grounded? Savage, come on, flat earthers, globalists. These guys are too scared to argue with you or debate you.
It's not really a debate. It's just a question.
What's the question?
Where does the Earth ground out? Where do things that are not grounded ground out at?
That's a good fucking question, man. I'm a carpenter, not an electrician.
Me either. But every time I talk to an electrician, they tell me I'm stupid and I don't know how it works. It's a
Good
shame
fucking
that
question.
the word it. I'll never know how it works.
What is it?
I don't know. It's it.
Fucking it.
Where does the energy come from? You need a massive amount of energy to bang these particles and make them weigh more. You need to bang them with negative energy, negatives, bang them up. Where does the energy come from in space to bang up these things? So you're telling me energy just focusing somewhere on nothing to bang it up to something, and then bang something else up? Like, what the fuck are they even talking about?
It comes from the ether, sir.
So where does it? So the ether is out there giving so much energy that you can turn everything to gold.
Correct.
Well, where's it at? Well, I mean, how come I'm not gold then?
You need to get the energy first.
I
From
want
the
some
ether.
gold, man. Show me that energy.
So I need an antenna or a receiver? Which one?
Correct.
Now the Earth is the ground of everything, right? So now when all this energy hits the Earth, where the fuck does it go and what does it build up to be? What's the amount of energy stored in the Earth?
What you will find in the Earth is gold. That's a clue.
Yeah, but where's all the energy at? Where's all the particles and shit changing every second because everything, all the energy, every lightning bolt, every solar flare, all the sun energy, all the radiant energy, all the shit that's produced from the ground going out. What the fuck? We should be standing on the biggest electrical ball ever.
Was that no tanks? I just got back. If you want to repeat it.
Yeah, that was no thanks. Yeah, I don't think he really knows either. He's got some good questions, but or some good, like point of view of like, okay, there's gold. I can't disagree with that. But I'm saying where, like when they say energy holds this atom together or this proton or this, where the fuck does all the energy come from to hold that one together this way when it's not holding them together this way in front of me? And why does it stop and start whenever it feels like it on its own? It won't like start for us. It'll start in space and make stuff. It'll make stuff from nothing, but it won't help us make stuff from nothing. Where's this fuck?
You're confusing the map with the territory. So the map is the atom. The territory is the energy. So now the map is not actually. It's just a reification of the perturbation through the ether. Which causes the divergence and I can't remember all the fucking bullshit terms. I'm trying to do this thing.
No, I know what you're saying. It's the die slow thing mixed with a little bit of Witsit. I know exactly what you're saying. Did that sum it up?
Yeah, that was about it. Yeah, it's the centrifugal and divergent 0 point of energy. Where a vibration or perturbation through the ether, which is the medium that we are always within, causing these energies, these potentials to accumulate to a point, and then and grow from there.
So if you can accept it, if you're a big enough negative, anything will fill your cup. It's like you're an empty cup in a container of endless fucking ocean of energy. So like you're a cup, and as soon as you move your hand off your cup, that bitch fills up, right?
Yes, you will see this as a law of nature. High pressure moves to low pressure. Hot moves to cold.
Yes, sir.
This is a law. Yeah, this is a law of nature. So the 0 point, the high energy moves to the 0. Yes.
Isn't it weird how it can just like magnify itself into like from the to the negative, like to it's like it's exponentially grown as soon as you add a negative space to fill that negative space with the amount of energy to fill it. That's crazy, right? You have an unlimited exponential energy that's unlimited forever everywhere. And as soon as you create a opening or an empty, then it fills and gives you the energy you need. That's pretty crazy. But like, I do want to know where ground has to go to when like the people in Earth Awakenings, regardless, I know it's a different server, but I was talking to them, and then you got a couple electricians in there, and they're like, "Oh, that's not the way it works, stupid." So I'm going to grab a positive and negative and start floating. Well, yeah, you will. If the positive and negative are set up in the air, like your power line, and you fall onto that power line and connect to it and touch it with your hands, it's not going to let you go. It's going to fucking hold on to you. With electricity.
I don't know if it holds on to you.
I'm just saying, I seen this dude fall and his chin touched the wire and he stayed there until the fucking wire broke. Somehow like something on the building cracked or fell and this guy was up on a part doing construction. Well, when he slid down, he hit the wire, he caught on it with his chin. You could tell he started like fucking vibrating and convulsing. So but he didn't pass or nothing. As soon as the rest of the building thing fell, luckily it hit the wire that was connected to the pole. You could see the whole video. And the dude, it let him go. As soon as the power released, he fucking fell from the wire faster than the wire did down to the ground.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the electricity is holding on to you or if your muscles are contracting to hold on to it.
It was his chin. It was like the bottom of his neck or chin. I mean, it was some lucky ass contracting, and his chin caught it, a wire. His neck, not his arms. His arms was hanging down. He was on it with his chin and his neck. Now, what you're saying can be true if the power grabbed him and he squeezed his fucking chin to the wire. I mean, that's possible. I just didn't actually think about that at the time that I was watching the video. I know your muscles contract, but I was looking for his arms or hands to be held on, like you're saying, you know what I mean? But they weren't. Because the dude, I don't think he knew he was going to, he just fell straight down and floop. Next thing you know, he's on a fucking wire with his chin, like getting shocked. He tried to move his arms, but he couldn't. He was getting shocked then. But I mean, yeah, it was on World's Scariest Moments or some shit.
Yeah, I saw a dude fall down a pole, like doing yeah, I saw something similar to that, like on like one of those reels, where he fell down the pole and he had, you know, when you wrap it around the tree and you got like just a rope, and then he fell to the bottom. It was, yeah, it looked like it fucking hurt. He stopped himself suddenly. It looked like he should have broke his back or something. But yeah, back to your energy. Yeah, listen. There might be something. There might be something to all of it. I just don't know if anybody's got the answer. Yeah, like where does the energy go? Dissipate back to? I mean, it's like the first and second laws of thermodynamics can't be created or destroyed. So then it would just go. Where does it ground out to? It just grounds back into the system. So the energy just dissipates back to the, given back to the system. Like grounding is just dissipation of the energy. So where does it go? Back into the system.
Right, and that's the thing. If you need energy and your ground is putting off energy and wasting so much and you got a radiant amount, if you could tap your radiant into the ground and they all went back and then back to the alternator or the back, like almost as a second battery source or an APC or like an extra, auxiliary type. Because why the fuck would you be grounding out to nothing and not filling or storing a battery with the ground power? Why would you not?
Well, that's just in. So, well, you're not. You mean like morally? Why not morally? Why not? That's one question.
Every human that wants energy, like my vehicle, why would I not ground it back to its own system to keep feeding that energy back?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they did it they do it with bumper cars, like on the boardwalk. But yeah, I mean, it would be capacitive, like how much energy it can hold.
Right, but then capacited, but stored in because like you charge batteries, you plug your shit in the wall and it charges up. So you have your ground, you just plug your ground into your battery, and your battery is a low, and it sucks it up. Then the next battery sucks it up. You have like 5 batteries. It fills. Once those batteries are full, then it puts it in the system with the capacitor or back to ground, actual ground. You can have a double a relay ground or something like a fake ground, like a almost ground, but then a connector and then back to a real ground afterwards. You know what I mean? Just the low, because the ground is just the negative or the low, right? It's like the empty cup waiting to just drink all the shit up.
Yeah, I mean, you see, I mean, people have utilized it in a way. You see in the earth batteries, you can, if you have enough yard, you can just set up little like copper, zinc wires, and just like link each one to each one, and then just roll out a wire to your house and power your house up from your yard. Yeah.
Well, I'm also thinking if you bend those poles or you have them arced or separated like a 90, you have some under the ground horizontally and some vertically, and then you get the power. And when you use the power from the ones, it grounds to the ones that are underneath, and then you have your wire connected to those. So I don't understand why you can't just keep using that energy like a fucking never-ending energy device. The Earth itself. Because like if you have plates underneath, pretending they're ground, and your shit goes to your plates, back to your stuff, back to your plates, back to your stuff, back to your plates, back to your stuff. The only time you would ever need an output or another offset is if you had too much or it got too hot, and then you would have like a trigger where it got too hot, like a fuse or a relay or an offset, like you said, Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anybody, I think this is what is done. Like you lose energy. I mean, the wires, they're just, insulated so you don't lose it. But yeah, like if you were to show like entropy at work, you could just drag your hand or your foot across the rug, and that would be you're going to create the friction, but you're going to have a loss of energy in the system as well. You're going to have a loss due to the friction. So like you have a loss. I mean, they may recycle energy. They do it with solar panels on every telephone pole to like cycle the energy back to the power plant. But yeah, you lose a lot of it. It doesn't mean you lose it in the system as a whole, because that's the whole containment entropy first second laws thing that's going on. You don't lose the energy, it goes back into the system, and then you got to harness it again. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know if people aren't doing what you're saying. I think they are doing what you're saying. You just lose energy because you're trying to hold it in a wire, and then you don't have a conductor. We don't have a conductor big enough to hold it, so we have to keep recreating it. And where would you store, the capacitor? That's where you store it. So you'd have to build something to store it in. But we already have, the natural system that we're in. So just let it go back, and then grab it again.
Well, yeah. Where's gravity getting its energy from? Like, what's creating that energy?
Well, the sun.
I mean, like, yeah, to make something move requires work, right? And they say that just being matter alone is making work. It's doing work.
Oh, right. Oh, in the paradigm. Yeah, I don't know. Where's gravity getting? I don't know.
Right. The ether and gravity, yeah. And this magical fucking mass, this magical nothing energy is coming from nowhere to automatically feed itself to make a particle. That's what I don't understand. Like when we say high to low, if it's everywhere, where's the fucking low point in everywhere, in the middle of everywhere? You see what I'm saying? So if I got a sea of energy, how's one part of it going to act fucking different than the other part if it's all the same sea of fucking energy? I'm not following. Clearly not.
No, the motion, and using the energy would change it. Like I could plant a perfectly flat.
What causes that motion?
Huh?
What causes that motion? The first initial motion. What causes it? What causes that differential? So if it's all the sea of energy, right? Say we're in a puddle of ether. It's a puddle of ether. Why would the ether act different than the ether without anything to make it react?
Correct. Yeah. So that's what I was going to, the analogy I was
Yeah,
going to
go
kind
ahead.
of
I'm
use. So
sorry.
if I
Go
take, if I make a garden, right, and I level it perfectly flat, right, just dirt, no seeds, no nothing. It's just going to sit like that. It's going to be a sea of potential. I put one seed into it, right? That it's going to then change. It's going to now have high spots and low spots in the big square garden, and it's going to start moving around. Yeah, so I guess one way to look at it is, okay, you have like a magnet, right? So does a magnet create a field, or is that just putting something in the garden, like the field that already exists, and then creating a low spot or a high spot? Or is the magnet itself somehow, matter being matter, magnet being magnet, creating the field?
You always need that differential. And it would either be the outside edge of the field or the center of it for some reason. Like, what's causing that? Where's the low or high at? If
That's
it's
why they said
all
give them a miracle. That's why they say give them one miracle, and they can explain the universe, right? Just allow them that initial, because that's why they have to say that they like the galaxy's moving. Like eventually they're going to say the whole universe is moving through something else, like, and then that thing is also moving because it becomes never ending, right? Infinite regression fallacy. You
Yes,
need a reason why.
yeah, like all these things are like. Listen, I'm not saying it's there's some relatability to all of it, right? Like, so like when, like the same analogy I use, right? They're going to say, well, the universe, like I didn't think we were talking about the universe, but then if they say, well, you got the whole universe, well, what puts it in motion? That would be the disequilibrium of mass, right? Not being equal would then put it into motion. The uneven distribution of the mass, the planets of Jupiter or whatever, the unequal distribution within the field is what puts it into motion. But how did they get to that point? I don't know. That's the miracle. Like, oh, I don't know. Just if you just give us that miracle and just say it happened, and now we have planets of different sizes that are taking up space, causing an uneven distribution of mass within space-time. It'll curve and warp space-time. Same thing as a field. Same thing as a garden. It's all based on the same kind of something real then applied to something not real.
And how do you have big mass without little mass? How do they have different masses and different planets of different mass when they tell us it can only work a certain way? And then they can't manipulate it. Then they say, oh yeah, we can show you little masses with the Cavendish, but it don't work with any other little mass anywhere in the fucking world ever. Isn't it weird?
Different elements too, and then some are made up with similar ones.
We can have planets that are smaller than your balls. We can have planets that are bigger than the sun by 1 trillion. But they fucking told you there was some magic number of size to make mass make a planet like gravity. So how does gravity just stop working because of us?
I think the Carpenter has the answers.
No, I don't have the answers, man. I was just saying that they got different planets made up with different, different elements, different sizes.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. That's what they say. So how does that make any sense when that's what I'm saying? It doesn't make.
Because it's all different elements of different stuff, all being attracted like a gravity ball. It don't matter what it is, right? Yeah.
But some supposedly have similar elements, but some have those same ones, but different ones. It's just, I don't know. Definitely don't have the answers.
Hey, they all got to have protons, electrons, and neutrons, right?
That's how they break it down. I mean, yeah, sure.
If mass is matter and matter is all mass, and protons and neutrons and electrons make it all, then what the fuck are they talking about? What part's different for what part to react different to what part?
Yeah, you know, maybe you could look something called, it's called nominalism. You ever heard of it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's stupid, right? But it's just that all things are the same thing. There's no difference. It's the only thing that these things are all the same thing, and then we as humans, you know, ascribe some kind of abstract to it to differentiate them, but they're actually the same thing. Somewhere in there is probably how they came up with it. Yeah, I don't want to fuck up your speculation. You go with your speculation, but yeah, I mean, it's just some flat earthers, you know, quote unquote, whatever. They want to know about the sky. Like that's what made them flat earthers, or I guess whatever. You know, they just want to know how the sky works. They don't believe the story they're given. They don't give a fuck about the ground. So they just want to know how the sky works. I mean, I'm not that guy. I'll let them work on it. You know, I'll look at it. But
Oh, I don't think anybody's gonna ever know shit. I think all you can do is just ask dumbass questions and fucking get to no answer.
But no, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, even if listen, I do believe, I don't know, maybe for no reason at all, but I do believe if you treat, you know, I don't know, the universe, the earth, everything as it actually is, and stop pretending it's something else, that you might be able to get a better, you know, utility out of it. Just the way you're saying, like you might be able to then work the system in a way that's actually productive, rather than saying, well, there's nothing we can do with it because gravity's just making these things fall around each other. So that would just be like, all right, everybody get into your lab and let's create an energy system where balls fall into a black hole. Like that's not going to do me any good. My house isn't going to run off of geodesic straight line falling. That's not going to do shit for me. But if there's some kind of energy that's put into it by whatever means, maybe that I can use. Yeah, I can't use this geodesic shit for anything. Stupid.
No, you can't use it for anything. And what's parabolic flight for if you're over a horizontal ground that you never arc and you never dip and drop? Where the fuck are they dipping and dropping if there's no arc to drop with? What's a parabolic arc over a horizontal Earth? What the fuck is that about? Like, they're not dropping to no curve of Earth. The parabolic idea was supposed to be like a rocket finally getting to space. Past the curve of Earth, you understand? Like falling past that curve, parabolically falling past the curve of Earth. But yeah, they'll throw something up in your backyard and say parabolic flight, and it comes right back down just like a bullet. Like, are you kidding me? There's no curve in there. There's no globe.
Yeah, but if you could just master the art of the parabolic arc, if you just have a bunch of children who throw balls in the air, you can power your house. The parabolic energy.
You can. Call it Ferris wheel.
Oh shit, he's off definitely. I gotta stop talking shit.
That's what a Ferris wheel is. Or superconduction or Ferris fluid or Ferro's fluid, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, I thought you said Ferris wheel like at the carnival.
I sure did. But I call it a Ferris wheel. Because it does exactly what you said. If you hook up the little things, you can have parabolic flight. Just a little stick on there, couple little sticks made a certain way. When it falls, they'll all, act accordingly as it goes up. They'll go up and then fall down with it. Up and then fall down. Up and then fall down. Yeah, just like a Ferris wheel. Like the zipper. The zipper ride they used to have at the fair. Be old enough to remember that.
Yeah, like Red Hot Chili Peppers. Yeah, I had that ride though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You got pyramids. A pyramid can power a whole country, supposedly.
Yeah, I mean,
Of aluminum. A small pyramid of aluminum could power your house. Can't tell you how, but it's what they say, man.
you let him hit and run. Now you're single mom.
What is it?
What do you think about the idea of?
Are you breaking up?
Can you hear me? Hello, hello.
Where'd I get the idea of what?
Where do you get? What do you think about the idea of the Earth being a rectangular prism?
A rectangular prison or prism?
Prism.
Well, I mean, I couldn't really, I couldn't say I can prove it wrong anyway. I'm not big enough of a attribute of a human to fucking. But so basically, an aquarium with a flat Earth in it underneath, and like all the stuff happens within that.
Yeah,
prism.
I mean, I can't prove it wrong either. So.
Well, I mean, if we got a horizontal baseline of elevation, horizontal gradients, horizontal, water, it can be a horizontal baseline of existence, whatever the fuck it means. Yeah, and whatever it is, if everything is everything, but everything is its own stuff, this is the weirdest shit to me. If everything is atoms, electrons, neutrons, and protons, and electric, I even like the electric shit. I think you're getting electrical continuity off the air when you breathe, not pulling the actual air itself to use it, like, you know what I mean? But to still say everything's electric, you're still with the same question. How the fuck can everything be the one thing, but then be divided from itself and be everything individually and act so fucking crazy from every other thing, but it's all this thing? I mean, a simulation theory is a motherfucker, man. But can you be assimilated? That's the question. Just because we can make a computer and we imagine a dumb shit like us being in it, that's not even how the fuck that works. That's not even how the fuck the computer works anyway. At all. So like, I don't think that could we be in a fucking simulation?
I mean, that's what the Bible says.
Pancake between two TV screens. Think about it, no tanks. We're a hermetically sealed fucking. I don't know. And how would you? No, I don't know, man. How does all the fucking nothing stuff become the stuff that it, or all the something nothing become the something everything divided? It's just crazy. That's the craziest question ever.
I don't know. Yeah, that's crazy. Something to nothing, nothing to something.
An apple, you, me, a house, a brick, a tree, dirt, everything. A piece of gold, a piece of tin, a piece of uranium. How the fuck?
Well, those are like some of those things they're like conflations. Some of the things are quantities that you're naming, And then another part of it would be like qualities that you're naming. So like qualities, right? So like if math is if everything, you know, is physical, then you could apply math to it, and everything is just physical, right? Because we can apply math to a lot of these things, right? So that would then entail that they're physical, but you can't apply math to the qualities. So then, but which one is
amounts,
like the,
quantities. You
yeah,
really
that's the
can't
quantity.
do quantities either. You have to quantify them into containers yourself. You'd have to quantify them personally in contain. You'd have to actually quantify them somehow physically. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, well, that's correct. Yeah. So you can apply this language of math to these things, right? So if everything is just physical, that's what you're saying. Like if everything is just physical, what
Right.
differentiates one thing from another thing? And then we would say, well, the qualities of, you know, this thing is what can differentiate, or sometimes the quantities. Like I don't know how you could do it with quantities, but yeah, it would be like the qualities. But there's no
And
mathematical formulation for quality. So I mean, so therefore it's not physical, but the quality and
right.
that, you know, like, you know, how does this make you feel? Like how much, you know, have you ever thought about it? What do you believe? There's all those things I just named. There's no physical attribute to belief, thought, think, all the things that are important that matter. Like all importance. There's no number of importance. There's no number of like what makes a difference, what matters. These are all you know, quality things, and these are the things that matter, and they're not made of matter. So everybody, you know, we're using all these conflation of terms, but they're not the, you know, they're not what's important. They're not what defines these things. So which one comes first? The like the conscious, right? That's what it comes down to, right? It's like what comes first, the consciousness or the material? What, you know, what
The
makes
information or the receiver. Yeah.
different?
Is the information the receiver? Is the information a material? That's the question, really. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean information. Yeah, information. Yeah, I mean again, that's like tough. Yeah, the
Does it
information.
become physical? Does the information become light, become sound, become light, become water, become dirt, become stuff? And if that's the case, then here we are.
Yeah, this simulation idea. I mean, it is kind of stupid because it just kicks the can down the road, right? Like, so if you're in a simulation, then you're in a simulation of reality, and what we're in now is just a replica of what's real anyway. So you're just kicking down the can down the road to say, well,
And
I
did it make
don't
it?
know that
Yeah.
I'm real
Did it
right
make
now.
itself, or did we make it? Yeah. 100%.
Yes,
In the can.
yeah, it doesn't do anything. It's like it would be like saying, like, well, if this is a ball, right? Here's a ball on the ground. Like, well, what made the ball, right? It would be the same question saying, well, here's the universe. It's all within this little sphere of a ball. Well, what made the universe? You're just kicking the can down the road. Just answer who made the ball. Same question.
Yeah, that's correct. And it's like, what the fuck is this that we are or we're in? Like, is it the idea of a simulation? The way that I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think reality is not a simulation. I think simulation is a simulation of reality to the best of its ability. And then through that, we try to explain it backwards. You know what I mean? We're trying to explain the dog's ass through the dog's face. It's not working out because humans always put their ignorance in the fucking way. It's like, oh, I see this star twinkling every time on Thursday when I just happen to look through this, and you don't, Bob, every Friday. Well, Ted, you could be pointing your shit and seeing the reflection of you look back at you through your telescope, looking out at you, looking at your telescope through the. So what the fuck are we talking about? We have to substantiate it somehow.
Yeah, I mean, again, the word reality doesn't even say anything. Like it's a it doesn't even mean anything. You know, it's a non-descriptive word. Reality, it doesn't really describe anything. You're just when somebody says, "Well, what is reality?" You know, you then have to name the things in reality that make up reality. Yeah, so I mean,
Isn't
it
that
doesn't really even
weird?
mean anything.
Don't you find that weird that reality doesn't mean anything for itself?
No, I mean, it is interesting. Yeah, people will use it though as an escape. They'll say, well, then, it's just reality. Like, well, what is reality? It just is. That doesn't mean
Right.
anything. Reality is what reality is. It doesn't mean anything. Yeah, is reality what you make it? I don't know. So now you make reality? I don't. I mean, right? Then you say, well, then I guess no. So then, what is reality? I guess it's what somebody else made. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all agreeance, really. Like, we have to agree to disagree to agree on a lot of fucking things, and somehow things stick. It's like throwing shit at the wall. Somehow Newton and Einstein's turds just fucking became petrified to the wall, cemented into the framework somehow. I just don't understand it. And all this shit like all the people, just imagine all the fucking people, all the people, all the ideas from every kid, every human, every fucking woman, lady, man that you could imagine. And these two turds stuck, Newton and Einstein. Come on, man.
They don't even fucking sound American.
No, it don't even sound. I mean, it's just weird to me, man. How every human in the fucking world's a worthless piece of shit, low IQ dirtbag. Can't take their word for it, but trust every motherfucker in NASA. Trust everybody that's the official. Trust all these goopy bastards you've never even met back in a book 10,000 years ago, like Samson and Delilah. Like, what the fuck? Trust me, Newton Jesus did this. He walked on mathematical water. And then Einstein did it too. And nobody can mess with Einstein's words because his words are so strong. What demonstrations did they do with planets and orbits? Not a fucking one of them did a fucking demonstration with any globes, any orbit, or anything. But they got a book that their book got took serious. How?
Well, it just shows how like human, like how the nature of humans. It seems like a belief. I mean, I don't know. It seems like a belief system or like a foundation, something that is like immovable is like a requirement. It's not yet. It's like a default. Like no matter what, you might think, like the Buddhists, I think, say this shit, right? So, but like no matter what, you might try to remove all of your like foundational beliefs and things, but you're going to default to the next one. So the Buddhists are saying you should make it your life goal to remove all of those things, which you'll never be able to do. But yeah, somehow that's their goal. Yeah. You're gonna just auto default to the next,
Shouldn't we?
Foundation.
Right, and we're always defaulting backwards. Some dumb shit. Oh, learn from the past. Learn from the past. Fuck that. Let's move to the future today. Let's get to tomorrow sometime. Can we ever get to tomorrow? I'm tired of being stuck in yesterday. For real.
Yeah. Well, I know. Yeah, but no, there's nothing. There's nothing new. There's nothing new. You just enjoy. You just enjoy the experience and the time you have. The best you can, because you're not gonna. It's never gonna change. It's never gonna change.
Well, no. I'm saying, okay, like, enjoy the best you have, but that's stuck in yesterday right now with the system, with the way we have, like, the way shit happens, if people agree on to do it different, it can change the way you want to do stuff in life. So, like, instead of living yesterday and last week and 1,000 years ago and 10,000 years ago and in 14 BC and AD, why don't we actually live in 2024 and say, hey, man, what's up? Hey, man, what's up? What do you guys want to do? Well, we want everything to be free. All right, well, let's make this, set this system up. And then for 100 years, it's going to work. And we replace this fuse every 100 years. This thing right here, this wire right here, we're good to go. Everyone in the world, take this schematic, take this blue, make your shit.
Yeah, that's the Glover argument. They're saying, why are the flat earthers stuck in the past, questioning the past? We need to build upon this foundation and move forward. You guys are trying to move backwards. That's the Glover argument. This doesn't matter. None of this matters. All that matters is tomorrow. Yesterday doesn't matter.
No,
we got to
not
move
really
forward.
tomorrow.
It works. It works.
Yeah, not even tomorrow. I'd say today. And what matters is you and whoever your offspring or siblings or neighbors are, your family. That's what matters, not all the other dog shit. So if everybody can make everybody comfortable and live a happy, their best life, that would be a great, better situation. And I don't know why the globe would want to be stuck anyway where they're fucking stuck, because they can't do shit. It's nothing but wars, plagues, poverty, famine, ignorance, secrets. Snitches can't tell the truth. Motherfuckers in science can't snitch on they can't tell you the truth. They'll be snitching on the Department of Defense. You know, they'll get killed for that. You don't snitch on the big boys.
Yeah, but that's their argument. They're like, you know, who cares about the Earth or the globe? We have a foundation. The sky map works. Let's use it and pretend it's real. Reify it to say we're on the sky map, and that's, you know, we got wars to fight and finish and settle and come to peace with. We only have this much space, you know, available. We have to come together. And what is it? What is all this fucking shit? Better together. I don't fucking know. Whatever their political shit is. Yeah, that's their stand.
Better together, but better together without money. No politics needed. No money needed. Just do it or don't fucking do it. Live it or don't live it.
Yeah. Well, money's needed. I mean, shit. I don't know. If we didn't need the money and I could just do shit, then I would just fucking be just doing all that shit, and everybody would be like, "Oh my god, dude, I can't get off work because no tax is like got me doing 24-hour massages, mojitos, and fucking." Like, dude, listen. I was first in line, so I'm never gonna be done. You're just gonna keep working your ass off for no money.
No, I don't think nobody has to work their ass off to do anything. If 30 million people show up to do a job of one guy named Bob today, because all they got to do is show up and do it for 3 seconds and they go back home and they're done for a year, I don't think it'd be the way you're thinking. I think you got to work smarter, not harder. In this situation, you'd have 1,000 ladies set up and you'd be one guy and there'd be 1,000, and there wouldn't be enough guys to go in and do it that day because somebody'd have an open spot. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, and you probably wouldn't need to go to one of them special ladies. You'd probably be like, hey, woman, this woman's my wife and she loves me and we're both rich as hell because we don't need money to be together. We don't need none of that shit standing in our way. Taxes, how to get a house, how to do this, all this other shit. We can be happy together and do our thing and live our life. She'll be massaging your back. You won't have to worry about nobody else. You'll have a woman you like. I think it'd be a lot easier. You guys would be less stressed with the world.
Yeah, listen, I mean, you sound like a fucking commie, all right? And
sure.
Yeah, I know, but it's all great, in a system where you have decent people, but I meet scumbags everywhere all the time who are just greedy and like selfish, and they lie, and it just doesn't work.
Well, that's what jail's for, or another system that they want to. And like, listen, I'm not saying we're going to be pussies and not like protect ourselves. We'll be our military if we need to protect ourselves. We're not going to go run and do shit to other people and do no other. We're going to stay right the fuck where we're at, protect what we got, and we're going to build up, be us. It's going to be us, like, right? So you don't have to worry about all that shit. You'll weed out all the other dumb shit. 100 youth will point right away. Look at this fucking goofball right here. Nah, he ain't even.
That's what money does, though. That's what money does. It weeds out the you know. That's what it does. That's what the money does. Look at that douchebag. He's got nothing going. He gets no money.
Some people can print it. So what's that do for them? That doesn't weed anything out for them.
Well, yeah, I mean that's true. I'm just talking about like the ideal system of like valuing and having a currency to give value, because then you can.
Well, sure, you can do that. You could do that if you all agreed on the same system to where your money actually goes for something and you don't never raise the price. You have no interest, and it's money to use for an exchange. Sure, there's no problem with that. Once you tack on interest and debt and shit like that, that's the stupidity part. It's either money owed, money paid or not. That's it. You know, you get work, you get money, you get something paid for your whatever somehow. Yeah.
A system without debt. Interesting.
Well, the idea of you and I going doing everything, we get to go lay down now or relax in our jacuzzi or whatever and drive our free car. Everybody gets free car, free house, free electric, free health, and that's the system. And everybody does like a certain part, whatever you like, whatever you want to do. If you like this, that, whatever, who cares? If people don't like it, you have a prisoner. Prisoners will have to have an occupation that nobody likes to do, maybe. That would be their occupation. The sewages, garbage work, plumbing.
Yeah, shit breaks. I mean, that's the problem. Shit breaks. I mean, it's a. I get it. I mean, I get it. Like some of these things, maybe, you know, why not? I don't know who's going to disagree. Like who's going to disagree that everybody should have the right to, I don't know, food. I kind of disagree sometimes, but you know, I mean, how much food is necessary? I don't know. Then it's like, okay, we're all going to vote on how much food is necessary. Yeah, so you know, you ate all your food. You know, well, what do you want me to do? You fucking ate it all. Like we all voted on this is how much is necessary. What do you want me to do? Fuck.
Well, they got places right now, cities where guys can be methed out of their mind.